Prohibited for those under 18. Urban Underworld, multiple female protagonists, absolute control brotherhood. After being expelled from middle school for fighting, Lu Fei spent 4 years as the village guardian. At last, he has reached adulthood, just as the newly 18 Lu Fei was about to establish his own domain in the village. He was sent by his cohabiting aunt to the big city to seek refuge with her daughter. Upon arriving in the bustling metropolis, Lu Fei finds himself struggling in his work, until by a twist of fate, he encounters the daughter of a notorious underworld leader. From that moment on, he will forge his own path in the underworld with his fists as his guide, carving out a unique legacy amidst the hidden dragons and crouching tigers of the Chapter 1. The village guardian sets out for work. Reality. Please do not draw parallels with real life. At the entrance of Lijia village, several individuals lay sprawled on the ground, some unconscious, others moaning in agony, while a solitary, stern-faced youth stood among them. Lu Fei gazed at the fallen figures, his tone icy as he spoke. If you wish to settle scores, it should be in that grove across the river. Coming here to ambush me, thinking I am unguarded? With disdain, Lu Fei regarded the group of young men from neighboring villages whom he had bested. He slowly retrieved a pack of white sand from his pocket, just about to light a cigarette when an angry voice called from behind, accompanied by rapid footsteps. Lu Fei, you've caused trouble again. Startled by the voice, Lu Fei's cigarette slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. His previously cold expression transformed into a conciliatory grin as he turned to face the newcomer. Aunt Li, please take care, don't trip. Aunt Li, whose full name is Li Yin, had taken Lu Fei in after his mother abandoned him to go abroad, leaving behind only a sum for his upbringing and no further contact. Over the years, Lu Fei had lived with Aunt Li. After being expelled from school for breaking the noses of several classmates, he had become a well-known idler in the village, earning the nickname Village Guardian. During these 4 years, tales of his iron fists spread to all nearby villages, though there were still those who challenged him. The outcome for them was often akin to those now groaning on the ground. Ignoring Lu Fei's words, Aunt Li quickly approached, seizing his ear and dragging him back to the village. She cared little for his reputation as a fighter, reprimanding him as she pulled him along. With your parents absent, you think no one can discipline you? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. As Aunt Li tugged on his ear, Lu Fei endured the fragrant breeze of her exertion while pleading, Aunt Li, I swear it wasn't my fault, it was self-defense. Li Yin chose to ignore his explanation, frowning as she forcibly led him into the Grand Li residence, locking the door behind them. Finally free from her grip, Lu Fei observed Aunt Li's silence as she entered the house, sensing that things were taking a turn for the worse. In the past, even when Aunt Li learned of his fights, it was merely a scolding. It had never escalated to this severity. Come in. Upon hearing the command, Lu Fei contemplated running but hesitated. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. Aunt Li leaned against the sofa, holding a feather duster, her voice cold as she instructed, come here and lie down. Gazing at the feather duster in her hand, Lu Fei wished to avoid the impending pain, but he recognized that Aunt Li was genuinely furious today. Better to let Aunt Li vent her frustrations than have her lose sleep at night. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Fei took a couple of steps forward and obediently lay across the sofa. The sound of the feather duster striking his soft flesh filled the air. No matter how tough Lu Fei was, the repeated strikes on one spot caused him to wince in pain. His hands gripped the edge of the sofa tightly, his male pride compelling him to remain silent. The strikes quickened, then slowed, eventually coming to a halt. Lu Fei's clenched hands gradually relaxed. A sigh of relief escaping him, he had finally endured the punishment. Woo-woo. Oh. Before he could catch his breath, the sound of muffled sobbing reached his ears. At the sound, Lu Fei felt a surge of alarm. Fighting and being beaten were trivial matters to him, but Aunt Li crying was a different story. Slowly rising, he turned to see Aunt Li, now seated on the floor, her head buried deep in her knees, sobbing like a wounded kitten. Lu Fei stood nearby, pacing in circles, unsure of how to console her. Eventually, he could only endure the pain in his backside and crouch beside Aunt Li to comfort her. Aunt Li, please don't cry. I truly understand my mistakes today. I promise I won't fight again, unless someone provokes me or those around me. Aunt Li, trembling and curled up, responded to Lu Fei's promise with a quivering voice from between her knees. You've made that promise several times, yet it has never come to fruition. Feeling a bit sheepish, Lu Fei scratched his head. Having just turned 18, he was full of youthful vigor. He couldn't possibly stay cooped up at home every day after years of honing his skills. His iron fist would surely turn into mere kitten paws. Aunt Li continued to shake as she said, Xiao Fei, I'm sorry for your mother. She entrusted you to me, believing I would take good care of you, but I failed to guide you properly, leading you to drop out of school and now resort to fighting. I truly don't know how to face her if she returns. Lu Fei thought to himself. After nearly 10 years of disappearance, who would still believe she would return? However, he maintained a gentle demeanor beside her, reassuring, if my mother comes back, I will tell her that Aunt Li is the best aunt in the world and has cared for me so well. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, Aunt Li's trembling body visibly calmed down, though she soon shook her head and said, what you say is futile. Your mother would surely sever ties with me. Lu Fei observed this woman in her 30s, her demeanor resembling that of a schoolgirl fearing her friend's disdain after making a mistake. Seeing Aunt Li continue to sob, he instinctively reached out and gently patted her head, offering comfort. Aunt Li, please stop crying. As long as you cease your tears, I will agree to anything you ask. Today, I just turned 18. This is a promise of adulthood. Aunt Li's body trembled at the warmth of his hand on her head, and her sobs gradually subsided. She lifted her head from her knees, her eyes swollen and red from crying, gazing at Lu Fei. Do you truly mean it? Indeed, more genuine than pearls. Aunt Li, seeing the sincerity in Lu Fei's eyes, once again placed her trust in his promise. After a moment of contemplation, she finally said, Xiao Fei, I need you to promise me. When you go to the big city, find your sister and work diligently at her place. Lu Fei nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief at Aunt Li's words. What? Chapter 2 Arrival in the Magic City. Li Yin looked at the astonished Lu Fei and reiterated, Xiao Fei, you just promised that as long as Annie does not cry, you will fulfill her request. You won't go back on your word, will you? Upon finishing her sentence, she feigned tears. Wow. Hearing Lu Fei's response, Li Yin instantly stowed away her sorrow, rising gracefully to assist Lu Fei with his luggage. The next day, at the county train station, as the train was about to arrive, the moment of parting stirred feelings of reluctance within Li Yin. Lu Fei glanced at the time and bid farewell to her, saying, the train is coming. Goodbye, Aunt Li. After saying farewell, he intended to enter the station. Xiao Fei, watch out. Lu Fei halted mid-step, feeling the soft embrace of a figure behind him. Dressed in a slender black dress, Li Yin's attire gave Lu Fei a tantalizing sense of allure. Unlike the other farmers' wives in the village, Li Yin was the sole woman who had married from a bustling city, wedded in the wealthiest family in Li family village. Although her husband had passed away years ago, the inheritance left behind was sufficient for her to live a life of luxury. As Lu Fei felt the warmth of her body and the tremors of her gentle sobs, he slowly turned around, wrapping his arms around Li Yin in a comforting embrace. Aunt Li, I'm not gone for good. You promised me you wouldn't cry. He gently patted her back, only to realize something was amiss. The sensation was unexpected. Stealing a glance, he suddenly remembered that Aunt Li was wearing a backless dress today. The touch of her skin, as smooth and fair as milk, ignited thoughts within the youthful Lu Fei that he struggled to suppress. With his thoughts spiraling, he hastily withdrew his hands, raising them awkwardly into the air. Fortunately, at the last moment, he managed to compose himself, preventing Li Yin from noticing any abnormality. She merely continued to murmur her heartfelt instructions. Xiao Fei, when you get to the big city, be sure to listen to your sister, work diligently, avoid trouble, take care of yourself, eat well, and don't spend recklessly. That money is for your future wife. Li Yin rambled on, but Lu Fei, an 18-year-old youth, found it challenging to absorb the wisdom of a seasoned widow in his embrace. Just managing to contain his emotions felt like a profound achievement for him. As the train neared departure, Li Yin reluctantly released Lu Fei from her grasp, her eyes glistening with tears as she watched him enter the station. It was only after he completely vanished from her sight that she left with a sense of melancholy. Though she was loath to see Lu Fei go, she understood the necessity of his journey into the world beyond their small village. If he remained there, even with immense talent, it would remain forever unrecognized. Once aboard the train, Lu Fei found his designated spot, an upper soft sleeper, arguably the finest accommodation available. As he lay face down on the bed, he felt warmth in his heart, reminiscing about the moments from the previous day when Aunt Li had tended to his wounds. The delicate, boneless, alabaster hand, after being smeared with ointment, glided over her wound, evoking an unforgettable sensation. The youth, starved of sustenance and sleep, soon succumbed to slumber on the train. Upon awakening, he discovered that the train had already reached its final destination, the bustling metropolis. With bleary eyes, he hoisted the package prepared by Aunt Li and, pulling his suitcase, stepped out of the station, momentarily entranced by the soaring skyscrapers he beheld for the first time. Gently touching the jade pendant around his neck, he alleviated his anxiety about being in an unfamiliar place. He then retrieved the new mobile phone Aunt Lee had purchased for him the previous day in town. After some fiddling, he found a contact and dialed the number. After a single attempt with no answer, and a second yielding the same result, he glanced at the time, noon. Such a time should not render the call impossible. Persistently, he stood by the roadside and dialed for an hour before finally reaching someone. However, the voice on the other end remained silent. Only the sound of steady breathing could be heard. Tentatively, he inquired, "Is this Shueijia? I am Lu Fei. Aunt Lee must have mentioned me. I've arrived at the train station." Silence ensued, prompting Lu Fei to repeat his question with more urgency. Eventually, a languid voice responded, "Got it. Wait for me at the entrance. I'll be there shortly." After disconnecting the call, Lu Fei stared at his phone, puzzled. It seemed that Li Ruoxue was still in a state of slumber. Another hour passed, and Lu Fei crouched by the roadside, feeling both hungry and thirsty. He feared that if he moved away, Li Ruoxue might lose track of him, and being in such unfamiliar territory, he could easily become lost. Just as he lowered his gaze to observe ants busily transporting food, a feminine voice called from above, "Lu Fei?" He slightly raised his head and beheld a pair of fair, delicate feet adorned in flip-flops. Gradually, he shifted his gaze upward, taking in two long, creamy legs, bare and unobstructed in his view. Lu Fei swallowed hard and continued to look up, noting that the only garment shielding her lower body was a pair of ultra-short denim shorts, measuring less than 30 centimeters, while her upper body was clad in a cropped tank top. Finally, his eyes settled on her face, and he instantly recognized the striking beauty before him. Li Ruoxue, the daughter of Aunt Lee. Li Ruoxue, the daughter of Lian, though not by blood, as her biological parents had long since passed. Lian had become her stepmother, and the two had grown up together, relying on one another, until Lu Fei's arrival formed a trio. Ruoxue was a few years older than Lu Fei and, in a rebellious spirit, had distanced herself from Lian's control at the age of 18, opting out of the college entrance examination to pursue a life in the metropolis. Rumor had it that she had ascended to the position of hotel manager, earning a monthly salary of over 10,000 and regularly sending several thousand back to Lian, marking her as one of the more successful individuals to have emerged from their village. Lu Fei's impression of Li Ruoxue remained rooted in the memory of the elegant, tall young woman she had been at 18. Li Ruoxue gazed curiously at the foolish young man before her, and it became evident to her that this was indeed her little brother, Lu Fei, who had lived under the same roof for many years. "Are you daft? Staring at me like that? Can't you recognize me?" Upon hearing Li Ruoxue's voice again, Lu Fei snapped out of his astonishment. It was no wonder he was taken aback. No woman in their village had ever dared to dress so boldly. To witness such attire, one would have to venture to the town's internet CAF and search for images of beautiful women lacking clothing. Lu Fei had never been, deeming his martial arts practice far too inadequate. This was merely hearsay from fellow villagers, idlers like himself. Chapter 3. Foot massage services feeling somewhat awkward. Lu Fei stood up and scratched his head, saying, "Sister Shui, you have become quite beautiful after these years." Li Ruoxue scrutinized Lu Fei, recalling the time she left when he was still a mere child, now grown and towering over her by a head or more. "Let us go. The taxi is waiting at the door." After ensuring that Aunt Lee at home was well, Lu Fei followed closely behind Li Ruoxue into a taxi. During the ride, in an effort to avoid glancing at Li Ruoxue's nearly unadorned, striking figure, Lu Fei diverted his gaze to the scenery outside the window. Before long, he realized that such attire was quite commonplace in the bustling metropolis, with women proudly displaying their figures for public admiration. Having never encountered such sights, Lu Fei felt overwhelmed and quickly turned slightly away to conceal his discomfort from Li Ruoxue. "How could my mother allow you to endure such hardships in the city? What have you been doing in the village all these years? Have you found any work?" Listening to Li Ruoxue's inquiries, Lu Fei shook his head and candidly replied, "I had no work in the village. I spent my days fighting with others, and then Aunt Lee kicked me out." Li Ruoxue gently rubbed her temples and remarked, "Goodness. Let me see, you must be 18 this year, yet you remain such a source of worry. Since my mother has sent you to find me, you must start working diligently and stop acting like a child, fighting and brawling. Do you understand?" Lu Fei nodded, still holding on to the thought, "If no one wrongs me, I will not wrong others." But if they do, extending a fair, delicate hand towards Lu Fei, Li Ruoxue caught him off guard. He gulped nervously and asked, "What is it?" "Money. My mother surely gave you some before she left." Disappointed, Lu Fei let out a soft "oh," as he had momentarily fantasized about her, wanting to hold his hand. Such was the folly of daydreaming. From the compartment of his bag, he produced a stack of 100 yuan bills and handed them to Li Ruoxue. After counting the money she received, Li Ruoxue remarked with a hint of resentment, "How biased. You received 5,000 when you left, and I didn't get a single cent." Lu Fei awkwardly responded, "That's different. You escaped, while I followed Aunt Li's instructions." Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxue immediately halted his words, saying, Stop. Don't recount those old tales. I'm not interested." Lu Fei silently murmured to himself, "Wasn't it you who brought it up?" After tucking the 5,000 yuan into her pocket, Li Ruoxue suddenly turned to Lu Fei and asked, "Do you have any hidden stash?" Lu Fei was momentarily startled by the unexpected turn of events, stammering that he had nothing to say. After a few seconds of scrutinizing him, Li Ruoxue snatched his bag and retrieved 1,000 yuan from its usual hiding place. "You think you can deceive me? Don't forget how you used to lie in the village, but you never managed to fool me once." She took back the 1,000 yuan, and Lu Fei, now anxious, pleaded, "Sister Shui, I need that 1,000 yuan. Please give it to me." Li Ruoxue, regarding him intently, inquired, "What do you intend to do with it?" Lu Fei hesitated, unwilling to divulge the details. "If you refuse to speak, do not expect me to return it to you." With no other option, Lu Fei explained, "My master instructed me to take 1,000 yuan to a certain place where I can enhance my martial arts skills." Li Ruoxue, bewildered by his words, asked, "What master? What martial arts? Are you out of your mind?" For the first time, Lu Fei displayed an expression of anger in front of her. "You are the one who is unwell. I truly have a master. Otherwise, how could I defeat 10 opponents at once? My master is extraordinary. With a single punch, he can shatter boulders." Li Ruoxue gazed at him as if he were simple-minded, gently patting his head while murmuring, "You're not feverish." Noticing Lu Fei's face turning crimson, she acquiesced to his assertion and continued, "All right, you have a master. Now, tell me where he instructed you to go to improve your skills." Lu Fei cautiously glanced at the driver ahead and whispered into Li Ruoxue's ear, "I'll tell you, but you mustn't share this with anyone. My master said to go to a big city and seek a place with the words foot bath in its name. Once inside, I should inquire if they offer 1,000 yuan service. If they do, I will have the opportunity to further enhance my martial arts." Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxue's face gradually flushed red. Having lived in the big city for many years, she was well aware of the implications associated with foot baths and 1,000 yuan. Just as Lu Fei worried about the potential repercussions of revealing his secret to her, he felt a familiar grip on his ear, once more ensnared by her delicate hand. "Lu Fei, if you dare spend my mother's money in such place, do you believe I want to break your legs?" Even after exiting the taxi, Lu Fei remained perplexed by Li Ruoxue's furious outburst. However, he recognized her steadfast nature. She meant what she said. Fearing for his legs, he abandoned the notion of using Aunt Li's money to acquire martial arts secrets. After all, he would soon have a job, and it could wait until he received his salary. The taxi came to a halt in an area not far from the bustling center of the metropolis, situated in an old community that was little better than Lu Fei's hometown. He followed Li Ruoxue upstairs, observing the grimy walls of the corridor. After brushing away the cobwebs that clung to his face, Lu Fei frowned and asked, "Sister Shui, don't you earn over 10,000 a month? How can you live in such a dreadful place?" Li Ruoxue retorted, "Do you think this is like our hometown? The rent here is only a few hundred a month. Understand that this is the metropolis. Every inch of land is priceless. Do you have any idea how much my shabby apartment costs each month? 5,000 yuan. Lu Fei fell silent, reflecting on how he had always been provided for back home, never having to consider finances. Occasionally earning some money mainly came from victories over peers from the neighboring village, yet ultimately, it barely covered Aunt Li's medical expenses. Ascending the staircase to the top, Li Ruoxue retrieved the key from behind her and unlocked the door. Lu Fei followed her inside, noting the 2-bedroom, 1-living-room layout, complete with a kitchen and bathroom, totaling approximately 60 square meters. Upon entering, he was met not with the anticipated sweet fragrance of a woman's boudoir, but rather a pungent aroma of alcohol. Li Ruoxue tossed the key to Lu Fei, stating, "From now on, you will reside here." We'll share the rent. You can sleep on the sofa. And you won't need to contribute to the utility bills. Sound fair? Lu Fei glanced at the 2 rooms and questioned. There are 2 rooms. Why must I sleep on the sofa? Li Ruoxue replied, there are already 2 others living here, making 3 of us in total. Divided evenly, it's just over 1,000 each month, which is quite reasonable. It's settled. Chapter 4. The bad woman faced with the assertive Li Ruoxue. Lu Fei had no choice but to acquiesce. Being new to the city and unfamiliar with his surroundings, he could only follow the directives of the woman before him. His stomach growled, prompting him to say, Sister Shui, please leave me some money. I need to go out for a meal. At that moment, Li Ruoxue had already retreated to her room, casually remarking, there's leftover food in the fridge. If you don't want it, feel free to prepare something else. Tomorrow, I'll take you to find an agent to help you secure a job with meals included. Lu Fei intended to say more, but Li Ruoxue had already shut the door with indifference. Helpless, he opened the fridge, only to be met with a mound of unappealing leftovers, leading him to decisively abandon the idea of eating it. Instead, he rummaged through the fridge, retrieving a tomato and 2 eggs, and grabbed a pack of instant noodles from a shelf. After some culinary effort, a fragrant bowl of tomato and egg noodles was ready. Excitedly, Lu Fei transported the noodles to the dining table in the living room, then returned to the kitchen to tidy up the pots and pans. Once everything was in order, he wiped his hands and exited the kitchen. Li Ruoxue, that was my meal. I haven't eaten lunch yet. Lu Fei was taken aback to see Li Ruoxue and an unfamiliar beauty at the dining table, both vying for the same pair of chopsticks while slurping up the noodles. The stranger looked up upon hearing his voice. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to Li Ruoxue, asking, Ruoxue, is this your brother? Li Ruoxue finished her last bite of noodles with a satisfied burp before affirming, indeed, I brought him here to share the rent. Is that a problem? Not at all, exclaimed the stranger, rushing to Lu Fei's side and inspecting him with delight, murmuring, he has decent features, a good height, no body odor, and he can cook. As she leaned against Lu Fei, gazing up at him with an innocent expression, she pleaded, I'm still hungry. Could you make me another bowl? Lu Qingling, are you in heat or something? As Lu Qingling leapt into Lu Fei's embrace, Li Ruoxue, seated at the dining table, immediately erupted in fury. She herself could not fathom the reason behind her intense anger. Lu Fei, however, did not resist the playful affection of the woman in his arms. Even though traces of alcohol lingered on him, overall, she still exuded a delightful fragrance. He scrutinized Lu Qingling closely. Her features were exquisite, though she paled in comparison to Li Ruoxue. Clad in a delicate black nightgown, her curves were accentuated beneath its fabric, rivaling Li Ruoxue in allure. Her fair, smooth legs were bare, and as she slightly arched her dainty feet, Lu Fei distinctly felt the warm breath escaping her red lips as she spoke. Noticing her best friend's displeasure, Lu Qingling promptly abandoned her flirtations with the rural lad. Once she withdrew, Lu Fei remembered the pressing matter at hand and questioned them. That was the bowl of noodles I just cooked. What am I to eat? Li Ruoxue, having satiated her appetite, casually remarked, it's just a bowl of noodles. There's leftover rice in the fridge. If you don't want to eat, make something for yourself. Li Ruoxue. Lu Fei's patience had been utterly exhausted. Had she offered an apology, he might have let it go, but her indifferent demeanor made him want to slap some sense into her. Sensing the tension, Lu Qingling quickly stepped in, reassuring him, little brother, don't be upset. We were simply too hungry. How about this? I'll give you 100 yuan as an apology. All right? As she spoke, she produced a crisp bill from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Lu Fei, who felt the faint warmth emanating from it. With the money in hand, Lu Fei found it difficult to remain angry. After all, 100 yuan could buy him 10 packs of cigarettes. He accepted the money and retreated to the kitchen to prepare 2 bowls of noodles, one for himself and one for Lu Qingling. This time, it was Li Ruoxue who expressed discontent. Hey, what about mine? I'm your sister. Slurping his noodles, Lu Fei replied, there's leftover rice in the fridge. If you don't want to eat, just make something for yourself. You, go back to your village. I can't stand you here. The tables had turned dramatically, with Lu Fei now embodying indifference and Li Ruoxue seething with rage. This scene felt reminiscent of years past, where their camaraderie was as intense as their quarrels. Ultimately, it was Lu Qingling who played the peacemaker, dividing her portion to share with Li Ruoxue. In truth, Li Ruoxue was already quite full. Her anger stemmed from the injustice of her brother, whom she had lived with for years, showing more kindness to a woman he had just met. After the meal, Lu Qingling took the initiative to gather the bowls and wash them in the kitchen, which significantly enhanced Lu Fei's admiration for her. Observing Lu Fei's gaze fixed on the kitchen, Li Ruoxue huffed and stormed off into her room. Once the dishes were washed, Lu Qingling emerged, catching sight of the closed door and stifling a giggle. Approaching Lu Fei, she said, "Little brother, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Lu Qingling, your sister's roommate and work partner. If you don't mind, feel free to call me Sister Ling." Lu Fei held a favorable impression of the woman before him. He warmly replied, "Sister Ling, my name is Lu Fei. You may call me Xiao Fei, as the elders in my village often do." Lu Qingling, with a beaming smile, affectionately ruffled Lu Fei's hair and said, "What a good boy you are, Xiao Fei. I envy Ruoxue for having such a well-behaved younger brother. Since you have just arrived in the magical city, you should take some time to rest. I shall not disturb you any further." After a brief exchange of introductions, Lu Qingling returned to her room. Feeling a bit bored in the living room, Lu Fei stepped outside for a stroll. As Lu Fei wandered, he realized he had strayed far from the towering skyscraper. The outlines of the tower and buildings were barely visible. Since it was his first time exploring the magical city alone, he dared to walk straight ahead, knowing he could retrace his steps along this path. While walking, he observed the scenery and passers-by, noting that as he progressed towards the skyscraper, the surroundings transformed. New buildings and unfamiliar shops began to appear, and the people transitioned from simply dressed to extravagantly stylish. He encountered many foot massage parlors but hesitated to enter due to the lack of money in his pocket. This captivating transformation led him to wander until dusk, and by the time he returned home, it was already 9 in the evening. Upon entering and switching on the lights, he discovered the house was empty, save for a note on the table. "Your sister and I have gone to work. Don't worry, Sister Ling." Lu Fei attempted to call Li Ruoxue several times, but there was no answer. Growing increasingly agitated, he took a shower and collapsed onto the sofa. He was uncertain, but he recalled hearing from the villagers that women who stayed out late at night were likely not of good character. Coupled with the morning's observations of Lu Qingling and Li Ruoxue's attire, a troubling thought surfaced in Lu Fei's mind. Could they be the kind of dubious women the villagers spoke of? Chapter 5. 3 strikes, 12 advantages in our favor. Frustrated, Lu Fei sought to verify his suspicions online, only to find his browser displayed no internet. With only the ability to operate his phone for calls and taking pictures, Lu Fei abandoned the idea, lying back on the sofa with his eyes closed, drifting off to sleep. In a hazy state, Lu Fei heard the sound of a door opening, followed by rustling noises. He cautiously opened his eyes and sighed in relief upon seeing Li Ruoxue and Lu Qingling. He had feared it was a thief. However, he quickly sensed something amiss, as both women carried the scent of alcohol. What kind of work necessitated drinking at such an hour? This thought deepened his discontent, leaving him with a sense of heartbreak. Aware that Lu Fei was asleep on the sofa, the two women quietly entered with flashlights, changing their clothes and preparing to shower. Li Ruoxue was the first to finish. At least her 3-piece outfit concealed her modesty. When Lu Qingling emerged, Lu Fei, having stolen a glance, promptly shut his eyes again, nearly succumbing to a nosebleed from the sight. In his heart, Luffy fervently recited Amitabha, his pulse racing as he internally lamented the absurdity of the living room being treated as his personal domain, entirely unaware of the individual reclining within. It was only after Lu Qingling entered the bedroom and closed the door that Luffy dared to open his eyes, his fatigue having vanished entirely. With no other recourse, he rose and commenced a series of exercises to channel his restlessness. Shadowboxing, finger push-ups, single-leg squats, handstands, and horse stances, all conducted silently within the living room. This regimen persisted for 2 hours, leaving Luffy utterly exhausted and devoid of desire. After a refreshing shower, Luffy descended the stairs, reveling in the first rays of morning light brought forth by the newly risen sun. Once the clock struck 6, he ascended once more to knock on Li Ruoxue's door. It was indeed 6 o'clock. Surely it was time to rise. When the door swung open, Luffy stumbled back in surprise. For Li Ruoxue bore an uncanny resemblance to the ghostly figure he had previously seen on a video recording, her disheveled hair framing her weary face as she inquired, "What do you want?" Upon recognizing the visage beneath the dark tresses, he exhaled in relief. "Did you not say you would take me to meet the agent today? We can set off now." Li Ruoxue, scratching her head in confusion, asked, "What time is it?" 6 o'clock. In the morning or at night? In the morning. At 6 in the morning. You should be waking your mother. I can manage on my own. With a display of morning irritability, Leroy abruptly shut the door. Left with no choice, Luffy retreated to the sofa, idly staring at the ceiling while envisioning himself on a world-class stage, competing against elite athletes. After mentally simulating numerous matches to the point of exhaustion, Leroy finally emerged, yawning. After a quick freshening up, she called for Luffy and they departed. Hailing a taxi, they soon arrived at the interview location, with Luffy covering the fare, only for Leroy to seize the remaining change. Justifying her action with the saying that a man with money may go astray, Luffy felt inclined to retort, pondering how much mischief could arise from a mere 100 yuan. Would he purchase a toy gun to rob a bank or acquire a toy car to drive on the sidewalk? Initially, he had considered asking Leroy to lend him 1,000 yuan, as he was eager for advancement. However, witnessing her reluctance to part with even that 100 yuan, he promptly abandoned the notion. Upon arriving at the interview site, a residential complex, they were greeted by a female property manager, a middle-aged woman whose demeanor reflected satisfaction upon observing Luffy's towering stature of over 6 feet. She promptly welcomed him aboard, allowing him to commence work that very day. Clad in a white shirt and dress pants, he stood at the entrance, saluting the residents, earning a commendable wage of 200 yuan per day. As he stood watch, his mind wandered to the prospect of accumulating enough funds within 5 days to seek new opportunities. Luffy, your shift is over. It's time for a break. A man significantly taller than Luffy approached, and they exchanged duty. Lu Hu, I shall take my leave now, Luffy replied. Lu Hu smiled and encouraged him. Hurry and go rest. The break room has air conditioning, and I stocked the fridge with drinks. Help yourself. Luffy expressed his gratitude and made his way to the lounge. Just as a Rolls-Royce glided past him, curiosity piqued, he glanced back at the vehicle adorned with the auspicious license plate number 888. The owner was indeed fortunate. The car exuded luxury, and the small golden figure atop it suggested a price tag in the hundreds of thousands. Luffy merely sighed, unaware of the true value of a Rolls-Royce, and strolled into the air-conditioned lounge. For someone like him, trained in martial arts, the work intensity felt almost trivial. The schedule of working for an hour and resting for another was quite humane. Unlike some who returned from the village complaining about the relentless 12-hour shifts akin to beasts of burden, Luffy found himself enjoying a chilled soda while basking in the cool air of the 16-degree lounge, living more comfortably than at home. An hour later, Luffy stretched and was about to change shifts when he noticed 2 security guards embroiled in a scuffle with a dozen individuals. Sensing trouble, he rushed over and kicked away a yellow-haired assailant who was pinning down Lu Hu. Following that, he swiftly dispatched 2 unruly men with a couple of well-placed punches, sending them into a deep slumber. Concerned, Luffy helped Lu Hu up and asked, "Are you all right?" The thugs, witnessing how easily Luffy had incapacitated their 3 comrades, realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. Lu Hu shook his head. "I'm fine, just overwhelmed by their numbers. These ruffians have been bullying us lately, thinking we're easy targets." A slender man beside Lu Hu chimed in, "Yes, they keep coming to provoke us, truly treating us like soft persimmons." After grasping the situation, Luffy looked at the remaining 10 adversaries, his expression resolute as he declared, "Shall we engage?" The response was unanimous. "Let us go." With Luffy leading, the trio's presence exuded a formidable aura that overshadowed the opposing group. It was as if 3 fierce tigers had plunged into a pack of wolves, instantly turning the tide of the skirmish. While Luffy delivered blows to adversaries, he observed his companions. One guard, tall and strong, effortlessly lifted opponents and slammed them to the ground. The other, smaller and leaner, employed ruthless tactics, delivering strikes to vulnerable areas while shouting fervently. Luffy landed a powerful punch to the abdomen of the last standing man, sending him sprawling onto the grass, curled up like a shrimp tossed into boiling oil. The balance of power had shifted, 3 men against 12, and they had triumphed. Luffy had taken down 6, while Lu Hu and the lean guard dealt with the remaining 6. Looking at the 2 breathless comrades beside him, Luffy's eyes shone with admiration. It was evident that they were not seasoned fighters. They had merely risen to the occasion when pushed to their limits, revealing latent potential. With guidance from a master or further training, they could easily become formidable fighters, capable of taking on 10 opponents with ease. Chapter 6. Missy. Once the scuffle was resolved, Lu Hu and the other slender security guard returned to stand beside Luffy. The slender security guard extended his hand and proactively introduced himself to Luffy, expressing gratitude for his friend's assistance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chung Gao, and I hail from the same village as Lu Hu. We both came here to work. Your help today is something that both Lu Hu and I will remember. Lu Fei shook hands with Chung Gao and smiled. I am Lu Fei. Since we are working together, we are like family, and I will help whenever I can. Engaging in a brawl is the most primal way to enhance camaraderie, and after the skirmish, the three men transitioned from mere colleagues to friends. Lu Fei observed a group of troublemakers sprawled on the roadside and inquired how to deal with them. Should we drag them away and dispose of them somewhere? Lu Hu and Chung Gao appeared equally inexperienced in handling such matters, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, the blaring of a car horn diverted everyone's attention, and they turned to see a vehicle parked at the entrance. Oh no! In the midst of the fight, I forgot to keep an eye on the door. Lu Hu hastily retrieved a sensor from his pocket and opened the community gate. As the car slowly emerged, Lu Fei raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as the same little golden figure that had entered an hour earlier. The unique license plate, marked with 5/8, and the vehicle's distinctive appearance left a lasting impression on him. Lu Hu, unable to tidy his clothes, hurriedly saluted the approaching Rolls-Royce. To their astonishment, the luxury vehicle came to a halt right in front of them. The tinted glass gradually lowered, revealing its occupant. Contrary to Lu Fei's expectation of a portly, middle-aged man, a strikingly beautiful woman appeared, creating a stark contrast to his imagination. The three men's gazes were captivated by her exquisite features: an oval face, flawless porcelain skin, lips reminiscent of cherry blossoms, elegantly arched brows, and curious, glistening eyes that scrutinized them intently. Lu Hu, fearing he had failed to open the door in time, quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, there was a disturbance at the entrance, and I didn't manage to assist you promptly. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. The woman inside the car did not respond to Lu Hu's words. Instead, she glanced at the group of individuals lying on the ground and asked coolly, Did you three bring down all of these people? Lu Hu's mind raced with questions, but Chen Gao quickly replied, Yes, they were causing trouble, and we subdued them immediately. Upon hearing Chen Gao's response, the woman merely nodded slightly before raising the window. The car then accelerated down the road. Chen Gao, bewildered by the abrupt exchange, was left pondering. The three men ultimately dragged the troublemakers aside and returned to their respective posts. Inside the Rolls-Royce, the woman, having shifted from her previously cold demeanor, addressed the man in the passenger seat with a tone of respect. Master Yi, do you think these three security guards possess any potential for development? The man, referred to as Master Yi, appeared to be in his 50s, with graying hair at the temples and a pair of murky eyes that still held a glimmer of golden light deep within. He stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before speaking. Compared to ordinary individuals, he undoubtedly possesses a significant advantage. The lean figure exuded a sharp and shrewd demeanor, embodying the type who, when he strikes, does so with lethal intent. Rather than a mere boxer, he is perhaps more suited to the role of an assassin. The woman then inquired about the large man, remarking on his robust physique, believing him to be formidable. Master Yi responded, acknowledging the impressive build and solid stance, yet lamented the absence of the fierce spirit one would expect from a fighter. Instead, he appeared more like a loyal and honest guardian. Sensing a somber atmosphere behind him, Master Yi cheerfully reassured Miss He, stating that there was still a month before the competition began, by which time Yun Fei's injuries should have healed considerably. The woman, referred to as Miss He, shook her head, asserting that even if he recovered, he would not return to his peak form after such a severe illness. For safety's sake, she felt compelled to find a more suitable fighter to represent the He family. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she eagerly asked Master Yi about a young man standing between them, who appeared to be the leader. Master Yi reflected for a long while before shaking his head. Missy expressed her disappointment, believing that someone capable of defeating Fei Bo's entourage should possess considerable strength. Master Yi clarified, it is not that he lacks potential, but rather that I cannot discern his true abilities. Hearing this, the woman instantly brightened, questioning whether he might be exceptionally strong. Based on my observations of his demeanor, his feet do not seem firmly rooted to the ground, indicating a lack of stability, yet his eyes radiate confidence, even bordering on arrogance, a belief in his unparalleled might. I surmise, Miss He, that the person you mentioned is either an immensely powerful expert, no longer needing to draw strength from the earth, or a reckless and conceited youth. Master Yi had encountered numerous gifted young individuals, some who practiced martial arts with humility and dedication, while others flaunted their superficial skills for the world to see. However, he had never before witnessed the kind of gaze displayed by Lu Fei today. Suddenly, the term martial fanatic entered Master Ye's mind. Those who pursue martial arts to the utmost will often diverge into two extremes, either becoming renowned masters of the martial way or descending into madness, becoming martial lunatics. The prerequisite for becoming either of these individuals is an unwavering obsession with martial arts. Reflecting on Lu Fei's demeanor, Master Yi felt increasingly convinced that Lu Fei's gaze epitomized that of a martial fanatic. The woman grasped Master Ye's explanation, coldly instructing the driver to investigate the identities of the 3 security guards, with particular focus on the one who had stood in the middle. Understood. The woman turned her gaze towards the window as the vehicle came to a stop outside a nightclub. She observed the dozens of men in suits standing at the entrance, silently wishing that the individual she sought would indeed be an expert capable of alleviating her pressing concerns. The fleeting expressions on her face returned to that of an unyielding ice queen, exuding an aura of authority without needing to express anger. "Good evening, miss." A group of 20 to 30 men stood in 2 rows, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle in reverence. The woman merely nodded lightly, without uttering a word, as she stepped into the nightclub in her high heels. It was only when her figure completely vanished within the grand lobby that the dozens of men dared to rise and proceed into the establishment. Chapter 7. Dismissal. Inside the property management office that evening, Lu Hu, Lu Fei, and Chun Gao stood before the property manager. The middle-aged manager gazed at the 3 with a heart full of sorrow and lamented, "What were you thinking?" Youngsters should understand that taking a step back can lead to broader horizons. Fighting is one thing, but to have it recorded by a resident and lodged as a complaint? "I am unable to protect you any longer. You must seek other opportunities." Lu Hu, initially inclined to defend himself, was restrained by Chun Gao, who whispered, "Enough. The residents are our masters. Arguing with the manager is futile. She doesn't wish for us to leave either." With a resigned sigh, Lu Hu turned and walked out the door. Chun Gao patted Lu Fei, who, feeling somewhat dejected, followed the 2 out. "Wait." Upon hearing the manager's voice, the 3 turned back, their eyes lighting up with surprise. "Lu Fei, come here for a moment." Called out individually, Lu Fei approached bewildered. "You are being dismissed on your first day. Initially, you would not receive any payment, but I see your circumstances are difficult, so I shall provide you with 100. In your future job searches, remember not to be so impulsive. As for Lu Hu and Chun Gao, I will not deduct anything from your wages. Your salaries will be credited to your cards on the 15th. After accepting the money, Lu Fei expressed his gratitude along with Chun Gao and Lu Hu before exiting the property office. On the street, Lu Hu and Chun Gao looked at Lu Fei apologetically and said, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." Lu Fei shook his head. Losing a job is inconsequential. One must not forsake their principles. Chun Gao nodded in agreement. "You speak wisely, Lu Fei. Given your prowess in fighting, we shall call you Brother Fei from now on." Lu Hu also concurred with Chun Gao's sentiment. "I'm only 18. I may not even be older than you two. It feels rather inappropriate to be called Brother Fei." Chun Gao shook his head. "Age is never an issue. We call you brother because of your character and abilities. Besides, we are also just 18. The difference is negligible." Lu Hu, with a goofy grin, chimed in, "Brother Fei, from now on, we will stick with you." Ultimately, Lu Fei could not resist their insistence and acquiesced to their new address. As he made his way home, Lu Fei felt the day had been surreal. Witnessing nudity for the first time at dawn and being dismissed on his very first day of work, only to gain 2 promising young subordinates in the process. Now jobless, Lu Fei dreaded facing Li Ruoxue the most. Upon ascending the stairs and opening his door, he found both women lounging silently in the room, lying on the couch without a word. It was not until Li Ruoxue emerged to use the restroom that she casually glanced at him and exclaimed, "Lu Fei, are you unwell? Why do you return like a thief, silent as a ghost?" Lu Fei initially intended to pretend he hadn't heard her, but Li Ruoxue seized him by the arm, locking eyes with him, causing Lu Fei to feel a pang of guilt. After all, he had just promised the mother and daughter duo to avoid trouble and focus on work. Li Ruoxue did not sense anything amiss. She simply patted Lu Fei and said, "I am hungry. Prepare a meal for us, 2 servings please, as your sisterling hasn't eaten either." Lu Fei nodded and swiftly dashed into the kitchen. Li Ruoxue scratched her head in astonishment, wondering when this little rascal had become so obedient. She had thought he would require a tip to get moving. In the kitchen, Lu Fei busied himself for half an hour, preparing a feast of 4 dishes and a soup. Sister Shui, dinner is ready, he announced, bringing the dishes to the dining table and thoughtfully pulling out a chair for Li Ruoxue. Although she was uncertain about Lu Fei's true intentions, Li Ruoxue relished the feeling of being treated so well. She generously suggested, "Go call your sister Ling to join us." Upon hearing Li Ruoxue's request, Lu Fei dutifully fetched Lu Qingling. Upon seeing the spread, Lu Qingling exclaimed, "Wow, chicken stew with mushrooms, stir-fried loofah with eggs, ed black fungus with yam, and seaweed egg drop soup. Little Fei, why is today so extravagant?" Lu Fei flattered, "Sister Shui and Sister Ling work so hard every day. I thought I'd prepare something delicious to nourish you both." The 2 women were delighted by this flattery and began to indulge in the colorful and aromatic dishes. "Little Fei, you are so biased, always serving Sister Shui. What about me?" Lu Qingling pretended to be angry, shaking Lu Fei's hand. Watching their intimate interaction, Li Ruoxue suddenly lost her appetite. "Qingling, don't go too far. If you're trying to attract a man, do it elsewhere. Even a rabbit won't eat the grass near its burrow," Lu Qingling retorted, releasing her delicate grip. Lu Fei barely ate, focusing instead on serving Li Ruoxue, occasionally offering a few morsels to Lu Qingling. The meal left Li Ruoxue feeling quite satisfied and cheerful. Sensing the right moment, Lu Fei rose and said to Li Ruoxue, "Sister Shui, there is something I've wanted to discuss with you for quite some time." Li Ruoxue looked at Lu Fei, recalling how strange he had been since his return today, being excessively compliant. A troubling thought crept into her mind. "Absolutely not. I am your sister," Lu Qingling interjected. "Then can I?" "You can't either. Old cow eating tender grass. Who are you calling old? I'm only 24. A woman 3 years older can embrace gold bricks. One 6 years older can embrace mountains of gold." I said no means no. Lu Fei stared blankly at the 2 bickering. "Sister Shui, Sister Ling, what are you talking about?" "What I meant to say is that I was dismissed from my job today." "What? How could you be fired on your first day?" Li Ruoxue exclaimed. Lu Fei replied honestly, "I got into a fight." Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxue's anger flared, and she scolded, "You fool, why didn't you just knock him out? All you think about is fighting. Get back there. I can't have you here." As she spoke, Li Ruoxue, in a fit of rage, reached for her phone to call Li Yin, but Lu Qingling quickly snatched it away, soothingly saying, "All right, Ruoxue, calm down. Little Fei surely didn't intend to fight. If he lost his job, it's no big deal. I can help him find work at my place." With a gentle reassurance, Lu Qingling succeeded in calming the irritable Li Ruoxue, who had been as feisty as a ruffled kitten. With lingering anger etched on her face, she turned to Lu Fei, who was standing in punishment, and inquired, "Now, tell me, what prompted the fight? Your dear sister has mentioned that there must be a reason behind it." Lu Fei, lowering his gaze, explained, "Why was at work today? I witnessed a few ruffians bullying my colleague. Unable to stand idly by, I intervened, only to be subsequently reported by the property owner." Li Ruoxue scrutinized Lu Fei for a prolonged moment before exhaling a sigh. She could discern that he was not lying. Rising to her feet, she paced twice around the room, ultimately approaching Lu Fei and affectionately tousling his hair as if he were a disappointing child. "You see, why do you concern yourself with matters that do not involve you? This colleague is someone you have just met. What difference does it make? Is it truly worth losing your job over a scuffle?" Lu Fei lifted his head, his gaze earnest as he replied, "It is worth it." In astonishment at Lu Fei's serious demeanor, Li Ruoxue found herself momentarily rendered speechless. Lu Fei continued, "Even though I have only just met this colleague, he has treated me with kindness, diligently instructing me in my duties. Despite it not being break time, he came early to allow me some rest. And I cannot simply stand by while someone who has shown me kindness is bullied." Li Ruoxue fell silent, her mind drifting back to her childhood in the village after her father had passed away. She recalled the days when she was mocked by other children for being orphaned. As a girl, she felt powerless, confined to her home, her face stained with tears. Before long, however, such taunts faded from the village, and no one mentioned it again. Initially puzzled by the silence surrounding the gossip, she later noticed Lu Fei returning home each day bearing new injuries. Eventually, she learned from others that those who had spoken ill of her had all been confronted by Lu Fei, who silenced them with his formidable fists. It was worth noting that at that time, Lu Fei was merely a child who had yet to enter middle school, while most of his adversaries were his peers in that very stage of education. The physical disparity did not intimidate him. Rather, it fueled his courage. Those who dared to speak defiantly faced the harshest consequences, with some suffering broken teeth at his hands. After that, Li Ruoxua gradually accepted this unexpected brother, even though he had claimed much of their mother's affection. Now, reflecting on the past, her tone softened as she remarked, "I shall not interfere any longer. Your sister has promised to help you find a job, so let her use this connection. But heed my warning, do not engage in further altercations, or you will truly find no refuge in the bustling metropolis." At this moment, Lu Qingling stepped forward and said, "Xiao Fei, your sister is securing a job for you, and you must promise not to engage in any more fights. Can you manage that?" Not wanting to worry Aunt Li, Lu Fei nodded affirmatively, stating, "I can manage." Lu Qingling smiled warmly as she ruffled Lu Fei's hair again, saying, "Good boy. I will wash the dishes and then take you for your interview." However, Lu Fei insisted on doing the dishes himself, completing the task with eagerness, which only deepened Lu Qingling's admiration for her little brother. His gratitude and sense of responsibility were qualities that endeared him to everyone. An hour later, Lu Fei watched as the flamboyantly dressed Li Ruoxua departed. A sense of unease gnawing at him. He nervously inquired of his companion, "Lu Qingling, what kind of work do you and Sister Shui do that requires such attire every night?" Lu Qingling, fully aware of the boy's misguided thoughts, feigned an air of mystery and replied, "That's a secret. You'll find out in due time. For now, take a moment to rest. In another hour, we must set off." An hour later, Lu Fei followed Lu Qingling into a rideshare vehicle, the driver steering towards the towering edifice in the distance. Curiously, Lu Fei asked, "Sister Ling, do you know the name of that illuminated tower?" Without lifting her gaze, Lu Qingling responded, "That's the Pearl Tower. Why do you wish to visit?" "The admission fee is quite steep." Lu Fei shook his head. He had but 100 yuan in his pocket, insufficient even for entry. Observing his dejected demeanor, Lu Qingling praised, "Smart lad. Your sister and I have been up there once. It was rather dull and a waste of money." After a 20-minute journey, the vehicle halted before a resplendent establishment. As Lu Fei stepped out, he gazed up at the grand letters above, Charm Blue Nightclub. Staring at the opulent entrance, he exclaimed, "Sister Shui's rented place costs 5,000. How much must this lavish establishment be worth?" Chuckling at Lu Fei's astonishment, Lu Qingling remarked, "Rent? This land belongs to someone else. You wouldn't recognize them. It's a prominent family in the Magic City, the He family." Dazed, Lu Fei uttered a simple "oh" as Lu Qingling guided him inside. As he walked, he envisioned the grandeur of owning a nightclub like this one. Just collecting rent each month would suffice for a lifetime of extravagance. Upon entering, he discovered that the interior was even more magnificent than the exterior, with a crystal chandelier in the main hall far exceeding the size of his current abode. Lu Qingling instructed Lu Fei to wait in the hall while she fetched the manager. He nodded, exploring the nightclub until Lu Qingling returned with a slightly older woman. "Xiao Fei, this is Manager Wang. Be sure to greet her," Lu Qingling urged. Lu Fei obediently said, "Good evening, Manager Wang." His keen eyes had already spotted the name tag on her chest, Wang Mei. Wang Mei circled Lu Fei, assessing him before nodding. "The lad seems fine. We've discussed the salary. Is everything satisfactory?" Lu Qingling hastily interjected, "There's a small request, Manager Wang. I'd like my brother to join me on the second floor. It's his first time in the big city, and I worry he might cause trouble. I can keep an eye on him there." Wang Mei agreed. "Very well. Take him to the second floor office. After you change tonight, you can bring him to work." Lu Qingling smiled as she bid farewell to Wang Mei and led Lu Fei onward. As they ascended in the elevator, Lu Qingling began to explain the job's particulars. "Your role now is that of a server. You'll take drink orders and clean up any messes at the tables. There's little else to it. If you have any questions, just call for me. We're on the same floor." After Lu Fei nodded in acknowledgement, Lu Qingling proceeded to elaborate on some work requirements before delving into the rules that must be adhered to. "Our attendants on the second floor are permitted only to operate within the first and second floors. They're strictly forbidden from ascending to the third and fourth floors. Any smoking must be conducted in the designated staff passage, and it is imperative to refrain from descending to the basement level." Lu Fei, possessing a sharp memory, quickly assimilated the stipulations articulated by Lu Qingling. He followed her to the office, where she tossed him a set of work attire, instructing him to change. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Lu Fei hesitated, questioning her presence. "Why concern yourself with such matters, being a grown man? The changing room is on the first floor. It would be rather cumbersome to head down. Change quickly. We are about to commence the shift." Observing Lu Qingling's nonchalance, Lu Fei reluctantly disrobed, revealing his bronze skin and perfectly sculpted physique. From an angle where Lu Fei could not see, Lu Qingling swallowed hard. Given the stringent hiring standards of this nightclub, she had encountered numerous handsome men, but none had a physique quite like his. Perhaps discontented with Lu Fei's sluggishness in donning the uniform, or perhaps driven by her own impulses, Lu Qingling took it upon herself to assist him. However, her assistance proved more of a hindrance, as Lu Fei felt as though he had been thoroughly examined in the process. Lu Qingling, aren't we supposed to change shifts at 8? Came a call from outside, accompanied by a knock. With a slight flush gracing her cheeks, Lu Qingling hastily unlocked the door, ushering the equally bewildered Lu Fei outside. Chapter 9, A Waiter's Crime. After a day spent in the role of an early shift security guard, Lu Fei transitioned into his duties as a waiter. Were it not for his current unfamiliarity with his phone, he would have likened himself to a workhorse. Not long into his new responsibilities, Lu Fei realized that this role was significantly more taxing than that of a security guard, compounded by the incessant noise. Each time he entered to deliver drinks or clear tables, he endured the oral assault of booming music. During this tumultuous period, Lu Qingling made several visits to check on Lu Fei, and upon witnessing his swift acclimatization, she affectionately patted his abdominal muscles. Observing her contented departure, Lu Fei harbored serious doubts about whether her visits were meant for the purpose of monitoring his performance or merely a manifestation of her own curiosity. At this hour, Lu Fei would typically have already succumbed to sleep, and defying his natural rhythm, he retreated to the stairwell to perform 100 push-ups, which considerably invigorated him. Glancing at the time on his phone, he noted it was already past 1 o'clock. Stretching lazily, he mused that he would soon be able to return home for some much-needed rest. As the night wore on, the number of patrons singing and drinking in the private rooms dwindled, transitioning from Lu Fei managing multiple rooms to the singular remaining room with its solitary singer. Out of consideration, Lu Qingling kindly allowed him to rest in the staff passage while she concluded her shift. Inside the private room, clad in her uniform, Lu Qingling was bent over, tidying the table, when suddenly a hand brushed against her fitted skirt. Startled, she recoiled as if electrified, her gaze darting toward the man who had dared to invade her personal space. He was a balding man in his 40s, sporting a beer belly, his face flushed from drink, and his eyes leering intently at Lu Qingling. Lu Qingling discerned the man's appearance and mustered her courage to coldly assert, "We provide legitimate services here. Should you disrupt the order, you must remember this is the He family's establishment." The men in the private room, already inebriated, paid no heed to Lu Qingling's warning, instead indulging in their own conversation. "Who is the He family? I don't know them. Beautiful lady. I'm a foreman from the construction site next door. Become my mistress, and I'll pay you 8,000 a month. How does that sound?" As Lu Qingling resolutely declined, she retrieved her phone and dialed the first contact on her list. The bald man, with sharp eyes, noticed her action and swiftly lunged forward, snatching the phone from her grasp and disconnecting the call. "You filthy woman, dare to report me? Let's see if I don't make you regret it." With that, he raised his hand to strike her. Terrified, Lu Qingling shut her eyes, silently cursing the bald man. "Can't you count? Have you ever seen an 11-digit emergency number?" Anticipating the sharp sound of a slap, it never came. Instead, a tall young man had firmly grasped the bald man's wrist. He stepped forward, shielding Lu Qingling, and forcefully released the bald man's grip, warning, "This is a legitimate establishment. If you lay a hand on her again, you will face the consequences." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lu Qingling opened her eyes. Gazing at the figure before her, she was momentarily transported to a vision of the legendary hero, as his uniform seemed to transform into golden armor. With a quivering voice, she implored, "Xiaofei, he is trying to harass me." Lu Fei looked up at the ceiling of the private room, then turned to Lu Qingling and said, "You should leave. I'll handle this." Grasping Lu Fei's hand, she pleaded, "Please don't get into a fight. I'll call security, do you hear me?" Lu Fei nodded, and as Lu Qingling met his gentle gaze, her heart melted. However, realizing this was not the time for tender moments, she quickly turned and fled the private room. Once Lu Qingling exited, the bald man, recovering from his shock, summoned his drunken bravado and approached Lu Fei again, glaring fiercely. "Do you know who I am?" Lu Fei calmly inquired. "Who?" The bald man pointed to the right, declaring, "If you head 500 meters to the right from this nightclub, you'll find a construction site. I'm the boss there. Everyone listens to me. Believe me, a single spit could drown you. Following his assertion, the dozen men behind him lined up, attempting to bolster his intimidation. Lu Fei shook his head in disbelief. I can swim. Damn you. You think you can just walk away without a lesson? The bald man, feeling his pride wounded by Lu Fei's indifference, seized a bottle and threatened, you have one last chance to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, in the next moment, I'll crack your skull open. Fool, Lu Fei replied nonchalantly. Unable to contain his fury any longer, the bald man smashed the bottle down. The private room erupted in terrified screams, mingled with the pungent scent of blood. Murder. Someone's been killed. Quick, I need a bandage. I might not make it. At the elevator entrance, Lu Qiling, who had just rushed in with security, was abruptly startled by a wailing sound reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. A wave of dread washed over her. It seemed Xiao Fei had indeed resorted to violence. In a state of indecision and panic, she hurriedly dialed Li Ruoxue's number. As soon as the call connected, Lu Qiling anxiously exclaimed, Your brother is in trouble. Hurry up here. Without waiting for response, she abruptly ended the call and dashed towards the private room with security in tow. Upon opening the door to the room, she was met with the sight of Lu Fei, his expression grim, blood trickling from the side of his head, as he surveyed the scene of several men sprawled on the sofa. The bald man at the forefront was sitting on the floor, wailing and repeatedly crying out. The waiter has killed someone. Quickly take me to the hospital. Meanwhile, Li Ruoxue, taking the elevator upwards, encountered numerous colleagues, all heading to the second floor to witness the commotion. They chattered excitedly. Sister Shui, have you seen that video in the group? The cries of the waiter has killed someone could be heard all over the second floor. They say it was a new server in the private room. Hearing her colleagues' accounts, Li Ruoxue felt a surge of anxiety. Ignoring the discomfort of her high heels, she rushed towards the private room. Upon entering, she found only Lu Fei and Lu Qiling remaining. She quickly inquired of Lu Qiling, where are the guests? They've been taken to the hospital, Lu Qiling replied. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxue immediately unleashed a torrent of reproach upon Lu Fei. Lu Fei, could you not make things so difficult? Do you think finding a job in a big city is easy? Or is your promise just empty words? Just as Lu Qiling was about to explain, Li Ruoxue's fiery temper erupted, cutting her off and continuing to berate Lu Fei. With his own frustrations already boiling, Lu Fei felt the flames of anger ignite within him upon seeing Li Ruoxue's sudden appearance and her peculiar attire. What right do you have to criticize me? Just look at what you're doing. Seeing Lu Fei, who had clearly erred, turn the blame on her, Li Ruoxue felt herself nearly faint with rage. Steadying herself against the sofa, she retorted, What do you mean by that? Lu Fei scoffed. You deceived Aunt Li and the villagers by claiming to be a hotel manager. But in reality, you're just a hostess at this nightclub. Upon hearing these words, both Li Ruoxue and Lu Qiling were taken aback. Li Ruoxue was the first to react, her anger flaring. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if I'm not a hotel manager, I am not that kind of person. I am a server, just like Lu Qiling. Lu Fei spat dismissively. A server? Look at your dress. The slit is nearly to your chest. You expect me to believe you're a server? I've seen how servers dress. Ling Jie's attire is what a server wears. Yours is what the villagers call a streetwalker. Li Ruoxue was rendered speechless, wishing to explain but bound by the nightclub's rules. Ultimately, she could only swallow her indignation and say, Believe what you want. I'm not that. You are. I'm not. You are. I'm not. You are. No. After a fruitless argument between the two, Li Ruoxue let out a cold laugh and said, Without a job, are you prepared to roll back to your hometown and live off your elders for the rest of your life? What are you still doing here? Making a fool of yourself? Watching Li Ruoxue in her current state pained Lu Fei's heart. In their childhood, Lu Fei had vowed to use his strength to protect her from all harm, clearing every obstacle in her path. Yet now, everything had changed. His once innocent sister was working in a dubious establishment, and the sight shattered Lu Fei's heart. He looked down and yelled, Return the money Aunt Li gave me. We sever ties here and now. Upon hearing Lu Fei's declaration of severance, Li Ruoxue's temper flared. She pulled out the 6,000 yuan that she had yet to deposit in the bank and threw it at Lu Fei, warning him, If I find out you spent this money at a foot massage parlor, even if we part ways, I will still break your legs. Lu Fei picked up the money from the ground and silently left, blood dripping along his path. Seeing Lu Fei truly depart, Li Ruoxue, infuriated, plopped down on the sofa, simmering with rage. At that moment, Lu Qingling seized the opportunity to interject, Ruoxue, you truly misunderstood Lu Fei. He didn't start the fight today. It was that customer who smashed a bottle over him, and he got hurt from the shards, making a fuss about it. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxue's head snapped up as she grasped Lu Qingling's hand, demanding, "You're not joking with me, are you?" Lu Qingling nodded. She had just entered the private room when she saw Lu Fei standing in the center, surrounded by a dozen men who were so frightened they could barely stand. Collapsing onto the sofa, the bald man who had struck Lu Fei with the bottle, now nursing his own injuries, was kneeling on the ground, pretending to act. Claiming liquid courage, he was merely feigning bravery. When faced with a true adversary, even he cowered. Fortunately, the private room was under surveillance, and the arriving security personnel reviewed the footage to ascertain the entire incident. The culprits were blacklisted from entering the nightclub again, with further punishment to be determined by the owner. The security assured Lu Fei that the owner would provide a satisfactory resolution. Lu Fei, mindful of the potential repercussions of a fight that could cost him his job and force him to return home, endured the provocation without retaliating. All to spare Aunt Li from worry. After learning the truth, Li Ruoxue felt an overwhelming sense of guilt while her anger surged as she lunged at Lu Qingling, exclaiming, "Are you envious of our sibling bond, deliberately withholding information to sabotage our relationship? I'll strangle you, you aging bull longing for tender grass. You broke my arm. You can't blame me." Lu Qingling retorted, "Crazy woman, are you really going to strangle me?" After a brief scuffle, Li Ruoxue sat there dazed, devoid of the spirit to return to work. Before long, she turned to Lu Qingling and said, "Please inform the manager that I'll be leaving early today. I need to clarify things with that stubborn mule, Lu Fei. If he doesn't communicate clearly, it will only lead to trouble." With that, Li Ruoxue grabbed her small bag and headed out, hailing a taxi to rush home. When Li Ruoxue arrived home, she discovered that everything related to Lu Fei had vanished. Anxiously, she stomped her feet in the house, her voice quivering as she exclaimed, "That insufferable Lu Fei, at his age, still playing the runaway." Finding no one at home, she dashed downstairs, heedless of the fact that it was already past 2 in the morning, and set off in her high heels to search the streets of the bustling metropolis. Meanwhile, Lu Fei lay in a half-finished building beside the neighborhood, staring vacantly at the stars above. He now possessed 6,000 yuan, but was utterly at a loss as to what to do next. Ever since arriving in the city, he had followed Li Ruoxue's lead, and after their falling out, confusion enveloped him. Just as he began to drift in his sleep beneath the night sky, he was jolted awake by the roar of several approaching cars. Irritated, he peered outside and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the first vehicle. He recognized it immediately. The golden emblem and a license plate number consisting of 5/8. It belonged to the owner of the complex. Behind a Rolls-Royce trailed several Iveco vans. Once the luxurious car came to a halt, the vans had barely stopped when a throng of over 100 individuals began to emerge. Lu Fei felt a twinge of trepidation at the sight. Though he had engaged in brawls with groups of over 100 during his time in the village, those had been children. These were fully grown adults, and there were at least 100 of them on one side. He chose not to intervene, but instead observed the unfolding situation, contemplating his escape routes should he decide to assist. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman descended from the Rolls-Royce. Despite facing over 100 adversaries, her expression remained icy and composed. The driver and a middle-aged man stood protectively behind her as she spoke first, her voice cool and detached, devoid of any hint of fear. "Do you know who I am?" A tattooed brute stepped forward from the Iveco convoy, looking down at her with disdain. "We know who you are, the esteemed Miss Hijichio. It is precisely because we are aware of your identity that we intend to kidnap you and threaten your father." Upon hearing their intention to act against her, Hijichio's countenance darkened. Her driver and the middle-aged man positioned themselves in front of her, declaring, "Miss, we are here to protect you. Seize the opportunity to escape." Lu Fei, hidden behind a wall, couldn't help but scoff at the melodramatic scene. You drive your car into a dead end, yet expect your lady to flee. Do you believe she possesses the skills of a martial artist? After instructing Hijichio, the middle-aged man turned to the driver and said, "You go first. I will cover your retreat." The driver nodded, trembling as he rushed forward. Observing his unsteady gait, Lu Fei furrowed his brow. The man's fear was palpable, and his erratic steps would surely lead to a beating. As reality unfolded as Lu Fei had anticipated, the driver barely reached the tattooed man before being swiftly knocked to the ground by 2 of his henchmen, who proceeded to pummel him mercilessly. The tattooed brute provocatively gazed at the middle-aged man beside Hijichio, disdain dripping from his tone as he remarked, "Old man, it seems you're the last one left. Shall I send someone to deal with you? Or will you come and face the punishment yourself?" The middle-aged man disregarded the tattooed thug's mockery and turned back to Hijichio, cautioning her, "Miss, I will hold them off for you. Seize the opportunity to escape. And do be exceedingly careful. Master Yi, you must also exercise caution." In a corner, observing the second middle-aged man stepping forward, Lu Fei commented, "Compared to the previous driver, this one possesses a modicum of skill. His steps are steady, and he remains composed under pressure. Alas, age may diminish his stamina." Indeed, Lu Fei noted that after Master Yi had repelled dozens of attackers, he began to breathe heavily, his movements growing slow and feeble. Ultimately, before he could react, Master Yi was struck in the back by a thug lurking in the shadows, collapsing limply to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fei sighed from his hiding place. It seemed the young lady would be captured as leverage. One could only wonder what price her father would pay for her release. Although Lu Fei was quite capable in combat, he had no desire to intervene in this matter. Firstly, he lacked the confidence to defeat 100 thugs, many of whom bore weapons. Secondly, he had only met this woman once. In essence, she was a stranger. Thirdly, he had promised Aunt Li and Li Ruoxue not to engage in fights. These reasons intertwined, prompting him to avert his gaze and recline back onto the cardboard. Leaning against the Rolls-Royce, Hijichio scanned the nearby abandoned buildings, her fingers idly curling. The leading tattooed thug noticed this movement. Two of his underlings stepped forward, inquiring, "Boss, we've dealt with the nuisances. Shall we tie her up and take her away?" The tattooed thug shook his head, saying, "Why the rush? A rare beauty like this should be enjoyed before binding her. Don't you want to have some fun?" The underlings exchanged surprised glances, but quickly shouted in unison, "We want to have fun." "All right," the tattooed thug bellowed. "Go, strip her of her clothes, take her to the van. I will go first, and you can line up afterward." Several underlings immediately complied, scampering toward Hijichio. "Get lost." The curse did not emanate from Hijichio, but rather from behind the walls of the abandoned building. The tattooed thug shouted toward the structure, "Who is there? If you know what is good for you, scram and mind your own business." Shortly after the thug's voice faded, Lu Fei emerged from the abandoned building, a cigarette dangling from his right hand. His gaze settled on Hijichio beside the Rolls-Royce as he remarked, "Oh, why are you still fully clothed? Are they merely bluffing?" Hijichio coldly replied, "Are you eager to see?" Lu Fei almost nodded, but abruptly realized the absurdity and shook his head, "Not particularly. I'm just curious as to why you remain so composed in the face of 100 men. Aren't you afraid?" Hijichio answered nonchalantly, "I am afraid." Lu Fei turned, enlightenment dawning upon him. It appeared she was simply expressionless. Regrettably, had he possessed eyes in the back of his head, he would have been astonished by the captivating expression on Hijichio's face. Lu Fei took a deep drag from his cigarette, then directed his gaze towards the tattooed man leading the 100-strong group opposite him, expressing his discontent as he spoke. "Tell me, can't you manage your lower half while engaging in kidnapping? You truly lack any sense of professional integrity." Initially, Lu Fei had no intention of intervening. After all, a straightforward exchange of money could resolve the matter of the abduction. However, upon hearing these ruffians not only planning to kidnap, but also to violate the young woman in their grasp, he could no longer tolerate it. Such a young lady, if subjected to such a fate in this desolate place among so many men, would undoubtedly be haunted by nightmares for the rest of her life. The tattooed man, taken aback by the fact that he was being admonished not for the kidnapping itself, but for failing to control his urges, twitched his lips and replied with hostility, "You're just one person. What gives you the right to dictate my actions? 100 wild dogs may bark loudly together, but sadly, they possess little fighting prowess." With disdainful bravado, Lu Fei issued a warning, turning to Hijichio behind him. "In a moment, retreat to the car, lock the doors, and close the windows. When I signal you to open, remember to do so." "Understood," Hijichio replied, her tone as frosty as ever, yet obediently made her way to the vehicle. Observing Lu Fei's subtle movements, the tattooed man sneered coldly, "Surely you don't believe you can escape from me and my brothers? Anyone who dares to insult us wild dogs, brothers, take him down." At his command, a throng surged towards Lu Fei. "How amusing. This shall serve as an opportunity to test the fruits of my years of practice." With that, Lu Fei unleashed a powerful punch upon the first man charging at him. Fully engaging in the fray, without holding back as he had the previous day. Under the moonlight, one could faintly discern the blood spraying from the man's mouth, along with several yellowed teeth flying from the impact. Establishing dominance was crucial. With that single strike, the previously aggressive crowd hesitated, their advance stalling as they beheld their comrade. Half his teeth knocked out, his face grotesquely deformed. As the tattooed men fell into a state of panic, Lu Fei seized the opportunity, akin to a tiger plunging into a flock of sheep. While the opposition was momentarily stunned, a heavy punch sent one of them into a deep slumber. Amidst the chaos of bloodshed and terrified screams, Lu Fei felt an exhilarating rush, a primal thrill erupting from deep within his bones. He roared with uncontainable joy. This is exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. Each punch landed with force, narrowly evading retaliatory strikes, filling him with profound satisfaction. Though surrounded by the crowd, he occasionally endured blows from fists and clubs, but in this bloodthirsty state he felt no pain. Bearing wounds from various skirmishes, Lu Fei shouted, "Come on! Haven't you eaten? Is that why you're so weak?" Like an indomitable warrior, he relentlessly assaulted anyone brave enough to face him. Chapter 12. Is this the power of women's boxing? As time passed, the skirmish between Lu Fei and the 100-man group had already left half of them lying on the ground, peacefully ensconced in slumber. At this moment, Luffy's condition was far from ideal. A sudden blow to his head had reopened a wound that he had only just managed to staunch, causing blood to drip profusely onto his clothes and the ground. Despite his physical state, Luffy's gaze remained fixed intently on his adversaries. Should any of them attempt to approach him, they would need to be prepared for a reciprocal exchange of injuries. His master had once imparted to him that in both one-on-one confrontations and in battles against multiple foes, the ability to withstand blows and combat skills are equally vital. Even the mightiest martial artists are prone to errors, and it is often these missteps that lead to failure or even death. The adage that a flurry of punches can fell a master or two fists cannot withstand four hands rings true, primarily due to insufficient defense. However, if one possesses a resilient constitution, they can endure more mistakes, thus affording themselves greater opportunities to learn from their errors and ultimately triumph over their opponents. When Luffy first apprenticed, he was taught not merely how to strike, but rather how to absorb punishment. Through rigorous training, his muscles and bones had become more resilient than those of an average person. It was thanks to the grueling trials he faced back home that he could stand his ground even after taking down half of his 100 assailants. Nevertheless, his stamina was nearing its limit. Luffy felt that even raising his arm to throw a punch had become an arduous task. He could only glare fiercely at his opponents, standing resolutely in place to buy time for the lady in the car to summon reinforcements. If this woman had any sense, she ought to be calling for help right now. Luffy's sole hope lay in the swift arrival of Hijichio's support, and he was most concerned about the woman remaining idle in the vehicle. As neither side made a move, the driver and Master Yi, who had been lying still, unexpectedly regained consciousness and approached Luffy. Master Yi directed a stern look at the man leading the group, who was eyeing Luffy warily, and warned him that help was on the way. If he wished to avoid death, he should leave promptly. Luffy initially thought Master Yi's words were nonsensical. After all, they had already lost 50 men. Surely, this would deter them? Yet, to his surprise, the tattooed giant acted like a compliant student, instructing the remaining standing members to carry their unconscious comrades. He turned to Luffy and declared, "You've thwarted my plans today. I'll remember you. You'd best find a protector, or beware the day I catch you alone at night." After delivering his threat, the tattooed man climbed into the passenger seat of an Iveco, and within minutes, 100 individuals vanished from the derelict building, leaving Luffy in stunned disbelief. Half of them had simply fled? The abandoned edifice fell silent once more. The voice of Master Yi shattered the silence as he clasped his hands in gratitude towards Lu Fei, saying, "Thank you, young brother, for your assistance. My name is Yi One, and in the martial world, I am often referred to as Master Yi. The person you have rescued is none other than Hijichio, the eldest daughter of one of the 4 prominent families in Magic City, the He family. Should you desire any form of compensation, do not hesitate to express your wishes. The He family will certainly do their utmost to fulfill them." Lu Fei, bewildered by the mention of the martial world, Master Yi, and the 4 great families of Magic City, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Brother Yi, I did not lend my aid for any reward. I merely could not abide by the sight of so many grown men attempting to forcibly take a woman under the broad daylight. Now that the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned it apart. As he opened the door of the Rolls-Royce, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him, and Hijichio positioned herself in front of Lu Fei. From her bag, she retrieved a white silk handkerchief and gently dabbed it against Lu Fei's forehead. He instinctively attempted to evade her touch, but a cold voice, firm and unyielding, commanded, "Do not move. You are bleeding." Though Lu Fei felt a surge of annoyance at being ordered about, he remained still, allowing Hijichio to tend to his wound. As she wiped, she furrowed her brow and remarked, "There are shards of glass in this wound. It seems this injury was not from here. Did you get into a fight earlier?" Lu Fei shook his head and replied, "I was at the nightclub for work today and encountered a drunken troublemaker who struck me with a bottle." Hijichio, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, "A drunken fool was able to injure you? Moreover, my family is the only one in Magic City that owns a nightclub. You're not suggesting you work at the Mila nightclub, are you?" Lu Fei recalled that Ling Jie had previously mentioned that this nightclub belonged to the He family. Coupled with Yi Wen's introduction of her as the He family's eldest daughter, everything began to align in his mind. He instinctively took a step back, feeling an ominous sense that this woman was his nemesis. He had been beaten at her place of work, and now, after work, he found himself embroiled in yet another altercation on her behalf. "I promised my family not to engage in fights, which is why I ended up injured," he explained. Listening to Lu Fei's account, Hijichio's lips curled into a slight smile, and she took a step closer, her voice softening as she asked, "Then why did you resort to fighting today?" Startled by her sudden proximity, Lu Fei instinctively retreated, his back against the wall of an unfinished building. Faced with the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered, he nervously averted his gaze and attempted to maintain his composure, stating, "I avoid fighting unless absolutely necessary. Had they not been attempting to assault you, I would not have intervened." Feigning disappointment, Hijichio withdrew her gaze, saying, "So, you had already seen me in distress and were prepared to let me be taken away without offering assistance." Lu Fei was at a loss for words. He had saved her yet was being chastised. Was this the power of a woman's influence? Observing Lu Fei's discomfort, Hijichio abandoned her playful teasing and returned to the matter at hand, stating, "You should no longer work at the nightclub. Instead, come work for me. Your compensation will be more than satisfactory." Lu Fei, puzzled, asked, "What would I be doing? Serving as a security guard?" Hijichio shook his head and said, "I have an underground boxing arena, and one of my fighters has been injured. I find you quite impressive. Come and fight on my behalf. If you perform well, a future filled with wealth, status, and fame awaits you." Lu Fei immediately declined, stating, "I won't fight. I promised my family that I would no longer engage in brawls. Please seek someone else." Upon hearing Lu Fei's response, Hijichio's expression remained unchanged. He merely retrieved a silk scarf from his bag and began to wipe the blood that continued to flow from Lu Fei's forehead. "If you refuse to assist me, those individuals just now belong to the Qinglong gang. They are aware that you lack support and will undoubtedly turn their aggression towards you and those around you. I am not in a hurry. I shall grant you a few more days to contemplate this matter." Chapter 13. No destruction. No establishment. Lu Fei accepted the silk scarf and pressed it against his forehead. The faint, delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, alleviating some of the pain in his head. After listening to Hijichio's words, he shook his head once more, declaring, "I will not go. I intend to find a regular job in the Magic City." Hijichio stifled a light laugh, her icy demeanor melting, leaving Lu Fei mesmerized. "Fool, individuals like you squander their lives in monotonous jobs. Even the heavens would lament such waste. Here, take my business card. My number is on it. Should you reconsider, feel free to call me at any time." Her melodious laughter lingered only for a moment, as Hijichio resumed her aloof demeanor, handed Lu Fei a business card, and then departed in a Rolls-Royce, leaving the abandoned building behind. Lu Fei watched the vehicle recede into the distance, glancing down at the business card, with Hijichio's previous words echoing in his mind. "Fool, individuals like you squander their lives in monotonous jobs. Even the heavens would lament such waste. Is it really so?" Ultimately, Lu Fei tucked the card into his pocket and returned to the derelict building. Lu Fei lay atop a pile of cardboard, covering his face with a white silk scarf. Inhaling its subtle fragrance mingled with the scent of blood. To be honest, he had a strong desire to box and engage in sparring. However, Aunt Li and Li Ruoxue did not support him, fearing he might suffer injuries at the hands of others. They argued that his current ability to dominate was merely due to the absence of true masters, and that it would be too late to withdraw once he encountered genuine talent. The only master Lu Fei had ever met was his own teacher, a madman from Lijia village, who did not even know his own name. The villagers referred to him as Zhang Sanfeng, and he adopted that name for himself. Their acquaintance was forged through an unexpected encounter in the mountains, where they both sought the same bird's nest, leading to a fierce scuffle beneath the tree. That day, Lu Fei experienced his first defeat in life. Stubborn as he was, he relentlessly pursued Zhang Sanfeng thereafter. Zhang Sanfeng recognized Lu Fei's tenacity and, beneath his eccentric exterior, was a true martial arts master, capable of crushing pebbles with bare hands. Soon after, Lu Fei bowed to Zhang Sanfeng, formally becoming his disciple. In return, Zhang Sanfeng generously bestowed upon him a jade pendant, symbolizing their master-disciple bond. For several years, Lu Fei would bring delicacies from home to visit Zhang Sanfeng in the mountains to learn his techniques. On the eve of Lu Fei's 18th birthday, he, as usual, brought a roasted chicken to visit Zhang Sanfeng, only to find the grass hut where his master resided completely deserted, save for a letter left behind. I have set out to wander the world in search of higher martial arts peaks. I have nothing further to impart to you, but remember this: without destruction, there can be no creation. Zhang Sanfeng. In his reverie, Lu Fei caressed the jade pendant hanging from his neck, faintly hearing someone call his name. He removed the scarf from his head, sat up, and listened intently. Indeed, a woman's voice was calling for him. Rising to his feet, he peered over the wall and saw a woman in a split cheongsam, wielding a phone flashlight as she approached, continually shouting his name. Upon recognizing the visitor as Li Ruoxue, warmth surged within Lu Fei. It seemed she still cared for him, searching for him in the dead of night. However, recalling how she had scolded him without discernment moments earlier, Lu Fei laid back down, feigning ignorance. Lu Fei, little Fei. Li Ruoxue had traversed several streets and returned, calling out for 1 to 2 hours, her voice nearly giving out. Undeterred, she resumed her search in the dilapidated building, her hoarse voice ringing out, calling Lu Fei's name. Fortune favors the diligent. Just as Li Ruoxue's high heel nearly stepped on Lu Fei's sensitive area, he finally rolled over, catching her attention. Startled, she quickly directed the flashlight downward, and upon seeing Lu Fei, her trembling chest settled somewhat. Are you trying to give me a heart attack, lying here like a corpse? I should never have let you become a security guard. If you can play dead so well, you ought to join a film crew. Lu Fei remained silent, continuing to lie still. Li Ruoxue, fuming, exclaimed, "Have you lost your voice? Or are you just sulking like a petulant child?" With that, she playfully kicked Lu Fei with her alluring legs, waiting for his customary response. Yet, he remained unresponsive, allowing her to continue her antics. Realizing Lu Fei was sulking, she adjusted her cheongsam, squatted down, and softened her tone. "Fine, I misjudged you. You didn't get into a fight. You're quite obedient, so I want to send you back home. Come on, let's go. Ling Jie is worried sick at home." Lu Fei sat up, ignoring her, and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and taking a drag. Li Ruoxue snatched it away. "At your young age, you should learn better. You haven't made much money, yet you've mastered the art of wasting it." She took a puff and immediately coughed. "What kind of cheap cigarette is this? It nearly choked me. If you're going to smoke, at least buy something decent." As Li Ruoxue tossed the cigarette to the ground, Lu Fei swiftly reclaimed it, exhaling clouds of smoke once more. "If you smoke again, I'll tell my mom, and see if she doesn't break your legs." "Do as you wish," Lu Fei retorted nonchalantly. "Let's see whether I get my legs broken for smoking, or if you end up with yours broken for working as a hostess in a nightclub." "I do not." Lu Fei disregarded Li Ruoxue, directly pulling out his phone to snap a picture of her, with his photograph as evidence. He intended to show the village her dress, which had a slit reaching her chest, to observe their reactions. Li Ruoxue was at a loss for words. It barely reached her thighs, yet Lu Fei insisted on exaggerating. Nevertheless, even if it only reached her thighs, it was enough for her to be talked about for a lifetime in the village. After being threatened by Lu Fei, Li Ruoxue defiantly discarded the cigarette from his mouth and extinguished it violently with her high heel. She feigned indifference, saying, "Go ahead and send it. As a woman, I can endure a few comments. I've been accustomed to it since childhood." With that, Li Ruoxue turned away and lowered her head. Lu Fei sighed. "Gently pat her back. Stop it, please. Don't engage in such antics before me. You know I can't tolerate it." Now it was Li Ruoxue's turn to ignore Lu Fei, who felt an urge to slap himself. "Fine, I'll go home. You were wrong before, and I was wrong just now. Let us consider it even." A delicate hand emerged from the darkness. "Lu Fei, Return my money. Chapter 14. You don't want to watch a movie, do you? On the way back, Lu Fei inquired several times if Li Ruoxue was indeed involved in that line of work, but she firmly denied it. I'm not doing that. This outfit is required for work. If it weren't for the company regulations preventing me from bringing you in, I would certainly have taken you to see me at my job. After calming down, Lu Fei believed Li Ruoxue was telling the truth. If she were indeed engaged in such activities, she wouldn't have arrived at the scene so quickly. After a moment of silence, Lu Fei, observing the flamboyantly dressed Li Ruoxue ahead, said, "You should resign. This job isn't good for you, making you dress so provocatively." Li Ruoxue hesitated for a moment before continuing to walk forward. "If I don't have a job, will you support me?" Lu Fei fell silent, his hand buried in his pocket, gripping the business card tightly. Li Ruoxue turned around, looking at the silent Lu Fei with a smile. "All right. It's not up to a little brat like you to worry about me. I'm clever enough. At most, I'll just give people a visual treat. If anyone wants to touch me, they can keep dreaming." As Lu Fei listened to her words, his mood inexplicably brightened, and he loosened his grip on the business card. Following Li Ruoxue home, once they reached the building, as Li Ruoxue opened the door, Lu Qingling, who was sitting on the sofa, jumped up excitedly. "Did you find him? Did you find him?" Lu Fei, burdened with a pile of luggage, approached the door and apologetically said to Lu Qingling, "I'm sorry, Ling Jia, for making you worry." Upon seeing Lu Fei, Lu Qingling rushed forward and leaped into his arms, rubbing against him vigorously. "Xiao Fei, you mustn't run off again. You worried your sister to death." "Ah, Li Ruoxue, are you crazy? Don't pull my hair." Li Ruoxue, observing Lu Qingling clinging to Lu Fei like a koala, felt a surge of frustration. She thought to herself, "I searched in the dark for 2 hours and nearly caught the attention of a vagrant. Yet I couldn't even get a hug. How is it fair that you, who stayed at home, get to embrace him?" After forcibly pulling Lu Qingling away from Lu Fei, she stormed off to take a shower. Lu Qingling, observing Li Ruoxue heading to the bathroom, smiled mischievously at Lu Fei, saying, "Now that Sister Shui has left, do you still wish for a hug?" Ahem. Lu Fei cleared his throat a couple of times, glancing at Lu Qingling's damp hair, which suggested it had just been washed. He promptly shifted the topic, saying, "Sister Ling, your hair is still wet. You should dry it quickly to avoid catching a chill." Lu Qingling handed him the hairdryer, playfully saying, "Little Fei, my arms are sore. Could you dry my hair for me?" Faced with her playful request, Lu Fei had no choice but to comply, reminiscent of the times back home when he dried Li Ai's and Li Ruoxue's hair. "You're quite skilled at this." "Little Fei," Lu Qingling remarked. Lu Fei awkwardly explained, "I've done this for Sister Shui and my aunt before, so I suppose practice makes perfect." Lu Qingling nodded and teased. "Then in the future, Little Fei can help me too. As a reward, I can help you evolve from a boy into a man." Lu Fei, gazing at the naturally beautiful Lu Qingling, swallowed hard, ready to agree, when suddenly the bathroom door swung open and Li Ruoxue stepped out, her hair still damp. With an assertive tone, she declared, "Quickly make way. If you keep drying her hair, it will get frizzy. Who can compete with you? You want to eat, yet you want to let others indulge." Lu Qingling retorted, sticking out her tongue as she made way. Li Ruoxue settled onto the sofa, and Lu Fei expertly began drying her hair, memories transporting him back several years. Li Ruoxue reflected inwardly, lamenting that since moving out, she had to manage her own hair after every wash, which was a hassle. Now, her younger brother was already 18. He could always be by her side, cooking and drying her hair. Little did Lu Fei know what Li Ruoxue was contemplating. If he did, he would certainly choke on his own blood, wondering if she intended to keep him by her side forever as her caretaker without ever letting him marry. Lu Qingling, sitting nearby, soon began yawning repeatedly. She stood up and announced, "I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep." "Ruoxue, don't sneak snacks behind my back." Li Ruoxue ignored her, thinking, "Even if you do, what can you do about it? After all, I am your sister." In the living room, only Lu Fei and Li Ruoxue remained. Li Ruoxue broke the silence, asking, "When do you plan to return to work?" Lu Fei shook his head, replying, "I don't intend to go back to the nightclub. I find the atmosphere there unpleasant. I've made 2 friends in this city, and over the next few days, I plan to ask them if they have any leads." Surprisingly, Li Ruoxue did not adopt her usual authoritative demeanor. She retrieved a stack of money from her bag, counted out several red bills, and handed them to Lu Fei, saying, "When looking for a job, be sure not to get scammed. Seek out reputable places, and don't let yourself go hungry. Lu Fei accepted the money without hesitation. He would need it for his outings. He stuffed the cash into his pocket and inquired, Sister Shui, I want to get a mobile device that can access the internet. I've been trying to go online, but it keeps saying there's no network. Li Ruoxua looked at him suspiciously and suddenly exclaimed, You're not planning to watch adult films, are you? Lu Fei scratched his head in confusion. What films? I intend to browse the internet for boxing matches. Otherwise, the monotony is unbearable. Back home, I could at least watch the matches on television, but here, there is no television. Li Ruoxua chuckled softly, observing Lu Fei's innocent gaze, realizing that he must be a pure-hearted individual akin to Xiao Chunan. Li Ruoxua extended her delicate hand and said, Bring it here. There is no need to waste money. We have internet at home. I'll connect you, but once you go out, it will be lost. Lu Fei looked on with curiosity as Li Ruoxua performed her operations. And to his astonishment, the browser indeed displayed a video of a boxing match. He gazed at her in admiration and exclaimed, Sister Shui, you are amazing with your skills. You need to linger in the nightclub. Li Ruoxua disdainfully retorted, Fool, then stood up and announced, I'm going to sleep now. You should hurry to bed as well. After watching Li Ruoxua sway her slender waist back to her room, Lu Fei focused intently on a video of Bruce Lee's past performances. At some point, drowsiness overcame him. His phone, still playing the video, slipped from his grasp, and he fell into a deep slumber. Bang, bang, bang. In his dream, Lu Fei engaged in a spar with Bruce Lee, both of them evenly matched. Watching from the sidelines were Sister Shui, Sister Ling, and He Jiqiu. Finally, Lu Fei seized an opportunity and executed a swift kick, sending Bruce Lee off the stage. The three women below rushed onto the stage, cheering for Lu Fei. But just as they were about to celebrate further, a violent knocking on the door jolted him awake from his beautiful dream. Damn! Disturbed from his reverie, Lu Fei arose with a surge of anger and flung open the door, confronting the individual in the doorway with a scowl. What do you want? Outside stood several men with fierce expressions, led by a scar-faced man, who glared menacingly and declared, We're here to collect a debt. Is Li Ruoxua here? After speaking, the scar-faced man attempted to push his way inside, but Lu Fei stepped forward to block the entrance. You think you can just demand a debt? Show me the evidence. If you cannot, you'd best leave now. The scar-faced man sneered at Lu Fei, blocking the doorway. You're quite meddlesome, aren't you? Who the hell are you? I'm here for Li Ruoxua, and you're my way. Are you looking for trouble? Unfazed by the scar-faced man's threats, Lu Fei dismissed him, thinking, It's just a few people. I handled a much bigger scene yesterday. Why would I fear these debt collectors? Hearing the commotion outside, Li Ruoxua and Lu Qingling hurried out. Upon seeing the unfamiliar group, Li Ruoxua cautiously inquired, Lu Fei, who are they? Lu Fei replied irately, How should I know? They claim they're here to collect a debt from you. Debt? Li Ruoxua shook her head. I've never borrowed money from anyone. At this, Lu Fei turned back to the scar-faced man and issued an ultimatum. Did you hear that? We don't owe you anything. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Upon hearing Lu Fei mention the police, the scar-faced man's eyes glinted with malice as he reached for Lu Fei's collar. Lu Fei smirked disdainfully, swiftly seizing the scar-faced man's wrist, applying just enough pressure to crumple the scar, causing pain to contort his face. With such meager skills, you dare to demand a debt. Go home and practice for another 2 years. Lu Fei forcefully hurled the scar-faced man out the door and was about to slam it shut when several ominous gun barrels were aimed directly at his head. Step back. Move recklessly and you'll be shot on the spot, threatened one of the henchmen behind the scar-faced man. Faced with the threat of multiple firearms, Lu Fei had no choice but to retreat silently into the living room. No matter how skilled one might be, a knife can still be a danger. Lu Fei was not afraid of knives, but he certainly could not evade bullets. Beyond 7 paces, the gun was swift, and within 7 paces, it was both swift and precise. Since they were merely here for money, Lu Fei was wise enough not to gamble with his life. Lu Qingling and Li Ruoxua were also petrified by the scene, cowering behind Lu Fei, their eyes filled with fear as they watched the intruders approach. The leader, the scar-faced man, plopped himself onto the central sofa in the living room, scowling as he rubbed his wrist. He gestured for 2 henchmen to drag the 2 women, who were hiding behind Lu Fei, closer. Just as Lu Fei intended to intervene, several guns were once again aimed at him, forcing him to retract his hand and helplessly watch as the women were brought before the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man regarded the 2 beautiful women with a mischievous glint in his eye. He pulled out a photograph for comparison and, looking at Li Ruoxue, said, "You must be Li Ruoxue, correct?" Li Ruoxue, trembling with anxiety, nodded. "I am Li Ruoxue. Who are you? I do not know you." The scar-faced man, fixated on her youthful, fair visage, had a glimmer of lust in his eyes. He pulled another photograph from his pocket and tossed it onto the coffee table, chuckling. "It's no surprise you don't recognize me, but you must be familiar with this person, right?" Li Ruoxue glanced at the photograph, her expression immediately transforming to one of excitement. "How do you have a photo of Wang Chong? Where is he now? That scoundrel promised to help me start a business and live the life of a wealthy woman. Yet he borrowed money from me and disappeared." The scar-faced man, noting her recognition of the individual, reclaimed the photograph and remarked, "The Wang Chong you speak of not only borrowed money from you, but also from us. Who would have thought he would run to the gambling den after borrowing, only to lose every penny and end up owing the casino millions? Regrettably, my colleague informed me a few days ago that he has died." Upon hearing of Wang Chong's demise, Li Ruoxue momentarily froze before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, good riddance. That scoundrel who deceived women deserves to die." As her laughter echoed, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Noticing the scar-faced man's amused expression, she anxiously inquired, "He is dead. So why are you here looking for me? I have no ties to him now." The scar-faced man crossed one leg over the other, producing a contract featuring Li Ruoxue's ID photocopy and her signature. "In our company, when borrowing money, we require a second guarantor to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Wang Chong chose you as his guarantor, and the agreements are all in black and white. You provided your ID and signed. This holds legal weight." Li Ruoxue stared blankly at the documents before her, each piece of evidence yanking her back to several months prior. At that time, she was working as a lobby manager at a five-star hotel, where Wang Chong was her superior, treating her exceptionally well and promoting her to the managerial position at a young age. In the context of their close working relationship, they had established a romantic connection a year prior. Li Ruoxue held a profound trust in him. Upon learning of his entrepreneurial aspirations aimed at securing a better life, she willingly offered her financial support. During this period, she was indeed persuaded to sign several contracts and lend her identification, under the pretense of becoming a partner in the company, entitling her to future dividends. Having emerged from a rural background, she was naive to the intricacies of city life and, due to her unwavering trust, unwittingly signed everything presented to her. However, she soon realized that following Wang Chong's resignation, their meetings dwindled significantly. Each encounter increasingly revolved around him soliciting funds, claiming the company was in its nascent stages and urgently required support, assuring her that success was just around the corner. Eventually, when Li Ruoxue decided against lending him more money, he vanished without a trace. It was only at that moment that she comprehended the deception she had fallen victim to. The ensuing turmoil in her life led to mistakes at work, ultimately resulting in her dismissal. Through the introduction of her roommate, Lu Qingling, she found new employment at a nightclub, with a salary that exceeded her previous earnings. As she stared at a pile of documents filled with black ink on white paper, she weakly inquired how much he had borrowed in her name. The scar-faced man chuckled dismissively, stating it was not much, only 1 million, principal and interest included. The revelation of such a staggering sum caused the three individuals present to gasp in shock. All had migrated from rural areas to the city, and only Li Yan among them had ever encountered such a considerable amount of money. Li Ruoxue incredulously questioned how they dared to lend him such a fortune. Fearing he would default, the man retorted that they had conducted their inquiries, noting that her stepmother from Li family village was rather affluent. "Do not touch my mother," she exclaimed furiously. "If you dare to harm Aunt Li, I swear I will track down your entire family and eliminate them." At this, Lu Fei stepped forward, defiantly glaring at the scar-faced man, even with a gun pressed against his forehead. The man shrugged nonchalantly, stating that as long as they could repay, he would not pursue them. He was solely interested in the money, not the individuals. Li Ruoxue clenched her fists tightly, her voice barely a whisper as she pleaded, "Brother, I currently have only a few tens of thousands. Could the remaining amount be paid in installments? I can manage a few thousand each month." Chapter 16. Qinglong Society. The scar-faced man erupted in laughter upon hearing her words. "Huh, you are quite humorous, my dear. Do you think this is a house purchase? Monthly installments of a few thousand? Today I demand 200,000. The remaining 800,000 must be settled within a month. Li Ruoxue hesitated, responding, "But I only have 50,000 in my account." At that moment, Lu Qingling stepped forward, retrieving her bank card from her pocket and offering it. "Brother, I have another 100,000 here. Could you possibly make an exception and settle for 150,000? Li Ruoxue stared blankly at Lu Qingling as she handed over the card. Her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. This is merely a shared roommate situation, where one has found employment for herself and is now lending money to the other, while her boyfriend secretly resorts to usury. The scarred-faced man observed the two women in distress and remarked, "However, my boss has stated that if I do not obtain 200,000 today, I will have to cover the remainder myself. What do you suggest I do?" Both women shook their heads, at a loss for how to proceed. The scarred-faced man scrutinized them from left to right before declaring, "Let me propose this. I am in a rather generous mood today. I shall cover the 50,000, but you two must devote an entire day to serving me and my associates. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, both women recoiled in fear, pressing against the wall, shaking their heads in protest. "No, please, big brother. I've never even had a boyfriend. I wish to reserve my precious first time for him." Their pleas fell on deaf ears, save for one of the henchmen brandishing a gun at Lu Fei, as the others leered at the women with predatory intent. "Take that Li Ruoxue away. I demand my pound of flesh," commanded the scarred-faced man. Seeing several henchmen approaching her, Li Ruoxue's face drained of color, and she cried out, "It's my first time too. Please don't. Lu Fei, save me." Hearing her desperate plea, Lu Fei felt a surge of relief. It became apparent that Sister Shui truly had not been with any man, as she lacked the time to fabricate a lie in such a dire situation. The scarred-faced man, intrigued by her words, immediately called out, "Wait. Your statement piques my interest. Take both of them to the room. I will educate you properly." As Lu Fei watched Li Ruoxue being led away, he asked, "May I intervene?" Li Ruoxue, exasperated by his foolish question, retorted, "Are you out of your mind? I'm about to be assaulted, and you're asking if you can fight? Hurry up and save me." Lu Qingling sighed from the side. "Do not put Ruoxue in jeopardy. Accept your fate. They are armed, and even if Xiaofei can fight, what good will it do?" "It will be useful, Sisterling," Lu Fei declared, and with a sudden motion, he evaded the line of fire from the handgun. Avoiding the gun's muzzle, Lu Fei swiftly advanced, gripping the wrist of the armed henchman with great force. A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered, causing the henchman to drop his weapon in pain, which Lu Fei promptly seized. With the gun in hand, Lu Fei executed a stylish slide, positioning himself beside the scarred-faced man. He pressed the barrel against the man's temple. Addressing his henchman, "If you do not wish for your boss to meet his demise here, I suggest you release the women immediately." The henchmen, witnessing the sudden shift in power, released their hold on the two women, prioritizing their leader's safety. Cold sweat trickled down the scar man's forehead, his earlier bravado evaporating in the face of imminent danger. His tone softened as he spoke. "Young brother, please remain calm. One pull of that trigger, and your life will be irrevocably destroyed. All for the sake of two women?" Lu Fei shook his head. "As for the two women, they are both my sisters. Should you wish to harm them today, I assure you, I shall first shatter your manhood." Upon hearing this, the scarred man immediately shielded his groin with both hands, repeatedly shaking his head in refusal, insisting it was merely a jest. 150,000 is fine," he conceded. "I'll collect the remaining 850,000 next month, if that's agreeable." Lu Fei retorted fiercely, "Do you think we're robbing a bank? Preparing 850,000 in a month? No, it must be a year, one whole year." The scarred man, caught between laughter and tears, replied, "Little brother, this matter is beyond my authority. Even if I refrain from coming, my colleagues will seek them out. These are the rules set by my boss. The longer we delay, the higher the interest accumulates." Lu Fei's hand trembled around his gun, feeling increasingly helpless. If it were just the few individuals before him, he could eliminate them all without hesitation. However, the scale of this company, the number of armed individuals, these were unknowns. Alone and without support, he could hardly conceive a means to counter such a formidable force. Suddenly, Lu Fei seemed to have an epiphany. He aimed his gun at the scar man, warning, "Be compliant. I shall make a phone call to ascertain the situation." The scar man nodded vigorously. "Feel free to call. But remember, today I intend to collect 150,000. Be cautious. Do not let your weapon discharge accidentally." Ignoring the scarred man, Lu Fei retrieved a business card, memorized the phone number, and dialed it on his phone. The call was answered promptly by a cool female voice. Hello, what is it? Feeling a bit awkward, Lu Fei introduced himself. Ms. He, I am Lu Fei, the one from yesterday. Upon hearing his name, Hijichio's tone softened considerably. Oh, it's you. Have you come to a decision? When you plan to start working? After gathering his thoughts, Lu Fei finally managed to say, Ms. He, I wish to ask a favor. A friend of mine is in debt to loan sharks, and given your considerable influence, I would like to request your assistance in negotiating an extension on the repayment period. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Hijichio responded. I can assist, but you owe me a favor in return. When I require your help, you must comply. Lu Fei discerned her implication, that she expected him to fight on her behalf. Yet, he found himself without options. His sister was entangled with loan sharks, and they wielded firearms. If the debts went unpaid, she could be abducted and forced into a brothel, sealing her fate. I can fight for you, but it must be a single occasion, he declared. Very well. Inquire who they associate with, and I shall make the necessary consultations. Lu Fei placed the phone down and rapped the scarred man's head with the butt of his gun. With whom do you associate? The scarred man replied candidly. Our company operates under the auspices of the Qinglong Society, though we merely utilize their influence to avoid pressure from competitors. Lu Fei conveyed this information to Hijichio over the phone. He claims to be with the Qinglong Society. Another pause ensued on the line, and Lu Fei faintly perceived a hint of laughter before Hijichio's voice returned. All right, I understand. I have some connections with the Qinglong Society. I can assist you with this. Chapter 17. Flesh as payment. Not long after Lu Fei ended the call, a phone rang on the scar man's side. Observing the man's trepidation, Lu Fei instructed, answer it. Upon hearing Lu Fei's command, the scarred man visibly relaxed, picking up the phone to connect the call. Until the conversation concluded, he maintained an exceedingly respectful demeanor, indicating that the caller was likely a person of considerable importance. Scarface turned to several of his underlings and said, We are all friends here. Ensure your firearms are secured. Although they were unaware of the circumstances, the subordinates complied obediently and engaged the safeties on their weapons. Observing the shift in the atmosphere, Lu Fei lowered the gun he had trained on Scarface. He inquired, What did your boss say? Scarface turned around, smilingly complimenting, Little brother, you are quite formidable to be acquainted with such high-caliber figures. Our boss mentioned that a repayment period of 3 months would suffice. Lu Fei nearly cursed in disbelief. What difference was there between a month with 850,000 and 3 months? Frustrated, he dialed Hijichio again, only to be met with the same cold voice. It was as if Hijichio anticipated Lu Fei's intent to confront him, as he calmly remarked, Do not underestimate these 3 months. You must understand that the money you borrowed is from the Qinglong Society, one of the 4 major gangs in Modu. If the repayment deadline arrives and you have not settled your debts, your sister will be marked as a non-existent citizen. I cannot guarantee what they might do. I have managed to negotiate 3 months for you, considering my reputation. If you do not require it, then so be it. I no longer need you to fight for me. Understood. Very well, let it be so. I will inform you when the boxing match takes place. Hijichio declared before attempting to hang up. Lu Fei seized the moment to ask, Is there any extra money for an additional round? Indeed, came the response. Lu Fei acknowledged with a sound before ending the call. Upon seeing Lu Fei hang up, Scarface awkwardly inquired, Little brother, is that settled? Shall I return in 3 months? Scram. Lu Fei waved his gun dismissively. Scarface hesitated, and Lu Fei, noticing his reluctance, questioned, What now? Do you have further business? Scarface glanced at the firearm in Lu Fei's hand and replied, That gun. Get lost. I must keep a hand in reserve. Should you betray me, I would take you all down with me. Faced with Lu Fei's volatile demeanor, Scarface reluctantly departed, reassured by his boss's instructions to merely convey the 3-month repayment period, deeming the rest inconsequential. Once the others had vacated the premises, Lu Fei engaged the safety on his gun and placed it upon the coffee table. As Li Ruoxue attempted to sneak back to her room, Lu Fei called her over. As the elder sister, Li Ruoxue now appeared as docile as a younger sibling, obediently settling beside Lu Fei. Do not be upset. I misjudged the situation. It is merely 850,000. Together, the 3 of us can manage it in 3 months. Bah, who would pay it for you? Even if you were imprisoned, it would be of no concern to me, Lu Fei retorted, though he continued to fidget with the business card in his pocket. Li Ruoxue recognized that Lu Fei's words were born of frustration, and she gazed at him with a gentle demeanor, avoiding provoking him further. As anticipated, Lu Fei's anger dissipated after a while. He waved his hand and stated, I will find a way regarding the money. You and Ling Jie must not entertain any quick money schemes. Understood? Both women nodded obediently, feeling warmth in their hearts. Lu Fei then fixed his gaze upon Li Ruoxue, his tone turning icy as he demanded, What have you and Wang Chong been up to? Speak honestly, no lies. Li Ruoxue shyly lowered her head, only to be pulled back by Lu Fei's hand, their eyes locking in a gaze. Answer me, he demanded. Rest assured, I haven't been to bed with anyone, Li Ruoxue replied, her cheeks flushed as she dashed back to her room. Once the two women returned to their quarters, Lu Fei gazed at his clenched fists, letting out a wry smile as he muttered to himself, Aunt Li, your daughter certainly knows how to stir up trouble. I may have to intervene. The following day, Lu Fei found that the little money he had was once again claimed by Li Ruoxue, who along with Lu Qingling, had begun to pack their belongings. Puzzled, Lu Fei inquired, Are you going on a trip? Trip my foot. We still owe 850,000. The rent is exorbitant. We won't be renting at the end of the month. We'll find a budget hotel for 30 yuan a night, just 10 yuan per person. She retorted, What about cooking? Lu Fei asked. Hot water and instant noodles, she replied. Observing the two women packing, Lu Fei remarked to Lu Qingling, Sister Qingling, you are exceedingly kind to Sister Shui, still standing by her side. Lu Qingling joked, of course. I've lent her 100,000. If she runs off, who will I turn to for justice? Lu Fei assured her. If she flees, I will repay you. Lu Qingling, eyeing Lu Fei with a playful glimmer, purred, Little brother, you have no money. Do you plan to repay me with your body? For 100,000, you must stay by my side for at least a year. Li Ruoxue picked up an orange and hurled it at the alluring Lu Qingling, exclaiming, You think you could demand a year for 100,000? Dream on. My money does not require Lu Fei's repayment. Give up that notion. Sometimes, Lu Fei found his sister Li Ruoxue exceedingly troublesome. She not only denied herself, but also forbade others from indulging. Morning hours typically found the two women asleep, while Lu Fei attempted to seek employment. Yet, upon revealing his elementary school education, he was invariably turned down. Times had changed. Even security jobs now required a college diploma. He had contacted two newly recruited underlings, but both had become unemployed and were now questioning their own prospects. As the month drew to a close, Lu Fei trudged through the bustling streets of the metropolis, burdened with 3 backpacks and 4 suitcases, struggling to keep up with the fashionably dressed women ahead of him. After half a day of searching, not a single hotel met the women's standards, either too expensive or of poor quality. Lu Fei found himself at a loss, pondering the absurdity of women who desired a 300 yuan ambience for a mere 30 yuan budget. Exhausted after wandering for hours without even buying a bottle of water, he finally sat down on the curb and pointed to a nearby inn, declaring, That one will do. If it's livable, great. If not, I'll stay alone. I'm utterly worn out. The two women, their legs weary from walking, reluctantly entered the inn to inspect the premises at Lu Fei's behest. The environment was decent. Boss, we want a long-term rental. Can you lower the price? Li Ruoxue inquired. The elderly proprietor, reclining in a rocking chair, glanced at her and raised an eyebrow, responding, For the sake of beauty, it's 1,000 yuan a month, no negotiations. Deal. Chapter 18, The Boxing Match. Li Ruoxue promptly transferred 1,000 yuan to the owner, took the key, and prepared to ascend the stairs. Lu Fei called out to her, What about me? Where do I stay? In my suitcase, I have a cooling mat. It is quite refreshing to sleep on the floor during summer. With that, Li Ruoxue insisted on ascending the stairs without allowing Lu Fei to refuse. With no money, Lu Fei had no choice but to carry the luggage upstairs. The three of them entered the room and closed the door. The room was not particularly spacious, yet it contained 2 beds and a bathroom, fully equipped with air conditioning and a television. Once inside, the two women promptly slipped off their high heels and collapsed onto the beds in exhaustion. With no available space, Lu Fei stood beside Li Ruoxue, asserting, I want to sleep on the bed too. You need to get me another room. No money. You'll have to make do for 3 months. And I'll let you sleep on the bed later, Li Ruoxue replied, lying still on the bed. I want to sleep on the bed. Lu Fei's temper flared. He despised the feeling of being overlooked. At that moment, Lu Qingling interjected, Xiao Fei, come here, you can share my bed. Don't just stand there. Just as Li Ruoxue shot a warning glance at Lu Fei to deter him, Lu Fei had already leaped onto Lu Qingling's side and lay down. Li Ruoxue immediately became agitated. Lu Fei, get down. If you want to sleep, come my bed. Lu Fei pretended not to hear her, while Lu Qingling pulled him closer, saying, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, don't think you can change your mind. Lu Fei offered no resistance, resembling a docile kitten, feeling a heat rising within him, a fire without a place to ignite. I'm going to take a shower. With that declaration, Li Ruoxue dashed into the bathroom. Outside the bathroom, Lu Qingling did not release her embrace, gazing at Lu Fei's handsome profile. She felt a flutter in her heart. Xiao Fei, what do you think of your sister? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fei replied, Sister Ling is wonderful. She is kind and beautiful. Any man would admire her. And how does she compare to your snow sister? Lu Fei pondered deeply before responding. Each has her own merits. Snow sister is quite good too, but sometimes she has a fiery temper and hardly listens to others. Listening to Lu Fei's response, Lu Qingling reached out her delicate hands to caress his cheek, her gaze dreamy as she asked, if you had to choose between me and your snow sister, whom would you choose? At this, Lu Fei fell silent, grappling with the dilemma of choice. Though Lu Qingling had a more ample bosom and longer legs than Li Ruoxue, their acquaintance had only spanned a few days, whereas his bond with Li Ruoxue had been forged since childhood. Just when he was at a loss for words and the atmosphere became tense, Li Ruoxue emerged from the bathroom, breaking the silence. After a day out, aren't you both sticky and smelly? If you don't think you stink, I certainly do. Hurry up and wash. Hearing Li Ruoxue's voice snapped Lu Qingling from her daze. She grabbed Lu Fei, insisting they wash together. Line up one at a time. Fearing being locked in a small dark room by Li Ruoxue, Lu Fei had to wait for Lu Qingling to finish before he dashed in for a shower. It must be said that after the two beauties had bathed, the bathroom was filled with two distinct fragrances that intertwined, nearly intoxicating Lu Fei. In contrast to the two women, Lu Fei's bathing speed was markedly swift. Within 5 minutes, he had washed, rinsed, and dried himself completely. Li Ruoxue and Lu Qingling. The two young women were contemplating how to earn more money at the nightclub without resorting to selling their bodies. Suddenly, they heard a noise emanating from the bathroom and instinctively turned their heads, only to be utterly mesmerized by the sight before them. Due to the heat, Lu Fei emerged clad only in loose shorts. They were aware of Lu Fei's commendable physique, yet they were unprepared for such an impressive display. Both women swallowed hard, their intense gaze making Lu Fei feel somewhat uneasy. He plopped down beside Lu Qingling's bed and asked if he should dry their hair. Let's discuss hair drying later. First, allow me to feel those washboard abs. Lu Qingling exclaimed. Don't touch my brother. Li Ruoxue, witnessing Lu Qingling's fervor, could no longer maintain her composure and leapt forward, pushing Lu Qingling aside to take her turn. After their playful antics had subsided, a blushing Lu Fei proceeded to dry their hair. At that moment, his upper body bore the marks of a vigorous scrub, leaving his skin flushed with crimson impressions. Once he finished with their hair, Lu Fei returned to his bed, contemplating the mysteries of life. The hotel room was enveloped in darkness, although it was merely afternoon. Both Lu Qingling and Li Ruoxue worked at night, and typically used the day to catch up on sleep. With Lu Qingling's arm draped over him and her long legs resting against him, the rhythmic sound of their breathing lulled Lu Fei into a rare slumber, and he drifted off until 6 in the evening. Awakening, he extricated himself from Lu Qingling's embrace and leapt from the bed, his stomach growling with hunger. He turned on the electric stove that the two women had brought and began preparing dinner. The aroma of the meal soon roused the two women, who hurriedly glanced at the time before hastily consuming their dinner and changing into their work attire. Hey, give me a heads up before you strip. I haven't even closed my eyes, Lu Fei exclaimed, hastily closing his eyes as he beheld the expanse of bare skin before him. He felt a mix of frustration and longing, unable to partake in the feast for his eyes alone. Don't rush, little Fei. One day, when Sister Shui isn't around, Sister Ling will transform you into a man. Li Ruoxue teased, while adjusting her qipao. Not a chance. Wherever you go, I will follow, Lu Qingling retorted. Once the two women finished dressing, Lu Fei cautiously opened his eyes. We're off. Be careful in the hotel, Li Ruoxue instructed. Understood. And you too. Don't do anything reckless for money. Rest assured, I have my ways to earn, Lu Fei replied, offering his own warning. Got it. The two women chorused as they departed for the Mile nightclub. Left alone, Lu Fei idly switched on the television and began watching a martial arts film, IP Man. I could take on 10 at once. The protagonist's powerful line coincided with the ringing of Lu Fei's phone, labeled as Hijichio. Must I fight already? Well, it suits me perfectly to discuss my financial needs with her, Lu Fei mused before answering the call. As anticipated, Hijichio informed him of an impending match that evening. Where is it? Lu Fei inquired. You know the place, the Milan nightclub, basement level 1. Someone will escort you down, she replied. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fei stated, I have a request. What is your request? I wish to don a mask to conceal my visage, for I desire to keep my face hidden from the gaze of others. Chapter 19. The Mysterious Masked Man. Hijichio, after a moment of contemplation, swiftly responded, Certainly, as long as it does not hinder your performance. Subsequently, Hijichio succinctly explained some rules of the underground boxing arena over the phone, igniting a fervor within Lu Fei. Firstly, there are no breaks. Once the match commences, it concludes only when one participant collapses or concedes. Secondly, in the event of death, it will be deemed a voluntary act, absolving anyone of legal responsibility. However, Hijichio kindly added that she would provide compensation. Thirdly, the most exhilarating point for Lu Fei was that Hijichio mentioned that all participants in the competition are professionals, including seasoned fighters and martial arts prodigies. Since he had become a disciple of Zhang Sanfeng and honed his skills for years, he had encountered no worthy adversaries. Lu Fei believed this scarcity of true masters was the reason for his unchallenged prowess, as such experts were as rare as phoenix feathers. Much like that morning, when a gun was pointed at him from a distance, even if Lu Fei could strike down his assailant with a single blow, he would never have the opportunity to close the distance. Aside from professional leagues, most individuals shun martial arts, deeming them futile, as a single bullet could easily fell them. In a bid to repay Li Ruoxue, Lu Fei had resolved to throw caution to the wind. He genuinely wished to participate. And now he had a reason to do so, causing him to eagerly practice punches in his hotel room. Soon after, as Lu Fei donned his shoes and prepared to depart, a call from an unfamiliar number interrupted him. Upon answering, a man's voice resonated. Mr. Lu, I am the driver sent by Miss He. I am currently downstairs to escort you to the nightclub for the competition. With a mere acknowledgement, Lu Fei hung up and hurried downstairs, where he beheld a sleek black car adorned with a circular emblem and a figure resembling a person. Noticing the absence of a golden statuette on the hood, Lu Fei felt a twinge of disappointment and remarked, This car surely lacks worth if it is devoid of even a tiny golden figure. With that, he opened the rear door and settled into the seat. As the driver navigated, he remarked, Mr. Lu, the mask prepared for you by the lady is beside you. You may try it on to see if it fits. Prompted by the reminder, Lu Fei noticed a black box beside him. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Isn't this the mask typically worn by terrorists? Would donning this get me shot on the way? Yet, despite his apprehensions, Lu Fei tried it on and was pleasantly surprised by its perfect fit and excellent breathability. This will suffice, he decided, not wishing to trouble others. As long as it fit well, he didn't care if it resembled a terrorist's mask. The driver skillfully maneuvered the vehicle, arriving steadily at the Milan nightclub. After disembarking, the driver escorted Lu Fei to a hostess before taking his leave. With the mask already in place, Lu Fei was astonished to discover that the woman in front of him wore a qipao identical to that of Li Ruoxue. Connecting this to Li Ruoxue's employment at the nightclub's basement level, Lu Fei began to piece together the situation. Sir? Sir? Lu Fei snapped back to reality and addressed the woman. Please lead me inside. Certainly, sir. Right this way, she replied. Lu Fei did not enter through the main door with the woman, but rather slipped through a small entrance in the parking lot. After navigating a series of twists and turns, they arrived at a lounge. The woman respectfully remarked, Sir, you may rest here after changing your trousers. I will come to escort you to the arena before the match begins. Should you need anything, feel free to ring the bell beside you. Lu Fei nodded in acknowledgement, and once the woman departed, he removed his trousers and clothing, donning professional boxing shorts instead. As the time for the match approached, Lu Fei felt an increasing thrill in the lounge. Meanwhile, on the competition stage outside, Li Ruoxue, clad in a qipao, was pouring water for a stunning beauty, reminiscent of an ice queen. After serving the water, Li Ruoxue politely inquired of a middle-aged man nearby, Good day, sir. May I offer you anything? The middle-aged man shook his head, graciously responding, No, thank you. Li Ruoxue nodded and proceeded to inquire with the next guest. This middle-aged man and the Ice Queen were none other than Yiwen and Hijichio, whom Lu Fei had rescued that day. Hijichio was contemplatively observing Li Ruoxue as as she served tea, lost in thought. Yuan remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Today marks our opportunity to contend with the White Tiger Society for the monopoly rights of next year's Grand Assembly. In previous years, we emerged victorious. But with a newcomer today, I wonder if we can maintain our stronghold. Hijichio confidently replied, those 100 fighters were elite warriors. Even if they didn't exert their full strength, to defeat 50 of them is a feat that even Lin Dong of the White Tiger Society could not accomplish. Lin Dong, the champion fighter of the 4 major factions, had an impressive record of 10 wins and 7 losses in the internal power struggles. Despite his losses, the stakes in these factional contests were substantial, with each match typically resulting in severe injuries, if not fatalities. Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have yet to encounter such a reckless lad in Modu. His fists are like hammers, capable of shattering cheekbones with a single blow. Hijichio wholeheartedly concurred, a sharp glint in her eyes as she asserted, no matter the cost, I must keep him. With him, I am confident that the project in a month's time will be mine. Not far from Hijichio, a slender man, smoking a large cigar, cast a malevolent gaze in her direction. This man was none other than Bai Bao, the leader of the White Tiger Society. As he fixated on Hijichio, he inquired of a subordinate, have you found out who the newcomer she hired is? The subordinate shook his head. No, she has kept him well protected, wearing a mask since his entrance, making it impossible to identify him. Bai Bao, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. Damn it. Her bastard father has dominated Modu's nightlife for years. Now that it is her turn to take over, she dares to compete with me. Has Lin Dong been drugged? Tell him to fight with all his might. If he wins, he'll receive $1 million. Yes, I will go at once. The subordinate, alarmed by his boss's wrath, hurriedly dashed into the fighter's lounge below. Bai Bao scowled at the boxing ring, seething, the Milanite Club will eventually belong to my White Tiger Society. 10 minutes later, Lu Fei had warmed up thoroughly, beads of sweat glistening on his abdomen when the woman in a qipao knocked and entered. Upon stepping through the door, she gazed at Lu Fei, her cheeks flushed, and softly said, Sir, the match is about to commence. Give it your all. Lu Fei nodded and followed her out of the waiting room towards the boxing ring outside. The host was already standing on the competition stage, announcing, let us extend a warm welcome to our 2 fighters today. Applause erupted. The first is our old friend, the gold medalist of the White Tiger Association, Lin Dong. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause as a tall, handsome man strode confidently into the arena amidst the cheers. Once the applause subsided, the host continued. The second contender is the newcomer from the Qinglong Association, shrouded in an air of mystery. The masked man. Qinglong Association? Lu Fei's mind was filled with questions. Wasn't he supposed to be fighting on behalf of Hijichio? Why was it the Qinglong Association? Chapter 20. The ruthless Lu Fei, but the host had already completed his announcements, leaving Lu Fei no time to ponder as he stepped onto the stage. Being a newcomer, the applause in the arena was somewhat sparse. Yet Lu Fei paid it no mind as he searched the audience for familiar faces. Not them, not them. There she is. He spotted Li Ruoxua, bent over, serving tea and water, and a twinge of discomfort washed over him. The proud sister Shui he knew was now reduced to serving others as a mere attendant. After the host reiterated the rules of the match, he declared the competition officially underway. While Lu Fei was still focused on Li Ruoxua, Lin Dong launched a brutal punch toward Lu Fei's forehead. Sensing the rush of wind behind him, Lu Fei deftly dodged Lin Dong's powerful strike without looking back, causing Lin Dong to miss entirely. As Lu Fei turned around, realizing the host had vanished, he understood that the match had indeed begun. He raised his fists, positioning them before his head, mimicking the butterfly step of boxing champion Ali, gliding across the ring. This maneuver immediately elicited gasps from the audience. Lin Dong, observing Lu Fei's rhythmic movements, scoffed, Isn't it just flashy footwork? Do you dare to face me head-on? Lu Fei ignored him. He was merely indulging in a nostalgic display of footwork he had seen on television. Wanted to gauge Lin Dong's strength before engaging. Before long, Lin Dong lost patience and lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch aimed squarely at Lu Fei's face. Unruffled, Lu Fei extended his left arm to block, feeling the force of the blow. Not bad. He possessed considerable strength and speed. This was the most formidable opponent he had encountered since Zhang Sanfeng. With his first attack thwarted, Lin Dong quickly followed up with a swinging punch aimed at Lu Fei's abdomen. In this underground boxing match, there were no gloves, only bare fists. And Lin Dong targeted Lu Fei's liver, intent on delivering a devastating blow. Lu Fei neither dodged nor flinched, simultaneously launching his right fist toward Lin Dong's chest. As Lu Fei unexpectedly chose to exchange blows with Lin Dong, the audience revealed expressions of regret. Lin Dong was renowned in the arena for his iron fists. Those who dared to trade punches with him had invariably said their eternal farewells to the boxing ring. They observed Lu Fei's nimble footwork and initially presumed him to be an agile fighter, relying on speed for counterattacks. To their astonishment, he foolishly opted to engage Lin Dong in a fist fight. The most delighted among the spectators was Bai Bao, who scoffed at Lu Fei's naivety, believing that mere fancy footwork could render him invincible. Had he ever tasted an iron fist? As the jeers echoed, both fighters' fists collided simultaneously with each other's liver and chest. Lu Fei staggered back, gathering his breath, and after 2 seconds, he regained his composure. In contrast, Lin Dong, with an expression of disbelief, was sent flying by a single punch, crashing heavily onto the boxing platform. Witnessing this, Bai Bao furiously waved his hand, knocking over the water jug held by a nearby server. The jug fell with a thud, drenching Bai Bao's pant leg. Seizing the opportunity, the enraged Bai Bao berated the server. "You, as a mere server, cannot even carry water steadily. What business do you have in this role? This limited edition pair of pants is now utterly ruined because of you. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, you need not show your face again." Bai Bao's venomous tirade was loud and unpleasant, audible throughout the venue, including to He Jiqiu and the standing Lu Fei. Startled, Lu Fei turned around to find that the one being chastised by Bai Bao was none other than his own Xue Jie, Li Ruoxue. Watching Li Ruoxue being berated so harshly, Lu Fei felt an impulse to return home and take drastic measures against Bai Bao, fearing that further entanglement could lead to trouble. He glanced at the slowly rising Lin Dong and said, "You should now comprehend the disparity between us. It's time to admit defeat." Lin Dong shook his head defiantly, replying, "I am not as fragile as you presume. If you have any techniques left, feel free to unleash them." Without further ado, Lu Fei lunged forward, attacking Lin Dong with relentless ferocity, neglecting any form of defense. If Lin Dong's offense could not breach his defenses, then he saw no need to guard himself. The impact of Lu Fei's strike had instilled a sense of trepidation within Lin Dong regarding Lu Fei's prowess. Yet, fortified by medication, he felt no pain, which emboldened him to continue clashing with Lu Fei. While Lin Dong defended passively, he remained vigilant for counterattack opportunities, whereas Lu Fei pressed on with a frenzied assault, all the while observing the unfolding events outside the ring. Yuan, noticing Bai Bao's harassment of the server, turned to He Jiqiu and inquired, "Miss, it is evident that Bai Bao does not regard you with any respect. Should I send someone to intervene?" He Jiqiu shook her head. "Except for Li Ruoxue, had it been anyone else, I would have ensured Bai Bao understood the repercussions of causing trouble in my domain. However, since it is her, I shall deal with him later. Someone else will take care of it first." Yuan nodded, albeit with partial understanding, and chose not to further concern himself with the unfolding drama, reasoning that the incident involved merely an ordinary server. If He Jiqiu was unconcerned about her reputation, he felt even less inclined to intervene. The white leopard rose to his feet and seized Li Ruoxue's long hair, his tone as frigid as ice. "Consider yourself fortunate. I am currently in a foul mood and in dire need of an outlet. Accompany me back to the villa for the evening, and we shall let this matter rest." Initially, the white leopard had intended to publicly strike Li Ruoxue, but upon gazing at her delicate visage, he swiftly reconsidered. Such a stunning beauty deserved more than mere punishment. To strike while indulging would be the ultimate delight. Li Ruoxue trembled in fear, her words stumbling as she lamented her unfortunate fate, being targeted by 2 men on the same day. The white leopard, noticing that as he clutched her hair, the masked man in the arena had gone berserk, raining blows upon Lin Dong's face. In mere moments, Lin Dong's features were rendered unrecognizable, a gruesome mask of blood and flesh. Now, he relied solely on the effects of a drug to endure. Once its potency waned, the pain alone could prove fatal. Damn it, it's one thing to be outmatched, but to be utterly incapacitated is intolerable. Let us leave. Upon witnessing Lin Dong being mercilessly pummeled, the white leopard understood that the outcome of the match was inevitable. His impatience to vent his frustrations eclipsed any interest in witnessing Lin Dong's demise. Li Ruoxue, her hair in the grip of the white leopard, fervently wished for Lu Fei's appearance to rescue her from this dire predicament. Though such a hope was futile, he had no standing to enter this territory. "To hell with you. You're as resilient as a cockroach. Observing Li Ruoxue being dragged away and Lin Dong still entangled with him, Lu Fei's patience evaporated, and a murderous intent began to simmer. If he failed to follow Li Ruoxue now, she might suffer at the hands of nefarious individuals that very night. With this thought, Lu Fei's gaze darkened, and he seized Lin Dong's body, forcefully slamming him to the ground. Raising his right foot, he summoned all his strength and brought it down with tremendous force. Lin Dong, once vibrant, instantly crumpled under the impact, his body going limp and motionless. Chapter 21. I command you to retrieve the blade. With Lin Dong's breath extinguished, Lu Fei's demeanor remained unchanged, consumed instead by urgency. He could not afford to wait for the referee's ruling. He vaulted over the arena and sprinted towards the exit. The spectators, witnessing Lu Fei racing out of the competition area, exchanged puzzled glances, questioning whether this was a new form of celebration. Shouldn't the defeated fighter exit through the designated passage while the victor remained to bask in adulation? As for the deceased, Lin Dong, aside from the curses of gamblers, no one expressed regret. This was not a professional arena, but rather an underground fighting pit, where only profit mattered. Fans were non-existent. He Jiqiu, observing Lu Fei's hasty departure from the arena, promptly dialed a number on his phone, dispatching someone to the periphery to assist him, instructing them to avoid involvement in the internal conflict to prevent any compromising situations. Once the call ended, He Jiqiu and Yiwen rose from their seats and made their way towards the exit, the air growing palpably colder in their wake. White Leopard, should you dare to harm anyone under my protection, even a mere servant, I shall ensure you pay a grievous price. The foundation of the He family's fortune rested upon two words: loyalty and righteousness. In the era of He Qiu's father, He Yuanshan, they were all self-made individuals, coinciding with the most chaotic times of the Underworld. During that period, many small factions who were brothers one day would turn against each other the next day over trivial interests. Yet, He Yuanshan's subordinates were steadfast. Apart from those who perished in battle, none betrayed him. This loyalty stemmed from the fact that he regarded each of his brothers as his own kin. He Qiu inherited her father's principles of treating others, while simultaneously refining them with her own insights. As Lu Fei rushed out of the nightclub, he spotted a luxurious car emerging from the underground garage. His keen eyesight immediately recognized Li Ruoxue inside the vehicle. Alas, the car had already departed, and how could his two legs keep pace with the wheels? Just as anxiety gripped him, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Mr. Lu, do you need assistance?" It was then he realized the car that had brought him to the nightclub had not yet left. Without hesitation, Lu Fei leapt into the car and instructed the driver. "Hurry, follow that car closely." The driver, displaying commendable decisiveness, did not inquire further, but simply obeyed the command, flooring the accelerator to pursue. The Maybach 680, equipped with a 6.0-liter V12 engine, surged forward with such force that Lu Fei was pressed firmly against the seat. Goodness, this seemingly unremarkable vehicle is so powerful. As the driver accelerated, the distance between Lu Fei and Li Ruoxue's vehicle rapidly diminished. The driver inquired, "Mr. Lu, should we force them to stop on the road?" Lu Fei immediately shook his head. "No, my sister is in that car. Just keep following them. I'll wait until they stop before we act." "Understood." After maintaining a safe distance, the driver eased off the accelerator, tailing the Audi 8. The cars headed toward the outskirts, eventually stopping at a villa nestled halfway up a mountain road. The driver cleverly parked in a blind spot around a bend. Lu Fei suddenly asked, "Do you have a gun?" "Yes, but there aren't too many bullets left. There are a total of 2 magazines, including one in the chamber." With that, the driver opened the central armrest compartment, retrieving a sleek black handgun and a spare magazine. "Do you need me to accompany you?" Lu Fei shook his head. "No need. If possible, you can wait for me here." Just as the driver was about to agree, a phone call interrupted him. After answering a few words, he hung up, displaying an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. My boss says there's an urgent matter that requires my return. I can't wait for you." Lu Fei understood that he was one of He Qiu's people and surmised that she probably wished to avoid attracting trouble. After acknowledging with a nod, he stealthily made his way towards the villa. Outside the villa, 2 guards were smoking and chatting idly. "Hey, did you see that woman in the boss's car?" "I did. She is stunning, with skin so fair it practically glows. And she was wearing a qipao. The boss certainly knows how to enjoy himself. That is hardly anything. I just overheard a colleague on shift change mentioning that this woman is an employee of the Qinglong Society. The boss took a fancy to her and forcibly brought her in for his amusement. Yet the Qinglong society uttered not a word. What does this signify? It indicates that the Baihu society is indeed the strongest among the four major gangs. One of the men finished his cigarette and patted the person beside him, saying, "You stand guard here. I'll go relieve myself. Go on, go on. Be careful not to be bitten by a snake while you're out there in the middle of the night. Get lost." The younger brother chuckled as he made his way toward a small grove down the slope. 20 minutes later, the guard began to sense something was amiss. His partner had never taken longer than 5 minutes to relieve himself. Even for a more significant matter, 20 minutes was excessive. Concerned, he glanced toward the villa and, feeling uneasy, headed down to the small grove while calling out, "Elang, are you constipated or something?" Suddenly, he heard rustling from the woods behind him. Instinctively, he drew his dagger and turned to look. Just then, he found himself staring down the cold barrel of a gun, and in that instant, his body seemed to lose all strength. He couldn't even muster the energy to hold his knife. "Pick it up." I said, "Pick up the knife," Lu Fei commanded, holding his gun in one hand and pointing at the dagger on the ground with the other. Trembling with fear, the younger brother squatted down and retrieved the dagger, nervously presenting it to Lu Fei. Lu Fei took the dagger, continuing to aim the gun at the younger brother's head. "Now speak. Tell me everything you know about the villa, and don't even think about pulling any tricks. If I find anything amiss, I will kill you on the spot." Faced with the threat of death, the younger brother cast aside any notions of loyalty and divulged everything he knew to Lu Fei. There were no gunshots in the woods, yet 2 lifeless bodies lay within. The first younger brother had his neck snapped by Lu Fei, while the second met his end with a knife to the throat. Lu Fei had initially no intention of taking lives, but the first younger brother, during questioning, attempted to cry out for help, leaving Lu Fei with no choice but to act swiftly. When the second individual arrived, Lu Fei had resolved that anyone who had seen his face must perish. Stepping out of the dense woods, Lu Fei donned a suit adorned with a magnificent white tiger embroidery on the chest. It perplexed him. How could one engage in such thievery while dressed in the garb of a gentleman? Chapter 22. It turned out that only the 2 men at the entrance were unarmed. After receiving the same information from both men, Lu Fei confirmed its accuracy and successfully infiltrated the villa's interior based on their intel. To Lu Fei's disappointment, he found no firearm on either of them. It seemed that the moneylenders and that driver were armed, making the Baihu society appear to be poorer than the Qinglong society. Through the younger brother, Lu Fei learned that their leader, Bai Bao, resided in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Observing the group patrolling at the entrance, Lu Fei realized that entering through the front door was out of the question. He quietly slipped into the backyard, gazing at the balcony on the 2nd floor. Like a Spider-Man, he relied on his remarkable upper body strength to grip the shallow crevices in the wall, using them to propel himself up to the edge of the balcony. With a deft double-arm maneuver, Lu Fei ascended onto the balcony, positioning himself in the corner to observe the situation within the bedroom. To his astonishment, he discovered that only Li Ruoxue was present inside. The white leopard was nowhere to be found. However, his heart soon sank again. What if the white leopard had been too swift and had already finished his nefarious deed? After a moment of frantic thoughts, Lu Fei resolved to rescue Li Ruoxue first. Regardless of what had transpired, she remained his sister. He gently pushed open the door leading to the balcony. Li Ruoxue, lying on the bed, heard the noise and turned her head with a start. Upon recognizing her visitor, tears instantly filled her doe-like eyes. "Xiao Fei." Lu Fei made a shushing gesture and hurried to her side, pulling back the covers to find that her attire remained intact. A sigh of relief escaped him. "I hope I'm not too late. He hasn't touched you, has he?" Li Ruoxue was overwhelmed with countless questions but felt uncertain of how to voice them. Yet, none of that mattered now. What was most crucial was that her Xiao Fei had indeed come to save her. Blushing, she softly replied, "No, you want to take a shower. He should be back soon. You must leave." Lu Fei shook his head, suddenly recalling something. "If he hasn't a shower, why are you still lying here so obediently? Do you like him?" "Absolutely not. Look at my hands." It was then that Lu Fei noticed the silver handcuffs around her delicate wrists, which were locked to the bedpost. "Is the white leopard a policeman?" Li Ruoxue laughed in disbelief. "Are you foolish? Policemen don't do such things. These are props." Lu Fei, taken aback, inquired, "Do you have a key?" "No, the key was taken by the white leopard. Just go quickly. He is coming back. You want to be able to escape." Li Ruoxue urged Lu Fei to leave, knowing she was already shackled and unable to flee. Without a word, Lu Fei examined the iron chain connecting the handcuffs, placing his hands around it. With a bit of force, he managed to snap it in two. Li Ruoxue stared in awe at her newly liberated hands. Lu Fei then attempted to break the cuff encircling her wrist, but after a few tries, he realized it was futile and abandoned the effort. He grasped Li Ruoxue, who was still dazed on the bed, and led her toward the balcony. "What are you doing? The door is over there," she exclaimed, finally coming to her senses as they reached the back of the balcony. Lu Fei turned to her and said, "No matter what happens, stay hidden in this corner and don't come out until I call for you. Do you understand?" With that, he prepared to leave. Li Ruoxue grasped his hand tightly, her eyes glistening with tears as she implored, "Let us leave at once. You cannot face them alone." Lu Fei, touched by Li Ruoxue's concern for his safety, gently patted the back of her hand. If one could act without consequence, they would only continue to err. No one has taught him the proper way to conduct himself. Since today he has crossed paths with my sister, I, Lu Fei, shall impart to him the lessons of integrity. With that, Lu Fei revealed the handgun tucked at his waist. "Rest assured, I'm not so foolish as to rely solely on my fists. You must stay hidden and not become a pawn they might use against me." Seeing that her pleas had not swayed Lu Fei, Li Ruoxue nestled into the corner, assuring him, "Do not worry. I shall not be a burden to you. Just be cautious." Lu Fei, gazing at the obedient Li Ruoxue, could not resist ruffling her hair. Like an adorable kitten, she relished the affection. But when she noticed the comforting touch fade, Lu Fei had already vanished from the balcony. Returning to his bedroom, Lu Fei made his way toward the door. As he pushed it open and peered outside, he spotted two lackeys squatting by the entrance. They froze upon seeing Lu Fei, astonished by his identical attire of the White Tiger clan. "Who are you? Why are you wearing the White Tiger's clothes? You look unfamiliar. How did you get into the boss's room?" Without hesitation, Lu Fei drew his gun and fired 2 shots, swiftly eliminating the 2 lackeys. Though inexperienced with firearms, he had honed his aim with slingshots and bows during his rural upbringing, landing both shots squarely on target. Just as Bai Bao, freshly emerged from his shower, heard the gunfire, he trembled, swiftly retrieving a handgun from a nearby cabinet and cautiously positioning himself by the bathroom door. Meanwhile, the lackeys on the ground floor rushed upstairs upon hearing the shots. Lu Fei positioned himself in the corridor's corner, ready to ambush. The first 2 lackeys to charge were taken down by his precise shots. The remaining lackeys, adopting a haphazard approach, fired wildly without aiming, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Lu Fei. Despite their lack of precision, the sheer volume of bullets fell upon him like a rainstorm. After sustaining a gunshot wound to his arm from the erratic fire, Lu Fei had no choice but to retreat toward the bedroom. He was aware that Bai Bao was in the bathroom, but there was no time to confront him. A throng of lackeys pursued closely behind. Along the way, Lu Fei scavenged 2 handguns from the fallen bodies. How infuriating. It turns out only those 2 fools at the door were unarmed. He cursed, firing a few shots to fend off the advancing lackeys until his magazine was depleted. Replacing the spent magazine with a spare, he calculated hastily. Each magazine contained about 10 rounds, and with 3 guns at his disposal, he had approximately 30 bullets. With a dozen lackeys still in play, as long as he maintained his aim, he would have enough ammunition. The corridor fell silent for a brief moment before 2 audacious subordinates, armed with guns, approached. Upon realizing that Lu Fei had ceased firing, one of them communicated to his companion that Lu was out of bullets and urged him to hurry and support their leader. Chapter 23. No destrucción, no establishment, total aniquilación. A dozen subordinates ascended the stairs, crowding together, making the corridor feel cramped. "Biao Gu, the boss should be in the bathroom." One of the subordinates reminded the leader, "Let us ensure the boss's safety and bring him down." The bathroom was not far from the bedroom. Biao Gu gently knocked on the bathroom door and called out, "Bao Gu, it's me, Biao. The brothers are outside, and the man opposite has exhausted his ammunition. It's safe out here." Hearing the familiar voice, Bai Bao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the bathroom door and stepped outside, his earlier cowardice completely dissipated, replaced by an air of authority before his subordinates. Just as Bai Bao was about to deliver some grand words, a gunshot rang out, shattering the corridor's light and plunging the second floor into darkness. In the enveloping shadows, chaos erupted among Bai Bao and his men. Terrified, Bai Bao pressed backward, while the subordinates, unaware that the one pushing against them was their leader, unceremoniously shoved him forward. Sensing the imminent threat of death, Bai Bao abandoned his posturing, shouting, "You lot, I am your leader. Let me through. Bang, 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 bang. While Bai Bao struggled to push his way in, Lu Fei, wielding two pistols, unleashed a furious barrage down the corridor. Lu Fei's strength was immense. In his hands, the two pistols felt like mere toys, exhibiting no recoil as each shot found its mark. Bai Bao was struck twice from behind, and his primal survival instinct kicked in, propelling him to kick down the subordinate obstructing his path and madly flee toward the first floor. As the bullets in both pistols ran dry, Lu Fei swiftly retrieved another from his waistband, charging forward while firing precise shots. Even in the darkness, his keen senses allowed him to detect enemies concealed in the shadows. During his advance, he sustained a gunshot wound to his abdomen, nearly causing him to collapse. Staggering, he reached the last two subordinates, delivering powerful blows to their hearts and throats. Each move Lu Fei executed was lethal, targeting the human body's most vulnerable spots with utmost efficiency. Were there no restrictions on combat methods in a match, fatalities would be inevitable. Martial arts are a deadly skill. Observing the two lifeless bodies and the sanguine scent permeating the corridor, Lu Fei felt no remorse. He casually picked up a handgun from the ground, checked the magazine for bullets, and pressed his hand against his abdomen as he pursued the retreating figures downstairs. Upon arriving on the ground floor, he spotted two subordinates supporting Bai Bao, preparing to lift him into a vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fei raised his gun and fired. The two loyal subordinates, hearing the gunfire, instinctively shielded Bai Bao with their bodies. As Bai Bao gazed at his two fallen subordinates, their bodies riddled with blood, his fury eclipsed the fear of death. He no longer fled. Instead, he drew his weapon and aimed it at Lu Fei, firing a shot. In response, Lu Fei discharged the last bullet from his own gun, targeting Bai Bao. The two shots exchanged. Bai Bao's bullet struck Lu Fei's chest, while Lu Fei's bullet found its mark precisely at the center of Bai Bao's forehead. The immense force from the bullet impacting Lu Fei's chest sent him crashing to the ground, and as he closed his eyes, he pondered whether this was the end. The sensation of being shot left him breathless. Only through destruction can one achieve rebirth. At that moment of impending death, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, that of his master, Zhang Sanfeng, causing the excruciating pain in his chest to vanish. Opening his eyes in bewilderment, Lu Fei glanced down at his chest, where the jade pendant that once hung around his neck lay shattered on the ground, leaving only a red string. Observing the fragments, Lu Fei mused whether the jade, gifted by his master, had shielded him from the bullet. Xiao Fei! Xiao Fei! The cries, laced with sorrow, shattered Lu Fei's contemplation. The pain from the other gunshot wounds pulled him back into reality. A fragrant breeze wafted from behind him, and a delicate form leaped onto his back. Li Ruoxue embraced him tightly. With a quavering voice, she uttered, "Xiao Fei, you lay there motionless. I thought you had been killed. If you die here, how will I explain it to my mother?" Lu Fei relished the comforting embrace, yet more pressing matters demanded his attention. He endured the pain and replied, "Sister Shui, we have tasks to attend to. We can discuss this later." Hearing that Lu Fei still had things to do, Li Ruoxue reluctantly released her hold. With her support, Lu Fei struggled to rise and made his way towards the villa. "Sister Shui, please fetch a bag and gather all the guns from the villa, but remember not to point the muzzle towards yourself." Li Ruoxue obediently acknowledged and hurried to find a sack. Entering the kitchen, Lu Fei placed a pot on the gas stove and ignited it, pouring in an entire bucket of oil. He then rummaged through cabinets to uncover several more containers, dousing every corner of the kitchen with oil. Once he had completed the task, Li Ruoxue returned, her bag full. "There are 15 guns in here. I searched everywhere, and it was revolting. The stench of blood was overwhelming," she said, gagging slightly. "Let us go," Lu Fei said, clutching his abdomen as he stepped outside, one hand stained crimson with blood. Li Ruoxue noticed something amiss and gasped. "Xiao Fei, you're losing so much blood. Let us hurry. We need to find a hospital down the mountain to get this bandaged," Lu Fei replied. Li Ruoxue trembled, trying to cover his wound with her hands, but to no avail. Reaching the Audi 8, Lu Fei retrieved a handgun from the sack and shot out the license plate. "Get in," he commanded. Luffy had yet to experience the thrill of driving a car, while Li Ruoxue possessed a driving license, albeit in use for several years. In a moment of urgency, she was compelled to take the wheel of an Audi A8. With a heavy foot on the accelerator, she nearly careened off the mountainside, narrowly escaping disaster as she navigated the treacherous descent. By the time they reached the bottom, Luffy, already in a state of weakness, had succumbed to a near-complete state of unconsciousness. Hey, Xiao Fei, don't sleep. If you do, you might never wake up, Li Ruoxue exclaimed. Racing through the suburban streets, disregarding traffic signals in her frantic quest to reach the nearest hospital. Luffy, his voice barely a whisper, murmured, I've been shot. If I go to a proper hospital, I'll surely be arrested. We must find a small clinic to patch me up. Chapter 24. One person in bed for a day. Fair, and just reluctantly, Li Ruoxue turned around to seek out a small clinic, but at such a late hour. Most were closed. She thought to enter even one that was locked, to retrieve the bullet and disinfect the wound with some alcohol. Luffy felt his consciousness slipping away. Struggling to speak, Li Ruoxue noticed his deteriorating condition and hurriedly searched the streets for a clinic. Xiao Fei, hurry, there's one over there. Luffy drew his gun and shattered the surveillance camera outside the clinic, then fired another shot to break the lock before pushing the door open. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight inside, looking incredulously at Li Ruoxue, who was supporting him. Sister, do you think I'm your dog? This is a pet hospital. Isn't it? Inside, dozens of cages housed various breeds of small dogs, all trembling in fear as they regarded Luffy. Dogs possess keen instincts, and they recognized immediately the man before them as someone not to provoke. They sensed that a single bark could lead to their demise. Li Ruoxue, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, I was afraid we wouldn't have time to keep searching. Let's see if there are any supplies here that can help. Luffy could only nod in agreement, collapsing onto the operating table, as even standing had become a monumental effort. Shortly thereafter, Li Ruoxue rummaged through the cabinets and emerged with an array of bottles and bandages. Xiao Fei, look, there really is something here. Let me bandage you up. Luffy regarded her intently, saying, first, extract the bullet, then pour the alcohol, and finally, wrap it up. The order is up to you. After carefully absorbing Luffy's instructions, Li Ruoxue began her task. What seemed simple in theory proved exceedingly challenging in practice. Her hands trembled with anxiety as she wielded the tweezers, causing Luffy to wince in pain each time she missed her target. Yet, perseverance triumphed. Despite the absence of anesthesia and the relentless agony akin to scraping bone, Li Ruoxue eventually succeeded in extracting all the bullets from Luffy's body. Then came an even more excruciating task of pouring alcohol on the wounds. Just the thought of the sting sent shivers down her spine. I'm pouring it now. Xiao Fei, bear with me. As she poured the alcohol, Luffy gripped the sides of the operating table so tightly that he nearly tore it apart in his agony. Like a zombie, he endured for what felt like an eternity before his body finally began to relax. Li Ruoxue, who had never engaged in needlework before, found herself stitching for the first time on Luffy's flesh. The uneven stitches left her dissatisfied, yet she managed to staunch the bleeding. The subsequent bandaging went considerably smoother. Despite her lack of experience, she wrapped Luffy like a mummy. Once the rudimentary treatment was completed, Luffy felt his spirits lift. He retrieved several bottles of water and some food from the hospital, sharing a portion with Li Ruoxue as they sat together to replenish their energy. As she gnawed on a piece of bread, Li Ruoxue inquired, You've killed so many people. Won't you get executed if caught? Luffy shook his head. I only target villains. They're the scourge of society, and I eliminate them for the greater good. Li Ruoxue wholeheartedly agreed, exclaiming, They are indeed wicked. If you hadn't arrived in time, that man would have assaulted me. Luffy jestingly remarked, What would you do if your precious first time was taken from you? I would rather die. Li Ruoxue retorted defiantly. Such fervor. To prevent your demise, I suppose I shall reluctantly assist you. Perplexed, Li Ruoxue asked how. Just entrust your first time to me, he suggested. Expecting an explosive reaction, Luffy was taken aback by her calm demeanor as she gazed at him with tender, shimmering eyes. Sensing the atmosphere was amiss, Luffy finished the last bite of his food and urged, Let us hurry. Do you have any money to spare? Feeling a pang of regret, Li Ruoxue pulled out several thousand yuan. How much should I leave? Luffy snatched it all and placed it on the table. Surveillance locks. Medicine. These all cost money. The more we leave, the better. Let's hope they don't call the police. The pair hastily departed from the veterinary hospital and drove back to the hotel. Luffy ascended the stairs first, while Li Ruoxue drove the car further into the wilderness before disposing of it and taking a taxi back. In the hotel, Luffy examined a sack filled with firearms, 5 fully loaded and 5 entirely empty, with the rest scattered around as he disassembled them to fill a magazine. He concealed the 9 unloaded guns beneath the bed, 1 beneath the pillow, and 5 in the cabinet. He surmised that the White Tiger Gang likely had more members. and the villa was probably where the white leopard preyed on women. Having eliminated their leader, a bounty on his head was inevitable. These weapons would be crucial for his survival. By the time Lu Fei organized everything, Li Ruoxue had returned. Upon entering their room, she found Lu Fei reclining on her bed, her face betraying a mix of joy and shyness. Lu Fei, with an air of righteousness, declared, "One person per bed each night. It's only fair. Get lost. You think too highly of yourself." Li Ruoxue laughed as she playfully scolded him before rushing into the bathroom for a shower. Meanwhile, Li Ruoxue had already bagged Lu Fei's white tiger gang suit and discarded it in the trash. As Li Ruoxue emerged anew from the bathroom, she had donned a red silk nightgown, its hem barely reaching the upper part of her thighs, revealing her long, pristine legs in all their glory before Lu Fei's gaze. A wave of forbidden desire surged within him, igniting a fire in his lower abdomen. Injured and in pain with every movement, he averted his eyes from her. Yet, Li Ruoxue had no intention of letting this wounded lamb escape her grasp. She gently cupped his face, aligning their gazes. Lu Fei found himself entranced by her alluring eyes. "I have given considerable thought to the words spoken at the pet hospital, and you were right. Life is so beautiful. How could I ever contemplate ending it?" Suddenly, Li Ruoxue leaned in, her hair fragrant and flowing, enveloping both their faces. It was so sweet. In that moment of their first kiss, Lu Fei tasted a sweetness akin to candy. The experience felt surreal. He clung to the last vestiges of consciousness, reminding her, "I cannot move. Leave it to me." The sound of a key turning echoed through the air. Another day of work had come to an end, leaving him utterly exhausted. "Where is Xiao Fei?" At 4 in the morning, Lu Qingling returned to the hotel with a small bag on her back. After hearing from her colleagues that Li Ruoxue had taken leave early, she paid it little mind and headed home alone. Upon finding Lu Fei absent from their shared bed, she felt a pang of confusion. She had grown accustomed to sleeping with him, even if their relationship had not progressed further. Her gaze fell upon Li Ruoxue's bed, and she was taken aback to see two heads nestled together. "Xiao Fei, how could you betray me?" Clad in high heels, Lu Qingling approached the bed with a rapid clatter, only to discover both were sound asleep, utterly unresponsive. Are they really asleep? After scrutinizing them for a moment, she boldly pulled back the covers, revealing a scene that left her gasping. "Li Ruoxue, you are cheating on me behind my back." In Chapter 25, Li Ruoxue, caught in the act by Lu Qingling, blushed as she snatched the blanket back to cover herself and Lu Fei. "Shoo! What does it matter to you what Lu Fei and I do? It's mutual consent." However, Lu Qingling, with keen eyes, tugged at the edge of the blanket to confirm her earlier observations. "Xiao Fei, why are you covered in so many bandages? You haven't gotten into another fight, have you?" Li Ruoxue quickly interjected. "No, he fell while riding his bike today, and I helped bandage him up." Lu Qingling scrutinized them, her doubts lingering. "Is that true?" "Absolutely. It's late. You should hurry to bed." Lu Qingling, albeit skeptical, accepted Li Ruoxue's explanation, then seized one of Lu Fei's hands, declaring, "I want Xiao Fei to sleep with me. Don't try to take him away." Li Ruoxue swiftly swatted Lu Qingling's hand away, asserting, "Lu Fei has already said it. One day each." Frustrated, Lu Qingling retreated to the bathroom, feeling miffed that she had returned late from work, only to find her sister had already claimed the first bite. Lu Fei, bemused, turned to Li Ruoxue and remarked, "Sister Shui, your skills in deception are truly remarkable. To spin such a tale about a bike accident is impressive." Li Ruoxue, seemingly unfazed, remarked, "There was no fight. It was all about shooting." As she spoke, she playfully mimicked a gun with her hand, making sounds that nearly caused Lu Fei's wound to split from laughter. "Sister Shui, how are you so adorable? I wish I could hold you close." Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxue eagerly embraced Lu Fei, her face radiating happiness as she replied, "As long as you wish." "You can anytime." Lu Fei sensed a change in Li Ruoxue. Since their relationship had deepened, she had transformed from a big sister into a clingy, charming little wife. "Sister Shui, what's wrong? There are guns in the drawer and under the pillow. If anyone bullies you, don't be afraid. Just shoot them." "I understand, but I would rather you protect me," Li Ruoxue said, nuzzling her head against Lu Fei's chest. "I will," Lu Fei promised. The sweet couple, having resumed their prior activity, soon fell into a deep slumber. After a night fraught with peril, coupled with an hour of vigorous exertion, both their energies were utterly depleted. While asleep, Lu Fei faintly heard a phrase, no destruction, no construction. Break the innocence, open the heavenly eye. As Lu Qingling emerged from the bathroom post-shower, she gazed enviously at Li Ruoxia, who was nestled against Lu Fei, even contemplating the idea of all three sharing a bed. In the following days, Lu Fei spent his time in the hotel watching television, flipping between martial arts films and local news. To his relief, the wanted notice he dreaded did not materialize. Nor was there any broadcast regarding the villa fire. Lu Fei boldly speculated that the vendettas between underground factions went unnoticed by the authorities. Once one chose to delve into the underworld, perhaps only one's brothers would seek vengeance on their behalf. After several days of recuperation in the confines of the hotel room, Lu Fei could no longer tolerate the cramped quarters. Seizing the opportunity while the two women slept, he donned a hat and ventured outside for some fresh air. As he strolled, Lu Fei observed an increase in the number of small-time thugs loitering about, their eyes darting as if searching for someone. He stealthily followed a few of these groups, eavesdropping on their hushed conversations. The newly appointed leader of the White Tiger Society, Black Panther, said, "Let us find this Lu Fei, but where's the lead? Just a damn photograph. I say we go to the nightclub and kidnap his lackey. He'll surely walk right into our trap." One of the taller thugs angrily punched the speaker in the head, retorting, "Are you trying to break the rules? Once the rules are broken, no one in this underworld is safe. Today you target his family. Tomorrow, he wipes out yours. Is that what you want?" The shorter thug, looking aggrieved, replied, "I don't want that." The taller thug struck again. "Then remember this. You can do whatever you want to Lu Fei, but you cannot lay a finger on his people. That's the rule of not bringing disaster to one's family." "I understand, Brother Gao," the short thug said earnestly. Gao Ge, after finishing with the short thug, gazed longingly at the photocopy of Lu Fei's large portrait and mused, "If only I could encounter Lu Fei." The Black Panther had mentioned that capturing him would allow one to claim any gaming hall as their own lord, with a mere 70% of the profits surrendered each month, leaving the remaining 30% for oneself. Although the business of gaming halls had significantly declined, earning tens of thousands monthly was still far superior to his current aimless wandering on the streets. Listening to the conversation among the group, Lu Fei grasped the situation quite well. After the demise of Baihu's leader, Bai Bao, the new leader, He Bao, sought to establish his authority by capturing him. Lu Fei approached and gently patted the shoulder of the short thug. The thug, slightly irritated, turned his head to look at Lu Fei. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze. "How tall are you? You must be high up there," Gao Gu exclaimed, delivering a punch to the short thug's head, causing him to turn once more to face Lu Fei. Upon seeing Lu Fei, Gao Gu was momentarily stunned, a flicker of recognition dawning upon him. "I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before. Have I met you?" Lu Fei pointed at the large portrait in Gao Ji's hand, much like a celestial being guiding the way. Gao Gu picked up the photo for comparison, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "You are Lu Fei." Just moments ago, Gao Gu had been fantasizing about the good life that would follow capturing Lu Fei, but now that the notorious killer of Baihu was standing before him, he found himself at a loss. Quick, quick! He is Lu Fei. Capture him and deliver him to Brother He, and we shall thrive. At that moment, the short thug was the first to react, shouting and rousing the others from their stupor. "Brothers, let's..." Before he could finish, Lu Fei had already kicked him to the ground. The other thugs, realizing Lu Fei's prowess, decided to charge at him in unison. 4 thugs lunged at Lu Fei like famished wolves, attacking with fists, knees, and kicks. Yet, Lu Fei effortlessly dispatched them, leaving them sprawled on the ground without breaking a sweat. Observing the moaning figures at his feet, Lu Fei brandished the gun at his waist and threatened, "If you wish to live, then follow me." Seeing the firearm, the thugs, despite their pain, hurriedly trailed after Lu Fei into a narrow alley. In the dimness of the passage, Lu Fei toyed with his gun and casually inquired, "Now speak. What are Baihu's intentions? How many men have they mobilized? The more detailed, the better." Gao Gu, now filled with regret, realized he was ill-suited for the underworld. Before the ruthless Lu Fei, he felt as powerless as a bullied maiden, unable to resist. Chapter 26. I shall dominate the casinos of Magic City. Gao Gu, the short thug, and several others recounted their tale for half an hour, allowing Lu Fei to fully comprehend Baihu's plans. After distilling their ramblings, Lu Fei learned that Magic City was home to 4 major gangs: Qing Long Hui, Baihu Hui, Zhu Ke Hui, and Xianwu Hui. Each gang monopolized specific industries. Qing Long Hui controlled bars and nightclubs, Bai Hui dominated gaming halls, billiard rooms, and internet cafes. Zhu Hui held sway over hotels, clubs, and restaurants, while Xian Wu Hui monopolized the casinos. The essence of monopoly signifies that only a particular gang possesses the privilege to operate, should other factions aspire to partake in the spoils. They shall face the united suppression of the other three. This monopolistic reshuffling occurs annually. Previously, it was a contest of firepower and numbers, yet post-regulation. It has evolved into a more civilized resolution. The outcome of confrontations is determined within the boxing ring. Each gang invests considerable resources in nurturing a cadre of promising fighters to contend for the annual division of industries. The more victories one secures, the greater the monopoly over lucrative sectors one can attain. On the day of Bai Bao's demise, he exercised his annual right to challenge for the monopoly held by the Qinglong Association's nightclub. In his discontent over the loss, he sought retribution against Lu Fei's sister, unaware that the waitress's brother was a deranged individual who dared to invade his hometown armed with a gun. Now, Lu Fei has unraveled the entire situation. He Zhiqiu is indeed affiliated with the Qinglong Association, leveraging his sister's debts to coerce him into securing benefits for her. The realization sends a chill down Lu Fei's spine. This woman is adept at concealing her machinations, and it is only now that he comprehends He Zhiqiu's true background. He and his sister, Li Ruoxue, have been unwittingly ensnared in this gang conflict, and in a state of confusion, he has even killed their leader. Observing the lack of fighting spirit among the group, Lu Fei holstered his weapon and casually inquired, "Are you implying that this entire city is teeming with thousands of little ruffians like you, seeking me out on the streets daily?" The tall thug nodded, clarifying that each district has designated patrol groups. In the East District where Fei Ge resides, there are approximately 200 individuals, and they even have a WeChat group. Furrowing his brow, Lu Fei asked what a WeChat group was. It took another half hour for the tall thug to elucidate the concept of WeChat groups, moments, shake, and drift bottle. "Are you saying that by shaking this phone, I can directly connect with girls?" Lu Fei inquired skeptically. "Absolutely. Don't doubt it. Fei Ge, not only can you connect with girls through shake, but drift bottle also works." The tall thug and his companions eagerly explained, creating a jovial atmosphere among them. As dusk descended, Lu Fei waved his hand, saying, "You may leave now, but do not mention having seen me, or next time I shall truly end you." The tall thugs exchanged glances, unwilling to depart. Lu Fei rose, observing the group surrounding him, and queried, "Do you wish to fight?" The tall thug hastily shook his head, declaring, "No. We wish to abandon the shadows and follow you, Fei Ge." The rest echoed their desire for Lu Fei to be their leader. They collectively believed that aligning with Lu Fei was far superior to being mere outsiders of the Bai Hu Association. As they spoke, the five of them removed their shirts, revealing their bare skin. The tall thug earnestly introduced himself. "Fei Ge, my name is Gao Ming, and these four childhood friends. We have always aspired to make a name for ourselves, but after 2 years with the Bai Hu Association, they told us we didn't even qualify to bear the white tiger tattoo. We believe that remaining here offers no future. We wish to follow you instead." As they bowed deeply to Lu Fei, he found himself in a somewhat awkward predicament. "It is indeed possible, but do you have a place to stay?" An hour later, Lu Fei arrived at the residence of 5 individuals, a rental unit considerably smaller than the one Li Ruoxue once occupied. Inside, the solitary bed, which was originally meant for Gao Ming, was now relinquished to Lu Fei, as Gao Ming refused to sleep on it. Lying on the bed, Lu Fei located a pinned contact on his phone and, after a moment's hesitation, dialed the number. When the call connected, He Zhiqiu's voice resonated. "I didn't expect you, Mr. Lu. Rather than a boxer, you seem more suited to the role of an assassin." Lu Fei replied bluntly, "All right. I acknowledge your status as the heiress of the Qinglong Society. I need you to ensure the safety of my 2 sisters. The cost is yours to decide." Facing the astute businesswoman, Lu Fei chose to dispense with pleasantries and directly discuss terms, having lost all trust in her after she had both saved and manipulated him. His appeal to her was solely motivated by the need to protect Li Ruoxue and Lu Qingling. He had no other options. He Zhiqiu detected the coldness in Lu Fei's voice and, for reasons unknown, felt a twinge of discomfort. She swiftly regained her composure and responded in her usual tone. "Very well. I can even assist you in escaping the pursuit of the Bai Hu Society, provided you agree to my terms." Lu Fei replied indifferently, "Let us hear them." He Zhiqiu continued, "To safeguard your sisters, The condition is that you help me win a boxing match, to free you from the Baihu Society's chase. The condition is that you join my Qinglong Society, becoming entirely mine. Lu Fei inquired, when is the match, and who will I be fighting? Don't deceive me. I know you seek to monopolize. He Zhiqiu stated, a month from now, at the usual place against the Xuanwu Society. I aim to seize the monopoly over the casinos in Modu. Understood. I accept your terms. From this moment, protect Li Ruoxue and Lu Qingling well. Should a single hair be harmed on their heads, I shall not lift a finger for you, Lu Fei asserted. He Zhiqiu's voice, laced with amusement, reached Lu Fei's ears. Have you truly no desire to join me? While I am primarily focused on profit, I assure you, should you provide me with benefits, I will not treat you unjustly. I dislike associating with those devoid of emotion. With that, Lu Fei terminated the call. On the other end, He Zhiqiu, instead of being angered, smiled, lingering over Lu Fei's final words. You still want me to discuss feelings? How demanding this young man is. Very well, let him make a fuss for a while. Once he has had his fill, I shall tidy things up. After hanging up with He Zhiqiu, Lu Fei called each of his sisters to explain his temporary absence and offered them brief comfort before ending the conversations. With everything settled, Lu Fei felt considerably uplifted. He picked up Gao Ming's phone and began to shake it. Soon enough, he added a girl with a cartoon cat avatar and initiated a conversation. Hello, little cat. Is your username meant to be cool? Show me your selfie. Rich and handsome. My phone camera is broken, she replied. In that case, what does your English name mean? Let me see your legs. How coincidental. My camera is also broken. This English name belongs to a very handsome man. You surely cannot compare to him. His rogue charm is unmatched. Chapter 27. The counterattack of Lu Fei, utilizing the account of a distinguished and affluent persona. Engaged in fervent conversations with a multitude of individuals, amassing over a dozen accounts in the span of a single evening. It was not that Lu Fei was disinclined to use his own mobile device. Rather, he found himself devoid of a WeChat account and lacking in data, rendering the task exceedingly cumbersome. Gao Ming had advised him to use his phone for the time being, promising to assist Lu Fei in procuring a data card from the service center in a few days, thereafter granting him the freedom to play at will. Fatigued from his gaming pursuits, Lu Fei reclined on the bed, lost in thought, while Gao Ming's two subordinates lay sprawled on the floor, ensconced in a deep slumber. Including Lu Hu and Chen Gao, he now had a total of 7 followers, sufficient to establish himself as a local tyrant in rural settings. Yet in this environment, faced with the thousands of subordinates belonging to the White Tiger Society, Lu Fei recalled a classic line. Are you skilled in combat? What good is that? To thrive in this world, one must possess influence and a formidable background. Which faction do you belong to? Oh, merely a petty thug. At that moment, Lu Fei reminisced about He Zhiqiu's proposition for him to become her subordinate, but he swiftly dismissed the thought. The notion of serving a woman for a lifetime was unbearable. She was neither his sister nor Aunt Li. What authority did she have over him? Patience was key, though he currently had only 7 subordinates and was somewhat inconsequential. As long as he ascended to the position of leader, there would undoubtedly come a day when he would rise to prominence. The following day, as Lu Fei planned to venture out alone, Gao Ming promptly approached with a few subordinates, exclaiming, Brother Fei, are you off to a brawl? Take us along. Our chances of victory will be greatly enhanced. Assessing the combat capabilities of the few behind him, Lu Fei shook his head in resignation. Their prowess paled in comparison to Lu Hu and Chen Gao. Bringing them along would serve no purpose beyond projecting bravado, should a confrontation arise. He would be burdened with the responsibility of safeguarding them. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fei returned to his seat, retrieving a pen and paper, and began to write fervently. After a considerable time, a training regimen adorned with 4 prominent characters was affixed to the door. Lu Fei addressed the group, stating, When you can accomplish these tasks, come find me. Otherwise, with your feeble skills, it would be best to refrain from pursuing this path. With that, he firmly shut the door behind him, stepping out to prepare a few gifts for the scoundrels of the White Tiger Society. Inside the room, Gao Ming and the others gazed at the training plan, collectively inhaling sharply. Single-leg squats must exceed 20 repetitions. A 400-meter sprint in under 1 minute. One punch capable of shattering bricks. Delivering 10 consecutive kicks to a steel pole. The list of demanding training outcomes and supplementary methods was inscribed alongside. Finally, a poignant reminder lingered. If you wish to be esteemed in public, you must endure trials in private, whether in the shadows or in the light. The conclusion will not play out as you desire. Gao Ming, invigorated by the prospect, shouted, "Brothers, do you wish to make a name for yourselves?" The group responded in unison, "We do." Gao Ming flung open the door and sprinted forth. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, upon exiting, commenced his role as a street pugilist, scouring the streets for subordinates of the White Tiger Society. Upon spotting groups no larger than 10, he would approach and deliver a thorough thrashing. With Lu Fei's counteroffensive, the tide began to shift gradually. The originally profit-driven underlings, upon perusing the daily injury reports in their group chat, gradually realized that the individuals they sought to confront were far beyond their means. As the skirmishes unfolded, Lu Fei noticed that he could scarcely see any members of the White Tiger Society on the streets. During this time, he had also recruited over a dozen subordinates who had submitted to his prowess. On a sweltering summer day, Lu Fei sat alone beneath the shade of a tree, gazing at his newly registered WeChat account in a chat group comprised of approximately 20 individuals, newly acquainted subordinates from the bustling metropolis. The conversation was lively, with everyone eager to bestow a striking name upon their little collective. Growing somewhat bored, Lu Fei switched off his phone, reached into his pocket, and produced a black cigarette gifted by his subordinates, igniting it and exhaling clouds of smoke. As he indulged, he pondered his next course of action. The brothers of the White Tiger Society stationed on the streets had nearly been swept away by his hand. Their leader, too intimidated, would not dare to command 100 men to roam the streets, fearing that they might be apprehended by law enforcement before they even laid eyes on him. Lu Fei reflected on his recent confrontations, realizing he bore none of the distinctive attire or tattoos emblematic of the White Tiger Society. Inquiries revealed that they were all mere auxiliary personnel, commonly referred to as outsourced laborers, faring even worse, devoid of a basic salary. With his astute mind racing, a wicked smile crept across Lu Fei's face as he conceived a strategy to deal with the White Tiger Society. "You wish to challenge me? Prepare for the chaos I shall unleash upon you." In a luxurious club, a dozen men, adorned with tattoos of the white tiger on their arms and legs, lounged in various states of undress while indulging in the ministrations of beautiful masseuses. Nearby, a subordinate clad in a White Tiger Society uniform reported their current status. The leader, a man with a somewhat dark complexion, grew increasingly somber as he listened to the update. The expressions of those around him mirrored his discontent, rendering even the skilled massage unappealing. "Boss, this kid is audacious. Should we not hire an assassin to eliminate him?" suggested a man to the left of the leader, known as Black Panther. Before Black Panther could respond, an older man to his right dismissed the notion. "It's futile." This kid emerged unscathed from the villa of Brother White Leopard, facing a dozen guns, and he has sent our subordinates fleeing in disarray on the streets. His mastery of both firearms and fists is evident. Had I not discovered he was merely a rural boy, I would suspect him to be a mercenary from abroad. "What shall we do then? Allow outsiders to witness our humiliation?" questioned the two elder figures who had aided Black Panther's ascent. One young, known as San Mao, and the other, slightly older, called Old Cat. "Enough of your bickering. Both of your points hold merit. We cannot afford to lose face for the White Tiger Society." Black Panther interjected after a moment's pause. "However, hiring an assassin is impractical. He roams the streets and resides with a group of people at night. Even we cannot strike at outsiders. If we are powerless against him, then we shall target those around him." The Old Cat, taken aback, hesitantly remarked, "Hage, are you about to break the rules by targeting his family to coerce him?" Upon utterance of these words, the breath of every high-ranking member of the White Tiger Society in attendance halted, their anxious gazes fixated upon Black Panther. It is crucial to understand that engaging with one's family in such a manner, if discovered by the Underworld, would render them a pariah, casting doubt on the very survival of the White Tiger Society. Black Panther, observing the tension among the crowd, sneered derisively, who said, "I intend to harm his family. I am not foolish enough to strip him of all his vulnerabilities. Rather, I aim to transform his weaknesses into shackles that prevent him from taking action." Chapter 28. A hand that covers the sky within the establishment. Upon hearing Black Panther's account, the members of the White Tiger Society nodded in approval. This plan was brilliant. It neither violated the rules nor failed to intimidate the brash youth, compelling him to seek us out personally. As Black Panther reveled in the praises he received, a sense of exhilaration coursed through him. Thinking of how he could establish his authority immediately upon becoming president, his hands grew restless as he began to massage the technician, much to the astonishment of those around him. Before the group could indulge in their merriment for long, the door of the club swung open once more, and another subordinate clad in white tiger society attire rushed in, panting with urgency. Black Panther, caught up in his enjoyment, scolded the newcomer. "What are you doing? In this line of work, one must maintain composure. Stop being so reckless." The subordinate hurriedly replied, "Boss, our venue has been attacked." The expression on Black Panther's face shifted dramatically as he tightened his grip on what he was holding and inquired about the perpetrator. It was Lu Fei. Though Black Panther had already surmised the identity of the assailant, the confirmation sent him into a furious rage, and he shattered the teacup nearby. This boy simply would not fade away. Although Lu Fei had previously eliminated the elder brother, facilitating Black Panther's ascent, he bore no animosity towards him. Sending someone to apprehend Lu Fei was merely a formality. Yet now, Lu Fei had escalated the situation to explosive proportions, quite literally. "Immediately dispatch individuals to Li Family Village. Execute my instructions to the letter," Black Panther bellowed at the subordinate, who had been lingering nearby. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, casually smoking a cigarette, emerged from an arcade, a satisfied grin on his face. The arcade lay in disarray, machines toppled, and coins strewn across the floor. The staff stood in the corners, unharmed yet terrified, gazing at the once mighty enforcers, now reduced to a pathetic heap. Standing outside the arcade, Lu Fei opened a dubious map on his device, activating navigation to another nearby arcade, strolling leisurely in its direction. Before long, news of the White Tiger Society's venue being vandalized spread like wildfire, infuriating Black Panther, who promptly reported the incident to his superiors. However, they retorted that their enforcers had proven ineffective, and, as Lu Fei had not harmed any civilians, they had no jurisdiction over the matter. Black Panther found himself at a loss for words. Lu Fei's actions were entirely justifiable. He had wreaked havoc while ensuring that the money was refunded to those playing inside, only targeting the enforcers and leaving the staff untouched. The prospect of easy money has brought immense joy to the masses, who relish the opportunity to witness free brawls while lining their pockets. In just a few days, the newly opened gaming halls have seen a considerable increase in patrons, though most merely occupy space without engaging in play, biding their time for Lu Fei to stir up trouble and distribute cash. Meanwhile, as Lu Fei strolls down the street, he notices a number of police cars parked beside various gaming establishments. Following a series of violent altercations that have rapidly circulated online, the police have implemented measures to prevent further incidents. Realizing the futility of pursuing chaos under such scrutiny, Lu Fei wisely abandons his plans for further disturbances, aware that should he continue, he would inevitably face incarceration. Lacking any influential backing, imprisonment would leave him vulnerable to the whims of the White Tiger Society. Undeterred, he seeks out several billiard halls and internet cafes, only to find police presence at all of them as well, even in the absence of patrons. Prudence compels Lu Fei to return home. At that very moment, the leaders of 3 rival gangs receive news of the White Tiger Society's misfortunes, reveling in their adversaries' plight and observing with a sense of detached amusement. Among them, He Jiqiu, the esteemed heiress of the Qinglong Society, reveals a rare smile upon reading the reports handed to her by her subordinates. "What na ve fool," she muses, contemplating the potential chaos that could ensue should he become aligned with her. Her gaze drifts to a framed photograph on her desk, depicting a joyful moment shared with a man, a stark contrast to her current icy demeanor. "Father, I shall fulfill your wishes alongside your brethren," she vows silently. In the ensuing days, Lu Fei, devoid of pressing matters, immerses himself in gaming with a few brothers at home. When fatigue sets in, he instructs them on the art of combat. Maintain your balance after throwing a punch. Lean forward too much, and you'll lose stability. Keep your hands up. If you drop them, a solid hit will send you to dreamland. As Lu Fei observes his disciples sparring, he offers guidance on their missteps. Noticing their dedication, he acknowledges their progress over the days, their footwork noticeably steadier as they diligently adhere to his training regimen. All right, take a break. Progress requires patience. One cannot become a master in a single day, he advises, watching as they collapse to the floor, panting heavily. Gao Ming expresses his newfound understanding. "I used to think fighting was merely about being tougher. Now I realize there are so many nuances involved." Lu Fei chuckles, rebuking him playfully. "Did you think my prowess lies solely in being more ruthless? Brute strength alone is insufficient. Without skill, one can easily be bested." Lu Fei observes that discussions with men often revolve around strength and ambition, while conversations with women tend to drift toward more intimate matters. Perhaps it is the unbridled surge of masculine energy that compels him, as he eagerly showcases a series of swift strikes, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around him. At this moment, Gao Ming proposed Fei Ge. The brothers in the group have yet to meet in person. Everyone suggests we find a time to gather and familiarize ourselves with each other, lest we end up fighting and discover we are all on the same side. Lu Fei, who was performing handstand push-ups, pondered for a moment before responding, "That is indeed feasible, but I currently find myself without funds. Sticking around at home is not a viable option. Do you have any good ideas?" "Fei Ge, we could act as enforcers for others. You are quite capable in a fight, and with over 20 brothers at our disposal, we would certainly have enough muscle." Gao Ming articulated his thoughts. Lu Fei executed a full somersault and stood upright, feeling no fatigue after completing 300 handstand push-ups. He noticed that since recovering from his gunshot wound, his physical abilities had significantly improved, as if he had broken through a previous plateau. Could this be the benefit of what my master referred to as no pain, no gain? Shaking his head, Lu Fei reflected, "Who would want me? Having me would only provoke the White Tiger Society. It's not worth the trouble of making enemies for my sake." At that moment, he recalled He Zhiqiu, feeling perplexed by her assertion that she could prevent the White Tiger Society from pursuing the matter, provided he became her subordinate. Did this woman truly regard the White Tiger Society with such disdain? Seeing that the idea of acting as enforcers was not viable, Gao Ming suggested several other alternatives, all of which Lu Fei promptly declined. He considered collecting protection money or stepping in for others as short-term solutions. He aspired to something more substantial, an existence akin to He Zhiqiu's, imbued with the confidence to command the world. Monopoly, now that sounded appealing. In the end, none of them could devise a viable plan for their livelihood. Gao Ming proposed that they gather today. With a larger group, they might brainstorm more effectively. Lu Fei nodded in agreement, and thus they arranged a dinner gathering for the evening with over 20 individuals. Although they were all struggling, Gao Ming did not wish their first meeting to take place in a lowly eatery. He insisted on using his hard-earned savings from working at the factory to book a table at the Peace Hotel. That evening, the group of aspiring individuals rode a bus together, with Gao Ming eagerly sharing stories about the Peace Hotel. Lu Fei listened with great interest, recalling Gao Ming's earlier remarks. He learned that the Peace Hotel was a property of the Zhuge Society, reputedly a sanctuary where one could escape from pursuers. Any feuds could be temporarily set aside upon entering, or else one would be at odds with the Zhuge Society. Gao Ming, with an air of mystery, remarked, "The reputation of the Peace Hotel has diminished significantly. I once heard from a friend that the great-grandfather of the current president of the Zhuge Society once faced an entire army to protect someone." Lu Fei dismissed the tale with skepticism, retorting, "A restaurant taking on army? Nonsense. If I were a general, I'd simply bombard the place." Gao Ming chuckled. "These are merely stories I've heard. I cannot vouch for their authenticity. However, the hotel is indeed luxurious and upscale. It will certainly reflect well on you, boss." Lu Fei patted Gao Ming, who sat in front of him, expressing his gratitude. "I will repay you for this expense in due time. There is no need to spend money on my older brother. I am more than willing." This sentiment from Gao Ming is genuine. After only a few days with Brother Fei, he feels he has experienced a significant transformation. Previously, he lived aimlessly, but now he possesses a clear objective to better himself. After the bus arrived at the station, the group walked a short distance before reaching the Peace Hotel. At the entrance, a gathering of somewhat unruly youths had already formed. Upon seeing Lu Fei approaching, they recognized him and respectfully greeted him as Brother Fei. Meanwhile, the onlookers directed their curious gazes toward Lu Fei, who was slightly embarrassed. As he waved his hands dismissively, he pulled the tall Lu Hu closer to him. Let us go, let us go. There is no need for such formality over a meal." Lu Fei urged his entourage into the restaurant. Upon entering the hotel, Lu Fei was dazzled by the opulent decor of the Peace Hotel. Having never been there before, he momentarily felt lost. The crowd stood around the lobby like headless flies until a vigilant waiter approached and inquired, "Hello, do you have a reservation?" Lu Fei glanced at Gao Ming, who shook his head. "Noto Sebastian, Lu Fei de Plaif." The waiter, surveying the throng behind Lu Fei, regretfully said, "I'm sorry, sir, but all the private rooms are fully booked today. We only have space in the lobby. Would that be acceptable?" Lu Fei did not wish to inconvenience the waiter and nodded, saying, "Then please find us a large table, preferably in a quieter area, as my brothers tend to speak quite loudly." Lu Fei was well acquainted with the behavior of ruffians, having once been a troublemaker in his village himself, frequently interacting with other delinquents. Loudness and short tempers are two defining traits of such individuals. He did not expect the local ruffians in the metropolis to exhibit much better manners. Thus, he preemptively warned the waiter to avoid disturbing other diners. The waiter complied and led the group to a large round table near a corner. Though a bit cramped for the 20 or so attendees, it was manageable. Lu Fei repeatedly declined to order, but ultimately found himself compelled to select dishes. "Wow, this is so expensive," exclaimed Lu Fei, noting that one serving of smoked fish cost $1.98, while shrimp was $300. It felt like robbery under the watchful eyes of his friends and the waiter. Lu Fei chose several of the less costly options from the menu, and after ordering 10 dishes, it nearly totaled 3,000 yuan. Reluctant to continue squandering Gao Ming's hard-earned money, Lu Fei prepared to return the menu to the waiter. Sensing Lu Fei's discomfort, Gao Ming spoke up, "Boss, the brothers have big appetites. These dishes surely won't suffice. Let me add a few more." With that, Gao Ming took the menu back and, albeit reluctantly, added another 10 dishes. He then generously handed the menu to the others, saying, "Order whatever you like. Today, Brother Fei is treating." "Brother Fei is amazing." Gao Ming, fearing Lu Fei might misunderstand, had already transferred a substantial sum of 20,000 yuan into Lu Fei's account. As Lu Fei gazed into the sincere eyes of Gao Ming and the balance displayed on his phone, he recognized that he had gained yet another trustworthy confidant. There is little to commend those who assist you in times of prosperity. However, one must truly cherish those who offer support during moments of adversity. Presently, Lu Fei found himself in a nadir, despite seemingly having triumphed over the White Tiger Society. He had reaped no rewards and instead accrued a formidable enemy, with his pockets completely empty, marking the onset of a catastrophic beginning. Dishes were swiftly delivered one after another. And indeed, the premium price was justified by the exceptional service and quality of the cuisine, which far surpassed the meager offerings of the outside world, even in the hall. Yet the value for money was not particularly favorable, and at least for the current Lu Fei, a second visit was not on his agenda. Displeased by the exorbitant prices of beverages he found unpalatable, Lu Fei dispatched his good friend Lu, who to procure several bottles of white liquor and cases of beer. The group, resembling a gathering at a roadside eatery, engaged in raucous games and drank heartily, their laughter punctuated by shouts. As the alcohol flowed, even Lu Fei's voice grew louder, not to mention his underlings, whose faces flushed with drink resorted to shouting in their conversations. Initially, the servers' reminders were effective, but it was not long before the revelers forgot all decorum. Other diners in the hall soon felt the irritation mount. They had chosen the Peace Hotel for its refined atmosphere, seeking an elegant and sophisticated environment. However, the boisterous antics of Lu Fei and his entourage diminished the ambience to that of a mere roadside stall, much to their chagrin. Yet they dared not voice their discontent directly. Those who were timid towards the bold channeled their frustrations onto the servers instead. "Waitstaff, I wish to lodge a complaint. We have spent so much money, and this is the environment you provide? Look at that group over there. If I didn't know better, I would think I was in a roadside eatery." What could the server do? All she could do was offer apologies to each table. She found herself powerless against Lu Fei's rowdy group. Reminders had proven futile, and to persist would risk her safety. Lu Fei had underestimated the volume of his companions, whose noise permeated even the corners of the hall, disrupting all around them. The situation soon spiraled beyond the server's control, prompting them to seek the manager's guidance. In the manager's office, a woman clad in a striking red qipao, possessing an exquisite figure, sat regally at the center of the desk. After listening to the server's account, her fiery red lips parted as she inquired, "How long has it been since anyone dared to cause such a ruckus in the Peace Hotel? Go summon Brother Jia and his crew. We must descend to assess the situation." Chapter 30. Mr. Gao comes to confront you shortly thereafter. The server ushered in a man clad in a black shirt, a toothpick casually held in his mouth, while a group of underlings awaited outside. "Xiao Fei, what brings you to summon me today? It has been quite some time since you've graced me with your attention," Lu Yangjie remarked in a teasing tone, indicating a familiar rapport with the woman in the qipao. "Xiao Fei is not a name you may use. We are of equal standing. Address me as Yu Fei." She corrected Lu Yangjie's informal address, rising to push past the toothpick-wielding man as she made her way outside. It is a rare occurrence for someone to stir trouble below, and the president has placed you under my supervision precisely to prevent you from causing any disorder. I understand your restless spirit, and perhaps there will soon be an opportunity to indulge your whims. Lu Yongjia amused inwardly as he observed Yafei's alluring waist twisting in the air. Upon descending the stairs, Yafei did not immediately seek out Lu Fei. Instead, she graciously offered apologies to the other patrons in the hall. Her sweet and sincere apologies, coupled with her earnest solutions, led the guests to nod in acceptance of her mediation. Those who received compensation and apologies could no longer endure the raucous chatter from Lu Fei's table and promptly vacated the hall. Before long, only Lu Fei and his companions remained. Lu Yongjia, seizing the moment, arranged for dozens of his underlings to form a human wall, blocking the exit. Lu Fei, possessing the best alcohol tolerance, quickly sensed something amiss. He leaned over to Lu Hu and Chun, whispering, "Stop drinking. The atmosphere feels off. Someone is looking for trouble. Wake the brothers." Lu Hu and Chun, momentarily dazed, swiftly regained their composure. Upon seeing the group of similarly attired men before them, the effects of the alcohol dissipated, and they began to discreetly alert their companions beneath the table. When Lu Yongjia and Yafei approached their table, aside from 3 or 4 who had drunk themselves into a stupor, the remaining dozen had become alert, warily observing the two standing before them. Yafei naturally directed her gaze toward the man seated at the head of the table, Lu Hu. She felt a sense of disdain for Lu Hu exuded the aura of a mere brute rather than a true leader. Nevertheless, she maintained a cheerful demeanor and inquired, "How are you gentlemen enjoying your drinks? Would you like to order more dishes?" Lu Fei did not occupy the primary seat. He was positioned between Chun and Gao Ming, while Lu Hu sat beside Chun. The reason his brothers did not allow their leader to take the main position was due to their lack of understanding of dining etiquette. They were simply acting on impulse, and Lu Hu fortuitously ended up in that spot. Although Lu Fei was not seated at the head, as the leader of the group, he could not let anyone else take the lead. He calmly responded to Yafei, "We will not be eating any further. Let's settle the bill." Yafei took out her phone and fiddled with the calculator for a moment. After a slight parting of her red lips, she announced a figure that caused a few dazed brothers at Lu Fei's table to sit up in shock. To make it an even sum, 100,000. The term black market flashed through Lu Fei's mind. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. If it were indeed a black establishment, it would have been reported long ago, and the patrons who had just left would not have departed with satisfied expressions. He restrained his anger, which urged him to command his brothers to take action, and coldly inquired, "I recall that our table's bill should be just over 10,000, not less than 20,000. You dare to tell me it's 100,000? If you cannot provide a valid reason today, your establishment will face closure for renovation tomorrow." Lu Fei's commanding presence was formidable, his tone chilling and authoritative, inciting a fervor among his subordinates to stand by him. Yafei, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected intensity emanating from this initially unassuming man, found herself momentarily speechless. Just as they were about to reach an impasse, Lu Yongjia's warm hand gently rested on Yafei's back. It was as if she had been infused with strength, and her previous playful and charming demeanor returned. "My dear brother," she said, "the 100,000 is certainly not a scam. However, your recent loud commotion has severely disturbed our other dining guests, who have lodged complaints. I am compelled to appease them through compensation." Lu Fei grasped the underlying message and raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. "So, you mean we are to cover this expense?" Yafei responded with a sweet smile and a nod. Lu Fei turned to his brothers, deliberately raising his voice. "Brothers, do we have any money?" Lu Hu and the others immediately understood, responding in unison, "No money." Lu Fei turned to Yafei, shrugging his shoulders in mock apology. "I'm sorry, beautiful, but we cannot produce 100,000. What do you propose we do?" Yafei maintained her sweet smile, her voice smooth as silk. "Not to worry, dear brother. If you lack funds, you may come work at our Peace Hotel. I could use a break for my employees." Upon hearing this, Lu Fei shook his head, his expression one of discomfort. "My brothers and I are accustomed to the life of carefree wanderers. Working is simply out of the question." Yafei took a step back in her red high heels, and Lu Yongjia took the opportunity to support her, concern evident in his voice. "What is the matter?" Feigning distress, Yafei replied, "Brother Jia, I am at a loss. These gentlemen are unyielding. Only you can negotiate with them." Observing Yafei's expression, Lu Yongjie realized she was indeed upset. Who wouldn't he be angered when faced with such scoundrels? Although Yafei's approach was undeniably domineering, placing the entire burden of compensation squarely on Lu Fei, he too was not without fault. His dismissal of her, with a simple no money, effectively stifled any further dialogue, his calm demeanor inciting an urge to strike him. This was a classic standoff between two unscrupulous individuals, each testing the other's resolve. Lu Fei was unperturbed by the Zhuke society, as he was unaware of the extent of their power. After all, he had just vanquished the leader of a rival gang and was riding high on that momentum. Yafei and Lu Yongjie were equally unafraid of this group of small-time thugs, bolstered by the backing of the Zhuke society. They had never cowered before anyone in the bustling metropolis. Lu Yongjie reluctantly withdrew his hand, waving to summon two of his underlings. He removed the necklace from his neck and the seemingly valuable watch from his wrist, loosening his tie as if preparing for a confrontation. Gazing at Lu Fei and his group encircled at the table, Lu Yongjie spat out a toothpick with a casual nonchalance. Shall we engage all at once? Or must it be one at a time? Lu Fei remained still, eager to witness the practical skills of his companions. He addressed the group with a jest. It seems the fellows at the Peace Hotel wish to test our mettle. Any brothers eager to showcase their prowess? Gao Ming immediately chimed in. I'll take the challenge. I want to see what this so-called buffoon from the hotel is made of. With that, Gao Ming leaped from his chair, landing on the table before Lu Yongjie. Striking a classic Bruce Lee pose and beckoning, "Come, buffoon, let us see what you've got." Chapter 31. The confidence to cause a ruckus at the Peace Hotel, observing the antics of the clownish Gao Ming before him. Lu Yongjie wasted no time and unleashed a powerful punch. Having just received guidance from Lu Fei that morning, Gao Ming instinctively raised his arms to shield his head. But Lu Yongjie's fist struck fiercely against his forearm. The sheer force propelled Gao Ming backward by 2 steps, and he was alarmed to discover that merely absorbing one blow had rendered his arm numb and powerless. Surprised by Gao Ming's ability to block his punch, Lu Yongjie realized that Gao Ming was not merely the fool he had initially perceived. He possessed some level of skill. With his left arm now devoid of sensation, Gao Ming recognized that he could no longer rely on defense. Otherwise, he would lose the opportunity to strike altogether. Resolute in his decision, he grounded himself by pressing down with his left foot, then swiftly propelled his right foot forward, launching an uppercut from below with his left hand aimed squarely at Lu Yongjie's chin. It was a classic Tyson-esque maneuver, but regrettably, Gao Ming had only grasped the superficial aspects of the technique. His power and finesse fell short. Lu Fei, observing the unfolding scene, provided commentary. As Gao Ming advanced with his attack, Lu Yongjie regarded him with disdain, effortlessly swatting away the left hook with one hand and delivering a forceful palm strike that sent Gao Ming crashing to the ground. The impact left Gao Ming dazed, though he was fortunate to have retained his teeth. Unwilling to concede defeat, he staggered to his feet, attempting to mount another assault against Lu Yongjie. You have already lost. It is time to reflect. Lu Fei's voice resonated, causing Gao Ming to exhale in surrender, his strength waning as he began to topple backward. The 2 closest subordinates rushed to support him, guiding him back to his seat. I still need to train, Gao Ming uttered wearily. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Lu Yongjie, a fierce competitive spirit igniting within him. Lu Yongjie, observing his own hand that had just delivered the strike, scornfully questioned, "Is this all the strength you possess, merely able to absorb a slap? With such meager abilities, I suggest you find a proper profession." At the dining table, the onlookers listened to Lu Yongjie's taunts, their tempers flaring. However, recognizing their own limited capabilities, they refrained from intervening, their anger manifesting solely through furious glares directed at Lu Yongjie. Chun Gao approached Lu Fei, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Allow me to avenge my brother Gao Ming." Lu Fei, with a playful tone, cautioned him, "Remember, don't use excessive force. This is their territory." Chun Gao nodded in acknowledgement, pushing aside a chair as he advanced toward Lu Yongjie. Without any superfluous gestures, Chun Gao let out a fierce shout, startling those present who were unprepared for such a display. Seizing the moment of distraction, he launched a kick aimed at Lu Yongjie's groin, hitting below the belt 1T kill him. It doesn't T count as excessive force. Lu Yongjie, sensing the imminent threat, quickly raised his hands to defend, for he needed to safeguard his own well-being. Otherwise, he would be left with nothing but the sight of that voluptuous woman in the future. Once his lower region was secure, Chun Gao transformed his hand into a claw, aiming ruthlessly for Lu Yongjia's eyes. With no time to adequately defend, Lu Yongjia could only avert his head to evade the impending injury. Chun Gao's strike did not succeed in blinding Lu Yongjia. Instead, it merely left a scratch at the corner of his eye. Initially, Lu Yongjia regarded the slender figure before him with disdain. But after enduring 2 successive blows from Chun Gao, he realized the folly of underestimating this man. The ferocity of Chun Gao's attacks ignited a murderous intent within Lu Yongjia. Ignoring the pain from his injured eye, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Chun Gao's chest. Although Chun Gao managed to shield himself with his arms, he was still forcefully propelled onto the dining table by Lu Yongjia's formidable strike. Lu Yongjia did not relent. He leaped onto the table, launching a barrage of punches with both fists, his bloodshot eyes accentuating his brutality. Chun Gao, reduced to a defensive posture, could do nothing but protect his head, utterly incapable of retaliation. Damn it, you were so fierce just now. Why are you only cowering now? Lu Yongjia taunted, eager for more violence. Just as he was about to utter a threat against Chun Gao, a robust figure suddenly hurled him off the table. This was Lu Hu, Chun Gao's brother. After toppling Lu Yongjia to the ground, he refrained from delivering any follow-up blows, standing tall and declaring, "My brother can't endure any longer. Allow me to join the fray." Lu Yongjia waved off his eager subordinates, now consumed by rage, dismissing Lu Hu's earlier ambush. "Kulme, not only will I defeat your brother, but I will also ensure your demise." Lu Yongjia engaged in a fierce grapple with Lu Hu, both men brimming with brute strength and determination to overpower one another. Despite Lu Yongjia appearing significantly smaller, he was not at a disadvantage in terms of strength, even hinting at a potential edge. However, Lu Hu's stamina began to wane. His massive frame required far more oxygen than that of an average person, and prolonged combat was taking its toll. In contrast, the seasoned Lu Yongjia maintained a remarkably steady breath, his face flushed but composed. Seizing the moment as Lu Hu's strength diminished, Lu Yongjia summoned all his might, lifting the over 200 pounds of Lu Hu off the ground like a titan, only to slam him back down with a thunderous shoulder throw. The impact resonated throughout the venue, stunning all present except for Lu Fei. Lu Fei had just completed assessing his team, determining that only Chun Gao and Lu Hu possessed the first-tier combat strength, capable of standing undefeated among martial artists. The remaining members, notably Gao Ming, were merely competent street fighters, possessing decent height and reach, reasonable reflexes, yet lacking in raw power. Behind them, the elegant figure in a Chong Sam, Yafei, began to reassess her perceptions of Lu Yongjia, the man assigned by the president to collaborate with her at the Peace Hotel. Initially perceived as a mere ruffian, one could hardly anticipate his remarkable prowess. Lu Yongjia, who often appeared nonchalant, exhibited a certain charm when engaged in combat. Unbeknownst to him, Yafei, positioned behind him, was keenly observing the shift in his demeanor, while his gaze locked onto Lu Fei, the last individual at the dining table daring enough to meet his eyes. "Though I remain unaware of the reasons behind your esteemed respect despite not occupying the main seat, it seems you possess considerable skill. So, let me witness the source of your confidence that allows you to stir trouble at the Peace Hotel," Lu Fei remarked. Rising casually, he stretched his limbs, and as he lifted his leg, he regarded the chair obstructing his path, nonchalantly bringing his foot down upon it. The wooden chair shattered with a resounding crack, splintering into fragments, yet Lu Fei maintained his composure, advancing undeterred. Chapter 32. What is the difference between not wielding a gun and being a eunuch? Lu Yongjia, once the premier enforcer for the Zhuge Society, had successfully defended their title for a decade, playing an indispensable role in the continued dominance of the Peace Hotel. This seasoned veteran of the underground scene, who had navigated the boxing ring and the criminal underworld for over 10 years, prided himself on having encountered countless individuals, each with their unique blend of ruthlessness, cowardice, and arrogance. As he faced Lu Fei, he discerned that the latter's demeanor transcended mere arrogance. It was imbued with a profound disdain for all. The notion that merely engaging him in combat was a divine privilege was palpable. Damn it, with over 20 subordinates, he carries himself with such arrogance. If he commanded hundreds, he would likely lead them to strike at America without hesitation. Oblivious to Lu Yongjia's inner turmoil, Lu Fei was singularly focused on resolving the immediate predicament and swiftly devising a plan to secure funds to repay Sister Shue's debts, thus improving the lives of himself and his comrades. With a subtle beckoning gesture, he summoned Lu Yongjie. While Lu Yongjie refrained from responding verbally, he circled around Lu Fei. Standing firm, Lu Fei rubbed his eyes, perplexed by the apparent swiftness of Lu Yongjie's movements during his observations. Yet, upon closer scrutiny, those same movements appeared to slow down, akin to being played at half speed. Easily evading Lu Yongjie's probing strike, Lu Fei's heart swelled with delight. Could it be that I am truly a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy? My eyes have been opened. As Lu Yongjie's straight punch missed its target, a deeper sense of unease settled within him. In a feigned retreat, he unleashed a spinning kick aimed at Lu Fei's head. With a solid foundation in Muay Thai, Lu Yongjie's leg strikes were significantly more powerful than his punches. And faced with a formidable opponent, he held nothing back. As the whip-like kick approached, Lu Fei chose not to block, but instead seized Lu Yongjie's ankle with his left hand, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. In the split second that followed, as Lu Yongjie's head descended towards the floor, he momentarily panicked, yet his remaining leg propelled forward in a desperate counterattack. Lu Fei's right hand once again seized Lu Yongjie's other leg with precision. Before Lu Yongjie could react, Lu Fei merged his body and spirit, letting out a low shout as he forcefully hurled Lu Yongjie backward, causing him to crash into the dining table like a mortar shell. Boom! The table collapsed with a resounding crash, plates shattering across the floor, as the onlooking subordinates stared in shock at the scene unfolding before them. Yifei covered her mouth with her hand, her expression one of disbelief as she fixed her gaze on Lu Fei, who stood casually by the table, appearing as though he were merely handling a petty thug. Quite resilient, Lu Fei mused, observing Lu Yongjie struggling to rise. At that moment, Lu Yongjie's humiliation and fury reached a boiling point. Apart from his master, he had never experienced such a disgraceful defeat. His most skilled leg techniques had been firmly grasped by his adversary, and he had been flung aside like a sack. Blinded by rage, he had forgotten the long-standing rules of the Peace Hotel, his right hand stealthily reaching for his waist in Lu Fei's blind spot. However, Lu Fei's gaze was sharp, and he detected the anomaly the moment Lu Yongjie made his move. His choice not to interrupt Lu Yongjie's action immediately stemmed from an overwhelming confidence in his augmented physique. Lu Yongjie, observing Lu Fei standing unguarded, suddenly drew a weapon from his waist. A handgun appeared in his grasp, aimed squarely at Lu Fei as he disengaged the safety. Bang! A fiery serpent erupted from the dark muzzle of the gun. Yet Lu Fei, quick as lightning, stepped forward and seized the gun just before Lu Yongjie could pull the trigger, diverting its aim. The bullet erupted from the handgun, shattering a pane of glass in the hall. Lu Yongjie was filled with both surprise and rage, desperate to regain control of the firearm. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out as he wrested the gun back, but his body had already crumpled to the ground. Now, Lu Fei held another handgun in his hand. Lu Yongjie's grip on the weapon slackened, and it fell to the floor as he clutched his legs in agony, howling in pain. Lu Fei regarded Lu Yongjie with a cold indifference, eyeing the shattered knees inflicted by his own gun. He had never shown mercy to those who sought to harm him. Not striking for the head, he believed that merely killing him held little significance. It was far more gratifying to ensure that the things Lu Yongjie cherished would be taken from him forever. For a martial artist, being crippled was a far greater torment than death. Years of arduous training, a lifetime of prowess, all reduced to disability by 2 shots. The anguish Lu Yongjie felt within his heart far surpassed the pain coursing through his body. Curled on the ground, his eyes burning with fury, Lu Yongjie fixed his gaze upon Lu Fei, screaming, "Kill him!" Upon hearing their leader's command, the subordinates hastily drew their own handguns. A cacophony of over 20 weapons aimed at Lu Fei, yet none dared to fire. The doors of the Peace Hotel were securely locked, ceasing to admit guests, while patrons in the private rooms had been informed of the disturbance in the hall and were departing via a special exit. The entire hall was enveloped in a profound silence, with only a handful of individuals confronting each other. Lu Fei stood calmly in place, a disdainful smile playing upon his lips as he regarded Lu Yongjie. Infuriated to the point of near rupture, Lu Yongjie bellowed, "Are you deaf? I commanded you to kill him." Before Lu Fei stood a multitude of brothers who, despite trembling in the face of firearms, resolutely positioned themselves before their leader, Lu Fei. Observing Lu Yongjie's furious glare directed at him, Lu Fei spoke with a tone laced with amusement. "It appears that not only are you inept at fighting, but your leadership skills are equally lacking. Dozens of subordinates turned their heads toward Yufei, awaiting her directive. Lu Yangjia's loyalists were absent from the Peace Hotel. These subordinates had been brought forth by Yufei, and it seemed they were now under Lu Yangjia's command. However, in times of crisis, their allegiance would still lie with Yufei. With a stern expression, Yufei commanded her subordinates to lower their weapons, admonishing, "Lu Yangjia has broken the rules. Do you wish to follow suit?" Upon hearing Yufei's orders, the group obediently returned their firearms. Any flicker of goodwill Yufei had felt toward Lu Yangjia vanished, replaced by a strong disdain for his treacherous tactics. As a comrade, she could not abandon Lu Yangjia, nor could she allow the rules of the Zhuge society to be undermined, even if Lu Yangjia had been the first to transgress. Yufei stepped forward, her earlier playful demeanor replaced by a grim expression. Forcing a semblance of a smile, she addressed Lu Yangjia, originally. "You only needed to compensate us with 100,000 yuan to resolve this minor issue. However, now that you violated the rules, the gravity of this situation has escalated." Lu Fei listened to Yufei's words, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Rules? What rules?" Yufei replied coldly. "It is strictly prohibited to use firearms in the Peace Hotel." "Oh," Lu Fei exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He moved his firearm slightly and fired 2 shots, striking Lu Yangjia in both arms. With a deft flick of his wrist, he pressed the gun against Yufei's smooth, fair forehead, grinning as he said, "What is the point of having a gun if you don't use it? It's no different from being a eunuch." Chapter 33. A name unchanged. A seat unmoved at that moment, Yufei was utterly speechless at this reckless youth. Behind her stood numerous guns and hundreds of bullets. How dared he act so brazenly? Lu Fei, however, merely intended to intimidate Yufei, having no intention of taking any drastic action, and in any case, he certainly would not pay the 100,000 yuan. It was at this juncture that Yufei noticed the type of pistol Lu Fei held. With a frosty tone, she remarked, "You are from the White Tiger Society? Even after the president's death, you remain so audacious. Is Black Panther seeking a death wish?" Lu Fei was taken aback, retracting his pistol for inspection. There was no emblem of the White Tiger on it. How had this woman discerned his affiliation? He inquired, "How do you know I am from the White Tiger Society?" Yufei looked at Lu Fei as if he were a fool. "You storm in here without even changing your gun? Who doesn't he know that the White Tiger Society is equipped with Colt 1911s? Now, tell me, what exactly do you intend to accomplish?" Upon hearing Yufei's explanation, Lu Fei finally understood that she had identified him through the model of his weapon. No wonder all the handguns in his bag looked identical, yet differed from the one the driver of the Qinglong Society had given him. Upon understanding, Luffy chuckled and remarked, "So, that's how it is. Let me share a secret with you. I am not actually a member of the White Tiger Society." Luffy had no interest in the art of framing others, for he found it utterly disgraceful to be associated with a gang of inept individuals like the White Tiger Society, a gang where neither the fighters, the leaders, nor the subordinates possessed any prowess, yet somehow managed to secure a spot among the 4 major factions. Yufei frowned in confusion and inquired, "Then how do you possess a gun from the White Tiger Society? Who says one must join the White Tiger Society to acquire their firearms? If one desires them, one can simply seize them," Luffy retorted. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Yufei's mouth fell agape, and she pointed a finger at Luffy's face, recalling some recent significant events in the Underworld. "You are the one who killed the leader of the White Tiger Society." It was understandable that Yufei was unaware of Luffy's involvement. Only those from the 2 major factions present that day truly knew that the White Leopard had met his end at Luffy's hands. Luffy had left no evidence, and they had only pinpointed him through Li Ruoshue's escape. Luffy shrugged. "Fame brings trouble. Initially, I intended to remain low-key, but my strength does not permit such discretion." Upon hearing Luffy's acknowledgement, Yufei suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, beads of perspiration instantly soaking her back. Faced with such an audacious young man, she dared not continue the gamble. Realizing her words lacked the weight to challenge Luffy, silence enveloped the room once more. Luffy observed the beads of sweat cascading down Yufei's forehead, mingling with the increasingly intoxicating fragrance that surrounded her, causing his thoughts to wander. Since that wild night with Sister Shui, he had not interacted with a woman for quite some time, particularly one as captivating as Yufei. Fearing that the woman before him might succumb to dehydration, Luffy playfully lowered his gun and asked, "So, what shall we do next? Don't you think our prolonged gaze is rather ambiguous?" Yufei, flustered, replied, "I can barely stand." "You think we are being ambiguous?" clearly unable to handle Luffy's words. Her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze. Luffy, observing her avoidance, shook his head in disinterest and addressed his comrades. Have you all eaten enough? If so, let us disperse to our respective homes. With that, Luffy brushed past Yafei and made his way outside, though she merely pouted without attempting to stop him. Unsure of how to proceed, she resolved to report back to her boss later. The younger members, seeing Yafei remain silent, could only step aside to allow Luffy and his companions to exit. At that moment, the close for business sign at the entrance was removed by security and the automatic doors swung open. 2 bodyguards in black stood at either side of the entrance, followed by a tall woman in a red dress who entered. Yafei's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the newcomer, and she hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Sister Lu, what brings you here?" The black-clad bodyguards respectfully greeted, "Hello, Sister Yafei." Meanwhile, Yafei's subordinates followed suit, addressing her with even greater reverence, "Boss." Sister Lu gazed at Yafei, her brow furrowing as she caught a whiff of an unusual scent in the hall. "Blood? What could it be doing here? And why were there so many subordinates accompanying you?" Yafei stood beside Sister Lu, succinctly recounting the recent events. A flicker of intrigue crossed Lu's eyes as she strode deeper into the hall. Lu Fei also noticed the approaching woman. It must be said that in terms of presence, only Hijichio could be compared to her among the women he had encountered. This was not a matter of beauty, but rather an undeniable aura. It appeared that this woman was indeed the leader of the Juke society. Lu Fei pondered this as he scrutinized the woman advancing towards him. Clad in a flowing red gown adorned with the image of a soaring bird, Lu Fei, unfamiliar with the Juke, speculated that this must symbolize the mythical creature. With a stature that rivaled Yafei's, her regal red dress elevated her presence to an even higher echelon. Although it did not fit as snugly as Yafei's qipao, it still subtly showcased her perfect physique, embodying a voluptuous elegance. Her visage exuded the air of authority and the wisdom of experience, contrasting sharply with Hijichio's ever-serious demeanor. The woman bore a faint, elusive smile that presented her as an approachable, neighborly figure. Lu Fei found himself intrigued by this seemingly ageless beauty, well-preserved at around 40. Perhaps he could engage her in a conversation about a potential alliance, using her as a stepping stone for his own ascent. As the woman approached Lu Fei, her curiosity piqued. She scrutinized him intently, her captivating eyes surveying him thoroughly. Lu Fei reciprocated without reservation. "You are the one who killed the president of the White Tiger Society and managed to escape alive, are you not? What is your name?" She inquired with genuine interest. Lu Fei refrained from answering directly, countering with a question of his own. Shouldn't one introduce themselves before seeking to know another's name? Taken aback for a moment, she then smiled warmly. "My apologies for my abruptness. I am Lu Wen, the current president of the Juke Society. Given your youth, feel free to call me Sister Lu if you wish. I've introduced myself. Now it's your turn." While Lu Wen's words seemed ordinary, Yafei, listening nearby, was astounded. It was known that within the entire Juke society, only a handful could address Lu Wen as Sister Lu, and she herself was entitled to do so only because her father had been a significant contributor to the organization. Lu Fei did not refer to her as Sister Lu. Instead, he simply stated, "I am Lu Fei." Lu Wen nodded, continuing her inquiry. "Could you share why the White Tiger Societies by Bao provoked you, and how you managed to eliminate him?" Under Lu Wen's eager gaze and the influence of alcohol, Lu Fei recounted the tale. "He attempted to force himself upon my sister, and I took matters into my own hands, storming into his villa with a gun." Lu Wen listened attentively from her position, occasionally interjecting with questions and compliments, almost elevating Lu Fei to celestial heights with her praise. Lu Fei, a spirited young man, found himself in a moment of exhilaration as he narrated his story to the leader of one of the 4 major gangs in the magical city, who listened with a face full of admiration. Lu Fei embellished his tale with great enthusiasm, much to the delight of his 20-odd brothers. Meanwhile, Yafei beside him couldn't help but admire Lu Jia's cleverness, pondering why she hadn't thought of such a tactic herself. Perhaps with a little flattery, she could have turned them into her loyal subordinates. Lu Wen, after hearing Lu Fei's account, spontaneously applauded, prompting her followers to join in, as if they were acknowledging a leader's speech. Feeling a bit bashful, Lu Fei scratched his head and remarked, "Lu Jia, there were indeed some missteps on our part today, but there were also shortcomings on yours." Lu Wen did not retort, but instead signaled for him to continue. Lu Fei relished this exchange and went on. While we did disrupt others' meals, the compensation should not rest solely upon our shoulders. To put it plainly, the impact was not significant. We merely raised our voices a tad. These matters are trifling. Your subordinate and that woman resorted to violence merely because they couldn't reach an agreement. Perhaps the establishment should be renamed the Nuclear Bomb Restaurant instead of the Peace Hotel, Lu Fei quipped. Lu Wen chuckled softly. Little Fei, you truly have a knack for naming. She acknowledged the situation, promising to address it seriously with her crew. Observing Lu Wen's willingness to amend her mistakes, Lu Fei's irritation dissipated, and he continued. Later on, we ended up fighting. My intention was merely to spar, but your henchman, unable to hold his ground, pulled a gun on me. Had I not reacted swiftly, I might be lying here now. Lu Wen furrowed her brows and turned to the now weakly breathing Lu Yangjie on the ground, questioning Yafei. Is this true? Yafei timidly nodded in agreement. Lu Wen commanded Yafei, summon a few of our brothers to take him to the hospital and set aside some funds for his medical expenses. Inform him that he has breached the rules and has been expelled from the Zhuke Society. After issuing her orders, Lu Wen chose not to glance at Lu Yangjie being carried away, instead turning her attention back to Lu Fei with a smile. Are you satisfied with my handling of the situation? Lu Fei nodded. Lu Jie, you acted wisely. Those who violate the rules cannot remain close. By the way, please just call me Little Fei. Little Fei, brother feels rather odd. Hearing Lu Wen repeatedly refer to him as Little Fei, brother, Lu Fei felt as though he had inadvertently consented to something he hadn't yet agreed upon. Lu Wen smiled and said, Little Fei, you just mentioned that those who break the rules cannot stay close, yet you too have transgressed. What shall we do about your presence? At her words, Lu Fei's heart skipped a beat. Gazing into her alluring, story-filled eyes, he amended, occasionally bending the rules, isn't such a grave matter. Lu Jie, I believe we can discuss this further. Lu Wen covered her mouth with a light laugh, gesturing to the vacant seat beside her. Shall we sit down and talk? Lu Fei nodded, of course. Lu Wen elegantly settled in her chair, smoothing her skirt, and then patted the space beside her. Little Fei, come sit. As Lu Fei took a seat, the enticing fragrance enveloped him, and seizing the moment while he could still maintain composure, he initiated the conversation. In this world, everything is about benefits. Let me first express what I require. Lu Wen nodded in agreement. Go ahead, I'm listening. I require 1 million. Consider it a loan, which I shall repay gradually. Very well. I need you to intervene, instilling fear in the Baihu Society regarding my influential background, ensuring they dare not act against me or those around me. Lu Wen contemplated the issue and deemed it manageable. The Baihu Society has recently appointed a new leader who must undergo an internal cleansing. Thus, they possess limited resources to oppose you. If I merely spread the word, they will refrain from overstepping. Upon hearing Lu Wen's willingness to comply, Lu Fei articulated his final condition. Upon joining, my subordinates and I shall heed only your commands, with no one else permitted to instruct us. Lu Wen chuckled, remarking, you wish to assume the second-in-command role right from the onset. Lu Fei shook his head, asserting that he did not seek authority over others. He merely wished to lead his group in service to her, assuring her of their capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wen nodded in agreement, stating, very well, I can concede to these terms. Henceforth, you shall be considered a member of my Zhuke sect. Lu Fei, glancing at his comrades, bellowed, call me boss. He and his companions bowed to Lu Wen, exclaiming boss. Lu Wen, pleased, nodded approvingly, helping Lu Fei to his feet and affectionately ruffling his hair, saying, talent is what I, Lu Wen, truly require. Not money, but individuals like you. From now on, you need not call me boss. Simply address me as Lu Jie. The funds will be transferred to your account by tomorrow. Lu Fei surveyed the disarray in the hall and remarked, Lu Jie, please attribute the meal expenses and damages to me. Deduct them from my salary henceforth. Lu Wen lightly tapped Lu Fei's head in mock admonition, saying, being so calculative with Lu Jie, I may hesitate to employ you in the future. Consider this meal as my treat, no arguments. I shall take my leave now. For minor matters, liaise with Yafei. For significant issues, contact me. With that, Lu Wen departed for the Peace Hotel. Come, let us see Lu Jie off together. Lu Fei called to his brothers as they accompanied Lu Wen to her vehicle. Watching the departing convoy, Lu Fei exhaled deeply, realizing he had perhaps been overly eager. Such actions had become instinctive. Am I too eager for advancement? Having recently arrived in this bustling metropolis, Lu Fei understood how challenging it was to establish oneself here. Among his 20-odd brothers, he was the least affluent. Though he possessed considerable fighting prowess, lacking money and connections left him in a precarious position. While earning quick cash through fighting for others was feasible, it was not sustainable. He aspired to emulate the four major gangs, establishing his own enterprise. Once he repaid Sister Shui's 1 million, he envisioned using the profits to open a shop with his brothers, fortified by the protection of the Zhuge society, ensuring prosperity. Profits could then fuel the opening of additional branches, generating wealth to sustain a growing entourage and fortifying their position. Missing the last bus, Lu Fei and Gao Ming had no choice but to walk the streets. Despite their current state appearing forlorn, Lu Fei had already constructed a vision of a formidable underworld empire for himself and his brothers in his mind. Chapter 35. A professional debt collection team returning home. Lu Fei lay in bed, watching the film A Better Tomorrow, when a message notification from WeChat popped up. It was a friend request from Yufei. After accepting it, he returned to the movie, but soon found himself unable to concentrate, his mind consumed by thoughts of voluptuous figures. Greetings, Lu Fei. From now on, we shall be comrades aboard the same vessel. I look forward to your guidance. Upon reading Yufei's message, Lu Fei promptly ceased the film and engaged in conversation with her. Do you harbor any resentment towards me? Perhaps a modicum, Yufei replied candidly. Lu Fei chuckled, his fingertips dancing over the screen as he urged her to elaborate. You brandished a firearm at someone's head, nearly inducing them to sketch a map out of fear. That was rather fierce, wasn't it? I was merely jesting. Now, tell me what I should do next. There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if she were contemplating her response. In a few days, Sister Lu has arranged for you to participate in a boxing match against members of the Xuanwu Association. Is that acceptable? Lu Fei paused momentarily before quickly responding with a refusal. Is this a dispute over the casino? That won't do. I've made a commitment to the Qinglong Association. Please convey to Sister Lu that I am willing to fight, but only against the Baihu Association. The silence on Yufei's end lingered longer, and it was only when Lu Fei was on the verge of slumber that she sent another message. Sister Lu has consented. You will face the Baihu Association, but the prize money will be halved. Lu Fei acknowledged with a gesture indicating his agreement. The night passed without further conversation. The following day, Lu Fei seamlessly transitioned into the role of a junior member of the Zhuge Association. He and his fellow juniors returned to the Peace Hotel, clad in a sleek black suit adorned with the emblem of the Zhuge. Observing his own opulent attire with golden trimmings, one of his companions remarked, Boss, you truly are remarkable. It echoes the ancient adage, when one ascends, even the dogs and chickens rise with them. Lu Fei, pleased with his reflection, playfully slapped Gao Ming's head, declaring, You are but a dog. Do not elevate the brothers. Laughter erupted in the changing room. Suddenly, the door swung open and Yufei entered, today donning a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her allure. With her fair arms and slender legs on display, she embodied the most exquisite scenery. Yufei reveled in the fervent gazes of admiration from the men present. It affirmed her charm. Even as she approached the threshold of 30, her allure remained undiminished. Stepping into the midst of Lu Fei and his companions, she disregarded the predatory stares and cleared her throat. The Peace Hotel is in need of a leader. Who among you will step forward? Lu Fei remained silent, observing the crowd. He understood that Lu Wenhua had invested a substantial sum to bring him here. Undoubtedly, not merely to spectate. Gao Ming tentatively extended his hand, but upon realizing that Yufei had not acknowledged him, he withdrew. Very well, you shall do, Lu Fei proclaimed, tossing a paper ball that struck Gao Ming on the head. Yufei regarded Gao Ming with a hint of skepticism. Can you truly fulfill this role? He can. Refrain from dawdling. My time is precious. Lu Fei interjected before Gao Ming could respond. Seeing Lu Fei's insistence, Yufei acquiesced to the decision. Unbeknownst to all, Gao Ming's fists were clenched tightly, the tension causing veins to bulge prominently. Yufei continued, the second matter at hand concerns our lending business. We have encountered numerous obstacles and excuses when attempting to collect debts. Sister Lu has proposed the formation of a debt collection team. Are you capable of handling this? Lu Fei did not decline. Instead, he inquired, what percentage of the proceeds can we expect to receive? Once the commission is fully retrieved, it will amount to 5%. However, if not all is collected, only 1% will be granted. Let me see the bill. Lu Fei extended his hand towards Yufei. After a brief moment, Yafei turned back, adjusted her slightly disheveled blouse, and handed over a stack of papers that still bore some warmth, cautioning him not to misplace them, for the loss would render her unable to repay even with her own sale. Lu Fei flipped through the sheets, jesting, "How much do you plan to sell me for?" "My brother's, and I might consider it." "Rascal," Yafei retorted playfully. As Lu Fei and his companions examined the documents, they were taken aback by the staggering debts listed. One particular entry displayed an 8-digit sum. Calculating 5% of that would yield a 6-figure commission for himself and his brothers in an instant. "I'll take charge," Lu Fei declared decisively. Yafei nodded in agreement, stating it was fine for him to lead, but the competition still loomed ahead. "Take care of your health in the coming days and avoid any reckless behavior." Lu Fei understood the dual implications of her warning. First, to refrain from injury, and second, to practice abstinence. Even professional players often choose celibacy before a match, as those who indulge shortly before may find themselves weakened during the competition. However, Lu Fei felt no such weakness. Rather, he experienced an invigorating surge of courage. After Yafei briefly relayed some guild matters to the others, she took her leave. Gao Ming, brimming with excitement, looked at Lu Fei and asked, "Boss, you still have a match to play? When is it? Can we come and cheer you on?" "Should Sister Lu agree, there should be no issue. It's likely the night after tomorrow," Lu Fei replied nonchalantly. He then added, "But that is not what is important. I just did a quick calculation. If we collect these debts, each of us could walk away with 6 figures." Lu Hu and Chun Gao immediately shook their heads. "Fei Gu, this is your effort. You deserve a lion's share. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to sleep soundly with the money." Everyone concurred with Lu Hu and Chun Gao's sentiment. Ultimately, they negotiated a fair division of the spoils. Initially proposing 50% for Lu Fei, he promptly declined. After several rounds of bargaining, they settled on Lu Fei receiving 30%, while Lu Hu and Chun Gao each took 10%, and the remaining 50% was to be shared among the younger members. Once the distribution was agreed upon, Lu Fei spread out the stack of bills and inquired, "Which one should we tackle first?" Suggestions varied from targeting the most expensive debts to starting with a less costly one for practice. In the end, Lu Fei chose a mid-range debt to hone their skills. After gathering the debtor's home address, he resolved to take action the following day. For today, he had more pressing matters to attend to. On the 6th floor of the Peace Hotel, within the finance office, a corpulent woman retrieved a black leather bag from beneath her ample waist. Her flushed face suggested the bag was rather heavy. "1 million is all here. Just sign, and you can take it," she remarked, sinking back in her chair to resume sipping her bubble tea. Without hesitation, Lu Fei glanced over the contract and affixed his signature. Exiting the finance office with the money in hand, he dialed the number of Li Ruoxiu, whom he hadn't contacted in quite some time. The phone rang for a while before being answered, and a drowsy voice came through. "Who is it?" "I am Lu Fei." "Xiao Fei. Chapter 36, Where's the Gun?" "Xiao Fei, you still remember to call me." The voice of Li Ruoxiu on the other end was filled with surprise and delight. Lu Fei chuckled. "I've been missing your sweet, fragrant lips. I long to kiss you." "Does that mean everything has been resolved?" Li Ruoxiu asked shyly. "Yes, I met a big brother who helped me settle all matters. I have a surprise prepared for you. Do you have time to meet?" "Wait for me. I'm still in bed." "Where are you?" "I'll come find you." After a moment's thought, Lu Fei decided to book a room at the Peace Hotel. "All right, come to room 1101 at the Peace Hotel. I'll be waiting inside. Last time, I'll let you have your way when I was injured. This time, it's my turn for revenge." Li Ruoxiu playfully scolded him before hanging up. She stood in front of the mirror, picked out a piece of seductive lingerie, and began to apply her makeup. An hour later, there was a knock at Lu Fei's door. When he opened it, he was taken aback to see Li Ruoxiu wrapped up tightly, looking like a village woman, so different from the first time they met. "Why are you dressed like this?" he inquired. Li Ruoxiu scoffed. "That was when I was single. I had to show my most beautiful side to men to find opportunity. Now, having been tarnished, I can only dress this way." Lu Fei smiled, understanding she was joking, and chose not to comment further. "Where's the surprise you promised me?" Li Ruoxiu extended her hand expectantly. Lu Fei pointed toward his crotch, and she pretended to leave. He quickly embraced her from behind. The moment she was held, Li Ruoxiu melted, turning to kiss Lu Fei passionately. An hour later, Li Ruoxiu was utterly exhausted and fell into a deep slumber. Lu Fei, dressing by the bed, lit a cigarette, realizing that he was indeed not affected. "Perhaps I am truly a martial arts prodigy, blessed with an indestructible constitution." After a brief period of unconsciousness, Li Ruoxiu woke up, struggling to get out of bed, and sit beside Lu Fei, demanding her surprise. Lu Fei pointed to the neatly made double bed, where a bulge in the middle caught her attention. Curiously, she approached the bed and lifted the covers, revealing a black leather bag. "This is too tacky. It's not suitable for a girl like me." As she unzipped it, intending to critique Lu Fei's outdated taste, she was rendered speechless by the neatly stacked red bills inside. "Xiao Fei, there's money, money, money. It's fake." Lu Fei teased her intentionally. Li Ruoxue immediately picked up a bill, examining it under the light. "Fake my foot, it's the real deal." Excitedly, she leapt onto the bed, pouring out all the cash from the leather bag, counting it eagerly while exclaiming, I'm rich, I'm rich." Observing her greed, Lu Fei doused her enthusiasm with cold water. "Don't forget, you still owe $1 million, right? This money isn't for your fortune." Li Ruoxue was momentarily stunned, awakening from her dream of wealth, crying out while cursing, "You damned Wang Chong. I'm deeply pained by the burdens left behind, and I curse you to be reborn as a dog in your next life, suffering from the moment of your birth. How could I have been so blind to fall for you?" As Li Ruoxue wept, she extended her hand towards Lu Fei, seeking solace and comfort. Lu Fei stepped forward, and Li Ruoxue threw herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "Xiao Fei, how did you manage to gather this amount?" "It's $1 million. As Lu Fei gently stroked her head, he consoled her, "Don't worry, I will earn even more in the future, ensuring you live a life of luxury. All I desire is for you to remain by my side. No gambling, no drugs, no vices." Lu Fei swore, "I shall have nothing to do with gambling or drugs." After releasing her pin-up emotions, Li Ruoxue expressed her heartfelt gratitude. She gazed at the money, pulling out 150,000, and said, "Xiao Fei, keep this. I still owe 850,000. Lu Fei pushed the money back towards her, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Did you not say that wealthy men can turn bad? I fear I might become one, so it's safer for you to hold on to it." Li Ruoxue was deeply touched and showered Lu Fei with kisses. That night, Lu Fei supported her with one arm while carrying the bag with the other. Soon, an old-model Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of them, and out stepped the scar-faced man who had come to collect the debt. Lu Fei handed over the bag, saying, "Count it." Without hesitation, the scar-faced man passed the bag to his accomplice in the car, where a bill counter awaited. The underlings swiftly began counting the cash. As the scar-faced man reached for a cigarette, Li Ruoxue blocked his hand, prompting him to awkwardly withdraw. Lu Fei held no fondness for the scar-faced man, who had nearly stolen a significant moment from him. The three stood outside the car for a while. After a signal from inside, the scar-faced man handed a paper contract to Li Ruoxue. Having learned from past experiences, she meticulously examined the document for a full minute. Half an hour later, she pinned her name at the end of the contract. At last, she was a woman free of debts. Watching the Mercedes-Benz drive away, Li Ruoxue felt a twinge of disappointment. "What's wrong?" Lu Fei inquired with a smile. Li Ruoxue sighed. "If only you were older and had arrived in the city sooner, I wouldn't have met Wang Chong. How wonderful it would have been to be with you right away. With this $1 million, we could build a grand villa back in the countryside." Lu Fei replied nonchalantly, "My ambitions extend far beyond this $1 million. As long as you remain my woman, a grand villa will certainly be yours." Li Ruoxue believed him. She had faith in Lu Fei's potential. How does one become the wife of a big brother? By being with him when he was still just another underling. "I'll take you home," Lu Fei said, taking hold of Li Ruoxue's hand and leading her toward the hotel. "I no longer reside there." Li Ruoxue halted and explained. "The Qinglong Society has secured a spacious flat for me and Qingling, right next to the Pearl Tower." Lu Fei was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he Zhiqiu possessed a semblance of conscience. He had helped her safeguard the nightclub and arranged for her sister to reside in a spacious apartment. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he felt as though his hair stood on end. The guns. Were they? You didn't leave them behind, did you? Lu Fei inquired with a hint of panic. It wasn't that he was concerned about being unarmed. As a member of the Zhuke Society, he could easily procure 10 or more firearms if he desired. His fears stemmed from the possibility that those residing in the hotel might discover the weapons. If the police were to learn of them, it would spell disaster. The underground forces dare not wield firearms in the presence of outsiders due to the strict gun prohibitions in Longhua. Should this information leak online, it would incite a tremendous public outcry. The police would undoubtedly exert all efforts to uncover the identities of those associated with this cache of weapons. By that time, his promising future would be irrevocably shattered. As Lu Fei appeared increasingly flustered, Li Ruoxue playfully smiled, deliberately dragging out her words as she teased. The guns? They are all safely tucked away in the new home. You truly have a knack for hiding things. If it weren't for my meticulous nature, we would have certainly overlooked them. There are 14 in total, right? Just as Lu Fei exhaled in relief, hearing the number 14, his anxiety resurfaced. Wait, there should be 15. Did you forget the one under the pillow? He asked urgently. Li Ruoxue, observing Lu Fei's frantic pacing, mimicked his earlier behavior and playfully slapped him on the backside. What are you doing? Is this a time for games? Check what you've got wedged in there, is it? Excrement? Lu Fei froze momentarily, then checked the area in question, finally allowing his racing heart to settle. Sister Shui, you truly are my capable assistant, he complimented, showering her with praise. Enough of the banter. Do you need them? Are you planning to go kill someone again? Li Ruoxue inquired with concern. No, I was merely asking. Since they're with you, keep them hidden and ensure no one else discovers them, Lu Fei cautioned. Li Ruoxue nodded, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Ding ding. Need a ride? Handsome and beautiful? Lu Fei and Li Ruoxue took a taxi to the Huangpu community that Yijiqiu had arranged for Sister Shui. The community was quite new and upscale, with security personnel standing tall like soldiers. Taxis were not permitted entry, forcing Lu Fei and Li Ruoxue to walk inside. This place is quite nice, far superior to that dilapidated community we were in before, Lu Fei remarked. Of course, here $1 million is just enough to buy a restroom. It's quite generous of the leader of the Qinglong Society to help us find a place, considering we owe him money, Li Ruoxue replied. Lu Fei chose not to comment, disliking disparagement and preferring to remain reticent. Following Li Ruoxue upstairs, he noted the exclusivity of the building, where access to floors required a keycard. Without it, one could only ascend through flight. Li Ruoxue placed her fingerprint on the door handle, leaving Lu Fei utterly bewildered. Having forgotten his keys, you would expect him to knock or call out, but instead, he simply gestured futilely. Can a door truly recognize its master like a dog? Upon his arrival, he was greeted with a disorienting mix of modernity. Lu Fei stepped into the abode, marveling at the central air conditioning, the sweeping robot, and the smart refrigerator, luxuries he had never encountered before. Li Ruoxue admitted her own confusion, only aware that the house was predominantly automated. A mere call would illuminate the lights and activate the air conditioning. Despite Lu Fei's attempts to summon the robot, he inadvertently called out for Lu Qingling instead. Upon entering the living room, Lu Qingling rushed towards him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Although Li Ruoxue felt a twinge of annoyance, she refrained from interrupting their reunion, opting to retreat to the bathroom for a shower. Lu Fei gently seated Lu Qingling on the sofa and inquired about her recent experiences. With her arms wrapped around him, Lu Qingling exclaimed with enthusiasm, "It's been wonderful. You wouldn't believe it. After your call, both I and your sister have been promoted to management, and our salaries have doubled. And look at this magnificent house. It was gifted to us. I truly wish to express my gratitude in person." Internally, Lu Fei scoffed at the unexpected generosity of this self-serving woman. A house worth millions and a substantial salary increase, all to entice him to stay. Despite Yijiqiu's numerous efforts, his impression of her had only slightly shifted. He had made his choice, as long as Zhu Ke treated him and his brothers well. He had no intention of entangling himself further with the Qinglong Society. Perhaps his connection with them would culminate in just one final boxing match, reunited after a long absence. Lu Qingling animatedly recounted recent events, while Lu Fei listened attentively, though his hands began to wander restlessly, noticing the scant fabric of her attire. Lu Qingling felt a blush rise to her cheeks, yet she refrained from voicing her objections, her speech becoming increasingly fragmented. Their intimate exchange continued until Li Ruoxue emerged from her shower, casting a cool glance their way, prompting them to instinctively separate. "Guomin," she called, asserting her claim. Lu Fei, eager for new experiences, was tempted, but with the rightful owner having spoken, he bid Lu Qingling good night and cheerfully retreated to Li Ruoxue's room. On the bed, fueled by youthful exuberance, he sought to engage in some pre-sleep activities, only to be unceremoniously kicked aside by Li Ruoxue, who insisted, "Behave and get some rest. I need to recuperate for a few days." Exhausted, Li Ruoxue fell asleep almost instantly, while Lu Fei, glancing at the delectable sight beside him that he could neither consume nor touch, felt a restless yearning. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Lu Fei picked up his phone to illuminate the silhouette standing outside. "Sister Qingling, Why are you wearing Sister Shue's clothes? Lu Qingling gently closed the door and, with light footsteps, approached Lu Fei's side. Leaning in seductively, she whispered, if we are to pursue excitement, we must see it through to the end. At dawn, Li Ruoxue squinted and turned, intending to find Lu Fei, her hand draping lazily over him. However, as soon as she made contact, she sensed something was amiss. Her half-closed eyes snapping wide open. Upon recognizing the person beside her, the room erupted in chaos. Lu Qingling, what are you doing in my bed? Lu Qingling, equally perplexed, looked at Li Ruoxue with a languid tone. Why are you here? Where's my little Fei? You shameless hussy. I'm going to confront you. At that moment, Lu Fei was munching on an egg pancake, standing with a group of followers at the entrance of Guanghua community. It wasn't that Lu Fei enjoyed rising early. He longed to sleep in between his two sisters. However, he was determined to earn money to silence the alarms of Sister Shui and Sister Ling. Gazing at the dilapidated community before him, Lu Fei skeptically asked, are you sure this is the right place? Can anyone really lend 500,000 in this wretched area? Chen Gao nodded confidently. There's no mistake. This is the only Guanghua community in the Magic City. Lu Fei finished the last bite of his pancake, mumbling indistinctly. It's hard to believe that Zhuke society would lend money here. No wonder they can't recover their debts. Chen Gao chuckled. Brother Fei, you're mistaken. Zhuke society never makes a losing deal. They lend to the poor, who, unable to repay after spending, accrue interest, allowing Zhuke to profit even more. What if they have no money? Lu Fei countered. Chen Gao pointed towards the buildings. Though the location is not ideal in the Magic City, they could easily sell for $1 million. It's likely the borrowers refuse to sell their homes to repay. Our task is to compel them to sell, then collect the money. Lu Fei nodded, feeling no pity for those in debt. After all, he was in the business of debt collection, and showing sympathy would only lead to his own ruin. A group of over 20 confidently ascended the stairs according to the address. 608, this is the place, Chen Gao announced. All right, Lu Hu, kick the door down. Lu Fei said, standing in the hallway, smoking a cigarette. Understood, Brother Fei. Lu Hu responded, delivering a powerful kick to the iron door, which creaked loudly throughout the corridor. After several forceful kicks, the door began to warp, yet there was still no response from within. Lu Hu, undeterred, contemplated delivering a few more kicks, hoping to see if anyone was hiding inside. Why is it so noisy early in the morning? Before Lu Hu could kick again, the door across from them swung open amidst the curses of a woman sporting a head full of colorful hair clips. The woman, who had been hurling insults, fell silent upon seeing the throng of men crowding the hallway, retreating into her house in fear. Lu Hu, Lu Fei called out, understanding the cue. Lu Hu swiftly grabbed the door just as the woman attempted to close it. What are you planning to do? In broad daylight, you intend to forcibly seize a woman. Lu Hu furrowed his brow at the words, swiftly dragging the woman out like one would a chick, while simultaneously shutting the door behind them, leaving her with no means of escape. Just as the woman was about to scream again, Lu Fei in the corridor interjected. If you wish to attract attention, I can take you to a van right now, where soundproofing is excellent, and you can scream to your heart's content. No more shouting. No more shouting. The woman immediately shook her head. Lu Fei nodded in satisfaction, as his subordinates lined the corridor, creating a path for him. Lu Fei approached the woman, towering over her, his imposing height of 185 meters and his frigid aura, instilling an unsettling pressure upon her. Next, I will ask questions, and you will respond. Do you understand? The woman nodded, akin to a chick pecking at grains, hoping that this daunting man would not hold a grudge against her for her earlier outburst. Lu Fei nodded approvingly and inquired, if you answer truthfully, I will not make things difficult for you. I am looking for your neighbor. She owes us money. Her name is Chen Gao, as Xiaomei reminded him. Lu Fei continued, tell me, when is she usually at home, and where is she when she is not? Upon hearing Lu Fei's words and observing the menacing demeanor of the group, the woman quickly grasped the reality. They were professional debt collectors. Realizing the identity of Lu Fei and his entourage, the woman dared not hesitate and promptly replied, Brother, you have indeed come to the right person. No matter how much you knock, it would be futile. That woman, Li Mei, has already mortgaged her house some time ago. Lu Fei frowned at this revelation and asked, Mortgaged? Then where is she now? The information Lu Fei had received about Li Mei was limited to her home address and the debt owed, which might be due to the relatively small amount. Accounts with larger debts typically contain more detailed information. if they could not locate Li Mei, Lu Fei's first job would be in jeopardy. This was not a favorable omen. In business, a good start was essential, and if the beginning faltered, he sensed that the subsequent endeavors would not fare well either. He was determined to excel in this first assignment. The woman shook her head earnestly and said, "Brother, I truly do not know where Li Mei is now. However, I understand that she seems to be treating someone. Ironically, it was while treating someone that her husband fell gravely ill. The money she borrowed and the house she mortgaged were both to extend her husband's life." Lu Fei gazed into the woman's eyes, ensuring she was not lying or concealing anything, then turned to one of his subordinates. "Amao, you mentioned that you can pick locks, correct?" A notably thinner subordinate than Shan Gao stepped forward and nodded. "Boss, back in my hometown, I was with the local thief king, where I learned a few tricks. Picking locks is no problem." Lu Fei nodded, pointing to the door of Li Mei's residence. "Come here and unlock this door." Upon hearing that he would have a chance to demonstrate his skills, Amao eagerly bounded to Lu Fei's side. He crouched down, briefly examined the lock, then retrieved a wire from his pocket, bending it to a suitable angle before slowly inserting it into the lock mechanism. After a flurry of activity, a decisive click resonated from the keyhole, and the iron door swung open, eliciting gasps of astonishment and admiration from the onlookers. Lu Fei turned to the diminutive Amao beside him and generously praised, "Amao, you are truly talented." Amao, feeling bashful, scratched his head and humbly replied, "Not at all. I still fall short compared to you, Brother Fei." Lu Fei, dismissing his modesty, countered, "In every field there are masters. I may have a slight edge in strength, but when it comes to lock picking, you surpass me by leaps and bounds. From now on, any locked doors we encounter will be your responsibility." Amao nodded vigorously, recalling his days as a mere street thug in the White Tiger Society. Having allied with Lu Fei, he had always found himself on the periphery of the group, but today he finally felt the warmth of recognition. Lu Fei waved his hand and declared, "Let us proceed inside and search for any valuable clues." Just as he was about to step into the house, a woman behind him took a couple of steps forward and grasped his arm. Lu Fei turned back, puzzled by her sudden approach. The woman, visibly nervous, stammered, "Could you help me unlock a door too? Did it not just come out?" She grew even more timid, offering a meek explanation. "I left in a hurry and forgot my keys." Lu Hu, standing nearby, interjected, "You mean you hurried out to scold someone, right?" Faced with the knowing glances of the crowd, the woman shrank back into the corner, shaking her head frantically. No, brothers, you need not unlock it for me. I will find someone skilled. Please do not hold this against a weak woman." Upon hearing her words, Lu Fei patted Amao on the shoulder and instructed, "Go and help her with the door. Come on, brothers, let's head inside and investigate." The group marched into Li Mei's home, leaving the woman standing blankly at the entrance. After a moment, she regained her composure, placing a hand on her chest to steady her breath, thinking that in the future, she should at least check through the peephole before confronting anyone. After Amao unlocked the door for the woman, he was the last to enter Li Mei's house, immediately greeted by the sight of their comrades rummaging through the place. Following a brief search, Lu Fei examined the organized clues they had gathered: a locked box, a password notebook, and an album. He considered opening the box forcefully, but, recalling Amao's skills, decided to let him practice instead. Lu Fei settled down and opened the album, which began with a photograph of a young couple. Turning the page, he saw a girl added to the images, presumably their child, who had inherited her mother's beauty and appeared quite charming. "Brother Fei, both the box and the notebook have been opened," Mao announced. Lu Fei acknowledged him, placing the album back in its place to inspect the contents of the box. Dolls, and more dolls. Lu Fei sighed in exasperation as he tossed a myriad of colorful dolls back into the box, muttering, "They must have left in haste during the move," leaving the child's toys behind. With dwindling hope, he turned to the pink notebook, wishing it contained the address of their new home. Upon opening the notebook, he was taken aback by the elegant and neat handwriting on the pages. Such fine penmanship suggested a diligent student. What a shame. Lu Fei let out a sigh as he gazed upon the contents of his notebook. It primarily contained records of daily occurrences, and upon flipping to the last page, he found no clues regarding Li Mei's current address. Today, for reasons unknown, his father suddenly collapsed, and his mother wept inconsolably. Lu Fei felt an overwhelming concern for his father, hoping for a swift recovery so that they could visit the amusement park together. His father was hospitalized, and his mother took him around to borrow money from various places. He yearned to grow up quickly to earn money and alleviate his mother's burdens. Today, His mother informed him that they would be moving. Henceforth, they would reside at her workplace, which he viewed positively as it meant they could be together every day. In her pursuit of income, his mother treated any patient that came her way. He witnessed several intimidating men, bloodied and battered, entering, and he felt frightened at the thought of them harming his mother. Lu Fei closed the notebook, a sense of unease settling in his heart. Although he had mentally prepared himself, facing such a family predicament left him uncertain on how to approach the issue of debt collection. Just as he pondered how to broach the subject with his companions, a high-pitched voice rang out from outside. "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" Chapter 39. She doesn't want this one. Everyone turned to peer towards the source of the voice. A little girl stepped inside, her hair styled in 2 pigtails, her large eyes timidly observing Lu Fei and his group. Lu Fei glanced at the girl, then flipped to the last page of the album, comparing it with the group photograph, and remarked to his companions, "This must be Li Mei's daughter. Quite adorable. Are you planning to tie her up and threaten Li Mei for ransom?" One of the younger members inquired. The little girl, upon hearing this, instinctively took a step back but remained steadfast, her gaze fixed on several items near Lu Fei. In a sudden motion, Lu Fei grabbed a random object from the table and hurled it at the one who had questioned him. "Find your mother. I'm a debt collector, not a human trafficker or a kidnapper." He advanced 2 steps, intending to speak to the girl, but she immediately recoiled in fear, her chubby little hands nervously rubbing together. Seeing the frightened child, Lu Fei felt somewhat exasperated and turned to his companions, asking, "Who knows how to comfort children?" 20 minutes later, passers-by on the street cast curious glances at Lu Fei and his group. "Mucheng, which flavor do you want? Strawberry, orange, or grape?" The little girl perched on Lu Hu's neck pointed with her tiny hand at a red lollipop and sweetly exclaimed, "I want this one." Chen Gao handed the lollipop to Lu Fei and whispered in his ear, "Brother Fei, why don't you unwrap it and give it to Mucheng? It might ease her fear of you." Lu Fei accepted the lollipop, glancing at the somewhat imposing Mucheng on Lu Hu's shoulders. He attempted to unwrap the candy and present it to her. However, Mucheng still felt some trepidation towards Lu Fei, having witnessed his earlier act of aggression, which left a significant psychological imprint on her young mind. Noticing that Mucheng was reluctant to reach for the lollipop, Lu Fei simply popped it into his own mouth, saying, "You all can unwrap another one for her. She doesn't want this one of mine." Mucheng gazed longingly at the strawberry-flavored lollipop that she desired most, only to see it swiftly claimed by Lu Fei, which deepened her disdain for him. Her large, expressive eyes brimmed with tears, evoking profound sympathy from those around her, even prompting a twinge of annoyance towards the leader. After all, he was far too old to be squabbling over a lollipop with a little girl. Chen Gao, quick to respond, jumped up and gently patted Mucheng's head, soothingly saying, "Don't cry, Mucheng. Gugu will buy you another one. There's a convenience store just ahead. How about I get you 2 strawberry ones?" He added, "Your Mao Gu will buy you 3, and your Xia Gu will buy you a whole bucket." Lu Fei, observing the swarm of younger boys fussing over Mucheng, silently scoffed at their behavior, thinking it absurd for them to act as if she were their daughter, simply because she was a bit cute. Before long, Mucheng's mouth was filled with 3 strawberry lollipops, and she cast a triumphant glance at Lu Fei, who, uninterested in quarreling with a child, discarded the stick of the lollipop into a trash bin and lit a cigarette, trailing behind the group. Seeing the joy on Mucheng's face, Chen Gao seized the moment to say, "Mucheng, you must have snuck out from your mother, right? Your brothers will take you home now, or else your mother will worry." Mucheng glanced at the box of notebooks and albums in Mao's hands and nodded. "I just came back to fetch these. Now that I have them, of course, I must return home." With that, she extended her small finger, directing Hu Ge to lead the way. The affable Lu Hu, wearing a warm smile, acknowledged her with a sound and followed her instructions, accompanied by a gaggle of street kids and a man smoking in silence. "This is it," Mucheng exclaimed, pointing at the sign of a private clinic. Lu Hu bent down to set her on the ground, and she, clinging to him, reached out her little hand to hold his large one, eliciting a mix of envy and admiration from the onlookers. Lu Fei felt no jealousy. At least, that was his firm belief. Surely, it was his commanding presence as a gang leader that deterred the little ones from approaching him. Lu Hu and Mucheng led the way into the clinic, where the space was limited, leaving little room for the group once they entered. The facility housed only minimal equipment, a simple operating table and a few chairs for intravenous drips. Lu Fei surveyed the empty clinic and inquired of Mucheng, "Where's your mother?" Mucheng turned her head, looking up at Lu Hu with a pout. Hugo, I want to be held high. Lu Fei's lips twitched in annoyance. If not for her tender age, he would have been unable to restrain himself. Chun Gao patted Lu Fei reassuringly, saying, Brother Fei, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. It's quite normal. Let the brothers handle caring for Mu Cheng and asking questions. You should remain silent for a while, or the results may be counterproductive. Lu Fei felt a sense of indignation. The village children would never have dared to treat him with such familiarity in the past. Chun Gao, ask her what that locked door is for, Lu Fei urged, nudging a small door, only to find it securely locked. Lu Fei inquired of the little girl Mu Cheng, but she ignored him entirely. Only after Chun Gao or Lu Hu echoed his question did Mu Cheng respond in a delicate voice. This is where I live with my mom and dad. I don't know where my mom has gone. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei turned to a Mao and commanded, a Mao, unlock the door. A Mao, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Fei Gu, Mu Cheng is still watching. Isn't this inappropriate? Unlock it, Lu Fei insisted. Faced with Lu Fei's firm demeanor, a Mao had no choice but to bend down and prepare to unlock the door. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Lu Fei, maintaining a businesslike demeanor, understood he could not allow his companions to suffer for lack of resources. If Li Mei was unwilling to pay, he would have to resort to more forceful methods. Mu Cheng, upon hearing the footsteps, exclaimed joyfully, It's Mom. It's Mom's footsteps. She s back. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow and directed his gaze towards the clinic entrance. Li Mei rushed in, donned in a white coat, her face remarkably resembling that of an adult Mu Cheng, as if they were cast from the same mold, while her expression displayed immense anxiety. She was also taken aback by the sight of Lu Fei and his companions within the clinic. Mom, where have you been? Mu Cheng called out as Li Mei scanned the room. Upon seeing Mu Cheng, Li Mei's anxious demeanor softened considerably, but her expression grew tense once more as she noticed the group inside. With a trembling voice, Li Mei asked, Xiao Cheng, who are these people? Quickly come over to Mom. As she moved towards Mu Cheng, Lu Fei stepped forward, his tall figure blocking the path between the mother and daughter. He then retrieved a bill from his pocket. In a calm tone, he stated, Ms. Li Mei, we can discuss the touching reunion later. First, let us address the matter at hand. Your debt has reached the time for repayment. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, Li Mei's body trembled slightly, and she stammered. Are you from the lending company? Lu Fei nodded and replied, The company has repeatedly attempted to collect the debt without success, and thus I was compelled to visit you. Ms. Li, now regarding your debt of 500,000, will you be paying in cash, via bank transfer, or through Jifu Bao? Li Mei stood frozen, clearly distressed. Young man, the interest rate is rather steep. Isn't it? I only borrowed 400,000, and it has escalated to 500,000 in such a short time. No one forced you to borrow from us. The contract should have been clear, Lu Fei replied indifferently. Li Mei sighed and said, Young man, I have no money at present. Could you wait a while? I will sell this clinic and repay you. Lu Fei shook his head. I have heard you've already mortgaged the property. If we leave today, and you spend the proceeds from selling the clinic, what then? Li Mei's thoughts were laid bare by Lu Fei's insight, leaving her visibly embarrassed. She had exhausted all her savings to treat her husband, and this clinic was her last asset. With a daughter to support, she could not afford to sell the clinic to settle her debt. Li Mei gazed at Lu Fei, contemplating how to appeal to his compassion in hopes that he might spare her family. Brother, I truly have no money at the moment, she implored, but rest assured, I will repay you. I will not flee. I only ask that you grant me a little more time. This is my humble plea as an aunt. Lu Fei, observing the beautiful woman before him with a look of ingratiation, smiled knowingly and replied, Very well. Just as Li Mei was about to express her gratitude with fervor, Lu Fei added, However, you may only retrieve your daughter when you have gathered enough funds. As he spoke, he effortlessly lifted Mu Cheng into the air as if she were a mere chick and began to march outside. Mu Cheng, upon being hoisted, erupted into tears, resembling a kite severed from its string, struggling and crying out, Mother, save me. Brother Hu, help me. Lu Hu stood, about to voice a protest, but was met with Lu Fei's piercing glare, which silenced him. Witnessing Lu Fei's severity, Li Mei's resolve crumbled. She knelt beside him, clutching his leg in desperation. Brother, please do not harm my daughter. I truly will repay the money. Just grant me a little time. The onlooking brothers felt a pang of sympathy, yet they understood that they could not interfere with their leader's decisions. The cries of mother and daughter echoed throughout the clinic. while Lu Fei remained as cold as a machine, fixated on Li Mei at his feet. Since you borrowed the money, you must understand that we are not engaged in charity. If you lack the means to repay, you should not have borrowed in the first place. Ultimately, finding Mu Cheng a nuisance to carry, Lu Fei tossed her back into Li Mei's arms and, with unwavering intensity, declared, whether you choose to sell or borrow, I expect to see that 500,000 within a month. If not, I believe selling your daughter to traffickers might yield a handsome profit for you. Lu Fei surveyed the room before turning to leave, waiting for the others to invite them to dine. His brothers, now realizing the situation, followed him outside, leaving the mother and daughter tightly embraced, seeking solace in each other's presence to alleviate their shared fear. As Lu Fei exited, he brushed past a girl, no older than 17 or 18, who was carrying a backpack, but he paid her little mind and continued onward with his companions. Once they rounded a corner, Lu Fei, feeling a wave of fatigue, squatted down and lit a cigarette, taking deep puffs. Lu Hu, standing hesitantly nearby, finally voiced the concern of the group. Brother Fei, if Li Mei cannot produce that 500,000 in a month, will you truly sell Mu Cheng to traffickers? As Lu Hu spoke, several younger brothers echoed his sentiment. Brother Fei, we can simply refuse this deal and find another. We are not in dire need of this money, and I cannot bear to see them suffer. Lu Fei extinguished his cigarette and rose, his voice low and serious. Do you truly believe I am that kind of person? Absolutely not. The younger brothers responded in unison. Then it is settled. I find them pitiable as well, but we must adhere to the established procedures. If they cannot repay the debt, I assure you, I will not stoop to such inhumane acts. Lu Fei replied indifferently. The brothers sighed in relief, grateful to know their leader possessed a sense of humanity. Upon contemplating the endearing little girl Mu Cheng, who, after being separated from her mother, was taken to the countryside by an old woman with a face full of moles and sold to a brutish man barely literate, a sense of foreboding washed over Lu Fei. The ominous feeling manifested as an incessant twitch in his eyelid. Rubbing his right eyelid in frustration, he extracted yet another bill from a stack before him. After a day filled with relentless activity, as night descended, Lu Fei and his companions squatted by the roadside, savoring ice pops priced at 1 yuan each to stave off the summer heat. Chen Gao, could you tally up today's collections? Lu Fei inquired, biting into his icy treat. Sure, Chen Gao replied, flipping through the accounting sheets to compile the totals. Brother Fei, we visited 3 locations today. At the first, Li Mei's home, we received nothing at all. The second, Su Hai's place, yielded 2,000 yuan from his grandfather's old insurance policy. The last was a female streamer, fortunate enough to receive gifts from a benefactor today, totaling 20,000 yuan. Lu Fei, overwhelmed by the paperwork, realized that he had underestimated the complexities of debt collection. Initially, he believed that merely confronting debtors with a group of menacing individuals would suffice to secure payment. However, the reality proved far more daunting, particularly in the cases of Li Mei and Su Hai, where the circumstances were beyond his control. A husband gravely ill, a young daughter, and a mother toiling alone to support the family, while ungrateful descendants languished at home, burdened by debt, relying on the meager pension of the elderly. After collecting the old man Su's funds, Lu Fei had taken it upon himself to teach a harsh lesson to 2 indolent descendants feasting off their elders. He arranged for each of them to be sent to a factory, where they would work tirelessly, under threat of severe consequences if they dared to escape. Fortunately, the final debtor was merely a spendthrift internet celebrity, unable to repay her debts due to her benefactor's unforeseen legal troubles, plunging her into a financial crisis. Today, luck was on her side as one benefactor had just been released, showering her with lavish gifts, which Lu Fei unceremoniously withdrew in their entirety. Let us all return home for the night. Tomorrow, I shall choose the largest debt to pursue. One successful venture, and we can open a shop. Forsaking this miserable debt collection, Lu Fei dismissed his companions and strolled back to his rented room with a few younger associates. Exhausted, Lu Fei reclined on his bed and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 41. Come in. The shrill sound of a phone ringing abruptly roused Lu Fei from his peaceful slumber. Groggily, he turned over and instinctively swiped to silence the alarm. Yet, after a brief respite, the jarring ring resumed, causing him to furrow his brow as he stifled the urge to crush his phone. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes to glance at the screen. It was not an alarm, but a call. Hello, Duiye. Are you a chicken? Why are you up so early? Even hens don't crow at this hour. It's you who's acting like a chicken, came the indignant response from Li Ruoxue on the other end. Well then, Shuejia, what brings you to call? If there's nothing urgent, I'd like to catch a few more ZS. I'm utterly drained. Lu Fei replied with a weary tone. Realizing the gravity of the situation, an agitated Li Ruoxue quickly retorted, You've muddled my mind. There has been a crisis. Xiao Fei. Sitting up, Lu Fei braced himself. Speak, I'm listening. This morning, my mother unexpectedly called me, announcing her imminent arrival in the bustling metropolis. She expressed her intention to visit both you and me, eager to observe our current endeavors. When I inquired about the reason for her visit, she remained reticent. Do you think she might have overheard our conversations through someone else? Lu Fei pondered aloud, expressing his confusion. That seems unlikely. There are no residents from Li family village in this city. How could such information have reached her? Li Ruoxue anxiously interjected, emphasizing that this was no longer the crux of the matter. What is paramount now is how we should proceed. If my mother discovers that you are involved in the underworld while I work as an escort in a nightclub, we would surely face severe consequences. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei instinctively trembled, but he quickly regained his composure and asked, Aunt Li, what time will you arrive in the city? In 2 hours, came the reply. Lu Fei nodded and said, I'll come and find you shortly. I have a location in mind, and then we can head to the station to meet Aunt Li. Li Ruoxue questioned, Xiao Fei, do you have a plan to keep this hidden? Perhaps it should suffice for now. It's better than having no plan at all. I'll pick you up. Wait for me at the community entrance. With that, Lu Fei ended the call, hurriedly freshened up, and while descending to hail a taxi, he dialed Yin Fei. Hello, Fei Gu. What brings you to call me today? Yin Fei's charming voice resonated through the line, sweetly addressing him as Fei Gu. Despite being older than him, Lu Fei felt a twitch in his brow, momentarily forgetting the matter at hand. Yin Fei, I need your assistance with something. Fei Gu, feel free to ask. I'm at your service, she teased, blissfully unaware of the impact her words had on him. After a brief pause, Lu Fei continued, later, my sister and I will be bringing my aunt to the Peace Hotel. Could you prepare 2 sets of service or managerial attire for me? And please communicate with the staff in advance to avoid any slip-ups. Yin Fei, intrigued by Lu Fei's unusual request, nodded in agreement without further questioning. Sure, I'll prepare 2 sets of professional attire. Just come directly to my office on the 3rd floor, the first room on the left after exiting the elevator. Lu Fei hung up and hopped into a taxi, heading towards Li Ruoxue's community. Upon arriving at Huangpu Community, he spotted Li Ruoxue anxiously waiting at the entrance. He lowered the car window as she called out, Sister Shui, hurry and get in. Once she was inside the vehicle, Lu Fei instructed the driver, to the Peace Hotel. Please. Curiously, Li Ruoxue asked, what business do we have at the Peace Hotel? You're not planning to indulge in some leisure time during these 2 hours, are you? Lu Fei playfully tapped her on the head, chiding, you little rascal. What thoughts occupy your mind daily? I'm taking you to a place to rehearse. So you won't falter later. As Li Ruoxue wore a puzzled expression, the taxi arrived at the entrance of the Peace Hotel. Lu Fei took her hand as they disembarked and proceeded into the establishment. Ascending to the 3rd floor, they reached the first office, where they found Yin Fei, elegantly clad in a purple qipao, arranging 2 sets of professional outfits. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Yifei looked up to see Lu Fei and sweetly remarked, Brother Fei has arrived just in time. The suit has been delivered by the staff. Do try it on and see if it fits. Lu Fei nodded and was about to remove his shirt when Li Ruoxue abruptly grasped his hand, playfully admonishing, there are still others present. Lu Fei glanced at Yifei and smiled, explaining, this is my colleague, the manager of the Peace Hotel, a member of the Zhuke Society, just like me. Yifei, this is my sister, Li Ruoxue. The 2 women exchanged polite nods, yet an inexplicable tension lingered in the air. After the introductions, Lu Fei prepared to take off his shirt again. Yifei had just glimpsed 4 of his 6-pack abs when Li Ruoxue pulled him back once more. Politely, she addressed Yifei. Manager Yifei, my brother needs to change his clothes. Would you mind stepping outside for a moment? Although Yifei was eager to see more, she couldn't insist when his sister had spoken. Once Yifei had left, Li Ruoxue withdrew her hand, signaling to Lu Fei that he could proceed. Reluctantly shaking his head, Lu Fei removed his clothing and donned the hotel's shirt and suit pants. Quite fitting, looking rather dapper, Li Ruoxue praised. All right, Sister Shui, you should change as well. Lu Fei grinned as he assisted Li Ruoxue in changing her attire. After a brief interval, Yifei stood outside and gently knocked. Brother Fei, are you ready? Come in. Lu Fei replied indistinctly. Yu Fei entered to find the two clad in professional hotel attire, only slightly disheveled at the chest and pant areas, yet overall, quite fitting. Observing the lipstick mark lingering on Lu Fei's lips, Yu Fei's expression, when directed at Li Ruoxue, spoke volumes. Since you are ready, I will take you to meet the staff, Yu Fei announced. Lu Fei nodded and led the slightly bashful Li Ruoxue to meet the hotel employees. In front of the staff, Yu Fei transformed back into the commanding figure she was known to be, exuding charisma, as she declared. These two are leaders sent from above for an inspection. Today, they will temporarily serve as the lobby manager and the dining manager. You are to address them as manager upon your introduction. Is that understood? Understood. The employees responded in unison, brimming with enthusiasm. All right, go about your duties, Yu Fei commanded, and the staff dispersed to their tasks. Lu Fei turned to Yu Fei, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your efforts. I will take my sister to the station to pick up my aunt. It's my pleasure, Brother Fei. Do not worry about me. Go ahead with your duties. Yu Fei replied with a sweet smile, waving him off. Observing Yu Fei's demeanor, Li Ruoxue quickly pulled Lu Fei away from the Peace Hotel. On their way to the station, Lu Fei noticed Li Ruoxue's somber expression and inquired, Sister Shui, what is wrong? You seem quite unhappy. I find your colleague rather questionable. Li Ruoxue suddenly turned to Lu Fei, stating emphatically, Chapter 42 enough. I can no longer eat the high-speed train from Luoyang is about to arrive, and friends waiting to greet passengers may gather at the exit. At this moment, Lu Fei and Li Ruoxue are already waiting at the exit. Lu Fei appears calm, while Li Ruoxue anxiously hides behind him. Her anxiety stems from the fact that although she is now dressed in a manager's professional attire, she is no longer a manager. She has never acted before and fears that her performance may falter. Moreover, having left home at 18 to wander in the bustling metropolis, she has not returned for several years. After such a long separation from Li Yin, she is uncertain how to face her. Lu Fei, however, maintains an air of composure. Having already immersed himself in his role as a skilled actor, he has fully embraced his character, holding a large bouquet of flowers and looking triumphantly towards the exit. Aunt Li, over here, Lu Fei calls out cheerfully upon spotting a middle-aged woman in an elegant dress emerging from the station. Upon hearing the voice, Li Yin turns and sees her two children waving at her. Li Ruoxue nearly hides completely behind Lu Fei, unable to meet Li Yan's gaze. Over the years, she has seldom contacted Li Yan, apart from sending money occasionally. Their fierce argument at 18 had created a chasm between them, leading them to believe that each harbored deep resentment towards the other. Once a pair of inseparable mother and daughter, they have now become strangers. Seeing Lu Fei and Li Ruoxue after such a long time, a gentle smile appears on Li Yan's previously troubled face as she approaches. Lu Fei takes the initiative to carry her luggage and presents her with the flowers, cheerfully exclaiming, Aunt Li, it has been far too long. I miss you terribly. Oh, you charmer. What are you two wearing? Li Yan responds, accepting the flowers and clearly delighted by Lu Fei's flattery, pointing at the similar outfits they wear. Li Ruoxue has remained silent since seeing Li Yan, leaving Lu Fei to continue the conversation. Aunt Li, this is our work attire. I took your advice and found a job at the hotel, working under Sister Shui's guidance. I've now become a junior manager. Li Yan, upon hearing that Lu Fei has become a manager, begins to waver in her perceptions shaped by local gossip. Tentatively, she asks Xiao Fei, could you take me to see where you work? Of course. Aunt Li, to be honest, Sister Shui is now the general manager of that establishment. The entire front and back of the house must heed her commands. As Lu Fei leads Li Yan out of the station, he speaks earnestly, leaving Li Ruoxue beside them momentarily stunned, wondering when she had become so influential. While waiting for the taxi, Li Yan glances at her daughter and softly inquires, Shui, how have you been over the years? Has it been difficult? Li Ruoxue responds somewhat awkwardly, not at all, it's quite good. Lu Fei, watching the two finally converse, feels a sense of joy for them. The three of them then hop into a taxi heading towards the Peace Hotel. Luffy deliberately occupied the co-pilot's seat, allowing the mother and daughter to sit side by side in the back. Li Yan proactively initiated a conversation, saying, Ruoxue, after years of striving in the big city, have you ever considered purchasing a car? Li Ruoxue shook her head gently and replied in a low voice, cars are too expensive. It's unnecessary. I prefer to save some money for when I return home. Summoning her courage, Li Yan reached out and grasped Li Ruoxue's hand. Li Ruoxue's slender body trembled slightly, but did not pull away. Holding Li Ruoxue's hand, Li Yin said, Ruo Shui, you need not worry about finances. The money you have sent home over the years has been saved by me. If it's insufficient, I have funds as well. Which car do you fancy? Mother will buy it for you. A girl should not deprive herself. Li Ruo Shui admitted it was hard not to feel touched. Her beautiful eyes gradually welled with tears. With a choked voice, she said, Mom, I don't need it. I never intended to ask for the money back. After so many years away, I realized you were right back then. If I had listened to you and pursued my studies, I would certainly be standing at a higher place now. The estrangement between mother and daughter quietly dissipated within the confines of the taxi through their conversation. Meanwhile, the driver, munching on a snack, drove them to the entrance of the Peace Hotel. Upon alighting, a security guard promptly took over Luffy's luggage and respectfully saluted Li Ruo Shui and Luffy, saying, Mr. Li. Mr. Liu. Li Ruo Shui momentarily stood in stunned silence. Luffy nodded, patting the guard on the shoulder. You've done well. I believe you have the potential to excel as the head of security. The guard, upon hearing this, hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Liu. I will certainly strive to meet your expectations. As they entered the lobby, another row of attendants greeted Luffy and Li Ruo Shui. At that moment, Li Yin had completely dismissed the nonsensical rumors from the village. Previously, two dubious outsiders had come to the village, spreading malicious gossip about Xiao Fei, claiming he was involved with the Underworld, extorting protection fees, and resorting to violence when unpaid, all while living as an idle vagabond. The villagers had believed these tales, pointing fingers at her family, which over time had even led Li Yin to question what Luffy was truly doing in the big city. With the desire to see for herself, Li Yin orchestrated a surprise visit, notifying them only an hour before arrival, believing they would have no time to prepare. However, she underestimated Luffy's current capabilities. Luffy remained composed, skillfully managing the situation. After introducing Aunt Li to his work environment, he reserved a private room at the Peace Hotel to welcome Li Yin. The dining table was already piled high with an array of dishes, and the waitstaff continued to serve, making both Li Ruo Shui and Li Yin feel a twinge of regret as they watched. Xiao Fei, that's enough. Really, we can't eat all this, they both urged, firmly grasping one of his hands, each to prevent him from ordering more. By the way, Aunt Li, what exactly happened during your visit? Don't think you can hide anything from me. After all these years together, I can see through any lies. Li Wuxua, filled with curiosity, inquired, Mom, why did you call me so early? I thought something serious had happened, and it startled me. Observing her two children, Li Yin realized that she could no longer conceal the truth. She candidly explained, Xiao Fei, Ruo Shui, let me be honest with you. A few days ago, several groups of people suddenly arrived in the village, lamenting that Xiao Fei had bullied them. They claimed that you were involved in the underworld in the metropolis, engaging in violence and collecting protection fees. Lu Fei furrowed his brows, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor as he replied, Aunt Li, those people are merely spouting nonsense. They are likely just a few disgruntled individuals. You see my current job. Can you not rest assured? Aunt Li, with a smile, affectionately patted Lu Fei's head and said, Of course. My Xiao Fei is the most well-behaved, truly making me proud. Xiao Fei, Ruo Shui, stand over there. Let me take a photo of you two. When I return, I shall show them. Lu Fei and Li Ruo Shui obediently stood together for Aunt Li to capture the moment. As she gazed at the photograph, Aunt Li remarked with satisfaction, Time truly flies. The last picture of you two was when you were just children, and now even Xiao Fei has grown into a young adult. The three enjoyed a delightful meal together. Once they had eaten their fill, Lu Fei escorted Aunt Li back to the home where Li Ruo Shui currently resided. Aunt Li, please stay here for now. Ruo Shui and I still have work. If you wish to return, just let me know, and I will arrange tickets for you. Lu Fei said while carrying her luggage and observing Li Yin as she explored the room. All right. Xiao Fei, Ruo Shui, you two hurry off to your tasks. My Xiao Fei and Ruo Shui have truly achieved great things, living in such a wonderful home. After closing the door, Li Ruo Shui let out a sigh of relief at the entrance, exclaiming, I finally managed to keep it secret. Lu Fei reminded her as he pressed the elevator button. Just remember to inform Ling Jie to avoid any slip-ups. Oh, right. I almost forgot about that. Ding. The two descended in the elevator and returned to the office of the Peace Hotel. With Gao Ming out on duty, the office was naturally empty, allowing Lu Fei and Li Ruo Shui to leisurely pass the time. Do you have any plans for tonight? Li Ruo Shui suddenly asked. What's up? She hesitantly suggested. If you don't have any plans, come over to my place to sleep. I'm almost fully recovered. Lu Fei chuckled knowingly. Aren't you worried about your mother discovering our relationship? What is there to fear? We are not biologically related. My mother will find out eventually, Li Ruoxue replied nonchalantly. I have something to attend to tonight, but once I finish, I'll check the time. If it's early, I will return, Lu Fei stated, noting that tonight marked the day for contesting territory for the Zhuke Society. Li Ruoxue nodded obediently, refraining from further questions as she reminded him, be safe. I will wait for your return at home. Understood. That evening, Lu Fei watched as Li Ruoxue got into a car at the entrance of the Peace Hotel before heading back upstairs to Yafei's office. Yafei, appearing somewhat anxious, gazed intently at Lu Fei and asked, Brother Fei, do you have confidence in tonight's match? Lu Fei smiled. Has it only been a few days that you've forgotten how I handled the Zhuke Society's ace? Yafei recalled the gruesome scene and offered a sheepish smile. Let us depart, for we are commandeering the venue, which has been designated at the White Tiger Society. Lu Fei nodded, cracking his neck, which had stiffened from a day spent seated in the office. Let us go. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. I have a project this evening. Outside the Peace Hotel, several Rolls-Royces had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Lu Fei and Yafei settled into the back seat of the first car, as the convoy smoothly made its way to the White Tiger Society's location. Inside the vehicle, Yafei began to brief Lu Fei about the evening's match. Brother Fei, tonight's competition will take place in the basement of the Huiguang Gaming Hall. Sister Lu will be there to watch, and your opponent is said to be a new recruit of the White Tiger Society's president, Black Panther. I have heard he is a former Navy SEAL from the United States. Special Forces, is it? Quite intriguing. I wonder what his skill level is like. The Rolls-Royce soon arrived at the base of the Huiguang Gaming Hall. A few underlings, upon recognizing the vehicle's license plate, pressed a button, and one of the garage's roller doors slowly opened, revealing an underground passage. The driver maneuvered down the passage and entered a lavishly decorated parking lot, filled exclusively with luxury cars, the least of which were Audi SAXs. This may be the perspective of an average person, but those who truly understand industry would never underestimate those Audis. In the lounge, Lu Fei, participating in the boxing match for the second time, felt an exhilarating thrill he had not experienced in a long while. The stronger the opponent, the more satisfying the fight. That should be enough, Brother Fei. You may remove your shirt and prepare for the ring. Lu Fei glanced at Yafei, who showed no intention of stepping outside after speaking, and thought to himself, Sister Shui, you may shield him for a moment, but not for eternity. I am merely alleviating your burden. Without Li Ruoxue by his side, Lu Fei felt emboldened, shedding all but his underwear before donning the specialized fighting shorts. Yafei leaned against the doorway, her chest rising and falling rhythmically, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Fei's well-toned physique. How does it feel? Yafei inquired boldly. Not sure. You could always try, Lu Fei retorted equally daringly. Yafei concocted an excuse, saying, I can give you a massage. You appear somewhat tense. Allow me to help. Lu Fei, without objection, reclined on a lounge chair and closed his eyes. Quite pleasant. Before long, Lu Fei emerged from the lounge, still yearning for more, while Yafei had confined her actions to a standard massage, refraining from crossing any boundaries. It was not fear of Li Ruoxue that restrained her, but rather concern that Lu Fei might falter when he took the stage. In the audience, Black Panther's expression mirrored the darkness of his namesake. Ever since he learned that Lu Fei had joined the Vermilion Bird Society and that he could no longer manipulate him, he had been thoroughly distressed. The Vermilion Bird Society then set their sights on undermining his monopoly over the internet cafes. It is worth noting that a single computer in the CAF costs around $10,000, and the White Tiger Society has invested in dozens of cafes in the bustling metropolis. A considerable sum indeed. Compared to gaming halls, internet cafes are a more prosperous industry, fundamental to the survival of the White Tiger Society in the city. I can only hope that the Special Forces soldier I hired for $1 million can provide some assistance. To the west, Lu sat, her expression beaming as she observed the scene below, radiating a sense of youthful vigor, as if she had shed several years. Seated to the south was another acquaintance of Lu Fei, Hejiqiu. Minor skirmishes between the four major gangs typically go unannounced. However, matters concerning the struggle for monopolistic power invariably draw attendance. Miss Lu Fei is utterly ungrateful. He would rather join that Zhuke society than accept your invitation. After all you've done for him, it's as if you've been feeding a rat, remarked Yi Wan, indignation evident in his voice. Hejiqiu, however, exhibited no dissatisfaction, her demeanor remaining as frigid as frost. "It's quite all right, Master Yi. There is no need to be anxious. Providing assistance in times of need is far more effective in winning a person's heart, especially for someone like Lu Fei," she replied calmly. As the competition was about to commence, she directed her gaze towards Lu Fei stepping onto the boxing ring, a subtle smile gracing her lips. In the ring, the man referred to as the former Navy SEAL stood directly opposite Lu Fei, his golden hair and azure eyes marking him unmistakably as a purebred foreigner. The two men locked eyes, anticipating the referee's signal to commence the bout. "Thompson, are you ready?" Lu Fei inquired. "Ready," came the response. "Let the match begin." With a swift gesture, the referee signaled the start. Lu Fei was the first to strike, launching a punch aimed squarely at Thompson's face. True to his background as a retired elite special forces operative, Thompson deftly evaded the blow with a casual sidestep, countering with a powerful hook aimed at Lu Fei's right side. Lu Fei, however, had keenly anticipated Thompson's subtle movement, extending his arm to block the incoming punch. The brief exchange left both men astonished, each recognizing the other's prowess. As a member of a top-tier special forces unit, Thompson was trained in the art of decisive strikes. Even without firearms, his fists and feet were lethal weapons. Had that punch landed, Thompson was confident it would have shattered several of Lu Fei's bones. Yet, he was unprepared to encounter an adept fighter capable of countering his assault on his first venture to earn a fortune in Longhua. Lu Fei, too, marveled at the extraordinary capabilities of special forces. Had he still possessed the skills of a rural novice, that punch would have easily found its mark. However, he sensed that his body and vision had undergone a peculiar enhancement, elevating his abilities to remarkable heights. Thompson, now wary, retreated to maintain distance, cautiously circling the perimeter of the ring. The design of the arena was that of a modest circular cage, which would be locked upon the commencement of hostilities, remaining so until one combatant emerged victorious. Within its confines, any and all tactics could be employed as long as they led to the defeat of the opponent. As Lu Fei observed Thompson circling him, impatience began to stir within him, his thoughts drifting to his sister Shui, who awaited his return home. "Damn it!" Thompson, while maneuvering, suddenly caught sight of Lu Fei extending his middle finger, inciting a furious outburst from him. It appeared that the portrayal in films was accurate. Foreigners inexplicably became enraged at the sight of the middle finger. Lu Fei, seeing Thompson charge at him in anger, could only sigh in resignation as he prepared to meet him head-on. Thompson's punches were exceptionally fierce, each strike a potential death blow. Had it not been for Lu Fei's swift movements, his throat would have already been crushed by the merciless blows. While Thompson relentlessly attacked, Lu Fei intended to hold back, waiting for the opportune moment. With his fingers clenched into a fist, the middle digit slightly protruded, he struck fiercely towards Thompson's face. "On my eyes," Thompson cried out, clutching his bleeding eye socket in agony. Observing the sticky substance on his middle finger, Lu Fei grimaced, wiped it on his trousers, and delivered another powerful punch straight to Thompson's chest. The exceptional training of the Special Forces enabled Thompson to immediately guard his chest, mitigating the impact of Lu Fei's formidable blow despite the blood streaming from his eye. Though his defense was commendable, Lu Fei's assault was even more extraordinary. With a single punch, Thompson's nearly 200-pound frame slammed violently against the iron bars of the circular cage. Leaning against the bars, he struggled to rise, his internal organs feeling as if they had been struck by a small vehicle, crimson streaks marring his back. Observing the barely surviving Thompson, Lu Fei found the match increasingly uninteresting. In comparison to his past self in the countryside, he felt utterly weak. Indeed, as his master had said, there are always greater powers beyond, and the path ahead of him remained long. In the stands, the president of the White Tiger Society, Black Panther, wore a grim expression as he watched the mercenary he had spent $1 million to bring from abroad being thoroughly beaten by a street brawler. At that moment, a man clad in a light red suit approached him. "What do you want? Are you afraid I might default on a payment?" Black Panther remarked, not even glancing at the man. "You're still hot-tempered, leopard. I merely come with a message. Our boss knows that the White Tiger Society has recently encountered misfortunes, and, at this time, has taken a business opportunity from you. Out of goodwill, he wishes to invite you to dinner. If you're interested, we can meet at the Ruixiang Hall of the Sihai Grand Hotel later." Black Panther sneered coldly. "Don't think the White Tiger Society is easy to provoke. In front of me, You protect the one who attempted to kill our former president and bring him to seize our business. Do you believe a meal can settle this? The red-clad man's demeanor remained unchanged despite Black Panther's hostility. He continued with a warm demeanor. Our boss understands your discomfort. The dinner is secondary. He primarily wishes to discuss a potential collaboration. Did you notice the two Audi Q6s downstairs? They will also be present. That is all I can disclose, President Black Panther. After speaking, the man did not wait for Black Panther's response and departed on his own. Damn it. Even a secretary from the Vermilion Bird Society dares to be so audacious towards Brother Leopard. Boss, we should confront them. We cannot allow them to look down on us on the streets. One of Black Panther's confidants, San Mao, expressed indignantly. Confront them? What can we do? The higher-ups are displeased with us after losing over a dozen firearms. That we haven't been eradicated yet is already a blessing. We couldn't even seize the nightclub. And now we owe a cyber CAF. Soon, our brothers will be unable to afford meals. And you suggest we confront them? Black Panther cursed gloomily, having once believed that ascending to a higher position was an immense blessing. However, after a few days in office, he realized that ever since his appointment, the White Tiger Society had plummeted in strength, akin to a malfunctioning amusement ride, never to ascend again. The older cat, markedly more composed than San Mao, inquired, Boss, do you intend to attend the dinner gathering tonight? Black Panther, rubbing his forehead in frustration, replied, I am uncertain. I have just been pressured by those above me. They have already lost faith in us. If we do not find a new ally soon, the White Tiger Society is likely to collapse swiftly. Both Old Cat and San Mao gasped in shock, having believed that the White Tiger Society was merely wounded and would soon regain its formidable prowess. It was only now that they comprehended the gravity of their situation. Bereft of support from above, they were akin to a tiger stripped of its fangs, unable to survive in a perilous world. In unison, Old Cat and San Mao urged, Boss, you must attend this dinner. The future of the White Tiger Society rests upon your shoulders. Black Panther glanced towards Lu Wen's direction, responding despondently. Even if I attend, the White Tiger Society will likely be but a name soon enough. San Mao, puzzled, questioned, but boss, didn't the Vermilion Bird Society say they wanted to collaborate with us? Shouldn't that mean assistance rather than an impending demise? Old Cat interjected, explaining, collaboration is merely a facade. They seek to assimilate us now that we're faltering. Black Panther nodded, his face etched with worry. Among the four major factions, the Vermilion Bird and the Black Tortoise are the wealthiest, and only they possess the means to absorb our large group. San Mao, begrudgingly, protested, but Brother Leopard, we are the White Tiger Society. If we join the Vermilion Bird Society, we would be surrendering decades of hard-won territory. With a resigned sigh, Black Panther gestured for San Mao and Old Cat to cease their arguments. Even if this banquet is akin to a banquet of betrayal, I shall attend. We have provoked Hijichio, and given her temperament, she will undoubtedly seek retribution. Finding an ally may provide sustenance for my brothers. Failing to do so may lead to their disappearance in the City of Magic. At this moment, the clashes on the arena had lost all practical significance, devolving into mere entertainment for the figures of the three realms. Lu Fei remained blissfully unaware of the monumental shifts occurring within the underground forces at that very moment. As he reveled in the fight, fully immersed in the thrill, Thompson, a veritable tough guy, bore a face bruised and bloodied by Lu Fei's strikes yet refused to concede, desperately searching for an opportunity to retaliate. Prior to the match, Black Panther had promised Thompson a reward of $10 million for victory. As long as the money was guaranteed, there would be those willing to risk their lives. Moreover, Thompson did not believe he would meet his demise without weapons, given his elite soldier training. It was impossible for him to perish in the arena. Lu Fei's aggressive, all-out style left many openings, yet Thompson, disoriented by Lu Fei's onslaught, missed numerous opportunities. At last, whether by fortune or skill, Thompson evaded one of Lu Fei's attacks and seized the moment, choosing to grapple Lu Fei to the ground, initiating a ground fight. Lu Fei was abruptly tackled to the ground by Thompson, whose considerable weight of around 200 pounds pinned him down, forming a constrictive hold behind him. Thompson's feet were wedged against the outside of Lu Fei's legs, while his hands readied to secure Lu Fei's neck. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, Thompson opted for a more straightforward approach, placing his hands directly on Lu Fei's jaw, intending to snap his neck with a single twist. At this critical juncture, Lu Fei emitted a furious roar, his hands suddenly exerting tremendous force, clamping down on Thompson's wrists like a vice. With a surge of brute strength, Lu Fei powered his legs to break free from Thompson's hold. Once liberated, he swiftly rose, propelling both himself and the towering Thompson to their feet, charging toward the iron cage with remarkable speed. A thunderous crash echoed throughout the underground arena as Lu Fei, having gained momentum in just a few strides, demonstrated astonishing destructive power. The all-metal cage trembled violently, producing a resonating buzz. Unyielding and sensing the impending threat of death, Lu Fei had fully succumbed to a bloodthirsty state, unleashing his iron fists once more, mercilessly striking at the semi-conscious Thompson. Thompson, witnessing the oncoming fists, instinctively attempted to evade, but his movements faltered, the prior brutal impact having robbed him of bodily control. Despair enveloped him. Bang! Lu Fei's fist narrowly grazed Thompson's ear before landing with a resounding thud against the steel mesh. The rigid cage, enduring the fierce impact of Thompson's 200-pound frame, only quivered slightly. However, Lu Fei's punch tore through the mesh, creating a substantial hole, with several wires slicing across Lu Fei's skin, leaving faint traces of blood. The spectators, prominent figures in the audience, halted their conversations and activities, gazing in awe at Lu Fei, who stood defiantly in the arena. Many, privy to the unfolding drama, cast envious glances at Lu Wan. This was not due to Lu Fei's mercy. Rather, he had keenly observed Thompson's subtle maneuvers. Yet, he had not anticipated that Thompson's feint was merely a ruse, which garnered Lu Fei's admiration for Thompson's audacity. Admiration aside, once the intent to kill had arisen, there was no turning back. Just as Thompson believed Lu Fei to be merciful, a powerful iron fist descended upon his face. Bang! Thompson's nasal bone shattered completely, a spray of blood mixed with shattered teeth splattering onto the ground as he crumpled to the floor. Lu Fei's assault did not cease. He seized Thompson's golden locks, lifting his drooping head. Gazing at the mangled visage, Lu Fei's cold eyes met Thompson's vengeful glare as he raised his middle finger defiantly. Before Thompson could utter a word, Lu Fei had already thrust his knee to crush Thompson's throat, extinguishing the last vestiges of his life as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Lu Fei's gaze swept coldly across the arena, facing the formidable titans of the city without a trace of fear in his eyes. This time, he did not don a hood. Previously, he felt ashamed of engaging in underground fighting, but now his perspective had transformed. He aimed to rise through the ranks of this clandestine world, striving to attain a status so formidable that even without physical confrontation, he would instill fear and command respect. His gaze briefly lingered on Lu Wan, who was applauding him, before he departed the arena. In the lounge, a private physician clad in a white coat was tending to Lu Fei's arm, which bore the marks of a wire cut. After a cursory disinfection and blood clotting, the doctor informed Yufei, Sister Fei, Mr. Lu's injury is superficial and has been adequately treated. The likelihood of tetanus is minimal if you remain concerned. A vaccine at the hospital could provide additional assurance. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Yufei felt a wave of relief wash over her. Gratefully bidding the doctor farewell, she erupted into jubilant cheers within the lounge. What is all this fuss about winning a mirror match? Why are you, a mere manager, so excited? This internet CAFISN to your domain, Lu Fei remarked as he changed his clothes. Yufei giggled. Of course it concerns me. My father is a senior member of the Juke Society and holds shares. The more the society profits, the wealthier I become. Who would have guessed? Sister Yufei, you're quite the little heiress. Naturally, want to cling to my leg? No thanks, I'll stick with Sister Lu. Kid, your appetite is quite large, but I am younger. Yet Sister Lu possesses far more allure. You. I'll tell Sister Lu you've got a crush on her. Yufei exclaimed in exasperation, never having imagined that her charm could pale in comparison to that of an older woman, even one in a position of authority. If you dare to snitch, I'll make sure you regret it, Lu Fei replied nonchalantly, unfazed by Yufei's threat, and turned the tables on her. Really? Can we start now? Feiga? Lu Fei. Chapter 46. The size seems off. I'll come by the hotel to visit you in a few days, he said jokingly as he exited the Huangpu community. Sure. Feiga. The lobby, the private room, the office, or the suite. Choose whatever you desire. Hastily, Lu Fei entered the Huangpu community, realizing that his verbal flamboyance could not rival that of this woman. After all, he was a man of action. Since the boxing match commenced, his thoughts had been consumed by Li Ruoxue. He hurried home, inputting the fingerprint he had registered that day to unlock the door. Upon entering, the sound of running water from the bathroom greeted him. Impatient, he disregarded his injury, shedding his clothes and bursting through the door. As he opened it, a cloud of steamy warmth enveloped him. Does this woman always prefer her bathwater at such high temperatures? It felt like a paradise. With a sigh of admiration, Lu Fei stepped forward, embracing the hazy figure within a mist. Shuijia, I miss you terribly. However, an unsettling feeling washed over him, as if something was amiss. The dimensions appeared slightly off. Spirit? Before he could call out to Ling Jia, a familiar shrill scream startled him into releasing his embrace. In the living room, Lu Fei and Li Ruoxue stood before the sofa, resembling obedient subordinates. Li Ruoxue, her face flushed with embarrassment, lowered her head, her hands clasped behind her, fidgeting subtly in front of Lu Fei. He, too, appeared awkward, casting furtive glances around the room. Before them sat Li Yin on the sofa, her cheeks aglow, though it was unclear whether her redness stemmed from anger or embarrassment. What on earth? I was enjoying a bath when someone barged in and embraced me, calling me Sister Shui and professing his longing. Li Ruoxue explained shyly, her head still bowed. Mom, it was just a playful act by Xiaofei, reminiscent of our childhood antics. You must be jesting. How old are you two now? Xiaofei is an adult, and you are on the verge of marriage. You call this mere play? Li Yin responded sternly, though her rosy cheeks undermined her authority. After a brief contemplation, Lu Fei decided to be forthright. Aunt Li, Ruoxue, and I are together now. What? Li Yin exclaimed in astonishment. The only scenario she had envisioned was that Xiaofei was dating a roommate, but she never anticipated that the two children she had raised together would become a couple. However, upon reflection, she realized there was nothing inherently wrong with it. Though they refer to each other as siblings, there was no blood relation, only a significant age difference. In fact, this meant her daughter had struck gold. Once Lu Fei's mother returned, she could proudly boast about her daughter as charm. Seeing the fluctuating emotions on Li Yan's face, Li Ruoxue, fearing that Lu Fei would bear the brunt of her mother's ire, quickly interjected, Mom, please don't blame Xiaofei. It was my initiative. Lu Fei chimed in, Aunt Li, rest assured, I will take full responsibility for Ruoxue. I will provide her with the best life possible. To their surprise, instead of scolding, Li Yin beamed with satisfaction. Wonderful. Such a match of talent and beauty. Let's plan a banquet for the new year when we return to the village, so I can show off. Both Lu Fei and Li Ruoxue were taken aback. Mom, Aunt Li, isn't this a bit too hasty? Li Yin, unusually exasperated, retorted what nonsense. Xiaofei may be young, but Ruoxue, you're already 24, soon to be 25 after the new year. This is the ideal age for marriage and preparation for pregnancy. By next year, I want to cradle a chubby grandchild to alleviate my boredom in the countryside. Lu Fei and Li Ruoxue could only facepalm, realizing that her desire for a grandchild stemmed from her own ennui. Fortunately, Li Yin did not linger on the topic. Her face still flushed as she retreated to her room, seemingly to impart some wisdom. Unable to sneak into Lu Qingling's bed under the watchful eyes of Li Yin and Li Ruoxue, Lu Fei resigned himself to spending the night on the sofa. The following morning, it was Li Ruoxue who roused him. Mom is leaving. Let us go see her off. Lu Fei, blinking sleepily, sat up and gazed at the radiant Li Yin, puzzled. Aunt Li, want to stay a few more days? It's not often you visit the bustling metropolis. Li Yin shook her head with a smile and said, I originally intended to stay a few more days, but now that you two are together, I don't want to intrude on your private lives. I won't prohibit anything, but remember to take precautions. Don't end up with a big belly before you're married. Lu Fei turned to Li Ruoxue and asked, Sister Shui, what are precautions? Did you use them last time? Li Ruoxue, caught off guard by the question, pulled Lu Fei aside for a lesson on the topic, which made Li Yin chuckle heartily. Watching Li Ruoxue earnestly explaining and Lu Fei listening attentively, Li Yin silently pondered. Oh, Shui, now that you've chosen Fei as your boyfriend, it seems you'll have to accompany him as he grows up. Are you prepared for that? Before long, Li Ruoxue, her face flushed with embarrassment, returned with the composed Lu Fei. Mom, we'll take you to the station. All right. At the train station entrance, Lu Fei watched Li Yin bid him farewell, recalling the scene not long ago at Liang Station when Aunt Li saw him off. As Li Yin approached the entrance, a surge of inexplicable emotion welled up within him, perhaps the sadness of parting or something else entirely, prompting him to step forward and embrace Li Yin from behind. Li Yin shivered slightly, recalling the scene in the bathroom, and asked nervously, "Faye, what are you doing?" Lu Fei sincerely expressed, "Aunt Li, I now understand the feeling of sending someone off. I want to cry, but I must be strong as a man." It dawned on Li Yin that Lu Fei was reminded of the moment she had sent him away. She felt a twinge of regret for holding onto that trivial misunderstanding from yesterday. Turning back, Li Yin said with a warm smile, "Fei has grown up and is more understanding. Aunt Li is very happy. You're doing wonderfully now, and when your mother returns, she will be pleased too." Lu Fei remained silent in Li Yan's embrace, contemplating whether he truly was doing well. Perhaps, in some sense, he was. He glanced at Li Yan, who was standing nearby, urging, "What are you waiting for? Your mom is about to leave. Come and give her a hug." Li Ruoxue, feeling a bit reluctant, eventually stepped forward under Lu Fei's encouragement and Li Yan's expectant gaze. The three of them embraced at the station entrance. "Be careful on your journey, Mom. Only. Have a safe trip. I know. You two hurry along. Don't let it interfere with your work." After waving goodbye, Li Yan disappeared into the crowd. Lu Fei felt an indescribable sensation. Nestled against Li Ruoxue, the overwhelming emotions began to dissipate. Similarly, aboard the train, Li Yan was engulfed by her own turbulent feelings. She had dreamt the night before that she had sent Lu Fei away. The recent embrace at the station intensified her emotions, but she understood it was not meant to be. Gazing wistfully out the window, she murmured to herself, "Fei, you must take good care of Ruoxue. Don't follow in her father's footsteps. It's hard for a woman to remain widowed alone." Outside the station, Li Ruoxue asked, "Fei, do you have anything planned later?" Just as Lu Fei was about to reply that he had nothing and would go home, his phone rang. Lu Fei answered the phone. "Brother Fei, we have gathered all the information on that debtor. The brothers are all assembled. Do you have time to come and devise a plan?" Lu Fei glanced at Li Ruoxue beside him, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided to set aside his desires and focus on his career. He could not allow the woman he cherished to remain cooped up with him in a rented room. He envisioned a villa, a swimming pool, a private garage, and a personal cinema. After hanging up, Lu Fei turned to Li Ruoxue and said, "I'm off to pursue my career now. Be careful at home or while you're out." Li Ruoxue felt a tinge of reluctance, but nodded in agreement, prioritizing safety. After hitching a ride, Lu Fei arrived at Gao Ming's rented house, which had been designated as the temporary meeting room by the brothers. The reason for this choice was that it was the largest rental space among the 20-odd brothers. In the initial stages of entrepreneurship, environment was of little consequence, or so Lu Fei reassured himself. Upon entering the rented space, Lu Fei saw the brothers gathered around, seated together. The table was strewn with various documents and photographs, and everyone was burning incense, giving off a rather professional air. Lu Fei approached an empty chair and sat down, observing the furrowed brows of his companions. "How was the information? Are we ready to take action?" Chen Gao pushed a photograph toward Lu Fei and introduced Brother Fei. "This is the debtor, Ma Datong. He borrowed 20 million from the Zhuke Society last June and has yet to repay a single cent, including interest. He now owes the Zhuke Society 30 million. Lu Fei nodded. 30 million. If we manage to collect, we would earn 5 million in commission, which could allow us to establish our own enterprise. Chen Gao hesitated before speaking. "Brother Fei, there is a problem. Ma Datong is no longer in the Magic City. He has liquidated his businesses here and returned to his hometown of Guangnan." Upon hearing this, Lu Fei opened a map that a subordinate had prepared earlier and examined it. Noticing the location of Guangnan City, he frowned. Ma Datong had fled from a first-tier city to a third or fourth-tier city, likely to either engage in illicit activities or to evade his debts. Lu Fei had a basic understanding of urban development. For instance, his hometown of Liang City and the neighboring Guangnan City were among the least developed in the Dragon Kingdom. Their best areas were still inferior to the suburbs of the Magic City. Li Ruoxue had chosen to develop in the Magic City, recognizing its potential for growth. Only in economically prosperous cities could capable individuals find ample opportunities to soar. Initially, Lu Fei did not share this perspective. He believed he could forge his own path in his hometown. However, upon arriving in the Magic City, he realized that such notions were merely the thoughts of a frog at the bottom of a well. If he had remained in Lijiao village, he would have merely become a village tyrant. Chen Gao echoed this sentiment, stating, "If he has returned to engage in illicit activities, that would be manageable. However, if he has gone back to escape his debts, this venture could end poorly for us. Even a malnourished camel is larger than a horse. We must pursue this matter. Even if he cannot produce the 30 million, he will likely still have more than the average person. Lu Fei contemplated for a moment before asserting. Lu Fei made a decision, and his younger brothers unanimously agreed without hesitation. Qin Gao promptly contacted Yu Fei to secure the train tickets. During work, expenses for meals, accommodation, and travel can be reimbursed by the organization, which is why so many street thugs strive to gain an official position. Working outside comes with a salary, reimbursements, and potential bonuses for exceptional performance. If one ingratiates themselves with the boss, promotions and shares may follow, which is far superior to a few individuals wandering the streets unable to afford even a cup of lemonade. Yu Fei acted swiftly, arranging tickets for Lu Fei and his 20-some brothers for a relatively empty train in the afternoon. Dozens of them gathered in a single carriage, facilitating communication and camaraderie. The distance between the two cities was considerable, and by the time the train arrived, it was already deep into the night. Lu Fei and his brothers decided to indulge themselves by finding a club that offered rest and massage services. After all, with such a generous reimbursement allowance, why not take advantage of it? As Lu Fei and his gang entered the establishment, the receptionist, upon seeing the imposing group, eagerly approached them with excitement, ushering them upstairs. Before they had even ascended, they spotted several beautiful technicians, adorned in form-fitting skirts and black stockings, lined up in the hallway awaiting their arrival. At the forefront of the technicians stood an older woman, dressed distinctly from the others, indicating she was the leader of this group. With a discerning eye, she immediately focused on Lu Fei, descending the stairs and striking red high heels. With a beaming smile, she linked arms with Lu Fei and greeted him, "Big brother. I am Hong Jie, the head technician here. Have you brought your brothers to relax?" Lu Fei nodded and subtly withdrew his hand from Hong Jie's grasp. Having encountered many high-quality women, he had grown indifferent to such superficial charms. "Please arrange for us the largest private room," he instructed as they ascended the stairs. Hong Jie, unfazed by his gesture, continued to smile and said, "Of course, this way, big brothers. We offer services at 288, 588, 1288, and 3888. Which one would you prefer?" Lu Fei recalled his master's mention of secret techniques available in foot massage establishments. Perhaps this place would hold a martial arts manual as well. Since he was not using Aunt Li's money, Li Ruoxue could not interfere with his endeavors. Hong Jie cheerfully elaborated, 288 is for foot washing. 588 includes foot washing plus a half-body massage. 1288 is for a full-body massage. And as for 3888, well, you understand, big brother. Lu Fei initially thought to retort that he knew nothing about such matters, as this was his first visit. However, he reconsidered. Discussing martial arts manuals openly would certainly deter fate from presenting them. Despite the establishment's exorbitant pricing, not aligning with his master's indication of merely 1,000, Lu Fei was still willing to invest in enhancing his own strength. With this in mind, he politely stated, "Let each of my brothers have a 1288 service, and I will take a 3,888 for myself." Upon hearing that Lu Fei and his companions had opted for the premium and sub-premium packages, a woman could hardly contain her joy, her smile nearly stretching to her ears. With utmost respect, she escorted the group to a lavish private room, dismissing the array of technicians who had been waiting at the entrance. Observing this scene, Qin Gao, perplexed, inquired, "Why did you send them away?" He, along with Lu Hu and the others, shared a similar sentiment. The mere thought of receiving a massage from such alluring women left them restless. The sight of Hong Jie sending them off stirred feelings of discontent within them. With a playful grin, Hong Jie activated the large screen within the room, which illuminated with an array of professional and candid photos, as well as videos, showcasing various beautiful women. "What is this?" Qin Gao exclaimed, taken aback by the provocative images. Hong Jie explained with a smile, "The technicians we just dismissed were only qualified for basic massages. You gentlemen have selected the premium 1,288 level service, which corresponds to our elite technicians. What you see are the lifestyle photos and professional attire of our high-end staff, allowing you to choose according to your preference." Ooh, don't crowd. Number 24 is mine. I want number 8. I want number 23. Upon hearing her explanation, Qin Gao was the first to react, swiftly snatching the tablet to begin his selection. This experience, akin to shopping in a mall, was utterly exhilarating. After a brief frenzy, Lu Fei's entourage had chosen their respective technicians. Shortly thereafter, a line of women entered, dressed far more provocatively than the previous batch, their figures and beauty markedly superior. What truly ignited the excitement among the brothers was that these women had indeed donned the outfits they had chosen on the tablet. White stockings, black stockings, fishnet, and even some daring ensembles. Seeing that everything was in order, Hongjie turned to Lu Fei and said with a smile, "Brother, I've arranged everything for your companions. Let me take you to a private room." After contemplating the need for privacy in such matters, Lu Fei nodded and addressed his brothers. "I apologize, brothers. I must excuse myself for a moment." "No problem. Fei Ge, enjoy yourselves." His younger brothers chorused, thoroughly satisfied with the 1288 service. While they understood that Lu Fei's choice of the 3888 package was merely a reflection of his status. After all, a leader should not receive the same treatment as his subordinates. Otherwise, what kind of leader would he be? Compared to previous leaders who barely offered them a taste of broth, Lu Fei was akin to a benevolent guardian in their eyes. Guided by Hongjie, Lu Fei arrived at a concealed door at the end of the corridor. Upon entering, he was greeted by 5 enchanting women, each possessing unique charms. As the women noticed the entrance of the men, they set aside their phones, rising to greet him with soft, melodic voices. "Hello, boss." The lighting, a playful dance of pink hues, flickered intermittently, casting a dreamlike ambience. Hongjie introduced, "Brother, these are our top-tier technicians. Take a look and see whom you fancy." Lu Fei glanced at Hongjie, then directed his gaze towards the 5 women before him, pondering whether fate truly played a role in such encounters. A 20% probability may not seem particularly high, yet is not negligible either. Upon contemplating the enhancement of his own prowess, Lu Fei began to exercise caution in his selections, eager to discern which among the few held hidden depths. The seasoned matriarchs of the battlefield, encountering such a guest for the first time, observed him with a serious and meticulous gaze, one that resembled an art connoisseur more than that of a man assessing women. Noticing Lu Fei's indecision, Hongjie suggested, "If you are uncertain, allow me to introduce you. The lady on the far left possesses the most experience and skill. The second has honed her craft at a media company, excelling in her performance. The third speaks Japanese, and the fourth has a mouth large enough to accommodate a fist." Lu Fei struggled to comprehend Hongjie's descriptions. What relevance did language proficiency, a large mouth, or acting talent have to martial arts? At that moment, he observed that Hongjie had not introduced the woman on the far right as slightly built, unremarkable, fresh-faced girl who was the only one to avoid making eye contact with him. He pointed at her and inquired, "What about her?" Hongjie hesitated, appearing somewhat troubled as she replied, "You have a discerning eye. This is our newly appointed elite technician. However, if you wish to choose her, it will cost extra." Frowning, Lu Fei retorted, "Is this a black shop, raising prices on spot?" Since entering the underworld, Lu Fei's tolerance for dissatisfaction had dwindled to nearly zero, and he now belonged to the type who would act upon his displeasure, even though he was not in the bustling metropolis. If the head technician could not provide a satisfactory explanation, he might very well demolish her establishment. Sensing Lu Fei's rising anger, Hongjie hastily shook her head and whispered in his ear, "Calm down. There is a reason for the extra charge." After hearing her explanation, Lu Fei's ire gradually dissipated, and he inquired, "All right, I will take her. How much extra?" With a smile, Hongjie replied, 8,000. "Rest assured, aside from the shop's stipulated 1,000, the remainder goes directly to Shaoli." Lu Fei nodded and produced a card, stating, "Let us settle everything together with my brother's share." Hongjie respectfully accepted the bank card, inputting the numbers, and upon processing the transaction, her heavily made-up face broke into an even wider smile. Such a substantial sum was rare in this small city. She ushered the 4 unselected women out of the room and cautioned Shaoli, "It may be a bit painful at first. Bear with it and ensure the customer is satisfied." With that, Hongjie closed the door behind them. In the dimly lit, cramped room, only Shaoli and Lu Fei remained. Observing the girl who stood silently with her head bowed, Lu Fei took the initiative to break the silence, asking, "Is it hot in here?" "No," Shaoli replied softly, her voice barely audible. Thankfully, the room's soundproofing was sufficient. Otherwise, Lu Fei might not have heard her at all. "Then why is your face so red?" Lu Fei remarked, noting the rosy hue of her face illuminated by the light, resembling a ripe tomato. Chapter 49. Engaging in serious business. Upon hearing Lu Fei's comment, Shaoli stammered for a long while without uttering a complete sentence, her face flushing an even deeper shade of red. "Answer me." Lu Fei suddenly recalled a recent video he had seen and jokingly imitated the person in it. Playfully teasing Shaoli, startled, she looked up at him with a hint of trepidation. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and Lu Fei mused. Why does your face seem familiar? I feel the same way, she replied. They both scrutinized each other's faces for a while, and finally, Xiaoli tentatively asked, Are you Lu Fei from Li Family Village? Lu Fei still did not recognize the woman before him, and scratched his head in confusion. I am Lu Fei. Who might you be? Upon hearing his acknowledgement, Xiao Li's face lit up with excitement. It really is you, brother Xiao Fei. I'm your middle school deskmate, Lu Li. Middle school? Lu Fei pondered the dusty memories, but the Lu Li he remembered did not resemble the woman before him at all. You're Lu Li? I recall you wore thick glasses and were quite petite, looking rather malnourished. You seem quite different now, he remarked candidly. Despite Lu Fei's blunt words, Lu Li felt no anger, only joy at reconnecting with an old friend. She was about to reminisce about their past, but then her thoughts turned to her current profession, and her expression dimmed slightly. Looking at the man before her, she considered perhaps this was fate's finest arrangement, that her first experience should be with him. Resolute, Lu Li slid her straps down, allowing her long dress to cascade to the ground, revealing her milk-white skin. Lu Fei, taken aback, wondered if such boldness was customary among old classmates. Noticing his lack of reaction, Lu Li, blushing, stepped forward and bent down as if to kiss him. Feeling perplexed, and preferring not to be indecisive, Lu Fei gently placed a finger on her rosy lips and wrapped her in the thin blanket behind her. Xiaoli, I remember you were quite shy in middle school. You seem a bit more exuberant now, he said as he ensured she was properly covered. In Lu Fei's memory, Lu Li was one of the few exemplary students in class, while he, a notoriously troublesome student, had little in common with her. Yet by some twist of fate, the worst student had become deskmates with the best. Their interactions were sparse, often limited to a mere couple of words each day. Lu Li was not particularly attractive back then, which did not pique Lu Fei's interest, and her love for studying made her too reserved to engage him in conversation. Once wrapped in the blanket, Lu Li seemed to expend all her energy, collapsing back into her chair. With her head bowed, she softly said, I must seem foolish to you, old classmate. Thank you for preserving my last shred of dignity. Given the circumstances and Lu Li's boldness, Lu Fei surmised her current profession. It seemed she had only recently entered the field, still holding onto her innocence. He thought to himself, Lu Li was indeed fortunate. Had she encountered a much heavier man tonight, her fragile frame might have suffered greatly. Lu Fei reminisced about the stark contrast between Lu Li's past and present, letting out a sigh as he inquired, Lu Li, I remember your academic performance was not particularly impressive in the past. Did you not end up attending a prestigious university? Lu Li shook her head, a trace of melancholy gracing her features as she replied, My parents, in their efforts to support my younger brother's education, deemed my university tuition too exorbitant and refused to pay for it. Consequently, I was unable to attend. Later, they complained about my eating habits and urged me to find work. I've been working here for 3 months now. Recently, my father fell from a construction site and broke his leg. With no fund for medical treatment, I can only. Such despicable parents are not worth sacrificing your virtue for their medical expenses. The moment they chose your brother over your future, you should have severed ties with them. Lu Fei commented thoughtfully after listening to Lu Li's story. Lu Li struggled to articulate her thoughts, ultimately letting out a sigh. Lu Fei retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and offered one to Lu Li, asking, Would you like to smoke? Lu Li adeptly accepted the cigarette and began to exhale clouds of smoke. After finishing, Lu Fei lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and said, You can sleep beside me for the night. I've already paid, just rest well. Lu Li remained speechless, her eyes reflecting only gratitude. How many men in the world would spend their hard-earned money on a woman they had not seen in years, without expecting anything in return? Lu Li wrapped herself in a blanket and returned to bed, gently covering Lu Fei with the blanket. As she lay quietly beside him, she found a sense of warmth akin to home in that small room. Upon awakening to daylight, Lu Li opened her eyes to see Lu Fei sitting by the window smoking. Silently, she donned the clothes she had left on the floor and approached him. Old classmate, may I escort you downstairs? Sure, Lu Fei replied, tossing the cigarette out the window and smiling as he left the room with Lu Li. Brothers, was the service yesterday up to par? Lu Fei cheerfully entered the large room, observing the satisfied expressions on his companions' faces. It was exceptional, boss. We need more of these field assignments. It was fantastic. Aside from the restrictions, we could do anything. Lu Fei chuckled and remarked, All right, since we've enjoyed ourselves, it's time to attend to some serious business for the company. Yes, boss. The group responded in unison. promptly tidying their clothing as they made their way out of the Red Rose Club. As they were about to part ways, Lu Li called out to Lu Fei, "Xiao Fei, will you return?" Lu Fei pondered for a moment and replied honestly, "Perhaps not. I am here merely on a business trip. Once my tasks are completed, I shall return." Lu Li nodded, a hint of sadness in her eyes, then made an effort to smile. Said, "It's all right, Xiao Fei. If you ever come to Guangnan again, do let me know. I can show you around. I know this place well." Lu Fei nodded and asked a seemingly unrelated question. "Lu Li, which subject are you best at?" Lu Li paused for a moment before instinctively responding, "Science." Lu Fei glanced back at Chun Gao and the others, remarking, "What is science? I only recall language, mathematics, and English." Lu Hu and the others readily agreed, many of them possessing a cultural level that even fell short of Lu Fei's middle school education. At this moment, Chun Gao, the only member of Lu Fei's gang who had attended high school, but subsequently dropped out, explained that the science curriculum encompassed subjects such as mathematics and physics. What exactly is physics? Lu Fei pondered, perplexed. Chun Gao found himself at a loss for how to elucidate this to Lu Fei, as he was merely a mediocre student himself. Lu Li, recognizing Lu Fei's struggles with academics, decided to speak plainly. "Xiao Fei Ge, I believe my mathematical skills are quite strong. I once won the city's Olympiad championship." Upon hearing this, Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with interest. "Can you do accounting then?" he inquired. Lu Li paused for a moment before responding, "I haven't worked in finance. They deemed my qualifications insufficient. However, I believe I can manage." Lu Li held a firm belief in her academic abilities, having once achieved high scores to gain admission to Yanjing University, one of the nation's elite institutions. Lu Fei nodded, seizing the opportunity. "What I need is your confidence. I plan to start my own business and require someone to manage the accounts. I have reservations about hiring strangers. After thinking it over last night, I believe you are the most suitable candidate." Lu Li was initially inclined to retort, "Didn't you sleep all night?" Yet, the prospect of working alongside Lu Fei ignited a whirlwind of emotions within her. Just as she was about to agree, she hesitated. "Xiao Fei Ge, perhaps it's best to reconsider. My father's medical expenses must be settled promptly, and I can earn money more quickly here. Would it be possible for me to come work with you after I repay my debts?" Lu Fei asked solemnly, "How much do you owe the hospital?" 100,000. She replied. Lu Fei took out a calculator, contemplating the implications of her predicament. 25 nights with 25 different men. After a moment of reflection, he could not bear the thought of his old classmate descending into such a fate. "All right, even if it takes you nearly a month to earn that here, I will cover it for you today. You can join me right away, but let me make it clear. The 100,000 is not a gift. It will be deducted from your salary later." Upon hearing this, Lu Li could hardly contain her excitement. Grasping Lu Fei's hand, she asked, "Xiao Fei Ge, are you serious?" "Account number, please," he replied. With a successful transfer of 100,000 yuan, Lu Li felt a tremendous weight lift from her heart. She had resolved that this would be her final act of assistance to them. Henceforth, they would part ways. Gratefully, Lu Li expressed, "I cannot thank you enough. Xiao Fei Ge, as long as you don't mind, I will manage your accounts for a lifetime. Just ensure you don't fabricate any figures. And promptly arrange your resignation with your manager. Collect your money. We'll wait for you downstairs, and afterward, I will show you something new." 20 minutes later, Lu Li emerged from the Red Rose Club, having discarded the provocative attire from the previous day in favor of a modest ensemble comprising a cream short-sleeve shirt and light blue jeans, presenting an image reminiscent of a girl next door. "You look much more normal now," Lu Fei remarked approvingly. He felt that his old classmate was still rather naive and ill-suited for such a place. As for that martial arts manual, Lu Fei harbored grave doubts about its authenticity, suspecting it was merely a ruse from the master. After feigning sleep to allow Lu Li to drift off, he had thoroughly searched the room, but found no trace of any useful clues. "Chun Gao, where is Ma Dating's company located? Wandering around aimlessly is not a viable strategy," Lu Fei said, addressing the lead of the group. Chun Gao smiled awkwardly as he recalled what Ye Fei had just said. She had discovered that in the new urban district, the specific location was unclear, but it seemed he had also established some sort of lending company, using our money to generate profits. "Damn it, this is truly outrageous. He has money but refuses to pay us back, thinking he can simply make money from money. Does he believe my debt collection team is made of clay? Today, I want every corner of the new urban district turned upside down. Find him, no matter what." Lu Fei was furious. If there were no funds, he could endure it. But a deadbeat like this, he could go to hell. His subordinates shouted back, equally indignant. If you're looking for Ma Dating's lending company, I know where it is. Luli timidly interjected. Is that true? Lu Fei asked, astonished. Luli nodded earnestly. Yes, it is true. A while ago, my father broke his leg, and I considered borrowing money. However, after inquiring at that company, I realized the interest rates were exorbitant. Borrowing 100,000 would double if not repaid within a month. 666. Lu Fei was astounded by Ma Dating's greed. To think that Zhuke Company was already considered predatory, with a 50 increase in principal after a year of non-repayment. This individual was truly a master in the field, demanding 100% monthly. Is there really anyone foolish enough to borrow from this imbecile? Lu Fei wondered how such exorbitant interest rates could sustain a business. Luli nodded and explained, they're indeed people. This place isn't like big cities. The general education level is quite low. Ma Dadong targets those who live for the moment, the gamblers, and those who overspend. Once they are unable to repay, he forcibly seizes their homes and farmland, and many who borrow money mysteriously disappear. Disappear? Lu Fei's first thought was that they had been silenced. Fearing trouble from the counterpart, they would simply make them vanish. This was clearly the work of a local tyrant. How had he managed to establish himself so swiftly in Guangnan within just a year? Well, it is said he became the godson of Guangnan's underworld boss. No one dares to provoke him. Periodically, he pays tribute to that boss. This is merely hearsay from the thugs of the club. Whether it's true, I cannot say. Lu Li, who had been in the area longer than Lu Fei, knew a bit more. Lu Fei largely believed Lu Li's words. Without any backing, it was impossible to establish oneself so quickly in an unfamiliar city and grow stronger. If he indeed had the support of a former underworld boss, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. With the 20 million he possessed, he could certainly run a lending company. Boss, should we go directly to Ma Dating's company and demand repayment? Lu Hu asked from his side. Lu Fei shook his head, saying they could not approach him directly. Such local tyrants would undoubtedly have many underlings, and they needed to prepare. Lu Li cautiously asked Xiao Fei, you aren't planning to confront Ma Dadong about his debts, are you? Lu Fei replied nonchalantly, of course. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Lu Li, take us to the nearest hardware or tool store. If you know someone who sells firearms, that would be ideal. This time, the group had traveled by high-speed train, and they didn't even have a fruit knife on them, let alone a gun. Upon hearing this, Lu Li, startled, swiftly replied, Xiao Fei, you overestimate me. How could I possibly know anyone who sells firearms? However, there are indeed numerous shops for knives and hardware around here. Lu Fei, conceding to the circumstances, requested Lu Li to guide him and his companions to the hardware and knife shops. As they entered the knife shop, Lu Fei was dazzled by the vast array of knives on display, although the sign outside proclaimed it to be a store for daily necessities. What on earth was a Guangdong sword doing prominently positioned inside? Is it true, Lu Li, that such daily necessities in Guangnan also include Guangdong swords? Lu Fei, having never witnessed such a sight in the bustling metropolis, inquired with astonishment. Lu Li, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, Xiao Fei, you are not familiar with this area. Here, the local ruffians often carry large cleavers as they roam the streets. The city's development is relatively backward, and law enforcement is overwhelmed. At night, ordinary citizens hardly dare to venture out. One can often hear the sounds of brawls echoing, followed by a cacophony of violence, resulting in bloodshed across the streets by morning. With limbs severed, Lu Fei, upon hearing this, couldn't help but admire the local bravado. Are there any firearms? He asked. Lu Li shook her head, very rarely. At least in the 3 months I've been here, I haven't heard of any. I've heard patrons of the clubs mention that the ruffians here are rather impoverished and cannot afford firearms. If they do possess any, they're likely old hunting rifles. Well, that's a relief. If they're only wielding knives, I'm not particularly afraid. My concern lies in encountering a dozen guns aimed at my head while attempting to collect debts. This is not the Peace Hotel, and I cannot gamble my life on the assumption that they would refrain from shooting. In the knife shop, Lu Fei allowed his brothers to select their weapons. The imposing Lu, who claimed a Guangdong sword, exuding the aura of an ancient warrior. Chun Gao and the others did not opt for the long, heavy swords, as most preferred the best-selling cleavers, which were of moderate weight, easy to carry, and practical. San Mao did not choose a cleaver, but instead picked 2 tri-pointed daggers, while Chun Gao selected a Nibru military knife, declaring, this one looks impressive, it could slay dragons. Lu Fei, trying out several weapons, felt an unsettling discomfort without a firearm in hand, even finding himself more at ease barehanded. Good sir, Do you have nothing else available? Lu Fei inquired of an elderly man at the counter who was engrossed in reading a newspaper. The old man glanced up at Lu Fei, his murky eyes glimmering with a hint of gold, and asked in a voice weathered by time, "Are you preparing for something significant?" Lu Fei nodded, not concealing his intentions. "Yes, I seek to acquire some suitable weapons. These knives and sticks do not feel comfortable. Do you have anything more fitting for hand-to-hand combat?" Upon hearing this, the old man set down his newspaper and slowly rose, retrieving from a drawer 2 finger guards adorned with 5 spikes. The once dark color of the guards had succumbed to the ravages of time, now marred by rust. "Ah, a treasure indeed, enchanted as well," Lu Fei remarked, observing the old man's wares. In a brawl, one fears not the blade of knife, but rather the peril of being struck by a rusty one. A deep wound necessitates a visit to the hospital for vaccinations. Otherwise, one might not even know how they met their end. The elderly man gazed at a pair of knuckle dusters and mused that this old artifact had a history of over 50 years. "In my youth, I specifically sought out a blacksmith to forge this for me. I see that your hands are of a similar size to mine. Perhaps you might try it on." Lu Fei was intrigued by this novel object, sensing in a mysterious way that it was perhaps the most suitable weapon for him, aside from a gun. He slipped the knuckles onto his hand, finding them a perfect fit, snugly secured. After throwing a couple of punches in place, he nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "This is a fine piece. I'll take it, my good sir. How much do I owe you along with those knives?" The old man shook his head, replying, "This knuckle duster is on the house. I simply felt a connection with you. Given the multitude of blades here, if you couldn't find a suitable weapon, I surmised what you were thinking." Lu Fei chuckled and expressed his gratitude to the elder, then reached for his bank card to make payment. Beep. Insufficient funds. The card displayed that he had no money left. Embarrassed, Lu Fei smiled sheepishly at Lu Li, admitting, "I forgot that I transferred all the money to you this morning. Do you have any cash to help me out?" Lu Li nodded and retrieved over 10,000 yuan from her pocket, counting out 30 red bills to hand to the old man. "Wait a moment." Just as Lu Fei was about to exit the small shop with his companions, the elder called him back. Lu Fei turned, perplexed, and asked, "Is there something else, sir?" The old man, unhurried, said, "Come over and take a look. Among this 3,000 yuan, there are quite a few counterfeit bills." Lu Fei's immediate reaction was one of indignation, considering a potential confrontation, but he quickly reconsidered. A dishonest shopkeeper would not be so generous as to offer him a warning. "Let us go, Lu Li, and check it out." Lu Fei pulled Lu Li back to the counter, where the 3,000 yuan was laid out. The old man picked up 500 yuan and stated, "Examine this. These 5 bills are counterfeit. The shop has surveillance, so I cannot tamper with it." Lu Li scrutinized the money under the light, comparing it meticulously with genuine currency, and discovered indeed there were minute flaws that would escape the eye of the untrained. She turned to Lu Fei, who was poised to react, and declared, "These are fake bills. I'll give the old man 500 more. Damn it, that old hag is trying to pass off counterfeit money for hard-earned cash." "Don't worry, Lu Li. I'll make sure to get back at them later," Lu Fei grumbled fiercely. He despised those who deceived others with counterfeit currency. After all, they were all compatriots of the Dragon Nation. Was there not a saying that Dragon citizens should not deceive one another? This time, Lu Li conducted a thorough examination of the entire amount, and to her astonishment, she found nearly 2,000 yuan in fakes. Initially intending to hand over 3,000 yuan in genuine notes to the elder, he waved his hand, saying, "Take the money and exchange the genuine bills first. Then return to me. If they refuse, you can bring them here to confront the surveillance." Lu Fei's respect for the old man deepened. This was a person of integrity. He felt that the elder must have had a fascinating past, though it was unclear why he now confined himself to a small shop. "All right, sir. Once I've dealt with that shop, I'll return with the payment." After bidding farewell to the elderly proprietor of the daily necessities store, Lu Fei and his companion strode purposefully towards the Red Rose Club. "Xiao Fei, please refrain from resorting to violence." "Yes, Yu. Hong Jie is not that kind of person. She has always treated me well, and I will clarify everything with her," Lu Li implored repeatedly along the way, urging Lu Fei to remain calm and not act impulsively. Damn it, not only are they forcing the unwilling into such disgrace, but they've also exchanged the money for counterfeit bills. If Hong Jie fails to provide a reasonable explanation today, I shall have my brothers reduce her to a mere worker. Before long, Lu Fei and his entourage arrived at the Red Rose Club, only to find the entrance firmly locked, indicating it was closed. Lu Fei donned a brass knuckle on his right hand and struck the glass door with a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the thick tempered glass shattered into a myriad of pieces. Lu Fei coldly commanded, "Find someone inside. If not, we'll take the money." Upon entering, Lu Fei surveyed the brass knuckle in his hand, satisfied with its efficacy, feeling that it had at least doubled the power of his punch. His subordinates searched the first floor for a brief moment before spotting the drowsy Hong Jie, hurriedly descending the stairs with a group of her men, rushing towards Lu Fei's party. Chapter 52. Encountering counterfeit currency after a long night of work. Hong Jie had yet to rest when she was startled by a loud crash from downstairs. She quickly summoned a few of her bodyguards and rushed down to investigate. "Big brother, what brings you here?" Hong Jie exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing Lu Fei and the shattered glass at her feet. "What do you think? Have you considered the consequences of your actions?" Lu Fei replied coolly, confused by Lu Fei's words. Hong Jie halted her bodyguards who were about to step forward in defense and turned to Lu Li beside Lu Fei, asking, "Xiao Li, do you know what is happening?" Fearing that Lu Fei might actually resort to violence, Lu Li hastily explained, "Hong Jie, this morning my brother and I went shopping, and when it came time to pay, we discovered that over 2,000 of the more than 10,000 you gave me were counterfeit bills. That's impossible. We at the Red Rose would never stoop to paying in counterfeit currency," Hong Jie retorted, but before she could finish, one of her bodyguards interjected defensively. "Are you implying we are blind?" Chen Gao, standing beside Lu Fei, cast a cold glare at the bodyguard who had spoken. "If we're not blind, then it seems you're simply looking for trouble," the bodyguard shot back defiantly. Unfazed, Chen Gao smiled and addressed his brothers. "They claim we're here to cause trouble. Does anyone else feel a chill in the air?" San Mao, quick-witted, unsheathed a triangular dagger from behind him and declared, "Yes, Brother Chen, it's freezing. My hands are numb." At this, everyone understood, drawing their long knives, ready for action. The bodyguard, confronted with the gleaming array of over 20 weapons, realized their hasty descent had left them ill-prepared, and their bravado diminished significantly. Upon perceiving the discordant atmosphere, Hong Jie instinctively sensed that a minor misstep could precipitate a catastrophic outcome. She quickly approached Lu Li, the most amicable among them, and sought to placate her. "Little Li, it's merely a matter concerning counterfeit currency. There is no need to escalate this situation to such proportions. Should this indeed be a fault on our part, I shall compensate you double." Lu Li gently tugged at Lu Fei's hand, saying, "Brother Fei, I know you are advocating for me. Yet I firmly believe that Hong Jie would not intentionally give me counterfeit money. Please, urge your brothers to remain calm." Lu Fei glanced at Lu Li and then at the obsequious Hong Jie, gesturing for his companions to sheath their weapons. The underling who had instigated the altercation felt his trembling legs ease only upon witnessing Chen Gao and his group retract their arms. "Be cautious on your way home," Chen Gao warned the previously brash underling. This casual threat from Chen Gao sent the underling's legs into another fit of tremors, far worse than before. Lu Fei chuckled inwardly. Such threats were more agonizing than a physical assault, for it seemed he would be engulfed in terror for the foreseeable future. Lu Li retrieved her wages from her pocket, which Hong Jie had settled that very morning. With sincerity, Lu Li stated, "Hong Jie, I have organized the counterfeit notes at the top. You must trust my integrity. Brother Fei and I would never engage in such disruptive antics." Hong Jie accepted the money, nodding, "I have the utmost faith in your character. Had you not chosen to leave, I would have wished to retain you. Women like you, who prioritize family over extravagance, are indeed rare these days." Lu Li, flattered by Hong Jie's praise, lowered her gaze to her shoes. Lu Fei observed this exchange, reflecting on how, despite the passage of years, her modesty remained unchanged. It seemed the boldness she exhibited yesterday had consumed a lifetime of courage. Indeed, these are counterfeit notes, though they are crafted so skillfully that they are nearly indistinguishable from the genuine article. "I have not encountered such authentic-seeming fakes in years," Hong Jie discerned after a thorough examination. Lu Fei, disregarding whether Hong Jie had previously encountered such forgeries, spoke candidly. "Very well. Given your demeanor, I shall consider the matter resolved with double compensation." Hong Jie nodded and retrieved 4,000 yuan from the counter. After running it through the cash-checking machine, she meticulously examined it again, uncovering a few counterfeit notes hidden among the legitimate currency. All present were astounded by the counterfeit notes' striking realism, capable of deceiving even the cash-checking machine. Hong Jie proceeded to withdraw all the cash from the register, inspecting each bill with diligence. Lu Fei and his companions began to realize that the source of the counterfeit currency might not be here, and they quietly awaited Hongjia's next move. Damn it. Relying on their status as gangsters, they even come to massage parlors with counterfeit cash. This business is becoming untenable, Hongjia remarked, her typically jovial demeanor replaced with rare fury, clearly indicating her anger. Nevertheless, Hongjia suppressed her ire and, with a smile, handed Lu Li 4,000 yuan in genuine currency. I apologize, little Li, for my momentary oversight that nearly caused you harm. Here is 4,000 yuan. I hope it suffices. Lu Li, after receiving the money, counted out 1,000 yuan and placed it into her pocket, returning the remaining 3,000 to Hongjia. With a smile, she expressed her unwavering trust in Hongjia, contrasting the predatory nature of others who coerced women into unseemly professions. Had it not been for you encouraging me to refrain from such a fate, I might have become a mere puppet long before I had the chance to meet Xiao Fei. Please take this 3,000. The door at the entrance has been shattered and requires repair. Hongjia stared at the money in her hands, her eyes momentarily glistening with unshed tears. Having worked at the establishment since she was 20, she had encountered countless individuals, yet none quite like Lu Li, in an era where everyone was eager to pursue wealth, often disregarding emotional bonds. Lu Li stood out as the only one who considered her own welfare selflessly. Then I shall not be polite, Hongjia replied with a smile, wiping away her tears. If you ever return to Guangnan, I will personally give you a massage. Lu Fei and his companions whispered amongst themselves, forming a small circle. After rummaging through their pockets, they produced several banknotes and handed them to Lu Fei. He accepted them and approached Hongjia, presenting the money. Please do not think it insufficient. I have some inquiries regarding the Underworld and counterfeit currency you mentioned. Hongjia glanced at the stack of 100 yuan bills but did not decline, accepting them all the same. Ask away, big brother. I shall share everything I know without reservation. Lu Fei nodded and inquired about the current distribution of organized crime in Guangnan, their methods of revenue generation, their relative strengths, and how they were connected to Ma Dating. After a moment of contemplation, Hongjia organized her thoughts and began, this tale begins last year. The organized crime in Guangnan was not dominated by a single entity until Ma Dating's arrival instigated a transformation. Originally, Guangnan was home to two major gangs, the Viper Gang and the Wolf Gang. Now, the sole remaining dominant faction is the Wolf Gang. In the past, both the Viper and Wolf Gangs had their unique characteristics. The Viper Gang excelled in business ventures, thriving in nightclubs, gaming halls, and foot massage establishments, where their subordinates enjoyed a life of indulgence. In contrast, the Wolf Gang consisted of ruthless individuals. While they may not have had as many members or resources as the Viper Gang, each was formidable, thriving on extortion and brawling for territory. The conflicts between the two were typically evenly matched, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. However, everything changed with Ma Dating's arrival in Guangnan. Rumor has it that he returned from the bustling metropolis of the Magic City to develop his hometown. He established a lending company in the city, initially operating within normal interest rates, and many small businesses struggling with cash flow sought loans from him. Eventually, through a confidant connected to the Wolf Gang, he met their leader, Fan Lei. The specifics of their dealings remain unclear, but it is known that Ma Dating took Fan Lei, who was only slightly older, as his godfather. Leveraging the formidable individuals under Fan Lei's command, Ma Dating manipulated the blank pages of contracts to his advantage. The interest rates surged exponentially, and those unable to repay by the due date found themselves in dire straits, with threats of kidnapping their family members looming over them, warning that any attempt to alert the authorities would lead to dire consequences. Ultimately, the solution proposed by Ma Dating was to acquire a mere 51% stake in each company, thereby securing absolute control. Presently, nearly a quarter of the companies in Guangnan City have fallen victim to Ma Dating's nefarious influence, with the majority of the executives being mere puppets, profiting on behalf of Ma Dating. Lu Fei chuckled and inquired whether this meant that Ma Dating had become quite wealthy. Hongjia nodded vigorously, explaining that while the ostensible richest person in Guangnan might be Li Jingdong, the true wealth in the city lies with Ma Dating and Fan Lei, though the specifics of their fortunes remain shrouded in mystery. Ah, splendid. Lu Fei and his comrades exchanged knowing smiles. After an extensive period of debt collection, they had finally encountered a lucrative opportunity. In high spirits, Lu Fei continued to question Hongjia, urging her to elaborate on how these two wolves managed to dismantle the Viper Gang, and to reveal the size of the Poison Wolf Gang, along with the names of its key figures. Having spent years in this establishment, Hong Jie had amassed countless tales and rumors, enough to fill a memoir on organized crime. She cautioned, "You mustn't attribute this information to me, as it involves individuals of significant stature." Intriguing. Do share. These brothers are trustworthy. Lu Fei responded with keen interest. He had previously gleaned from Ye Fei that the upper echelons of the four major gangs in the Magic City were protected by influential figures, though even someone of Ye Fei's caliber was unaware of their identities. Perhaps only the highest-ranking members of the gangs, or even just Lu Wan, possessed that knowledge. In a hushed tone, Hong Jie divulged that the Poison Wolf gang was initially impoverished, lacking tangible assets or stable income, often barely scraping by. However, everything transformed upon Ma Dating's arrival. Those ruthless underlings found purpose, becoming a specialized team for Ma Dating, engaging in debt collection, escorting children from school, and accompanying debtor spouses to work, among other tasks. With the addition of these individuals, Ma Dating's lending company saw a flood of money akin to a printing press. And the members of the Poison Wolf gang quickly found themselves thriving, adorned in gold and silver, recruiting new members. Lu Fei inquired whether this meant Ma Dating used his wealth to support a cadre of underlings, ultimately overpowering their adversaries. Hong Jie shook her head, clarifying that there was no large-scale conflict. By the time the Viper gang's leader, Lei Shi, sensed something amiss, it was already too late. The formidable figure above him, clad in tiger stripes, had switched allegiances to the Poison Snake gang, orchestrating a scheme that led to Lei Shi's disappearance. Remarkable. Ensnared by capital, Lu Fei mused. Fan Lei was now flourishing, uniting the two gangs, with hundreds of underlings under his command, and many ruffians clamoring to join their ranks. Lu Fei nodded in acknowledgement. With several hundred underlings, one could indeed reign as a local sovereign, especially considering that the internal membership of the Zhuke society was similarly comprised of just a few hundred individuals. After all, my younger brother also has to earn a living and support his family. It is inconceivable to live like Lu Fei's underlings, residing in a rental apartment and subsisting on roadside meals. With hundreds of individuals, the monthly expenses alone would exceed $1 million, amounting to tens of millions annually. It is undeniable that Ma Dating and Fan Lei possess considerable wealth. How many core figures are there? Lu Fei inquired, posing the most crucial question. After some contemplation, Hong Jie replied, "There should be 3. One is Ma Dating. Another is his biological brother Fan Yu, and the last is his sister Fan Xiaowei. Aside from Ma Dating, it appears to be a family enterprise." This revelation piqued Lu Fei's interest in the gang even further. Hong Jie nodded and remarked, "That's all I know. Big brother, with your weaponry, are you intending to seek trouble with them? This endeavor may not be as straightforward as you imagine." Standing up, Lu Fei smiled. "Difficult or not, it must be done. We all have our struggles. Farewell, Hong Jie, and may you remain safe." Realizing she could not dissuade Lu Fei, Hong Jie refrained from saying more. Their encounter was merely a fleeting one. She could offer advice, but if it failed, there was little else she could do. Even the Buddha can only save those destined for salvation, let alone her. Stepping out of the Red Rose Club, Lu Fei addressed his brothers. "You all heard, right? This debt collection involves a significant figure from a major local gang. I shall not elaborate on the dangers involved. The decision to proceed or withdraw is yours. I do not wish to impose." Initially, Lu Fei believed Ma Dating to be merely a deadbeat, but he soon realized that Ma Dating had ample reasons to refuse repayment to the Zhuke society. The Zhuke society would not mobilize hundreds of brothers for a mere 30 million. Even if they did, on their turf, the outcome was uncertain. Even a victory would come at a steep price. Sensing the impending danger, Lu Fei preemptively prepared his peers, who were of similar age, for the worst. I'm in. Chen Gao and Lu, who were the first to respond. "Fortune favors the bold. A fortune teller once said that my success would come at the cost of countless bones. I'm in," a Mao also declared. Soon, each subordinate echoed their willingness to join, leaving no one behind. "Excellent. My discernment has not failed me. You are all valiant brothers." Lu Fei expressed his satisfaction. A reduction in numbers before battle can severely dampen morale, and the current solidarity among his group was precisely what he desired. What does it matter if they are outnumbered? In the millennia of Longwei's history, there are numerous instances of the few overcoming the many. Luli, lead the way. Chapter 54. You lend, I collect. Luli guided the group to a small alley beside the Dating lending company. Xiao Fei Gu, this is the place. There are quite a few security personnel inside. Should you consider an alternative approach? Lu Lie's caution reminded Lu Fei of Hong Jie's earlier mention of the tiger skin. If he were to charge in recklessly, Ma Dadong would undoubtedly summon the tiger skin, resulting in his entire group being apprehended, not to mention facing charges of provoking trouble. Lu Fei pondered for a moment, and upon reaching a conclusion, he shared his plan with his comrades. Mao, you will accompany me inside. We shall feign the guise of borrowers. Lu Hu and Chun Gao, you will remain nearby, awaiting my signal. Should any situation arise, promptly come to my aid. Sang Giao, you will stay here to protect Lu Li. The group nodded in agreement, fully compliant with Lu Fei's strategy. Very well then. Mao, let us proceed. As Lu Fei and Mao emerged from the alley, they transformed, shedding their menacing demeanor and adopting the appearance of ordinary individuals as they approached the Da Tung lending company. Upon entering the establishment, they were met by two men clad in black suits, who inquired, "What brings you here?" "To borrow money," Lu Fei replied succinctly, his tone remarkably indifferent. The suited men exchanged glances before one of them directed Lu Fei to the first-floor office to complete the necessary information, explaining that the finance department would determine the loan amount based on his repayment capability. Remaining resolute, Lu Fei stated, "The sum I wish to borrow is substantial. I do not engage in discussions with mere subordinates. Summon your superior to meet with me." One of the suited men, incensed by Lu Fei's audacity, was poised to take action. However, the more composed of the two restrained his impulsive companion, whispering, "Do not act rashly. We may let slip a golden opportunity. Observe what he carries at his waist." Heeding his colleague's advice, the man discreetly scanned Lu Fei's waist, discerning a car key adorned with a distinctive emblem, a pair of silver wings gleaming in the sunlight. By the heavens, the anger that had once filled the man dissipated, leaving only an insatiable greed in its wake. He cautioned his companion, "Such affluent clients have been scarce. The prominent figures in Guangnan have all been exploited by our boss. We cannot afford to let this wealthy novice escape." After imparting this wisdom, the man approached Lu Fei with an ingratiating smile, inquiring, "Might I ask the amount you wish to borrow, sir?" Lu Fei responded coolly, 30 million. The revelation of this figure elicited sharp intakes of breath from both men. 30 million. They realized that even a lifetime of toil would scarcely yield such a sum. Perhaps it would take 10 lifetimes to accumulate it. The greater the loan, the more substantial the repayment. The glint of avarice in the man's eyes intensified as he hastened to the side, trembling hands dialing the phone number of their boss. "Ma Dadong." "Hello, what is it?" Ma Dading's languid voice echoed from the phone, accompanied by the sounds of keyboard clattering and gunfire. "Headshot. Double kill. Triple kill. Boss. A wealthy individual has come seeking a loan, arriving in a multi-million-dollar Bentley, and is requesting 30 million. Should we engage?" A sound of exasperation followed, the unmistakable noise of a headset crashing onto the table. "Of course we should engage. The region of Guangnan is, without a doubt, exceptionally impoverished. Those engaged in commerce here are, regrettably, not in possession of substantial wealth. If this continues, they may struggle to accumulate even the funds for tribute. We must swiftly bring forth this lucrative target and seize the moment." Ma Dadong exclaimed excitedly over the phone. After receiving the directives from his superior, the man hung up and returned to Lu Fei's side, his tone imbued with deference. "Our boss is awaiting you on the 6th floor. Before proceeding, we must conduct a customary health check to ensure our boss's safety." Lu Fei nonchalantly nodded. He had already entrusted his weapons to his companions. Once the two scanned Lu Fei and Mao with their instruments, they gestured, "Boss, the elevator is inside." Lu Fei nodded lightly, beckoning Mao to follow them into the elevator. During the ascent, he instinctively glanced at the car keys at his waist, a smile creeping to his lips. Chun Gao's cleverness was commendable. Without this ignition key, it would have been challenging to meet Ma Dadong. Upon reaching the 6th floor, one of the men pointed to the large office directly across from them, speaking with a respectful tone. "Our boss is inside, but our positions are too lowly to enter." Lu Fei forcefully pushed open the door and stepped inside. In the office, Ma Dadong had just exited his game and was seated beside the sofa, brewing a pot of tea. "Welcome, boss. May I ask your surname?" Ma Dadong inquired while preparing the tea. "Lu," came the reply. "Ah, so you're Boss Lu. Do try my freshly brewed Longjing tea. It is quite rare to find such exquisite Longjing here in Guangnan." Lu Fei, unreserved, took a seat directly across from Ma Dadong, lifted the cup of tea prepared for him, and took a delicate sip while observing the changes in Ma Dadong. Now, Ma Dating's face appeared significantly larger than in his photographs, and his attire was refreshingly new. He sported an elegant Armani suit, but the buttons of his shirt were straining against his round belly, already bursting open. From his sharply rising weight and his opulent attire, Lu Fei discerned just how many blood buns this fellow had consumed over the past year. I wonder what Boss Lu intends to do with the 30 million? Ma Dadong inquired, taking a sip of tea. Financial issues have arisen. I require cash for circulation. I have heard that you, Boss Ma, are the most capable in Guangnan. Hence my visit, Lu Fei replied, his gaze fixed on the verdant watch adorning Ma Dating's wrist. Ha! Such praise from friends. There is no need for Boss Lu to take it to heart. However, a loan of 30 million is quite substantial, and aside from the bank, I'm the only one who can provide such funds here in Guangnan, Ma Dadong proclaimed, his laughter unabashed. Lu Fei offered a faint smile, setting down his teacup. Then, Boss Ma, I kindly request you expedite the loan process. Ma Dadong, far more composed than his two subordinates, inquired with unhurried calmness. Please, Boss Lu, do not rush. We must thoroughly understand your situation before proceeding with the loan. May I ask where your company is located and what business it conducts? What are you laughing at? Ma Dadong observed Lu Fei's increasingly broad smile, a tinge of unease creeping into his heart. Well, I suppose we are half colleagues now, Boss Ma. You engage in lending, while we, on the other hand, are in the business of debt collection. Lu Fei crossed his legs, observing Ma Dadong with a playful expression. Behind him, Amao discreetly edged closer to Ma Dating's bodyguard within the room. Chapter 55. Blood-sucking debt collection? Upon hearing Lu Fei's response, Ma Dating's previously relaxed demeanor immediately tensed, his gaze sharpening with vigilance as he scrutinized Lu Fei. What use is borrowing such a large sum of money for a debt collector like you? And where are you from? The debt collectors in Guangnan have yet to cross paths with someone like me. Ma Dadong. Lu Fei smirked coldly. Who told you I am from Guangnan? Only someone as inept as you would sink lower and resort to preying on the impoverished. Rising slowly, Lu Fei met Ma Dating's bewildered gaze and declared emphatically, I am one who operates in the Magic City. The 30 million is not a loan request. It is a collection. You are from the Zhuke Society. On hearing the mention of the Magic City, Ma Dating's first thought was of his deep ties to the Zhuke Society. Understand? Hurry and bring forth the 30 million. Let us part ways amicably. I shall pretend not to have noticed your sordid dealings in Guangnan, Lu Fei commanded, looking down at Ma Dadong with an imposing demeanor. The fear etched on Ma Dating's face momentarily flickered before reverting to his earlier nonchalance. So what if you are from the Zhuke Society? I am not the same Ma Dadong who merely conducted business in the past. With a faint smile, Ma Dadong continued, So the Zhuke Society graces us with its presence. I apologize for the lack of formal welcome. Had I known, I would have prepared a feast to receive you. Observing Ma Dating's evasive tactics, Lu Fei inhaled deeply, exhausting his last reserves of patience. No need for a meal. We are here to work for the boss and will depart with the money. Ma Dating's expression faltered. Boss Lu, I truly apologize, but our company cannot produce such a large sum of cash at the moment. How about I give you 300,000 first? Would that be acceptable? Lu Fei nodded in response. Ma Dating thought the matter was easily settled, believing that even a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. But then Lu Fei spoke. Those who refuse a toast must drink a penalty, and motioned to Amao. Amao had been prepared, before Lu Fei's words had fully settled. His fingers had already struck accurately into the bodyguard's eyes. Blood streamed from the corners of the bodyguard's eyes as he writhed on the ground, howling in agony, instantaneously rendered powerless. Lu Fei gave Amao a thumbs up, recognizing him as a remarkably perceptive subordinate. After discovering Amao's lock-picking skills a few days prior, Lu Fei had inquired about his past and learned that he had once associated with a notorious thief in his hometown. Not only was he adept at picking locks, but he was also remarkably quick. Amao's childhood training was no less rigorous than that of a special forces soldier. The Thief King employed various bizarre training methods to enhance their reflexes, such as using chopsticks to catch flies, discerning sounds with closed eyes, and retrieving items from scalding sand as swiftly as possible. The innate prowess of a young fighter, Amao, allowed Lu Fei to uncover his latent potential in combat. Despite his diminutive and slender stature, Amao's swift reflexes combined with his dexterous hands gave him a distinct advantage. With the clever application of some underhanded tactics, Even seasoned martial artists could find themselves at a disadvantage if caught unaware. Eager to master the art of these tactics, Mao humbly sought the tutelage of Chen Gao. And within just a couple of days, he had adeptly begun to employ these strategies in real combat scenarios. As he witnessed the man he had hired at great expense as his personal bodyguard being swiftly overpowered by Lu Fei's subordinate, Ma Dating's previously composed demeanor began to reveal signs of panic. After the bodyguard was dealt with, Mao advanced toward him, prompting Ma Dadong to stealthily reach toward the drawer beneath the coffee table. Inside the drawer lay a gleaming 54-style handgun and several magazines. Just as Ma Dadong's hand slipped into the drawer, a thunderous crash erupted. Bang! Lu Fei, standing before him, delivered a powerful kick, toppling the solid wooden coffee table along with Ma Datong, who was seated on the sofa. Ma Datong was sent sprawling, dazed and disoriented, the heavy table pinning him down. Scalding tea cascaded over him like a torrential downpour, soaking through his shirt to reveal his skin, now a vivid red, blistered from the heat. Lu Fei placed a boot upon Ma Dating's pained and contorted face, pressing down mercilessly. Coldly, Lu Fei inquired, knowing that you owe money to the Zhuke Society, what audacity compels you to refuse repayment? Ma Dadong, his visage bruised and battered, weakly protested. What you are doing is illegal. Lu Fei, amused by Ma Dating's audacity, casually picked up the fallen 54-style handgun and began to toy with it. For one who had perpetrated so many wrongdoings, Lu Fei felt little inclination to engage in reasoning. It was far more gratifying to respond to violence with violence. Boss, there are 2 magazines here as well, Mao remarked, having keenly spotted them beneath the table. Lu Fei accepted the magazines, slipping them into his pocket, then directed the muzzle of Ma Dating's 54-style handgun toward his temple. Will you repay what you owe? To Lu Fei's surprise, rather than capitulating in the face of death, Ma Datong, clutching his wealth dearly, retorted, I don't have a single penny. If you have the guts, kill me. Even if you are from the Zhuke Society of the Magic City, you won't escape this building. And even if you do, the Viper Gang will ensure you never leave Guangnan. Ignoring Ma Dating's threats, Lu Fei instructed Mao, search the office for any hidden doors or secret safes. After issuing his command, Lu Fei closely observed the shifts in Ma Dating's expression. He noticed a slight twitch of the eyelid, subtle yet unmistakable to Lu Fei's discerning gaze. He was certain that within this office lay the items he sought. Now, he needed to extract the information from Ma Datong. Boss, there's a set of car keys and cash here, Mao announced after rummaging through a drawer. Luffy withdrew the gun into his pocket and approached to take a look at the neatly stacked bundles of crimson banknotes, alongside 3 distinct car keys. He casually picked up a briefcase from the table and tossed it to Mao, instructing him to pack all the valuables inside, disregarding the 30 million, reserving it for some revelry in the Magic City. All right, brother, just keep an eye on my swift hands, Mao exclaimed eagerly, swiftly stashing the stacks of bills into the bag at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. I believe you would excel at performing magic as well. Slip the car keys in too. The vehicle must be parked not far from here. Later, let Chen Gao recognize the logo, and we can drive away together. After giving his instructions, Luffy returned to Ma Dating's side, crouching down with a sinister grin and saying, I will give you one last chance. Will you comply or not? No, I have no money, Ma Dating replied firmly. Luffy was quite pleased with this response. He had been itching for some action. If Ma Datong had obediently repaid his debt, it would have lost its thrill. Ma Datong, seeing Luffy's menacing grin, reached out towards him, akin to a terrified maiden on the verge of assault, crying out in panic, What do you want? Someone help me. Chapter 56. Wealth is risky business. Bang. Under the sweltering summer sun, pedestrians passing by Dating Loan Company brave the heat, pausing below the building, lifting their heads to gaze at the rooftop. Why does that person look so familiar? Indeed, is that not Ma Dating? Exclaimed an elderly woman, her voice dripping with contempt. That heartless scoundrel. I would recognize him even in ashes. My son borrowed 100,000 from him, and in the end, we lost our house, and the land was forcibly seized. Damn that bastard. A man who devours the flesh of others without spitting out the bones, relying on his connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles, feasting upon the blood and flesh of the common people. Well done. May the wicked face their just deserts. Let's end him. A growing crowd of citizens gathered at the foot of Datong Company, all unreservedly hurling vile curses at Ma Datong, their words as harsh as they could muster. On normal days, they would not dare speak so, but now, With Ma Dadong in such a vulnerable position, Luffy's large hand gripped one of Ma Dating's calves, carelessly dangling him outside the sixth-floor window. With the other hand, he drew on the cigarette Amao had lit for him, ash cascading out the window. Luffy addressed the scene below. Your head is down there. You should hear better than I can. Who would have thought, Ma Dadong, that so many in Guangnan are wishing for your demise? Lu, don't be so arrogant. My men will soon notice something is amiss. There are only two of you. You won't even know how you died. Ma Dadong dangled precariously outside the glass, still attempting to threaten Luffy. Luffy non-committally acknowledged with a grunt, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and then, without hesitation, pressed the still-burning ember into the exposed tendons of Ma Dating's foot. "Oh, let go of me," Ma Dadong babbled incoherently, his words tumbling out in a frantic frenzy. Luffy abruptly lifted him up, causing Ma Dadong to instinctively release his grip. Overcome by fear, Ma Dadong forgot the pain in his legs and began to scream in terror. At the last moment, Luffy reached out and caught the plummeting Ma Dadong. "What do you think of my newly invented bungee jump? Care for another round?" Luffy teased, swinging Ma Dadong's leg playfully. "Stop it. Just let me up. It's merely 30 million. I'll give it to you once I'm up." After experiencing the harrowing free fall, Ma Dadong was no longer willing to indulge Luffy's madness. Upon returning to the office, Ma Dadong felt as if he were walking on cotton. His legs unsteady, he had to lean against the desk to slowly make his way to a chair. A mouse slapped a piece of paper with a string of account numbers onto the desk, angrily demanding, "Hurry up and transfer the money, or I swear I'll break your hand." Seeing that even Luffy's subordinate dared to speak to him so arrogantly ignited a fiery anger within Ma Dadong. Yet he refrained from expressing it openly, opting instead to stall for time while waiting for his own men. These bastards, making such a ruckus upstairs, and now they're silent as mice. Are they just sitting around doing nothing? He pretended to fiddle with his computer, but his gaze remained fixed on the door, ready to bolt the moment his subordinates entered. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Pain twisted Ma Dadong's entire plump face as he fell from his chair, clutching his right hand where he had been shot. "How dare you shoot me? 1 minute is up. If not you, then who? If you keep dawdling on the transfer, I'll give you 1 more minute. If you still can't manage it, you can say goodbye to your remaining hand." Luffy casually played with his handgun as he spoke. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Ma Dadong, hearing the sounds, contorted his face in agony, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes as he arrogantly declared, "Bastards, my men are here. Clean your necks and wait to die." As soon as he finished speaking, the office door was kicked open, and a group of masked individuals surged inside, their eyes fiercely directed at Luffy. "Boss, we're late. It's fine. Is anyone injured?" Luffy asked, concerned as he recognized the familiar faces. Leaning against the desk, Ma Dadong's expression morphed into disbelief as he hoarsely shouted, "Who the hell are you? Where are my men?" Gao looked at the suddenly deranged Ma Dadong with confusion. "It's nothing. He has lost his mind. Ignore him," Luffy explained. Gao instinctively nodded, withdrawing his gaze to respond. "Two of our brothers were severely injured. They were ambushed by the enemy with crude firearms. I've already sent them to the clinic for treatment." Luffy's gaze instantly turned icy. "What about those who attacked them? How was it handled?" "One was impaled through the neck by my trident, and the other had his head severed by Lu Hu." "Boss, do you think this is too excessive?" Gao tentatively inquired. Luffy nodded and stated, "You have all performed admirably. Listen closely. If anyone poses a threat to your life, do not show mercy. Eliminate them swiftly." Having immersed himself in the underworld, Luffy could not guarantee the perpetual safety of his comrades. Fortune favors the bold, and what he could assure was that anyone who sought to harm his brothers must perish. The group responded in unison, their admiration for their leader's decisive ruthlessness evident. "How shall we deal with the remaining issues?" Luffy inquired further. "Those who have been incapacitated by our brothers will not be able to leak information, and the common folk despise Ma Dadong. A few concerned citizens even joined us in the fray." Upon hearing Gao's response, Luffy nodded in satisfaction. "Even so, we cannot linger here. Search the office for any hidden treasures amidst the wreckage. I must quickly extract every last drop of oil from this fat pig." With a wicked grin, Luffy approached the slumped figure of Ma Dadong. "What do you intend to do?" "Stay back. Don't come any closer. I'll transfer the 30 million to your account immediately. Just let me go." At that moment, Ma Dadong was thoroughly intimidated. He merely wished to settle the debt and rid himself of this misfortune before plotting his next move. Lu Fei shook his head. This matter cannot be resolved with merely 30 million now. I initially intended to collect 100 million for the free fall, but since it was not a true free fall, I'll settle for 70 million to make it a round sum of 100 million. Are you mocking me? From 30 million to 100 million. Ma Dadong questioned through gritted teeth, enduring his agony. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Ma Dadong cried out in pain as two visible bullet holes appeared in his hands, perforating through the center of his palms. Who told you it was 100 million? Didn't your mother teach you not to interrupt others while they are speaking? Chapter 57. I have a toothpick. Ma Dadong gazed at his bullet-riddled hands, memories flooding back to a year prior. In the Peace Hotel, a flamboyantly dressed and alluring woman had accompanied him upstairs to secure a loan. Ma Dadong had believed that obtaining this loan would revitalize his ailing company facing bankruptcy. However, the outcome was far from satisfactory. After investing 10 million, the business showed no signs of recovery, leading him to make the decisive choice to shut it down. Without a company, Ma Dadong lost his means of earning. As the loan repayment deadline loomed, and fearing retribution from the Zhuke society, he opted to flee back to his hometown. Orphaned, he initially sought refuge in a rental room for several months, only to discover that no one from the Zhuke society was pursuing him, which emboldened him. Realizing the potential of high-interest lending, Ma Dadong, with his business acumen, decided to establish a lending company in his hometown. In the beginning, he merely imitated the interest rates of the Zhuke society. After earning a modest profit, he fortuitously met a local gang leader. The subsequent events unfolded similarly to those recounted by Lu Li, and with the backing of Fan Lei, he embarked on his exploitative journey. Whether wealthy or impoverished, he would relentlessly drain every drop of blood from them until he was satisfied. Now, he found himself engulfed in regret, regretting his decision to develop in the bustling metropolis, regretting his plea to Zhuke for a loan, yet not regretting the act of siphoning others' vitality. The chilling sensation of the guns, but striking his face, jolted Ma Dadong back to reality. The ensuing words were his final lifeline, so he listened intently. The previous 100 million was settled. Now, we must address the medical expenses incurred by my brother due to your underling's actions. Ma Dadong's complexion turned ashen, leaving him unable to retort, and he weakly inquired, how much? Lu Fei pondered for a moment before responding, I shan't deceive you. We will calculate it at 100 million per individual, totaling 200 million. Adding that to the previous 100 million, the grand total is 300 million. Will you be paying in cash or via bank transfer? The expressions that crossed Ma Dadong's face today exceeded those he had worn throughout his entire life. The arrogance that once defined him had evaporated, replaced by a bitter countenance as he addressed Lu Fei. Brother, I truly do not possess such wealth. How about this? I have a total of 40 million in my account. I can give it all to you. Can we consider this matter settled? Transfer the money. Lu Fei replied coolly. Upon hearing Lu Fei's concession, Ma Dadong finally breathed a sigh of relief and approached the computer desk, only to realize that his hands no longer obeyed his commands. Brother, shall I call a subordinate to assist? He asked earnestly, extending his incapacitated hands. Chen Gao, come and operate according to Mr. Ma's instructions. If the 40 million does not arrive, inform me, and I shall not waste a bullet. I will simply shoot him in the temple, Lu Fei instructed. Upon hearing Lu Fei's threat and gazing at the dark muzzle of the gun, Ma Dadong hastily directed Chen Gao on what to do, wishing fervently that he could manage the operation himself if only his hands were functional. Before long, Chen Gao gestured to Lu Fei, Brother Fei, the funds have been transferred. Sister Yufei's account sent 300 million, and 100 million has been credited to your account. Lu Fei nodded and moved beside Ma Dadong, gently patting his shoulder with a facade of kindness. Just as Ma Dadong was about to exhale in relief, Lu Fei's next words caused him to stifle his breath once more. There remains 260 million. How do you intend to settle this? Not only was Ma Dadong taken aback, but even Lu Fei's subordinates were astonished. They had just celebrated earning an extra 10 million. Believing their leader's mention of 300 million was merely a tactic to intimidate Ma Dadong. To their surprise, Brother Fei was indeed serious. Brother, that 40 million is truly all my savings. Do not be deceived by the grandeur of my company. The profits are meager. I must account for all expenses, including salaries for my employees. I genuinely have no more funds. In Lu Fei's eyes, Ma Dadong's display of anguish was nothing more than a theatrical performance, shedding crocodile tears. Chen Gao quietly reminded Brother Fei He genuinely only has 40 million and a few thousand, unless he possesses other bank accounts. Lu Fei nodded, handing the gun to Chen Gao. You hold on to this. Give me the brass knuckles. Chen Gao immediately understood, retrieving the brass knuckles from his pocket and handing them to Lu Fei. Luffy donned his spiked brass knuckles and approached the weeping Chen Gao with a jovial grin, delivering a swift punch to his round belly without uttering a word. Following a pained wail, Luffy's knuckles were already stained with blood, and Ma Dating's abdomen lay in a gruesome state. Just look at that rotund belly of yours. It must have absorbed the blood of countless souls to become so plump. Ma Dating grimaced. I truly have no money left. He dared not glance at his own belly, fearing he might faint on the spot. With a resounding thud, another punch landed in the same spot, and upon lifting his fist, the white, sinewy flesh was faintly visible. Ma Dating lay weakly on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth as he pleaded for mercy. Oh, brother, I genuinely have no money left. Luffy regarded Ma Dating's pitiful state and mused. Your resolve is quite impressive. You value money so highly, even when your life hangs in the balance. Enough, he declared. He likely has no more funds. The time for the one clad in tiger skin to arrive is nigh. Let us depart, brothers. Luffy, losing his patience, rose to leave, to which Chen Gao concurred. Let us go. This is truly tedious, such a paltry sum. As Luffy and his companions prepared to depart, Ma Dating's gaze once again involuntarily drifted towards a certain direction. Tear down that bookshelf. Luffy possessed an astute perception. Indeed, this was a performance tailored for Ma Dating. Chen Gao was the quickest to react, rushing to the bookshelf and knocking the hollow books to the ground. The other lackeys soon followed suit, eagerly assisting in the endeavor. Hey Luffy, you take the lead, Ma Dating exclaimed, stirred by the scene before him, managing to rise to his feet while clutching his abdomen. Luffy raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is this a moment of clarity? Quite interesting. However, before Ma Dating could revel in his temporary bravado, Luffy swiftly knocked him back to the ground. Brother Fei, I have found something. One of Luffy's subordinates, sporting silver hair, reported eagerly. Approaching, Luffy discovered a tiny button concealed within a bookshelf, which had originally been intended for decorative items, a detail one would easily overlook without careful scrutiny. My boss possesses some hidden treasures. A design so elaborate in an office setting is rather remarkable. This button is cleverly nestled within a narrow hole. This poses a challenge, Luffy noted, observing the red button within the crevice. Who has a toothpick or fine needle? The silver-haired subordinate responded eagerly. Brother Fei, I have a toothpick. As he spoke, all eyes turned to his lower region. Chapter 58. Master Ding in full view of the onlookers. The silver-haired man retrieved a toothpick from his pocket and inserted it into the tiny button. Upon activation, the bookshelf emitted a series of clattering noises and began to rotate slowly. Luffy patted the silver-haired man on the back, searching his memory for the right name. Are you perhaps named Ding Lao? Brother Fei, my full name is Ding Zhengxiazhenzu. I am from a minority group, and my name is rather lengthy, making it hard to remember. The silver-haired man introduced himself. Shall we give you a nickname then? It would make it easier for the brothers to remember, Luffy suggested. The silver-haired man nodded in agreement, acknowledging his own frustration at being hard to recall. What shall we call it? Lu Fei inquired of his brothers. Lord Ding? The suggestion sounded too aged and lacking in vigor. What do you think of silver hair, considering Ding Zhang's little pearl has a head of silver locks? That sounds rather odd. It's too whimsical. How about Rick? That nickname is quite dashing. I assent it. The group remained indecisive, their gazes ultimately shifting towards Lu Fei. He was intently observing the half-open bookshelf, where, under the glow of light, a faint silhouette of an iron door emerged. Fei Ge. Lu Fei snapped back to attention and casually remarked that he had achieved great merit today with a toothpick, suggesting they call him Toothpick henceforth. That is excellent. It holds historical significance. When we call out Toothpick, the brothers will remember our first major haul. The group chimed in with praises for their leader's choice of name. Silver Hair himself was quite pleased with this moniker, resulting in a moment of collective joy. Unbeknownst to them, this offhand remark would become the most frequently uttered name in Ding Zhang's Little Pearl's life. After the nickname was bestowed upon Silver Hair, everyone's focus shifted to the silver iron door behind the bookshelf. Lu Fei was the first to approach, attempting to push the door open. After exerting considerable effort, it remained immovable. Amao also came over to crouch down and take a look, then shook his head, saying, Fei Ge, this is a smart lock. There's no keyhole. I can't do anything about it. Boss Ma has locked the door. It seems there must be something valuable inside. Lu Fei smirked, casting a glance at his brothers. The malicious intent in their eyes made Ma Dadeng contemplate the unthinkable. Enduring such torment, he mused, might be worse than ending it all now. Without hesitation, Lu Fei, clad in a tiger claw, struck Ma Dadeng's knee with a powerful punch. The sound of shattering bones was accompanied by Ma's hoarse cries of agony. You stubborn wretch, Lu Fei cursed at Ma Dadeng, who still refused to divulge the password. It seems I must break another. With that, Lu Fei delivered another blow, shattering another part of Ma Dadeng. You love your face, don't you? I'll smash it to pieces right now. With that, Lu Fei's fist flew toward Ma Dadeng's face. Wait, Fei Ge, this door requires facial recognition. The fist halted just an inch from Ma Dadeng's face. Turning his head in confusion, Lu Fei asked, what do you mean? Is a face all it takes to open the door now? It seems so, Chen Gao replied, also unsure as it was his first encounter with such a mechanism. Lu Fei, puzzled, dragged the nearly incapacitated Ma Dadeng towards the electronic screen, where he presented his own face, only to be met with a message declaring authentication failed. He then grabbed Ma Dadeng's head and pressed it against the screen. Authentication successful. Welcome home, Mr. Ma, a mechanical voice echoed in everyone's ears. Following the announcement, the heavy iron door emitted a click and slowly creaked open. Thank goodness I didn't ruin his face. Lu Fei sighed in relief, casting Ma Dadeng aside, and, with a group of underlings, stepped inside. What on earth? The group stood in shock, utterly astonished by what they beheld before them, unable to regain their composure for a considerable time. Before them lay two perfectly arranged piles of Dragon Kingdom currency, each broad enough to accommodate a person and tall enough to match the stature of the tallest in their ranks. Lu Hu. Between these colossal stacks of red currency was a small mountain of gold bars. For a moment, the group of over a dozen was rendered speechless while Ma Dadeng, discarded outside by Lu Fei, gazed at the scene with a look of utter desolation. This was all he had, and now he was compelled to relinquish it so easily. Why on earth were the forces of both black and white still delayed at such a crucial juncture? How much wealth could this possibly represent? Lu Fei, stroking the towering mound of cash that was higher than his own head and far too cumbersome to embrace, mused dreamily. At that moment, Lu Fei felt as though he had pushed open the gates of paradise, with one foot poised to step inside. Although all seemed to share the same land, their circumstances were profoundly different. The common folk were the most earnest, yet also the most bewildered. Treading on the yellow earth, they traversed from the unsteady steps of childhood to the twilight of their years, grounded yet lost. The closest bridge to the commoners was commerce, the primary means by which ordinary individuals could transcend social strata. Beyond commerce, two colossal forces loomed over this land, black and white. Black represented the underground, or hell, while white denoted heaven or the path of righteousness. These two forces intertwined, each striving to completely obliterate the other and assert singular dominance. Yet, black was inexhaustible, and white could not be extinguished. The outcome of their prolonged conflict resulted in the powerful white establishing the rules, while the weaker black could only develop under white's constraints. For black to grow stronger, it needed to align with the power of white, while white, seeking comfort, required black's assistance in its endeavors. Thus, from an external perspective, black and white appeared irreconcilable, yet in essence, they resembled the harmony of yin and yang, complementing one another. We cannot take all this money with us, Chen Gao exclaimed in astonishment. There are garbage bags at the entrance. Fill them up. Amao has the car keys. Let us load everything into the vehicle. Don't bother with the cash just yet. Let us take all the gold first. It's far more valuable. After the initial surprise, Lu Fei began directing his subordinates in the task of transporting the gold. A dozen or so underlings, clad in hoods and clutching black bags, frantically stuffed the gold bars inside, resembling terrorists robbing a bank or vault. Lu Fei refrained from participating in the money-collecting frenzy. He was still troubled by the counterfeit bills he had encountered earlier that morning. Feeling uneasy, he opted to verify the authenticity of the money. He picked up a stack of Dragon Kingdom currency and exited the hidden chamber, inspecting it under the office lights. This method of checking the bills was one he had just learned from Lu Li. Following her instructions, Lu Fei scrutinized the watermark, security thread, and color-shifting ink, while also feeling the texture of the currency. The more he examined and touched, the more furrowed his brow became. The texture and appearance matched precisely those of the counterfeit bills he had handled that morning. Chen Gao, come take a look at this money. It seems to me like it might be counterfeit, Lu Fei said, tossing one bill aside and picking up another for inspection. Upon hearing this, Chen Gao quickly stowed the gold he was holding into his bag and rushed over, a look of excitement on his face. Brother Fei, what did you just say? Immersed in the pursuit of wealth, Chen Gao vaguely heard his superior calling out to him. Come take a look at this money. Doesn't it seem like counterfeit to you? Lu Fei said, handing Chen Gao a 100 yuan note. With a puzzled expression, Chen Gao accepted the bill and began to scrutinize its authenticity under the light. Unbeknownst to them, Ma Datong, leaning against the doorframe, gazed at the cash in their hands with a face ashen as death. Boss, I also believe it to be fake, Chen Gao replied, deepening Lu Fei's frown. Hong Jie from the Red Rose said that the counterfeit money she received came from the Underworld. She mentioned that Ma Datong is the only underground gang member in Guangnan City, the godson of the venomous snake gang leader, Fan Lei. If I recall correctly, this venomous snake gang was originally a destitute faction, thriving solely on the funds provided by Ma Datong. This implies that the source of the counterfeit bills received by Hong Jie does not originate from the venomous snake gang, but rather, both men turned their gazes towards the pallid Ma Datong. Ma Datong, I must say, you possess quite a bit of audacity, don't you? Not only do you dare to borrow money from the Zhuke Society without repayment, but you also resort to using counterfeit bills to deceive your godfather? Lu Fei remarked with a playful glint in his eyes. Tell me, if Fan Lei were to learn of this, what fate awaits you? Lu Fei inquired with a smile. Dragging his two bullet-riddled legs, Ma Datong crawled to Lu Fei's feet, wailing, Brother, as long as you spare me and do not inform my godfather, you could take all the gold and all the money. Fei Gu, the gold is all packed. Should we take the money as well? Lu Hu asked, leading a group that emerged from the hidden door, each carrying a heavy bag of gold. Ignoring the sobbing Ma Datong on the ground, Lu Fei explained to his brothers, do not pack any of this money. It would be a futile effort, for it is all worthless counterfeit. Upon hearing this, Lu Hu and the others gasped in shock. So much counterfeit cash. If it were to circulate in society, how many people would be deceived, just like Hong Jie, unaware that their hard-earned money had been swindled? Damn it, this scoundrel Ma Datong not only engages in usury, but also produces counterfeit bills. He is truly a depraved villain. Killing him would be no injustice. Though they were all members of the Underworld, they upheld a code against harming innocent people. That was their bottom line. Yet, Ma Datong stood before them, a man who had committed numerous heinous acts. At a mere command from Lu Fei, the enraged younger brothers would undoubtedly slice him thinner than the beef in a Lanzhou noodle dish. Lu Fei shook his head and said, haven't you ever heard the saying, confess and be lenient, resist and be harsh? Everyone deserves a chance to recognize their mistakes and repent. Don't you agree, Boss Ma? Lu Fei crouched down and tapped Ma Datong's face with the butt of his gun. Yes, I have repented. I truly regret it. I promise I will never dare again. Please spare me this time. Ma Datong pleaded frantically from his kneeling position. That's acceptable. As long as you divulge what I wish to know, Lu Fei stated. Boss Lu, what do you want to know? I will share everything. Ma Datong forced a pained smile despite the agony coursing through his body. Lu Fei demanded, where did the counterfeit bills come from? How can we make contact? The more detailed, the better. Ma Datong was taken aback for a moment. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally revealed everything upon seeing Lu Fei's gradually cooling gaze. This counterfeit money was introduced to me through Old Yi. Who is Old Yi? Lu Fei inquired. He is the kingpin of Guangnan. Proceed. Old Yi believed that my loan sharking had reached a bottleneck. The remaining companies in Guangnan would no longer be foolish enough to borrow money from me. So he provided me with this line of counterfeit money. Initially, I intended to refuse, as loan sharking would only land me in a miserable prison for a few years. But engaging in counterfeiting could lead to severe consequences. However, Fan Lei and Old Yi had insatiable appetites. Relying solely on my lending company could not sustain them. I feared being eliminated by them and had no choice but to take the risk of delving into counterfeiting. This line was situated on the border of Longhua, in an area called Yunlan, which is a lawless zone rife with firearms, drugs, pornography, smuggling, and various other criminal enterprises you can imagine. Even the major gangs there possess their own armed forces. The line Old Yi provided me was a counterfeit money factory run by one of the local gangs, which is the first major gang in the area and has its own army. I do not know the true name of the contact. I only know their organization is called the Painters. They possess the world's most skilled counterfeit artists, and as you can see from the Longo currency, it can even pass through a bill validator. This is not the mediocre standard that the outside world can meddle with. You seem rather proud of this. Lu Fei remarked with a cold smile, noticing Ma Dating's excitement as he spoke. Sensing Lu Fei's unfriendly demeanor, Ma Dating lowered his head and apologized. I'm sorry, brother. I lost control of my emotions for a moment. Lu Fei replied coolly, if there's another outburst, it will be your last. Continue and focus on the essentials. Avoid the trivial details. Understood, brother. After I made contact with this painter organization, I began purchasing counterfeit money at a rate of 10 to 100. After acquiring it, I sold it through the channels provided by Old Yi at a higher price, profiting from the difference. How much have you made through this method in total? Ma Dadong replied honestly, a total of 400 million. There are 200 million in counterfeit bills exchanged for 20 million from the dark market, and another 200 million that has already been sold. Give me the contact information for the painters. Upon hearing Lu Fei's request, Ma Dating's face fell, and he replied despondently, brother, I cannot disclose this. If Old Yi finds out, I am finished. If you wish to engage in this business, I can act as your agent, and I won't take a penny. Lu Fei waved his gun, saying, I will not partake in such morally reprehensible activities. If you choose not to disclose, I shall not press further. I have one more question, and once I have it, you may leave. Ma Dating glanced at his own shattered meniscus. Leave? It seems I can only crawl out of here. The instinct for survival compelled him to nod vigorously. Brother, please ask. In the past year, how many people have you driven to bankruptcy? Do not attempt to lie. I sense deception, and I will end you immediately, Lu Fei threatened, aiming the gun at Ma Dating's head. Ma Dadong felt a sudden headache, not from a pang of conscience, but because he had never kept track. He tentatively replied, perhaps a few hundred? For specifics, you would need to consult the finance department. Observing the silence of Lu Fei, Ma Dadong timidly inquired, brother, may I leave now? Lu Fei, with an expression of indifference, nodded slightly. A surge of joy filled Ma Dating's heart, and disregarding his dignity, he scurried towards the exit like a worm. As he crawled, he inwardly cursed the despicable Lu, vowing that once he was outside, he would ensure Lu could never leave Guangnan. Bang! Chapter 60, Brother Fei. There's a cop. The cold muzzle of a 54-style pistol unleashed a swift fire serpent, striking Ma Dating precisely as he crawled towards the door. Upon being shot in the spine by Lu Fei, Ma Dating immediately collapsed like a puddle of mud, losing all control over his body. His lower half lay motionless, and he could only painfully turn his head, glaring at Lu Fei, exclaiming, you treacherous scoundrel. Wasn't he had said that honesty would be rewarded? That everyone has a chance for redemption? Having become utterly incapacitated, Ma Dating had lost all hope of survival. He merely wished to perish alongside the devil before him. Lu Fei raised his hand, the icy gun point once again aimed at Ma Dating, and calmly articulated, there could be opportunities for repentance, but alas, you are no human. You are a beast. Bang! The bullet exited the chamber, precisely penetrating Ma Dating's brow. Just moments ago, he had glared at Lu Fei, but after being struck by the bullet, his head drooped lifelessly to the ground, devoid of all breath. Well done, boss. Witnessing Ma Dating's lifeless body, the crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them. Lu Fei turned to face the crowd, solemnly reiterating, let me clarify once more. The gang we aspire to be is not one that bullies the weak, but one that eradicates evil. While working under my command, we may strip the wicked of every penny, but we shall not rob a single cent from the common folk. Do you understand? Understood, boss. A chorus of voices responded in unison, their gazes resolute as if pledging allegiance. Lu Fei turned back, gazing at the lifeless Ma Dating, whose dilated pupils stared into the void, feeling not a flicker of emotion. To Lu Fei, eliminating a scoundrel like Ma Dating was as effortless as blinking. Prepare for departure. Mao, take a few brothers downstairs to find the car. Those with gold bars should evacuate first. The remaining brothers are to pack up Ma Dating and his subordinates' bodies. After issuing his orders, Lu Fei contemplated the two large heaps of counterfeit currency. Chen Gao, standing beside Lu Fei, inquired, Brother Fei, how do you intend to handle this money? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fei replied, close the secret door and return the books on the shelf to their original places. Chen Gao had initially intended to burn it all to rid the world of this menace, but since Brother Fei wished to keep it, there must be a reason. Nodding in understanding, he began restoring the secret door and bookshelf to their original state. Once everything was returned to its previous condition, Lu Fei's phone rang. Brother Fei, we've found the vehicle It's in the underground parking area 103 on the negative first floor. In the underground parking lot, Lu Fei stood before 3 vehicles, 2 vans, and a pickup truck. Chun Gao gazed in awe at the colossal pickup truck, exclaiming, "Incredible! This is the Dodge Tyrannosaurus. Ma Dating has truly spared no expense." His attention then shifted to 2 luxury vans, and he continued to express his astonishment. "Goodness, this is the Rolls-Royce of business vehicles, the Alfred, and although this one is slightly more affordable, it is still a remarkable vehicle." Lu Fei observed Chun Gao's sparkling eyes. Though he was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, he too found the Tyrannosaurus intriguing. For what man could resist the allure of a muscular behemoth? With a smile, Lu Fei remarked, "You seem quite knowledgeable about cars, Chun Gao." Embarrassed, Chun Gao scratched his head, replying, "I wouldn't say that I know much. I just enjoy looking at them when I have the time, though my finances are somewhat lacking." Lu Fei nodded knowingly before turning to the group, instructing, "Let's squeeze into the 3 vehicles. Those skilled at driving should take the driver's seat. We'll place the gold in the back of the pickup and the bodies in the trunk." Once they had loaded the vehicles, Lu Fei pondered for a moment before retrieving 2 bags of gold from the pickup's cargo area and tossing them into the 2 vans. "Divide these bags among yourselves and keep them hidden. A clever rabbit has 3 burrows to avoid being caught." Despite the group consisting of more than 10 individuals, they ultimately could not muster 3 valid driver's licenses. Mao boldly volunteered, "Brother Fei, I've never driven a car, but I have driven a tractor. Does that count?" "Sure. You're in. You have quick reflexes and can act swiftly. The responsibility of transporting the gold falls to you. You'll drive the Tyrannosaurus." Lu Fei assigned the keys to Mao, distributing the remaining 2 keys to 2 of his subordinates who possessed licenses. The trio of vehicles then departed the underground parking lot right beneath the watchful eyes of the security personnel. Mao led the way in the Tyrannosaurus, with Lu Fei seated beside him in the passenger seat. "Mao, your driving skills are quite impressive," Lu Fei praised, observing Mao deftly maneuvering the pickup through the streets. Mao, learning rapidly, quickly adapted after his companions taught him the positions of a few basic gear buttons, allowing him to hit the road with ease. "Brother Fei, I find this much easier to drive than a tractor. Our village's tractors are far more challenging to handle. By the way, Brother Fei, how do you plan to deal with the bodies of Ma Dating's crew in the back?" Lu Fei, seated in the passenger seat, was engrossed in his phone, searching for a secluded location to dispose of the bodies. He reflected on the inadequacy of their current plan and resolved to identify a dumping site in advance next time. As Lu Fei hesitated over the location for the disposal, Mao suddenly slammed on the brakes, nervously exclaiming, "Brother Fei, there are police." At the sound of Mao's alarm, Lu Fei swiftly turned his gaze forward. Not far ahead, a number of law enforcement officials stood in the road, equipped with instruments, conducting checks on the drivers of the vehicles ahead. "What is going on?" Lu Fei frowned and inquired. "Brother Fei, it seems they are checking for drunk driving." Upon hearing this, Lu Fei immediately called the 2 vehicles behind them. "Hello, Brother Fei. Have you seen the police up ahead?" "Yes, Brother Fei. What do you plan to do?" On the other end of the line, tension hung thick in the air. After all, there were several bags of gold and a few corpses in the vehicle. If they were to be stopped, it would spell disaster. "Stay calm. You are behind me. Just drive forward for now. If they decide to check the rear, I will accelerate to divert their attention, and you will seize the opportunity to swiftly depart from Guangnan. Brother Fei, let us push ahead. We'll charge through the checkpoint while you make your escape." Upon hearing Lu Fei's resolve, his comrades on the phone expressed their anxiety. "Fools! If I take the risk, I may only let down Mao. If you go, I would betray all of you. Have faith. Didn't you tell me I drive a Tyrannosaurus? It's quite swift. Whether they can catch me is still uncertain." With those words, Lu Fei hung up the phone just as the Dodge roared to life, akin to a fierce tiger lunging into the trap set by the hunters. Embracing its fate, witnessing this scene, a heavy silence enveloped the business vehicle. The command from Brother Fei and Mao's resolute declaration of "I do not regret" echoed in their minds. In that moment, they understood that Brother Fei did not consider them mere subordinates, but rather brothers. Chapter 61. The indomitable spirit, the Dodge Tyrannosaurus, slowly entered the inspection area. Inside the pickup truck, Lu Fei's emotions had calmed considerably. He even jested with Mao. "If we were to be captured this time, would you hate me for eternity?" Mao pressed the brake, waiting for the vehicles ahead to pass. Seizing the moment, he turned to look into Lu Fei's eyes and earnestly replied, "Brother Fei, I do not harbor hatred. I admire you. I have never heard of a leader paving the way for his brothers. Today, It just so happens that I am in the driver's seat. I believe this is fate. It's a privilege to face death alongside you. Ha ha. Just remember not to soil yourself when the time comes. Don't embarrass me as your elder brother. Amao replied defiantly, though he felt a slight dampness in his trousers. Lu Fei chuckled, ruffled Amao's hair, and turned his gaze out the window. His previously carefree demeanor now tinged with melancholy. He did not believe he could escape. Such words were merely meant to comfort his brothers. One could flee the monk, but not the temple. A single vehicle attempting to break free from a throng of law enforcers was as improbable as a scene from a Hollywood blockbuster like Fast and Furious. It's our turn, Brother Fei. The driver ahead of Amao, having completed the inspection, departed the area. The two law enforcement officers gestured for Lu Fei's pickup to advance. Proceed slowly, as long as they do not inspect the cargo at the back. Avoid any rash movements. Lu Fei cautioned the visibly anxious Amao. Amao nodded resolutely. It was his first encounter with such a scenario, and he steeled himself to bring the vehicle to a halt beside the officers. A law enforcement officer clad in a green uniform approached the pickup and tapped on the window. Roll it down, Lu Fei instructed. As the window lowered, a young officer stood beside the pickup, saluted, and then extended a device, instructing, please exhale into this. Amao, lacking even a driver's license, was entirely ignorant of the situation at hand, merely exhaling in accordance with the officer's requirements. Beep. The officer retracted the device, glanced at the screen, and gestured for Amao to depart. Was it truly over? Amao stood in a stupor. Go. Lu Fei, standing beside him, was the first to react, urging him in a hushed tone. Once Amao regained his senses, he hastily pressed the accelerator, intending to flee. Wait. The officer behind him called out once more, drawing the attention of the other officers as well. Instinctively, Amao slammed on the brakes, turned to Lu Fei. He asked, what should we do, Brother Fei? Should we run or stop? Stop for now. That shout drew all eyes to us. I'm utterly exasperated, Lu Fei replied. Exasperated that they had been on the verge of leaving, yet now were required to pause. What do they possibly want? To seize 2 bars of gold? The officer jogged a few paces forward, approaching Amao once again, saluting as he spoke. Hello. I noticed that your pickup truck is heavily loaded at the back. We need to conduct a routine inspection. Inside the vehicle, Amao's grip on the steering wheel tightened, veins bulging, and his back was drenched in sweat, as he silently stared ahead, uncertain of how to respond. This is our personal property. Is it illegal to have items in the back of the pickup? Lu Fei, seated in the passenger seat, lit a cigarette and addressed the officer nonchalantly. The officer responded, maintaining a respectful demeanor. It is not illegal to have items in the back of the pickup. However, cooperating with law enforcement is a civic duty that every citizen should fulfill. Please assist us in our work. And what if we choose not to cooperate? Lu Fei retorted coldly. In that case, I'm afraid I must represent the Guangnan Road Enforcement Bureau and lawfully impound your vehicle. The officer's tone turned serious. Brother Gao, Brother Hu, it seems our leader is at an impasse with the road officers. What should we do? Should we take advantage of the chaos and leave? A nervous subordinate inquired. Leave? Absolutely not. If Brother Fei gets into a scuffle with them, we'll hold off the pursuing vehicles, and a dozen of uists can buy him some time. Chun Gao's gaze hardened as he looked towards the officers surrounding the pickup. Those who are afraid can leave now. Those who are brave enough to stay. As long as we can return alive, we'll be brothers for life. In both vehicles, Chun Gao and Lu Hu unanimously chose to come to Lu Fei's aid. Each vehicle dispatched one person, and Chun Gao and Lu Hu held no grudges, even offering an additional 2 bars of gold. After all, once they parted ways, they could no longer be brothers, although no one was coerced to remain. Choosing to depart meant leaving forever. Inside the vehicle, Lu Fei lightly tapped the center console, maintaining a calm demeanor as he locked eyes with the officer outside, while Amao gripped the steering wheel tightly, awaiting Lu Fei's command. Suddenly, Lu Fei ceased his tapping, his gaze towards the officer shifting from calm to icy malevolence in an instant. The young officer found himself momentarily paralyzed by Lu Fei's piercing stare, his legs trembling involuntarily. Nevertheless, he resolutely held the gaze of Luffy, and the more he did so, the more he sensed that the cargo beneath the black tarp was suspicious. An ordinary civilian would not possess such a penetrating stare. Please disembark immediately and present your identification for investigation. The sheriff warned, his voice trembling. What a diligent sheriff he is. Let us see if fate favors him in his quest for merit, Luffy mused, as his hand moved away from the 54 type pistol at his waist. As always, he could not bring himself to harm an innocent. Luffy's lips parted, ready to instruct Amao to accelerate through the checkpoint when an older, more composed sheriff briskly approached the pickup truck, scrutinizing the license plate intently. Recognizing the newcomer, the young sheriff respectfully reported, "Captain, I have serious suspicions regarding the individuals and cargo in this pickup, and there's a risk of a breach at the checkpoint." The middle-aged captain glanced at the young sheriff, shook his head, and leaned toward Amao's window, smiling as he said, "New here, I presume? You and Tino Boss Ma. I hope you'll excuse the oversight." Luffy paused, retracting the words he had been about to utter, and donned a warm smile. "It seems your training is lacking. May we proceed now?" The captain chuckled softly, studying their faces with a hint of puzzlement. "Why'd I find you both so unfamiliar?" "Are you new recruits under Boss Ma?" Luffy replied at a leisurely pace. "He is the driver. I am the bodyguard. We are on our way to pick up Boss Ma. Is there an issue?" The captain regarded the young sheriff behind him before leaning into the car window. Lowering his voice to inquire, "Brother, we're on the same side. Could you enlighten me on what is packed in the back?" Chapter 62, Silver City, Asan. "It's for Lord Lei. Specifics are inconvenient to divulge," Luffy replied nonchalantly. "All right, since you're the future driver for Boss Ma, keep this note safe. If you encounter anyone unfamiliar on the road, give me a call." The captain, seemingly prepared, pulled a notepad from his pocket and handed it to Amao. "Yes, Captain Liu. Understood. I have pressing matters today, so I shan't prolong our conversation. Those 2 vehicles behind are with us, as you should know." Luffy accepted the card from Amao, glanced at the name and number, and nodded. Understood. I know Boss Ma's license plate better than my wife's birthday." Captain Liu smiled and waved to signal the 2 vehicles behind to proceed. "Then we shall take our leave. By the way, that young man did well, diligent and responsible. Don't entertain thoughts of making things difficult for him. Nurture him instead," Luffy cautioned Captain Liu, concerned that the young sheriff might face undue hardship, before allowing Amao to drive away. The drivers waiting in line for inspection, witnessing this scene, could not help but ponder which illustrious figure has emerged today. The captain nearly leaned entirely into the vehicle. Indeed, there was a prominent figure from Guangnan inside, though he seemed to be in a rather dire state. It was only when the sheriff's silhouette vanished from the rearview mirror that Luffy finally exhaled in relief, a wave of exhaustion washing over him after the brush with danger. Every human fears death. Luffy knew that if he were caught for the crime of killing, his life would surely be forfeit. Luffy could not find solace in sleep, tormented by the thought of allowing a demon to continue wreaking havoc upon the world. Despite his affiliations with the Underworld, he harbored a fervent desire to eradicate evil. Perhaps it was his prolonged existence in the lower strata of society that endowed him with a deeper understanding of the struggles faced by the marginalized. To alter this grim reality, one must first cultivate personal strength and secure a platform ample enough to unleash one's capabilities. At present, his position was still far too low. Merely in Guangnan, he had nearly met his downfall. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a new plan began to take shape. Amao, head this way, Luffy instructed, propping his phone against the center console as Amao followed the navigation's guidance toward their destination. After an hour's drive, 3 vehicles entered a desolate expanse. The area was dotted with various automobiles, all bearing a certain antiquity. At the entrance of the automobile heap stood a weathered metal sign, upon closer inspection revealing the faded words, "Asan Secondhand Cars." Upon receiving the navigation's notification of arrival, Luffy opened the door and stepped out, followed closely by his band of subordinates. He paused to instruct everyone to don masks to conceal their identities. "Brother Fei, what brings us here?" Luhu inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. The news of Ma Dating's demise would soon circulate, and driving his vehicle would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, they had come to dispose of these stolen cars. As Luffy ventured into the automobile heap, he surveyed the desolate surroundings, marked only by a solitary metal shed in the distance. He led his companions to the shed's entrance and knocked lightly on the door. Moments later, a middle-aged man, bleary-eyed and yawning, opened the door. "What brings you here, gentlemen?" he stammered, his demeanor shifting to one of alarm upon seeing a dozen masked figures before him. Instinctively, he reached for the metal door to escape, but Luffy, swift and decisive, seized the man's wrist and pulled him inside. The middle-aged proprietor stood frozen in fear, watching Luffy recline in what was once his chair, swaying comfortably. "What do you want from us? Are you here to rob or to assault?" The man blurted out, panic-stricken, If it's robbery, I only have a few dilapidated second-hand cars. Take whichever one you like and leave. If it's a more sinister intention, I assure you, I am not from San Juan. Lu Fei did not respond to the man's frantic queries, but instead asked, "Are you a San?" "I am a San." The man replied. Curiosity piqued, Lu Fei inquired, "Are you from Indu?" A San hesitated, then shook his head. "I'm a local from Guangnan." Then why the name of an Indu person? A San, reluctant to divulge, found himself compelled to explain due to the intense scrutiny of the masked figures. "I suppose it's because my grandfather married a woman from Indu, which is why I bear this name." "Oh, that makes sense. You're a mixed heritage, then?" Lu Fei chuckled, reclining further in the chair, though Hassan found little humor in the situation. After all this time, he still did not grasp the intentions of these seemingly menacing figures. They had neither robbed him nor displayed any overt malice. Might it be an interest in the culture of Indu? "What exactly are you here for?" Hassan could only repeat his inquiry. "Listening to your tale nearly caused me to forget the matter at hand. We are here to exchange vehicles, as there are several cars we no longer wish to drive." Lu Fei rose from his rocking chair and patted Hassan on the shoulder. "Exchange? You come to swap cars, yet you are dressed in this manner." Hassan queried, puzzled. In the used car market, exchanges are quite commonplace. Why would these individuals don masks for such a transaction? "We wear masks for a reason, of course. First, take a look at the cars and assess their value." Lu Fei urged Hassan, who wore a look of confusion, towards the door. Lu Fei led Hassan to the factory entrance, where 3 pristine Dodge Raptors, a Toyota Alphard, and a Buick 8 stood as if freshly manufactured. Hassan gasped in admiration, exclaiming, "What splendid vehicles! What price do you intend to sell them for? Do you have the registration documents?" Lu Fei glanced at Qingao, who then exchanged looks with Amao. Amao shook his head, saying, "I only brought the keys. I thought those documents were of little use." "It matters not. These cars cannot be sold legally anyway, as a simple inquiry would reveal their origins," Lu Fei replied nonchalantly. He then turned to Hassan, stating, "Hassan, I will trade you this vehicle, but you must not sell it, or rather, you cannot sell it directly. If you do sell it, you must alter its appearance entirely, including removing the license plates." Water-damaged vehicles? Upon hearing Lu Fei's stipulation, Hassan's interest visibly waned. A few years prior, water-damaged cars could still find buyers. But with the tightening of law enforcement, such vehicles are now confiscated outright, leading to plummeting prices. In the absence of a fortunate encounter, it would be wiser to dismantle the cars for parts. What constitutes a water-damaged vehicle? One that has been submerged, or one that has been involved in a fatal accident? Lu Fei had not encountered this term before. "Boss, you cannot mean that this is an accident-damaged vehicle?" Hassan was left speechless. It is well known that cars that have been submerged or have met with calamity are among the least desirable in the second-hand market. Only those with exceptionally strong fates can handle such burdens. Lu Fei shook his head, explaining, "I have only acquired this vehicle within the last hour. I am not fully aware of its condition. The previous owner had a decent reputation in Guangnan. If you're not afraid of danger, you may sell the entire vehicle." Chapter 63. Haonan's Mobile Office. "You are thieves." Hassan exclaimed in shock upon hearing Lu Fei's explanation. Lu Fei frowned and retorted, "Thieves is a rather harsh term. This vehicle was clearly seized." Hassan felt a surge of frustration. What difference does it make? "Boss, if this vehicle has come through illicit means, even if it were once a fine car, it will not fetch a good price. I would be left with no choice but to dismantle it for parts." Hassan, seasoned in the ways of business, quickly regained his composure after a moment of astonishment. Lu Fei understood the difficulty of selling stolen goods. After all, a car is not gold, and each vehicle comes accompanied by its pertinent documentation. "Then please, show us the cars you have." Lu Fei gestured toward a cluster of vehicles behind him. Hassan nodded, although he was reluctant to engage in this transaction due to the inherent risks involved. However, if he did not proceed, he might face risks even before he had the chance to meet his grandmother in Indu. Several business owners expressed their preferences for vehicles, seeking guidance on suitable options. Lu Fei contemplated and stated that he needed a spacious vehicle capable of carrying cargo, with sufficient power, to expand and strengthen their operations. Having a vehicle was essential. Otherwise, they would have to rely on public transport for outings or, as today, deal with hidden burdens and thefts without adequate storage. "Very well. Gentlemen, please follow me." Hassan directed the group to a significantly larger section than the previous compact car area. "Boss, this is a Land Cruiser, favored by those in power, boasting remarkable performance." Hassan enthusiastically presented an older model of the Land Cruiser to Lu Fei. Lu Fei shook his head, declining. It's too ostentatious. Something more understated would be preferable. Then how about this Volkswagen Veloren, or this Buick GL8, similar to the one at your entrance? They may be a bit dated, but they are in impeccable condition. Before Lu Fei stood these two business vehicles, weathered by time, with layers of dust coating the windows, and their tires completely flat, clearly unsold for an extended period. Observing Lu Fei's silence, Hassan felt a twinge of apprehension. If the boss was dissatisfied, he would suggest a Toyota, desperately wanting to exchange these aging vehicles for Lu Fei's prize Dodge. Lu Fei calmly remarked, "These two will suffice. Fill them with fuel. Ensure they are well maintained, and I will take them." Hassan, filled with excitement, realized this deal was exceptionally lucrative. Given that these two old vehicles have been listed around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan without interest, they were now being traded for a new Dodge and an Alpha. "Absolutely, boss. I will make sure these vehicles are as pristine as new." Lu Fei then looked at Hassan and added, "Let us trade 3 vehicles for 3, and I'll take 1 additional vehicle. Is that unreasonable?" "Not at all, boss. Would you care to consider a Land Rover? This one is quite commendable," Hassan exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, presenting a reasonably priced third vehicle, an older Land Rover with a mileage of 100,000 kilometers. Lu Fei followed Hassan's gesture, his eyes lighting up as he stepped forward to inspect the vehicle. "Look, isn't this the mobile office from the movie Young and Dangerous? Doesn't it resemble it?" "Indeed, boss. The air conditioning works exceptionally well. Those who exit often complain of cold hands." "Please," Lu Fei declared, "Hassan, I'll take this Land Rover." Hassan approached, pointing at the black vehicle beside the Toyota Hiace. "Boss, that is the Land Rover. Your choice is the Toyota Hiace." "What rubbish. The space is so limited. It clearly cannot accommodate many passengers. I refuse this inferior vehicle." "You mentioned it as a Hiace, correct? I want this one, plain and simple." Lu Fei merely glanced through the glass at the Land Rover's interior, shaking his head in disappointment. The space was too cramped. It did not compare to the mobile office that could easily fit 12 to 15 individuals. Hassan wanted to chastise Lu Fei for his ignorance regarding vehicles, questioning when the merit of a car was determined solely by its size. If he preferred spaciousness so much, why not drive a large truck? On the surface, Hassan's smile appeared increasingly amiable. "Of course, boss. Are you certain it's just these 3 vehicles? If so, I'll prepare them for you right away," he exclaimed. "I won't take advantage of you. Just ensure these 3 are arranged properly. If any issues arise once they are on the road." Lu Fei casually revealed the 54-style pistol tucked at his waist. "I assure you, there won't be any problems." Hassan stammered, visibly shaken. 2 hours later, at the entrance of Hassan's used car dealership, both parties were satisfied as they surveyed the exchange vehicles. After watching his subordinates transfer the golden bodies, Lu Fei extended his hand towards Hassan. The latter, flustered yet honored, quickly grasped Lu Fei's hand. Initially, it was a simple handshake, but Hassan soon realized something was amiss. The grip of the boss felt as strong as that of an ox. Grimacing in pain, Hassan pleaded, "Boss, ease up. My hand is about to break." Without loosening his grip, Lu Fei fixed his gaze on Hassan and spoke calmly. "Hassan, I do not concern myself with how much profit you make from me. However, I must caution you. Should you choose to divulge this matter, I assure you, you will soon meet the Silver Buddha." Upon finishing, Lu Fei released his grip. Hassan, unable to attend to his somewhat twisted hand, hurriedly assured Lu Fei, "Rest assured, boss, although I may be a bit unscrupulous, I will never betray my clients." Compared to his peers, Hassan had some semblance of a moral compass. While others engaged in the restoration of premium vehicles, he at least refrained from selling fire-damaged cars, accident vehicles, water-damaged cars, or those with hidden issues. The worst he had done was sell odometer-tampered cars. Hassan had no intention of selling the 3 vehicles. He promptly removed their license plates, planning to dismantle them for parts instead. Lu Fei smiled faintly without looking back as he boarded the car and departed with his brothers. He did not trust Hassan's character, but believed that Hassan feared him. After all, how could an ordinary citizen dare to offend a gang of ruthless robbers? Inside the vehicle, Lu Fei occupied the front passenger seat of the Buick 8. While the car operated without issue, the occasional warning light flickered, and the acceleration produced a peculiar noise, nothing compared to Ma Dating's new vehicles. "Brother Fei, where to now?" asked Mao, who was driving. Lu Fei shook his head. "Where are Lu Li and the others?" "They're at a small clinic with a few injured brothers. The 2 wounded have already stabilized," Mao replied. Lu Fei nodded and instructed, Let's head to that entrance ahead, find a discreet spot to dispose of the bodies, and then regroup with Lu Li and the others. The injured brothers should return to Modu and have a private doctor examine them in Juke. Chapter 64. Gift Delivery on the Edge of a Cliff. 3 vehicles were parked side by side, while several individuals busily transported large stones to the black bags nearby, securing them tightly with ropes. Chen Gao and Lu Hu clapped their hands and announced, "Brother Fei, everything is secured." Lu Fei glanced at the neatly arranged black bags containing human shapes and said coolly, "After we dispose of them, we will proceed to the clinic." With a collective effort, Lu Hu and the others hurled the bodies over the cliff, where they were instantly engulfed by the tumultuous sea below. Ma Dadong and his close associates vanished completely from this world. "Let's go back," Lu Fei instructed as he and his companions returned to their vehicle, driving towards the edge of the cliff with expressions as indifferent as if they were merely taking out the trash. At the Lia clinic, Lu Fei reunited with his brothers, Lu Li, and the injured comrades. He turned to Lu Li and said, "Lu Li, you and Old, you should return to Magic City first. Hu Zi and Gao Zi and I have some matters to attend to here." Lu Li nodded obediently, cautioning, "Xiao Fei, please be careful in Guangnan. Don't provoke Fan Lei. He is not like Ma Dadong. He commands hundreds of brothers, and enmity with him could lead to significant trouble." Lu Fei smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'm not that foolish. I leave the brothers in your care for tickets and guidance. Rest assured, Xiao Fei, I will handle it." Lu Li replied with a sweet smile. After arranging for the injured, the remaining members returned to the Sea Lion for a meeting. Lu Fei's expression grew serious, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, "The tasks ahead will be more perilous than before. As I've said, I will not force anyone to stay or leave." Silence fell over the group. No one departed. This team consisted solely of those willing to sacrifice themselves for Lu Fei, while the less loyal had already left. "Since you have chosen to stay, I will be frank, I intend to confront Fan Lei." To Lu Fei's surprise, none of his brothers displayed any signs of fear. Instead, their eyes brimmed with unwavering combat spirit. Lu Fei, both amused and exasperated, clarified, "You need not wear such expressions of defiance. I'm not foolish enough to charge in recklessly. I plan to negotiate." Lu exclaimed, "Boss, you killed his son. Are you certain he will be willing to negotiate with you?" Lu Fei chuckled and gestured towards the trunk of their vehicle. "With sufficient incentive, one can negotiate even after taking a son's life." Lu Hu and the others suddenly understood, nodding in agreement. "Fei Ge, just proceed as you see fit. We will protect you with our lives. Fools, take care of yourselves first." The Honghai Grand Hotel, the most opulent dining establishment in Guangnan City, is also the domain of the Underworld boss Fan Lei. Upon entering the hotel with his entourage, 2 tall and striking hostesses approached them. "Good day, sir. May I inquire how many will be dining? And do you have a reservation?" Lu Fei Pelaiti responded, "No reservación. We have come to present gifts to Brother Lei. Could you kindly pass along a message?" Noticing the fruit baskets carried by Lu Fei's subordinates, the hostess frowned, feeling somewhat awkward. "I'm sorry, sir, but our boss does not entertain those without a reservation. If you aren't dining, I must kindly ask you to leave." Maintaining a sweet smile, she internally scoffed. "You think a few fruit baskets will grant you an audience with our boss? As if visiting a sick person. Who says I'm not here to dine? I intend to share a meal with your boss," Lu Fei replied calmly. At this moment, the hostess's patience was wearing thin, and she was contemplating calling the floor manager to usher the guests out when Lu Fei spoke up. "Hu Zi, Gao Zi, show the lady the gifts we have prepared." The hostess, with a hint of disdain, replied, "There's no need to show me. I told you our boss has not made a reservation." Lu Hu and Chun Gao lifted a corner of the cloth covering the fruit basket, and when the resplendent gold appeared before the hostess, it effectively silenced her unfinished sentence. "Sir, may I take a piece to examine?" The hostess's breath quickened, her remaining rationality urging her to inspect the offering. "Feel free." The hostess cautiously extracted a piece, weighed it in her hand, and instinctively placed it in her mouth, biting down with her silver teeth. The gold remained unscathed, but a droplet of saliva trickled down from her lips. Realizing her indiscretion, she hastily wiped the gold bar with her hand before returning it to the basket. Her demeanor underwent a complete transformation as she blushed and apologized. "I'm sorry, sir. I will notify the manager now. My position is too low to contact the boss directly." Lu Fei remained non-committal, signaling to his companions to take a seat in the lobby. For this substantial basket of gold bars was undeniably heavy. The hostess, not daring to delay, hurriedly made her way to the manager's office, her long legs drawing the attention of male guests as she walked past. Inside the office, the hostess reported the situation to the woman seated at the desk. What did you say? Both baskets are filled with gold bars? That must weigh dozens of pounds. Are you sure you didn't misread it? Don't tell me they're chocolate wrapped in gold. The middle-aged woman, considerably older than the hostess, questioned skeptically. How could that be, manager? I bit into one. It's pure gold. I nearly broke my teeth. This is a major client. Even my dating wouldn't be this courteous. The hostess quickly explained, anxious that the boss might leave in frustration, taking her bonus with him. Fine, I'll believe you this once. I'll call Brother Lay and inform him. The middle-aged woman said, waving her hand dismissively, signaling the hostess to leave and wait outside. Though displeased, the hostess, aware of her low status, complied and exited the room. Outside, she could faintly hear the manager's nauseating flattery. All right, don't worry, boss. With my capabilities, I will ensure he stays. Just come over. After hanging up the phone, the middle-aged manager retrieved a cherished bottle of perfume from her drawer, spritzed it beneath her collar, and, after checking her reflection, narcissistically stepped out of the office. Upon seeing the hostess at the door, she arrogantly remarked, What are you still doing here? Lead the way. If the guest leaves, you can expect to be dismissed. The hostess felt a twinge of injustice at the reprimand, but could only muster a forced smile as she guided the woman outside, knowing that this manager was the boss's sister. Manager Fan, the group of men seated over there. The hostess led the female manager into the hall, gesturing towards Lu Fei and his companions. The woman nodded slightly and replied with indifference. All right, you may attend to your duties. I shall host these individuals. The hostess's expression darkened, yet she dared not express her anger towards the boss's sister, instead cursing inwardly. Old hag, I've never seen you so eager before. The moment a wealthy patron appears, you cling to them without considering your own appearance. Aren't you afraid of scaring them away? Frustrated, the hostess stomped her foot in place before reluctantly returning to her previous post, donning a professional smile to welcome the next diner. Lu Fei, seated on the sofa engrossed in his phone, suddenly wrinkled his nose, detecting a foul odor mixed with an overpowering scent of perfume wafting towards him. He instinctively turned his gaze in the direction of the noxious smell, spotting an ordinary-looking woman, heavily made up, striding towards him with her pigeon-toed gait. Is this the manager the attendant mentioned? With such inherent disadvantages, if it were my establishment, such a person would even qualify as a server. What on earth is Fan Lei thinking? Choosing her as a manager. Lu Fei pondered, bringing a hand to cover his nose. Good day, sir. I am Fan Xiaowei, the manager of Honghai Restaurant. The attendant just informed me that our boss is en route. Allow me to escort you to your private room, she said, leaning in closer to Lu Fei as she approached. Lu Fei abruptly stood up from the sofa, retreating 2 steps as if he were a ghost slipping away, creating distance between himself and Fan Xiaowei. As she leaned in, her underarm hovered perilously close to Lu Fei's nose, releasing an odor akin to a hippopotamus in a zoo, opening its cavernous maw as he unwittingly leaned in for an olfactory confrontation. The stench nearly compelled Lu Fei to regurgitate his previous meal. With a scrunched nose, Lu Fei inquired, What happened to that hostess? Have her bring me upstairs. Observing the distance Lu Fei kept and the unabashed disdain in his eyes, Fan Xiaowei's pride took a severe blow. No one had ever treated her in such a manner before. Typically, people eagerly approached her, vying for a chance to meet Fan Lei, often praising her unique charm and allure. But this man before her was utterly intolerable. Fan Xiaowei's expression hardened as she retorted, I am a manager here, and I call the shots. If you wish to see Fan Lei, you'll follow me without question. Otherwise, you shall not meet him today. Lu Fei scoffed. Are you threatening me? He already harbored a poor impression of Fan Xiaowei, unattractive and with an overwhelming personal scent. She appeared to be one seeking to take credit. With a disdainful smile, Fan Xiaowei replied, You may perceive it as such. As long as I choose not to let you meet him, you shall not. All right, brothers, let us leave. It seems we can save a few million today. Lu Fei declared, waving his hand as a dozen followers began to exit Honghai Restaurant alongside him. Should you leave today, do not expect to see Fan Lei again. Upon witnessing Lu Fei's departure, Fan Xiaowei erupted in a fit of rage, her voice piercing the air. A single utterance from Lu Fei rendered her momentarily speechless. If you utter another word, I shall end you. She glanced at her phone to confirm her location. Indeed, it was Guangnan. Yet, confronted with Lu Fei's icy demeanor and implicit threat, an instinctive fear gripped her. She stood rooted to the spot, her gaze following Lu Fei as he distanced himself, her eyes greedily fixating on the baskets of fruit carried by few of her minions. Those were walking millions, enough to procure countless designer handbags. And if he slipped away just like that, not only would the handbags vanish, but she would also face her brother's scorn. After much contemplation, Fan Xiaowei hastened to catch up, but Lu Fei, now wiser, positioned two of his subordinates as a barrier before him. A dead friend is better than a dead monk. Brothers, absorb the qi well. Fan Xiaowei felt a surge of irritation, but chose to suppress her anger, lowering her tone as she implored, "Sir, I admit my temper was excessive just now. Would it be acceptable if I sent that server to escort you upstairs? Apologize." What? Fan Xiaowei was taken aback, grappling with the incredibility of the situation. Who in Guangnan could compel her to apologize? Did he think himself above her? Lu Fei, losing his temper, retorted sharply, "Are you deaf? I demand an apology. If you don't know how, I can have my brothers teach you." Faced with the unfriendly expressions of those around her, Fan Xiaowei made a quick decision, adhering to the adage of a wise man not provoking immediate conflict. "I'm sorry. Is that satisfactory? Do you have a mother?" "What do you mean by that? Did your mother teach you to follow I'm sorry with is that satisfactory? You can't even manage a proper apology. How on earth did you become a manager? You don't seem the type to have slept your way to the top. It's rather perplexing. Could you be a relative of Fan Lei?" Stung by his words, Fan Xiaowei felt a surge of murderous intent, yet her subordinates were loyal to Fan Lei, not her. "I'm sorry. Just wait until my brother arrives. I will not only seize your gold, but also ruin you." Though she feigned submission, her heart was set on dismantling Lu Fei. "Very well, you may go summon him. The farther away you are from me, the better," Lu Fei waved dismissively, akin to shooing away an insect. Fan Xiaowei stormed off, her heels clicking angrily against the floor. She approached the receptionist who had earlier attended to Lu Fei, shooting her an enraged glance. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and attend to him. If anything goes awry, I shall dock your wages." The receptionist, momentarily taken aback, quickly composed herself, suppressing a laugh as she nodded and proceeded toward Lu Fei. "Old turtle lady, clearly despised, ha." The manager's impotent fury unexpectedly uplifted her spirits as she briskly approached Lu Fei and his companions, respectfully stating, "Sir, allow me to escort you upstairs." Lu Fei, finally relaxing his furrowed brow, remarked, "The fresh air is truly delightful. Preserving nature is a shared responsibility." The receptionist stifled a giggle as Lu Fei glanced at her name badge. "You are Yi Charon. Do you not think your boss Fan Lei is rather foolish for hiring such an eccentric as a manager? How can this establishment possibly thrive?" In the interval, while waiting for the elevator, Lu Fei engaged in casual conversation. After surveying her surroundings to ensure no one was listening, Yi Charon leaned closer to Lu Fei and whispered, "She wasn't hired. She is the boss's sister. The business of the restaurant is of little consequence to him. It merely serves as a playground for his sister." Lu Fei nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. Clearly, apart from family ties, who else would tolerate such foolishness? Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. Yi Charon extended her delicate hand and cheerfully announced, "Sir, the elevator has arrived. Please step inside." Chapter 66. Within the stomach of the Tibetan Mastiff, the elevator at the Red Sea restaurant was spacious, accommodating Lu Fei and his companions without triggering an overload warning. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Yi Charon guided Lu Fei to an opulently decorated private room. A grand circular wooden table, ample enough to seat 20 comfortably, awaited them. Yi Charon served freshly brewed tea with impeccable attention and utmost respect. Lu Fei observed her every action but chose not to dwell on it. His decision to change the atmosphere was merely a desire for fresh air. He noted her initial demeanor but remained unfazed. Sipping tea leisurely, Lu Fei glanced at the menu presented by Yi Charon, feeling significantly more at ease than he had at the Peace Hotel. While the dishes and their prices were similar, his circumstances had shifted dramatically since that day. How expensive could it truly be? He could easily afford to purchase the entire restaurant with a mere fraction of his wealth. 20 minutes after placing their order, an array of exquisitely presented cold dishes arrived, yet there was still no sign of Fan Lei. After another 10 minutes of waiting, with some of his companions' stomachs audibly rumbling, Lu Fei waved his hand and declared, "Enough waiting. Let us eat." With that, he picked up his chopsticks, dipped a slice of fish into the sauce, and took a bite. "Delicious. You all must try this." Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with delight at the authentic flavor. The Peace Hotel offered a similar dish, but back then, he had been reluctant to indulge, spending his brother's money. Seeing their leader dig in, his companions followed suit, devouring the cold dishes in no time. This was only their second meal since arriving in Guangnan, and after a day filled with intense activity, it was no surprise they were ravenous. However, such a modest selection of cold dishes could hardly satisfy Lu Fei and his comrades. He promptly called for Yi Chuan. "Chuan, please instruct the kitchen to bring out the hot dishes. My brothers are hungry." Upon entering, Yi Chuan was taken aback by the sight of the empty plates. In her tenure as a hostess, she had never witnessed a scene where guests had devoured all the food before the host even arrived. "Sir, perhaps you could wait a moment. I can quickly clear these plates and bring out new cold dishes." Lu Fei frowned slightly. "The cold dishes are fine, but my brothers yearn for something warm. Make haste with the hot food." Seeing his insistence, Yi Chuan approached him, bending slightly to whisper, "Sir, our boss is a man who values his reputation greatly. If he sees this scene, even if you were to offer him gold bars, he would refuse to negotiate." Lu Fei, upon hearing this, allowed a cold laugh and retorted, "Concern about face? What about me and my brothers? It's nearly been an hour since I arrived and finished these dishes. If your boss isn't dead on the way, he should be here by now." Yi Chuan was left speechless by his sharp words. She had heard that her boss had a penchant for making others wait, especially those who needed something from him, leaving them with no choice but to swallow their frustration. "Very well, sir. I shall instruct the kitchen to heat up the dishes," she conceded with a nod. Just as Yi Chuan was about to push open the door to the private room, it was suddenly flung open from the outside, and a booming voice echoed in. "Let me see which notable figure from Guangnan is so thin-skinned and concerned about appearances." Lu Fei's gaze shifted toward the door, where he noticed that the main seat was now occupied by a fortunate individual, a toothpick. 7 or 8 men strode into the room, led by a bald man with a bushy beard and pronounced features that, wrapped in a black cloth, could easily be mistaken for a terrorist. Lu Fei silently scoffed at Fan Lei, recognizing his fierce demeanor but doubting his intelligence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to rely on Ma Dating's meager resources to maintain his grip on Guangnan for a year. Fan Lei's gaze fell upon the toothpick seated in the main position, his battle-hardened aura instilling fear in the latter, sending shivers down his spine. Lu Fei, perplexed, wondered why his subordinate was consistently mistaken for the leader by the opposing boss. Was his own demeanor so understated that it went unnoticed? "Are you here to talk business with me? Why do you keep avoiding my gaze? Are you afraid?" "Ha ha ha." Fan Lei's booming voice resonated throughout the room, his eyes fixed menacingly on the toothpick. Under the toothpick's pleading gaze, he instinctively turned to Lu Fei, who shifted slightly, nonchalantly remarking, "Stop being so self-important. I'm not afraid of you. Damn it. What are you getting cocky about as a lackey?" Fan Lei redirected his attention to Lu Fei, their eyes locking for a prolonged moment, as if they had understood each other. "You are quite impressive, but your elder brother seems lacking. You might consider joining me." Fan Lei mused, intrigued by Lu Fei's fearless demeanor. Lu Fei chuckled, "I have no interest in your pathetic gang. I have my own, and who dares to call me a lackey? Are your eyes and your rear end misplaced? You're the elder brother?" Fan Lei asked, unperturbed, his interest piqued. If the toothpick were indeed to come to him for business, even with a couple of baskets of gold, he would be disinclined to collaborate, perceiving him as too weak. He preferred alliances with the strong. "Brother Fei." Lu Fei remained silent, allowing the dozen or so men behind him to speak on his behalf. The elder brother need not say much. The subordinates would voice his thoughts. "Surely, you don't think you only have these few lackeys? Do you believe I couldn't summon 100 men to ensure you can't leave this Red Sea restaurant? I don't believe you. By the way, Chuan, why are you still standing there? Hurry and urge the kitchen to serve the dishes. My brothers are about to experience hypoglycemia." Lu Fei turned his gaze, suddenly addressing Yi Chuan, who stood nearby like a mere attendant. Oh, Brother Fei, I'll be right on it." Nervously, Yi Chuan instinctively called out to Fei Gu and swiftly exited the tense compartment filled with palpable hostility. Fan Lei jestingly remarked on Ye's apparent chivalry, suggesting, "How about this? You hand over the gold, and I shall ensure that lady finds her way to your bed tonight. There's no need for formal negotiations. If I desire a woman from your establishment, why not simply seize her?" Lu Fei chimed in with playful mockery, showing no regard for Fan Lei's bravado. "Ah, such audacity. It has been a full year since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. The last person to address me thus was the leader of the Viper gang. Care to guess his current whereabouts? I'll let you in on a little secret. He resides within the belly of my Tibetan Mastiff." "Oh," Lu Fei replied flatly, his gaze betraying no emotion. "Fan Lei, having tested the waters multiple times without discerning Lu Fei's true disposition, sent a message to the dozens of brothers lurking downstairs, instructing them to remain on standby. He then pulled out a chair and seated himself directly across from Lu Fei. The two engaged in an extended, intense gaze. Eventually, it was Fan Lei who shattered the silence, inquiring, "You seem unfamiliar. Where do you hail from?" "Devil City, Zhuke Society," Lu Fei replied. "No wonder you seem so foreign. So you've come from Devil City." Speaking of which, Fan Lei's expression suddenly froze as he grasped the latter part of Lu Fei's statement. You're from the Zhuke Society of Devil City." Noticing Fan Lei's astonishment, Lu Fei chuckled. "It appears you are aware of the Zhuke Society, but tell me, do you know Lindong?" Fan Lei's brow furrowed. He had visited Devil City several times, primarily to meet childhood friends, some of whom were involved with the four major gangs. From them, he had gleaned numerous rumors. The underworld of Devil City thrived on extravagance. The leaders cruised in Rolls-Royces, the hall masters in Bentleys and Maybachs, while even the petty bosses drove Mercedes-Benzes. To maintain appearances, they donned bespoke suits and crocodile leather shoes. With each confidant armed and their enterprises diversified, reaping wealth in abundance. In contrast, Fan Lei's gang still relied on the meager offerings from the local gambling dens and dance halls. Though they seemed to thrive, Fan Lei was also bound to supply his superiors, and after that, he had hundreds of hungry subordinates to feed. The money that trickled down to him was scant. Glancing at his car keys, adorned with blue skies and white clouds, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. As he regained his focus, a figure flickered in his memory. "Are you referring to that enforcer from the Zhuke Society?" Fan Lei asked uncertainly. His last visit to Devil City was years prior, and he recalled a friend from that gang who had taken him to witness a clandestine fighting match, where a remarkably skilled fighter bore that very name. "Indeed. It is good that you recognize him," Lu Fei nodded meaningfully. As Fan Lei scrutinized Lu Fei's expressionless demeanor, a bold conjecture formed in his mind. Pointing at Lu Fei's face, he exclaimed, "You are Lindong, the ace enforcer of the Zhuke Society." Lu Fei smiled, prompting laughter from his nearby subordinates, who had all been present to witness Lindong being incapacitated by their boss. "What are you all laughing at?" Fan Lei felt a surge of anxiety. If the man before him truly was Lindong, he dared not provoke him. Lu Fei, suppressing his smile, clarified, "You are partly correct. I am a thug for the Zhuke Society, but I am not Lindong." A sense of relief washed over Fan Lei. As long as he was not a top-tier enforcer, he felt secure. He had learned from friends just how formidable the status of a thug was in Modu, given their role as tools for seizing territory. However, Lindong is merely a lowly lackey whom I incapacitated. I did not expect you to know such a bottom-tier character. It seems your standing is not as impressive as you might wish, Lu Fei continued, his next statement striking like thunder, leaving Fan Lei, who had just begun to relax, momentarily breathless and unable to respond. The silence in the private room was shattered as the door swung open, revealing a bevy of attractive waitresses, each gracefully balancing exquisite dishes on their delicate hands, accompanied by the melodic voices of the female servers introducing the dishes. A feast of vibrant flavors and aromas was laid before them. "Ah, this crab meat is exceptionally rich. Tiger, you're not hungry, are you? Dig in." Lu Fei began to eat heartily, noticing his companions remained still, urging them to join him. Lu Hu and the others, having long gazed longingly at the dishes, were hesitant to start until their leader spoke, fearing they might offend him by acting too eagerly. Regaining his composure, Fan Lei observed the others beginning to eat and realized that remaining idle was unbecoming, prompting him to instruct his subordinates to join in as well. The two factions engaged in a spirited contest of dining, chopsticks flying with fervor. For the people, food is paramount. Filling their bellies took precedence, and the initial purpose of their meeting was momentarily forgotten. Once satiated, Fan Lei recalled the reason for his presence and, in a courteous tone, addressed Lu Fei, "Brother, I have been remiss in asking your name amidst our feast. What brings you here?" Lu Fei, wiping his mouth with a napkin, gestured to Chen Gao, saying, "You can call me Lu Fei. Now it's time for the gift-giving segment." Chen Gao, understanding the cue, retrieved a fruit basket covered with a black cloth from beneath the table, placing it on the round dining table. He turned the carousel, and the basket began to glide toward Fan Lei. As the gilded fruit basket drew nearer, Fan Lei's mouth watered even more than during the meal. Maintaining his composure, he discreetly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and signaled to his subordinate to retrieve it. The subordinate rose and took the basket from the carousel, immediately sensing something was amiss. It felt unusually light. Looking to his brother, Fan Lei said, "Lu, would you mind if I opened it?" "Be my guest," Lu Fei replied. Fan Lei indicated to his subordinate, who nervously reached to unveil the black cloth, all eyes fixated on his hands. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, the subordinate trembled as he pulled away the covering. However, after only a second, he was so startled that he hastily covered it again and fell back on the ground. "What on earth?" Fan Lei exclaimed, cursing loudly upon seeing the contents of the fruit basket, his composure shattering in an instant. The younger brothers gasped in astonishment, their hearts nearly plummeting to the floor. Lu Fei gazed at the fruit basket with a smile, but instead of gold bars, it contained a grotesque human head. Such a sight would not have startled Fan Lei and the others had it not been for the fact that the head was one they recognized all too well, Ma Dadong. At this moment, Ma Dading's eyes bulged wide open, unblinking, as if they might roll out of their sockets at any moment, evoking an eerie sensation. A bullet-sized hole pierced through from his forehead to the back of his skull, allowing Fan Lei to clearly see Lu Fei mockingly gazing back at him through the gaping wound. Once he regained his composure from the shock, a surge of fury ignited within Fan Lei's eyes. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, exclaiming, "Do you think that just because you are part of the Zhuke society, you can harm my adopted son? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I assure you, you will not leave the Red Sea Grand Hotel." As his words fell, the door to the private room was pushed open once more, releasing an acrid stench that quickly intensified. Fan Xiaowei entered, clad in a sleeveless dress, raising her arm to point at Lu Fei, releasing her biochemical weapon with reckless abandon. "It's this bastard. How dare he insult me? Break his arms and legs. I want him to sleep smelling my scent." Fan Lei forcibly pulled down Fan Xiaowei's arm, mitigating the release of the noxious odor, and shook his somewhat dazed head. "Sister, be careful not to harm our allies." Chapter 68. A greeting gift, brother. "Why do you scold me? I was eavesdropping outside the door. That bastard has already delivered his gift. Can we let the brothers take action now?" Fan Xiaowei shifted her gaze back to Fan Lei, her expression filled with grievance. "Xiaowei, you really should consider going to the hospital for a procedure," he advised. "Don't call me Xiaowei. Call me Xiaowei Jun. My kimono, which I ordered online, is on its way. In a few days, I will wear it to visit the land of cherry blossoms." Fan Xiaowei expressed her discontent with her brother's address, her eyes sparkling with longing at the mention of Sakura country. Upon hearing this, Fan Lei erupted in fury. "You little fool, what a backward name. As a proud citizen of the Dragon Country, how can you adopt a name from a foreign land? You are bringing shame upon our ancestors." Seeing her brother's wrath, Fan Xiaowei dared not provoke him further and redirected her gaze to the fruit basket on the table. "Wait, weren't there supposed to be 2 baskets? Why is there only one? You scoundrel, did you secretly hide another one?" While cursing Lu Fei, she reached out to lift the black cloth covering the basket. "Ah! A human head. Brother, this isn't gold. It's Ma Dadong's head." Terrified, Fan Xiaowei stumbled backward against the wall, pointing at Ma Dading's severed head and screaming in horror. Fan Lei was greatly displeased with her display of panic in front of Lu Fei, feeling it tarnished his reputation. "Enough. Is this your first encounter with a corpse? Must you overreact so? And you dare to tell me that what was delivered was gold? We will settle this matter later. For now, I have more pressing business to attend to. You need to leave." He urged Fan Xiaowei to depart impatiently. Filled with a tempest of anger, Fan Xiaowei was startled by the items delivered by Lu Fei, unable to swallow her indignation, and emboldened by the presence of her companions. She disregarded Fan Lei's warning and strode towards Lu Fei, who was seated within. As she approached, she hurled insults. "Weren't you just so arrogant? Relying on your numbers to threaten me? Do you not know I am the sister of Fan Lei? Today I demand you kneel and lick my feet." Lu Fei regarded the approaching Fan Xiaowei, her words dripping with venom, and furrowed his brow. Without hesitation, he drew a .54 caliber pistol from his waist and fired a shot in her thigh. As Fan Xiaowei fell to the ground with a piercing scream, the acrid scent of blood permeated the room, overpowering the stench that lingered. "The scent of blood is far more pleasant," Lu Fei remarked coolly. Fan Lei, livid, exclaimed, "How dare you fire a gun at my sister in my territory?" No sooner had he spoken than a dozen of his underlings armed with machetes burst into the room, surrounding Lu Fei and his companions. Observing the influx of Fan Lei's men, Lu Fei remained unperturbed as he retrieved 2 magazines from his pocket, placing them on the table. Brother Fan, why do your men only wield machetes? Isn't it a matter of a bullet for each one? Lu Fei's allies also drew their weapons, with Chun Gao brandishing a pair of homemade firearms, akin to a Western gunslinger, aiming at the heads of their adversaries, with a mere command from Lu Fei. 2 could swiftly fall. Do you think I am unarmed? Fan Lei sneered, producing a sleek black handgun from his waist and cocking it, directing it at Lu Fei. In such a large gang, you possess fewer firearms than Ma Dating's crew. I wonder how you managed to intimidate the underground forces of Guangnan. Surely, you do not rely solely on your connections above? Fan Lei's expression darkened as Lu Fei's words struck a nerve. Despite his ostensible power and hundreds of underlings, his gang lacked the intricate web of connections that characterized the gangs of Modu. He was merely a puppet for Yi Lao, and if he failed to deliver sufficient benefits, he could be replaced at any moment, much like the fate that befell the Viper Gang. Fan Lei's fury today stemmed not from a deep bond with Ma Dadong, but rather from a loss of the funds he depended on for bribes, which left him vulnerable to being ousted. He had considered arming his trusted confidants, only to be firmly denied by Yi Lao. Thus, he had no choice but to equip himself with a gun for self-preservation. The 2 parties stood in a tense stalemate, neither willing to strike first. In such a confined space, with both sides armed, the outcome was uncertain. Should one side fire, it would undoubtedly lead to a deadly confrontation. Fan Lei believed it unwise to escalate matters for the sake of a deceased individual before fully understanding the situation. Lu Fei, maintaining an air of calm, remained seated. Meanwhile, Fan Lei's mind raced as he wore a grim expression. He was the first to break the silence. You killed my godson and have come to seek me, which must mean you have a purpose. Surely, you are not foolish enough to declare war on my territory. Speak, what is it you desire from me? Lu Fei smiled, signaling his men to lower their weapons. It seems that Brother Fan possesses a modicum of wit. I suggest you promptly transport your sister to the hospital. I struck her at the site of her femoral artery, where blood loss occurs rapidly. Only then did Fan Lei recall that his sister lay on the ground, and he hurriedly glanced down. At that moment, Fan Xiaoyi's complexion was ashen, and she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Hurry, quickly bandage her, and take her to the hospital for a transfusion. Fan Lei urgently called upon 2 of his subordinates to perform a rudimentary dressing on Fan Xiaoyi, hastily lifting her and departing the private room. If my sister perishes, I will undoubtedly end your life. Fan Lei threatened with a fierce glare. Lu Fei shrugged indifferently, retorting, that depends on your capability. I have hundreds of subordinates in the Zhuke society and dozens of firearms. Should you kill me, you likely wouldn't survive 3 days. Let us discuss serious matters. Fan Lei observed that Lu Fei's demeanor did not suggest deceit, his own aura diminishing slightly as he shifted the topic. Lu Fei clapped his hands, and Lu Hu immediately understood, retrieving 2 fruit baskets from behind the table and placing them on the table, gently nudging the turntable to push them once again toward Fan Lei. As Fan Lei beheld the fruit tray approaching him once more, any semblance of greed had vanished from his eyes, replaced with trepidation at the prospect of opening it. Even a crime lord, having just dined, would not wish to continually savor the taste of human heads. Lu Fei, perceiving Fan Lei's apprehension, smiled and clarified, I came to Guangnan solely for Ma Dadong. Rest assured, you may open it. Fan Lei, still somewhat distrustful, cautiously lifted the cloth covering one of the fruit baskets with the butt of his gun. Upon glimpsing a glimmer of gold, he sighed in relief. With a swift motion, he tore away the cloth entirely from both baskets, revealing the gold bars within, their radiant glow causing Fan Lei to blink in astonishment. A modest token of our meeting. I wonder if Brother Fan is satisfied? Fan Lei's avaricious gaze flickered momentarily, his expression regaining its icy demeanor as he spoke in a low tone. Do not presume that 2 baskets of gold bars can purchase the life of my godson. Brother Fan, if you believe that, you are gravely mistaken. Ma Dadong's life holds no value to me. These 2 baskets of gold serve not only as a greeting gift, but also as compensation for services rendered. Gazing at the unperturbed Lu Fei, Fan Lei's countenance darkened as he replied, I have stated before that your killing my godson will not be easily resolved. A look of exasperation filled Lu Fei's eyes as he regarded Fan Lei, saying, you refer to him as your godson. Yet have you considered that he does not view you as a father figure? What do you mean? Is there nothing left of the money Ma Dadong provided to you? Fan Lei, bewildered by the inquiry, nonetheless answered truthfully, there is still some. What's the issue? Simply have someone bring the money here. Lu Fei replied with a nonchalant air. Fan Lei, feeling disgruntled, recognized that the situation had reached an impasse, and apart from resorting to violence, he could conceive no other means to break the deadlock. Lu Shi, go fetch the box of money that Dading recently provided. Ultimately, Fan Lei relented, instructing one of his subordinates. Fan Lei turned to Lu Fei, warning him not to entertain any tricks, for this was the Red Sea. An escape would be impossible. Before long, the young man named Lu Shi returned, hastily carrying a black briefcase. At Fan Lei's gesture, he opened it on the dining table. Inside the briefcase lay neatly stacked bundles of red bills. Fan Lei pointed to the case and declared, "This 1 million is the latest tribute from my godson. Not a single cent spent. Is there any issue?" As he spoke, Fan Lei, mirroring Lu Fei, spun the briefcase towards Lu Fei and his companions. Unhurriedly, Lu Fei retrieved several notes, distributing them among his brothers. Fan Lei maintained his composure, observing Lu Fei's next actions. He watched as Lu Fei and his comrades engaged in a series of meticulous bill verification actions under the light, exchanging smiles and nods. A bizarre sight that sent a chill down Fan Lei's spine. Once the inspection concluded, Lu Fei collected the 100 yuan notes back and tossed them into the briefcase, spinning it back while remarking, "I initially thought there might be a few genuine bills among them, but it appears your son hasn't left you with a single one." A sense of inexplicable dread surged within Fan Lei as the briefcase inched closer to him. It was futile for Lu Fei to deceive him in this situation. Could it be? Fan Lei bellowed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is my godson." Lu Fei chuckled in response, "Brother Fan, it is entirely plausible. You may regard him as a son, but he may not see you as a father." As the briefcase finally settled in front of Fan Lei, his countenance grew exceedingly grim, yet he was reluctant to accept this reality. After much hesitation, he took a deep breath, reached for a bill, and examined it under the light. Soon, he picked up a second and then a third. With each note, his expression darkened further. After scrutinizing dozens of notes, he furiously swept the entire briefcase off the table, scattering the 100 yuan bills across the floor. "Damn it, I thought of you as my son. Yet all the money you gave me is nothing but counterfeit. You deserve to be done in." Fan Lei cursed at the lifeless head of Ma Dadong, feeling his anger swell. Not satisfied with his words, Fan Lei flung the fruit basket, along with Ma Dading's head, to the ground. The head rolled from the basket, coming to rest at Fan Lei's feet. "Damn you, get lost." Seeing Ma Dadong at his feet ignited Fan Lei's fury. He delivered a vicious kick, driving Ma Dading's head firmly into the television in the private room. Were it not for the short hair, one might have mistaken it for Sadako emerging. After kicking Ma Dadong away, Fan Lei sat back down, breathing heavily for a long while, his anger gradually subsiding. When faced with Lu Fei again, Fan Lei's expression turned awkward. He felt grateful to Lu Fei for uncovering the counterfeit bills, allowing him a chance to mitigate his losses. Yet Lu Fei had just shot his own sister in front of him. Though his sister was somewhat foul-mouthed and unpleasant, she was still his sister. At that moment, a phone call came in, and after answering, Fan Lei's spirits lifted considerably. On the other end of the line, it was conveyed that his sister was in no serious condition and merely required a month of rest before she could walk again. However, it was mentioned that 2 batches of attending physicians had recently fainted, necessitating a compensation for medical expenses to the hospital. Given that his sister was not in peril, negotiations were indeed possible. Fan Lei made a decision, his expression softening considerably as he smiled, and said, "Brother Lu, it is indeed your discerning eye that has aided me immensely. I am curious how you became entangled with this rubbish. If you have matters to discuss, I shall certainly assist in any way I can." Lu Fei noticed that Fan Lei's reference to Ma Dadong had naturally shifted from godson to rubbish, prompting a silent reflection on the matter. Indeed, profit often comes first. Fortunately, the leverage he had prepared was substantial. "Brother Fan, did I not mention that I am affiliated with the Zhuke Society? I am responsible for debt collection there, and this waste has owed 20 million for a year without repayment. Thus, I had no choice but to travel elsewhere for business." Upon hearing Lu Fei's explanation, Fan Lei understood and indignantly stated, "This is the sort of conduct one would expect from such rubbish. I could never stoop to such filthy dealings as using counterfeit currency to deceive others." Lu Fei raised an eyebrow, pondering whether the elder Yi had bypassed Fan Lei and established a direct line with Ma Dadong. Brother Fan adheres to proper decorum, as evidenced by the way you reprimanded your sister just now, Lu Fei praised. Fan Lei was quite flattered by Lu Fei's flattery and laughed heartily. Ah, Brother Lu, you flatter me. I simply cannot abide that little island nation, which boasts little in terms of culture, if one could even claim cinema and animation as worthy. However, the youth today are so enamored with foreign trends, much like my sister who incessantly clamors to visit the land of cherry blossoms. Alas, indeed, Brother Fan speaks most wisely. Lu Fei wholeheartedly agreed, sharing his indifference towards the land of cherry blossoms, even feeling a stirring impulse towards unification. Suppressing grand ambitions, Lu Fei refocused and said to Fan Lei, Brother Fan, the matter I wish to discuss next is of great importance. The more who are aware, the greater the danger. Fan Lei immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and gestured for all his subordinates to leave the room. Brother Lu, can I trust everyone here? Fan Lei inquired, noting that none of Lu Fei's companions had departed. They are all brothers who would stake their lives for me. What do you think? Lu Fei replied with a smile, feeling a sense of achievement in the brotherhood he had cultivated over the past 18 years. Chapter 70. The Golden Move. Once the private room was devoid of outsiders. Lu Fei lowered his voice and asked, the person backing you is known as Elder Yi, is he not? Fan Lei's body tensed at the mention and, in a similarly hushed tone, replied, it was Ma Dadung who informed you, wasn't it? I have heard that his appetites are vast and that you may find it challenging to satisfy him. Have you never considered seeking a different patron? Fan Lei shook his head with a complex expression. No, I cannot change. In Guangnan, he is akin to the heavens. Unless I were to leave Guangnan, I can make my escape, but I have hundreds of brothers behind me. If I were to drag them to an unfamiliar city and we fail to thrive, I would be betraying them. If things do not work out, consider joining me. Though it may not be as impressive as your current position as a leader, you would witness grander vistas. What harm is there in allowing a small place like Guangnan to be inherited by others? Lu Fei lit a cigarette and suddenly spoke with surprising audacity. Fan Lei chuckled, not refusing, but rather inquiring whether Lu Lao Di held such significant sway within the Zhuge Association. Lu Fei shook his head, stating that he did not intend to remain dependent on others indefinitely. At the appropriate moment, he planned to establish his own power, assuring that even if he thrived, he would not encroach upon his elder sister's territory, but rather assist the boss even better. Haha, Lu Lao Di, you remind me of my younger self. Back then, I was also a subordinate, always dreaming of one day becoming a leader. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, I realize that being a leader is not as I had imagined. Fan Lei reflected with a smile, though a hint of melancholy flashed in his eyes, which Lu Fei perceptibly noticed. Not wishing to dwell on this topic, Lu Fei shifted the conversation, saying, no worries, Fan Lao Ge. Whether you wish to or not is entirely your prerogative. This is but one matter. The other is to ask you to contact Yi Lao and inform him that Lu Fei from the Zhuge Association in Modu wishes to meet him, bringing a significant gift. Fan Lei was taken aback. You want to meet Yi Lao? I must remind you that his appetite is considerable. Even I find it challenging to satisfy him. Disregarding Fan Lei's well-meaning warning, Lu Fei replied, everyone is human. As long as the benefits are substantial enough, it should suffice. Rest assured, Fan Lao Ge, just invite him, and I will handle the rest. Fan Lei did not refuse, as he regularly had to pay respects to Yi Lao anyway, so he considered it a mere advance. True to his straightforward nature, he promptly called Yi Lao, communicating with utmost respect. After a brief exchange, he waited for the other end to hang up before putting down his phone with a sigh of relief. Indeed, serving a powerful figure is akin to walking with a tiger. Just a single phone call had caused beads of sweat to form on the forehead of the most prominent leader of the Guangnan underground forces. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Fan Lei smiled at Lu Fei and said, it's all set. Yi Lao mentioned he would make time to visit the Honghai restaurant tonight. Lu Fei nodded lightly, recognizing that Yi Lao's pretensions exceeded even Fan Lei's. The phrase will make time tonight implied that both he and Fan Lei would be obliged to dedicate the entire evening awaiting his arrival. Since we have some time, how about we discuss a business deal? Fan Lao Ge, Lu Fei proposed, now eager to advance the next matter after learning that the meeting with Yi Lao would be delayed until evening. Please, Lu Lao Di, as long as it's not a certain loss, I am more than willing to entertain this proposition, Fan Lei replied sincerely, admiring Lu Fei's boldness and expressing genuine interest in the business at hand. Fan Lao Ge, may I inquire how much capital you have available for business? Lu Fei asked. After a moment of contemplation, Fan Lei responded, over the years, I have managed to accumulate around 20 million that can be mobilized. Lu Fei silently scoffed, recognizing Fan Lei as a typical impoverished leader. After so many years, he had focused solely on fighting. Yet hadn't he amassed even as much wealth as Ma Dading in a single year. However, outwardly, Lu Fei maintained a respectful demeanor, nodding and saying, that should be sufficient. Here's the deal. I possess a batch of gold bars, identical to the gift I intend to present to you, and I plan to find someone to liquidate them. I wonder if you would be willing to take this on? Lu Fei intended to convert most of these gold bars into cash, serving as the initial capital for his burgeoning power. One cannot possibly share a cramped rental space with one's brothers for a lifetime. The quantity of gold bars in this batch is substantial, and Lu Fei does not intend to hand over all of them to Fan Lei. 20 million is also within his considerations. Aside from someone like Fan Lei, a notorious figure, most individuals would hesitate to accept such clearly dubious gold bars. With a hearty laugh, Fan Lei remarked, brother, you've come to the right person. Let's do this. I won't take these 2 baskets of gold bars for free. I'll introduce you directly to buyers and forego the middleman's profit. Lu Fei waved his hand, stating, a man's word is his bond. If I say it's a meeting gift, then it shall be so, and it cannot be repurposed. Just tell me, what is the current market buyback price for gold per gram? Fan Lei, taken aback by Lu Fei's unwillingness to seize an advantage, replied truthfully, if it circulates on the black market, it is somewhat cheaper than at legitimate stores, roughly around 450 per gram. Having previously made calculations, Lu Fei noted that the current market price for gold is approximately 500 per gram. A reduction of 50 is not overly harsh, suggesting that Fan Lei is not profiting much in this transaction. Nodding in agreement, Lu Fei said, all right then, brother Lu, I will sell you 20 million worth of goods. I cannot let you work for nothing. Let us settle on 400 per gram, and the excess will be considered a gesture of friendship. Fan Lei was taken aback, hurriedly shaking his head in refusal. How can this be, brother Lu? You're incurring a significant loss. I, Lu Fei, do not concern myself with such trifles when it comes to friendship. Take it, and rest assured that if you ever need assistance in the future, I will be there for you. After some back and forth, Fan Lei ultimately conceded to accept the gold at the price of 400 per gram. Shortly thereafter, Lu Fei received a notification of 20 million deposited into his bank account, bringing his total savings to 30 million. Even in the bustling metropolis, he could be considered part of the middle class. Lu Fei instructed Lu Hu and Chen Gao to load 2 more baskets of gold bars from the vehicle based on their instincts. Fan Lei also directed his subordinates to bring in an electronic scale. Brother Fan, should we weigh the gold bars? The baskets themselves add weight, Lu Fei suggested. No need. No need. This small discrepancy is inconsequential, Fan Lei quickly replied. Given that Lu Fei was not concerned with the details, he, as the host, felt he should not be overly meticulous either. Besides, how heavy could a fruit basket be? Ultimately, the electronic scale displayed 51 kilograms, and Lu Fei did not require Fan Lei to compensate for the extra kilogram, thus concluding the transaction successfully. As the 2 men completed the business deal, shaking hands and engaging in light-hearted conversation, Yi Chuan rushed in, her demeanor fraught with urgency. Boss, the front desk just informed me that Yi Lao has arrived. They feared to neglect him and relayed your whereabouts at the restaurant. Quickly, move all the gold bars to the adjacent office. Hurry, hurry. These plates as well. Call the servers to remove them and bring in a new set. And the television set, swiftly detach it and bring it along. Toss it into the kitchen blender and dispose of it down the drain. Upon hearing that Yi Lao had arrived, Fan Lei became exceedingly tense, akin to a cat confronted by a tiger. Brother Lu, let us go to the elevator to meet Yi Lao, he instructed his subordinates before turning to Lu Fei. Lu Fei stood up, brushing off his trousers, and jokingly remarked, let us go. I am eager to see the kind of individual who instills such fear in the foremost crime lord of Guangnan. As they exited the private room and awaited the elevator, Fan Lei elaborated on the background and prowess of the esteemed Yi Lao. Lu, this Yi Lao's full name is Yi Yuanshan, and he holds a vice-respected position within the hierarchy of Tiandao. Lu Fei, puzzled, responded, brother, are you weaving a fantastical tale? Fan Lei offered an awkward smile and replied, ah, my dear brother, you may not be aware, but the titles of those in power above us cannot be spoken plainly. We often substitute them with other designations. Starting from the lowest rank, Those with substantial authority are termed king level, followed by emperor level, respectful level, sacred level, and imperial level. Each level also has a distinction between principal and vice. Yi Lao resides at the vice-respected level. Nodding in understanding, Lu Fei grasped why Fan Lei harbored such trepidation towards Yi Yuanshan. Without a comparable ally, Fan Lei would be utterly defenseless against even a royal-level figure, let alone a respected one. Ding! Just then, the elevator arrived at the 6th floor, its doors slowly parting. 2 ushers positioned themselves at either side of the elevator's entrance as 2 men stepped out. The foremost man donned an administrative jacket, his hair dark and glossy, exuding an air of authority with his piercing gaze. The man behind him carried a briefcase, dressed in a black suit, and wore gold-rimmed spectacles, following closely with a demeanor of utmost respect. Observing their attire, Lu Fei deduced that these must be Yi Yuanshan and his secretary or subordinate. Upon exiting the elevator, Yi Yuanshan immediately noticed Fan Lei waiting outside, his expression flickering with a mix of satisfaction and disdain. "Didn't I tell you to wait for me inside, Xiao Lei? It lacks dignity for a boss to stand outside," he remarked as he approached Fan Lei, maintaining a courteous tone. "Yi Lao, you flatter me. I merely have a few brothers under my command who scrape by. I hardly qualify as a boss," Fan Lei responded, bowing his head earnestly. Yi Yuanshan chose not to pursue this topic further and instead cast a sharp gaze towards Lu Fei. Locking eyes with Lu Fei unabashedly, he inquired, "Xiao Lei, is this the individual you mentioned who wishes to meet me?" Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fei interjected, "Yi Lao, indeed, it is I who seek your audience. Discussing matters outside amidst the crowd is rather unwise. Let us retire to the private room for a more thorough conversation." Yi Yuanshan regarded Lu Fei with a knowing glance, then donned a warm smile, of course. Lu Fei and Fan Lei escorted Yi Yuanshan and his subordinate back to the private room. Upon entering, the atmosphere was rejuvenated. The waitstaff had already arranged new tablecloths and laid out dishes favored by Yi Yuanshan. Naturally, Yi Yuanshan took the seat of honor, while Lu Fei chose not to sit beside him. Instead, he pulled Fan Lei to sit directly opposite Yi Yuanshan. While black and white could share a table, they could not sit together. Thus, they maintained their opposing positions, embodying the principles of yin and yang. Only 4 individuals were seated within the private room, as Fan Lei's subordinates remained waiting outside. "Speak, Xiao Lei. You seemed quite anxious to see me today. Is there an urgent matter at hand?" Yi Yuanshan remarked, picking up a piece of 4 happiness roasted gluten while speaking. Fan Lei glanced at Lu Fei, who began to elucidate. "Old Yi, this matter was initiated by me through Brother Fan. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Fei from the Zhuke Society in the metropolis." Yi Yuanshan raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he wielded power in Guangnan, he was somewhat aware of affairs in major cities like Shanghai. He might not recognize Lu Fei personally, but he had certainly heard of the Zhuke Society. If this young man was not deceiving him, the influence behind that society was certainly not trivial. Yi Yuanshan straightened his expression, set down his chopsticks, and spoke with a more serious tone. "Is it someone from the Zhuke Society seeking me out, or is it you?" He could impose his will on Fan Lei, who had no backing, but he had to be more cautious with Lu Fei. Lu Fei was also aware that he was merely donning the skin of a tiger while conversing with Yi Yuanshan. In truth, his standing within the Zhuke Society had not yet reached a level where he could be acquainted with its patrons. Nevertheless, as long as he could make use of the situation, he felt it was sufficient. With a smile, Lu Fei bent down to lift the tablecloth beneath his feet and retrieved 2 fruit baskets, placing them on the turntable before Yi Yuanshan. Yi Yuanshan did not immediately take them. His secretary promptly stood up and unveiled the cloth covering the baskets. The gleaming gold bars reappeared before everyone's eyes, their quantity evidently surpassing the initial gift offered to Fan Lei. Yi Yuanshan refrained from accepting them right away, adhering to the principle of no gains without effort. "What does this signify, Brother Lu?" he inquired, though he did not outright refuse, wanting to ascertain whether these gold bars were worth his while. Lu Fei cheerfully responded, "Old Yi, do not worry. This is merely a token of goodwill for our meeting. Please feel free to accept." He then produced 2 more fruit baskets from beneath the tablecloth. Fan Lei, observing Lu Fei's extravagant display, transitioned from shock to numbness, even beginning to suspect that Lu Fei might possess a gold mine in Shanghai. Yi Yuanshan was equally astonished. Large cities certainly differed, offering opportunities far more abundant than his own 3rd or 4th tier city. Regrettably, He had occupied his current position for nearly a decade without any advancement, and the prospect of rising further without tangible achievements was daunting. Lu Fei smiled and said, "These are merely small gifts to request your assistance, old Yi. I wonder if you might be able to help?" Yi Yuanshan took a deep breath and replied, "Speak, Brother Lu. I shall certainly assist you if I can. I would like you to introduce me to some influential figures in Shanghai." Lu Fei articulated his request. He aspired to establish his own influence, and knew he must first cultivate his connections. He sought Fan Lei's assistance in the shadows, and hoped to gain old Ye's support in the light. Lu Fei was not deterred by ambition. As long as tasks were accomplished, he believed success was within reach. Shanghai, unlike Guangnan, was a realm of excess and opportunities for wealth abound. "I'm afraid I cannot assist you with that. Please take back the gold bars." Yi Yuanshan slowly shook his head. Hearing this, the secretary gently pushed the baskets of gold bars back. As for the 2 baskets, Lu Fei has already stated they are a token of meeting, and one should accept them without hesitation. In Chapter 72, the 5th major faction, Lu Fei exhibited little change in expression upon Yi Yuanshan's refusal, which brought a sense of relief to Fan Lei, who had feared that Lu Fei's youthful exuberance might lead to a confrontation. After Yi Yuanshan turned down Lu Fei, he closely observed Lu Fei's demeanor. Noticing that Lu Fei's countenance remained unchanged, Yi Yuanshan felt an increased wariness towards him. When a person conceals their emotions, it becomes exceedingly difficult to discern their thoughts. Such individuals often possess a depth that is formidable. Fan Lei took the initiative to ease the tension, suggesting that since business had not transpired, they might prioritize camaraderie. "Elder Yi, you must be weary from your journey. Shall we dine first?" Yi Yuanshan nodded in agreement and unexpectedly addressed Lu Fei, saying, "Young brother Lu, I shall take your friend under my wing. Let us eat." As he spoke, Yi Yuanshan, feeling a twinge of hunger, cast a greedy glance at the gold bars returned to Lu Fei by Fan Lei, reluctantly shifting his gaze to pick up his chopsticks and reach for a piece of crimson crab. As Yi Yuanshan lifted the crab, Lu Fei's voice resonated once more within the private room. "Elder Yi, since you do not favor gold bars, I have another gift to propose in exchange. This gift may even have the potential to alter your long stagnant position." With a crisp clatter, Yi Yuanshan's crab and chopsticks fell onto the glass table, his hawk-like eyes fixed intently on Lu Fei. "Young brother Lu, jesting about such matters is unamusing. What does a ruler covet most? It is not wealth, for riches are merely a byproduct of power. It is power itself, greater power, the kind that allows one to dominate completely. At that point, kingdoms, beauty, and wealth will naturally follow. Elder Yi, what benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Is it necessary for me to provoke a formidable adversary without cause?" In a moment of impulsive clarity, Yi Yuanshan pondered this question. Now, even more animated, his previously calm visage flushed with color as he hoarsely inquired, "What means do you possess to assist my ascension? Speak, and I shall help you find a patron." Observing Yi Yuanshan's uncharacteristic excitement, Lu Fei replied with a measured tone, "Ma Dadong, counterfeit currency. Do I need to elaborate further?" Upon hearing those words, Yi Yuanshan's expression darkened. Disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, "How do you know? Could it be that Ma Datong dares to betray? How could he possibly do so?" At that moment, Yi Yuanshan's phone rang, causing his heart to race with an ominous premonition that permeated his entire being. He hastily answered the call, and as the news relayed over the line, his countenance grew increasingly grim. By the time he hung up, his previously serene face had turned as dark as that of a thundercloud. After the call ended, Yi Yuanshan glared at Lu Fei across the table, his expression heavy with menace. "Where have you taken Ma Dadong? Or have you killed him? You are quite bold. Do you not fear that I could apprehend you at this very moment?" On the other end of the line, the individual informed Yi Yuanshan that Ma Dating's territory had been raided, resulting in the deaths of several of his subordinates, who were taken away after being brutally attacked by a group of masked assailants, their identities obscured. Lu Fei, with a flustered demeanor, repeatedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Please, Yi Laoshi, do not place this blame upon me. I am an upstanding citizen. If you are unwilling to collaborate with me, I shall simply depart from Guangnan." Yi Yuanshan found himself at a loss against Lu Fei's denials. He possessed no concrete evidence and was unaware of Lu Fei's connections. Thus he dared not make any rash arrests. His threats were merely attempts to elicit information, but Lu Fei displayed an extraordinary level of composure under pressure. As Yi Yuanshan scrutinized Lu Fei, his mind was a whirlpool of conflicting thoughts. He feared that Ma Dadong might have divulged everything to Lu Fei. If that were the case, not only would he be apprehended, but he would also suffer collateral damage. If he did not partake in this affair, then there is no issue. Please share your proposal. In light of the uncertainty regarding his adversary's capabilities, Yi Yuanshan opted for a conciliatory approach. I know where he has concealed the funds. If you, Yi Laoshi, were to spearhead the resolution of a case involving 200 million in counterfeit currency, do you not believe your standing might be elevated? Lu Fei articulated his strategy, which piqued Yi Yuanshan's interest. Ma Dadong was notoriously cautious. He kept his dealings and the locations of his hidden assets shrouded in secrecy. Yi Yuanshan promptly agreed, stating, "You will disclose to me where Ma Dadong has stashed his money, and I shall introduce you to a powerful ally." The deal was struck. However, the ensuing hours saw the two men prolonging a matter that could have been resolved in 5 minutes, ensnared by mutual suspicion until nightfall. During this time, Yi Yuanshan discreetly ordered an investigation into Lu Fei, receiving astonishing reports. Having eliminated the former president of the White Tiger Society and remaining unscathed, how formidable must his backing be? It must exceed his own position, for otherwise, Lu Fei would not have endured. The precondition being that Lu Fei conducted his affairs with such meticulousness that no eyewitnesses remained. Ultimately, the terms of their negotiation were established. Yi Yuanshan would first secure connections in Modu, while Lu Fei would leave a subordinate behind, and once matters were resolved, he would guide Yi Yuanshan to the hiding place. "Hello, is this Chao Meng? This is Yi Yuanshan. I have a matter on which I seek your assistance." After concluding the call, Lu Fei observed Yi Yuanshan's troubled expression and recognized the debt of gratitude that had been incurred. One cannot have both fish and bear as paws. A favor in exchange for an opportunity for promotion and wealth seemed a fair trade to Lu Fei, a sentiment shared by Yi Yuanshan. "This is the number of Director Chao Meng. He has agreed to assist you 3 times. After that, whether he continues to support you will depend on your performance." Yi Yuanshan handed Lu Fei a slip of paper. "How substantial can his influence be?" Lu Fei inquired. "As long as you do not get caught or leave behind incriminating evidence, you are safe. I must warn you, his appetite is substantial, perhaps even greater than mine. In Modu, there are 5 districts, and only he is not engaged, not due to his integrity, but because he deems this petty squabbling beneath him." Listening to Yi Yuanshan's assessment, Lu Fei developed a keen interest in this Chao Meng. He was familiar with the 5 districts of Modu, wherefore were under the control of the 4 major factions, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. The remaining district was rather scattered, populated by various ineffectual factions engaged in internal strife. Compared to the other districts, its environment and economic conditions were significantly inferior. If one could rely on Chao Meng as a powerful ally and seize control of this district to establish a stronghold, it would not be long before one became the 5th largest gang in Magic City. The thought exhilarated Lu Fei, who was already envisioning names for his burgeoning gang. What name would be fitting? Would it be Kuan Society, or Chunan Society, or perhaps the Blazing Fire Gang or the Homeward Gang? Chapter 73. The incompetent wife. As their conversation extended into the evening, the group decided to dine together. The dinner was far more enjoyable than lunch, as each individual had something to celebrate. The 4 of them consumed 8 bottles of Mao Tai, to the point of nearly becoming sworn brothers. Before departing, a tipsy Yi Yuanshan, dazed and reeling, gazed at the television with a dent in its screen and drunkenly questioned Xiao Lei, "Why don't you get this television fixed?" Lu Fei, leaning on Yi Yuanshan like a comrade, sleepily remarked, "You wouldn't know, but before you arrived, Brother Fan showcased his extraordinary talent. A super cannon. Xiao Lei, who would have thought you were such a skilled footballer? I'll give you a nickname. General Fan. How is that for imposing?" "Great, imposing indeed. I want to be the general." The inebriated Fan Lei, supported by 2 younger brothers, could barely respond before he vomited on the floor. With Fan Lei incapacitated, his companions took him back to the lounge to rest. After assisting Yi Yuanshan to the hotel entrance, Lu Fei turned to head towards the parking lot, supported by his younger brothers. "You don't need to help. I'm just pretending," Lu Fei chuckled, waving them off. He shed the drunken facade, reverting to his composed and serene demeanor. "Brother Fei, it's a shame you're not an actor," one of the younger brothers exclaimed. "Are you foolish? If Brother Fei became an actor, who would lead us in the underworld? We could star in a gangster film with Brother Fei as the lead. It would surely be a hit. Let us call it True Colors of a Hero." The younger brothers chattered animatedly behind Lu Fei, with no one inquiring about his activities in the private room that afternoon. Upon entering the vehicle, the driver, a Mao, inquired, "Brother Fei, is there anything else planned?" Lu Fei reclined in the passenger's seat, closing his eyes to rest as he replied, "Home." "Understood, Brother Fei." At his command, the convoy set off once more, heading toward Magic City. They traveled through the night, and Lu Fei, mindful of his brother's well-being, allowed them to rest at a service area until morning before resuming their journey. Recalling traffic regulations, he knew that to arrive home safely, driving while fatigued was ill-advised. After a long day on the road, Lu Fei felt as though he might develop calluses from sitting. After a significant yawn, he finally spotted the large characters spelling out Magic City at the toll station. At last, he had arrived. "Magic City, I'm back." After exiting the highway, Lu Fei and his companions headed straight for the Peace Hotel. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the sight of a strikingly beautiful woman in a red dress, Fei, who stood at the entrance eagerly awaiting their arrival. Lu Fei instructed a Mao to park the car at the entrance, and he and his comrades leapt from the vehicle. Fei gazed at the three rather unimpressive prison vans and, with her lips slightly parted, remarked, "Brother Fei, from which scrapyard did you procure this Toyota Hiace? It has been discontinued in the metropolis for several years. Long story short, let us head inside to settle the accounts first. Then I will arrange a welcome feast for the brothers," Lu Fei replied. Fei was well aware of the 30 million that had been deposited into the account, and her admiration for Lu Fei's capabilities had only deepened. He was proficient in fighting, intimidation, and debt collection. Inside the office, after a brief examination of the accounts, Fei rose from her desk and, with a figure as supple as a willow, leaned against Lu Fei, whispering softly in his ear, "Brother Fei, the accounts are in order, but as my sister has been diligently following your progress these past few days, have you remembered to bring her some local specialties from Guangnan?" Lu Fei felt a tickle in his ear and, leaning slightly forward, retrieved a small golden trinket from his pocket, presenting it to Fei. It may be somewhat mundane, but it could be exchanged for money. "Wow, a small gold bar," Fei exclaimed, seizing the gold piece in her delicate hands and weighing it thoughtfully. "This must weigh around 100 grams. It could fetch about 50,000 at the gold store based on current market rates. Then you should sell it. It probably wouldn't even suffice to buy you a piece of clothing," Lu Fei remarked nonchalantly. "I won't sell it. This is the first gift Brother Fei has given me. I must cherish it. Who knows, it might appreciate in value in the future." With that, Fei boldly tucked the gold bar into her bosom in front of Lu Fei. "Let us go welcome the brothers. By the way, Fei, my two injured comrades are not in serious condition. Are they? They're fine. They can eat normally now and are already waiting for you at the dinner table. Hurry up," Fei urged, gently pushing Lu Fei towards the door while giving him a complimentary back massage. At the dining table, the food and drinks were the highest caliber from the Peace Hotel, allowing the group of less fortunate brothers to indulge thoroughly. Sitting beside Lu Fei, Fei envied the genuine camaraderie among his brothers. In contrast, most of the current Juke society was merely united by self-interest, and once that interest faded, it would be akin to a tree falling, scattering the monkeys. With the wine flowing, Fei's cheeks flushed a delightful red, making her all the more enchanting. Suddenly, she turned to Lu Fei, who was smoking beside her, and inquired, "Brother Fei, I'm just asking hypothetically, if one day I were to leave the Juke society, would you still consider me a friend?" Lu Fei pondered for a moment before responding, "Friend? I already have plenty of girlfriends. How about we be running buddies? Sometimes when I feel like exercising at night, we can arrange a night run together." Fei pouted playfully, leaving her words hanging in the air. After finishing their drinks, the driver, A Mao, was tasked with taking Lu Fei back to Huangpu community. Before leaving, Lu Fei instructed a Mao to inform his brothers that once they sobered up tomorrow, they should gather at Gao Ming's place, as he had something important to discuss. "Understood. Brother Fei, I'll take my leave now." After bidding farewell, a Mao departed in the Buick 8. Upon entering the community, Lu Fei, feeling a twinge of concern, called a few brothers who had not been drinking. Luffy originally had a total of 26 brothers, 2 of whom were injured, 2 fled midway, and about 10 others had indulged in drink to the point of unconsciousness. The remaining ones now reside at the home of Gao Ming, as Luffy had entrusted the last batch of gold to their protection, naturally requiring a strong guard. Luffy specifically assigned a few of his younger brothers to abstain from drinking, designating them as the Night Watch. After all, this was not akin to mere numbers in a bank account. If they all succumbed to slumber, a petty thief could easily seize the opportunity, leaving them with no recourse for lamentation. After reiterating his instructions with gravity, Luffy hurried upstairs. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of two sisters elegantly seated on the sofa, one clad in black and the other in white, reminiscent of the duality of life and death, demanding his essence. You're back. Which room do you intend to visit today? Or shall you seek thrills with your spirit sister on my bed? One cast a seductive glance, while the other exuded alluring charm, leaving Luffy in a state of indecision. Shueijia, are you aware of this? Luffy timidly inquired of Li Ruoxue. Isn't it obvious? Do you think I play the role of an oblivious wife? You create such a ruckus without a word, and then speak of seeking thrills. How could I not be involved? Li Ruoxue's enchanting eyes bore into Luffy, mercilessly chastising him for his indiscretions. Chapter 74, Brotherhood in the Heart. Feeling somewhat awkward, Luffy scratched his head, recalling how he had assumed Li Ruoxue was in a deep slumber that day, indeed having gone too far. He cautiously asked, Shueijia, what do you intend to do? I want to break up with you. Li Ruoxue replied coldly. With a pained expression, Luffy pleaded, Please don't, Shueijia. I can't bear the thought of you with someone else. The mere idea of it makes me want to eliminate that person. Li Ruoxue, expressing her discontent with a hushing sound, retorted, Then you shall break up with Lu Qingling. The choice is yours. Luffy's brows furrowed tighter as he pondered why ancient men could manage multiple wives so adeptly, while he, with only two, felt on the verge of losing control. Originally armed to the teeth, intending to empty his magazine that night, he now felt as though he might explode. Luffy gazed at the two women for a considerable time, unable to come to a decision. I'm going out for a smoke. You two should sleep early, he said, turning to leave, opting to postpone his dilemma. Shue, you've had your fun, haven't you? Look at poor Luffy. His face is practically a bitter gourd. Lu Qingling's sweet voice stirred something within him. Instinctively, he turned back, only to find the two women struggling to suppress their laughter. Ah, Shueijia, are you toying with me? Do you believe I won't retaliate? Luffy quickly caught on to Li Ruoxue's playful antics. First, go take a shower. Who would want to deal with someone so unkempt? Li Ruoxue playfully shoved Luffy into the bathroom. In high spirits, Luffy sang as he showered, emerging shortly thereafter, refreshed and invigorated. Hey, where has everyone gone? He wondered aloud, surveying the empty living room before curiously pushing open the door to Lu Qingling's room next door. Finding her room also vacant, he hurriedly walked to Li Ruoxue's door and pushed it open. Upon seeing the situation within, his heart raced, but he breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight, not only is there no need to worry about a misfire, but it is also likely that the bullets in the magazine will prove insufficient. A night devoid of conversation, and thus 3,000 words of action are omitted. At dawn, a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, casting its light upon Lu Fei's face, causing him to squint. The beauty in his arms seemed to sense his discomfort. She raised a delicate, porcelain-like arm to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight. Lingjie, Lu Fei gently called, inhaling the unique fragrance emanating from her arm. Lu Qingling replied lazily. Sister Shue is quite strong-willed. How did you manage to persuade her? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingling responded, It wasn't too difficult. At first, she was very upset, but when I offered to step aside to facilitate your happiness with her, she softened. Eventually, I promised her that I would allow her to marry you while I remain by your side as a companion. Lu Fei was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Ling Jie would willingly suggest leaving to ensure his happiness with Sister Shue. A pang of pain struck his heart, as he found it hard to fathom the experiences Ling Jie must have endured in her youth to cultivate such a selfless disposition, always considering others' feelings while neglecting her own. Yet, the more he thought about it, the more he yearned to cherish Lu Qingling. Marriage was not permitted in Long Country, yet he resolved to seek a nation that embraced polygamy. One thing was certain. He would never allow Ling Jie to suffer. Ling Jie, as long as you do not choose to leave, I will support you for a lifetime, he declared, his eyes devoid of any remnants of sleep, gazing sincerely at Lu Qingling in his embrace. All right, I understand. Let's sleep a little longer. Yesterday you exhausted me. Lu Qingling nestled closer, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Lu Fei nodded in agreement when a voice tinged with melancholy interrupted. What about me? It was Li Ruoxue. Lu Fei turned onto his back, spreading his arms wide to share equally between the two. Sister Shue, I will also support you for a lifetime. By the time the three rose, it was already midday. The two women, having been thoroughly exhausted by Lu Fei's astonishing vigor, emerged from the room, still aglow. Lu Fei prepared a few simple home-cooked dishes, and after they enjoyed a hearty lunch together, they hastily packed their bags and departed for Gao Ming's residence. It was the familiar rented apartment, now bustling with people. The brothers who had indulged in revelry the previous night had all arrived. Lu Fei navigated through the crowd, seated himself in a chair that had long been prepared, and began to outline his plans. Now, our total assets, aside from the 5 million in the bank, include these bags of gold. My proposal is as follows. Everyone receives a share of 500,000, including Gao Ming. This totals 5 million, leaving us with 250,000 to allocate as medical expenses for the two injured brothers. Do any of you have objections? The crowd shook their heads. 500,000 was a significant sum for them. Had they not allied with Lu Fei, they would have remained as mere street thugs, never earning such an amount. The two injured brothers were particularly moved. Over 1 million might not seem substantial in the bustling metropolis, but back in their village, it represented unimaginable wealth. These are merely a portion. The remaining funds acquired from the gold will also be proportionately shared with you. We are all working under the threat of knife to our throats, and I, Lu Fei, shall never treat you unfairly. After a brief pause, Lu Fei continued. Once the gold bars are converted into cash, I plan to open a store in Baolong District, primarily focusing on a dining experience akin to the Peace Hotel. In the future, we can incorporate various other industries, creating a comprehensive venue for dining, entertainment, and leisure. That's fantastic, Brother Fei. When you open the store, we will all come to work for you. Lu Hu exclaimed, genuinely congratulating him. The astute businessman, Gao Ming, inquired, Brother Fei, would it be possible for us to invest financially? Indeed, Brother Fei, we have no other place to spend our money. Rather than squandering it on frivolities, it would be wiser to grow our wealth alongside you. Gao Ming's suggestion resonated with everyone, each person eager to engage in business with Lu Fei. Lu Fei pondered for a moment and replied, it's certainly possible, but whether it will be profitable remains uncertain. I merely wish to give it a try. That is all right, Brother Fei. We are willing to enjoy the good life with you, and we are equally prepared to endure hardships together. Life and death are fated. Fortune and nobility are in the hands of destiny. Following you, Brother Fei, we have no regrets. Lu Fei remained silent, scattering the cigarettes from his pocket, igniting one and taking a deep drag before declaring, being brothers is a matter of the heart. Being brothers is a matter of the heart. With fervor subsiding, Lu Fei, cigarette in mouth, began to articulate his detailed plans. Initially, he intended to construct a modest 5- or 6-story building. Considering that a substantial portion of the funds would be shared with his brothers, and given the exorbitant real estate prices in the metropolis, it seemed unfeasible. However, the circumstances had changed. The brothers' enterprise must be grand and magnificent. Lu Fei flicked the ash from his cigarette and astonishingly proclaimed, I shall build 10 stories. My vision encompasses a grand lobby on the first floor, a Chinese restaurant on the second, a Western restaurant on the third, and a bathing and massage facility on the fourth. The remaining floors are yet to be decided, but we could operate while under construction. Lu Fei articulated his aspirations. Chen Gao nodded in agreement, stating, Brother Fei's idea is quite commendable. After dining, patrons would be inclined to enjoy bathing and massage services. This way, we can earn double the revenue. Gao Ming posed a question, Brother Fei, what shall we name this enterprise? With 10 stories, it certainly deserves an elegant and sophisticated title. Lu Fei smiled, brimming with confidence, and declared, I have already thought of a name. I intend to call it Kitty and Few. At the mention of Kitty and Few, everyone gasped in admiration. The name resonated with grandeur and power. Seeing the satisfaction on their faces filled Lu Fei with immense pride. Thankfully, he had read a bit in his youth. And his favorite tale, Journey to the West, featured the legendary figure Sun Wukong, his sole idol. A group of Lu Fei's companions spent considerable time calculating the shares. Yet they were unable to reach a conclusion, necessitating the invitation of Lu Li. Ah, this is straightforward. With 25 brothers, each shall receive a 20% share, while you, little Fei, will retain 50%. Lu Li resolved the matter within moments. The brothers were not overly concerned with the minutiae, agreeing that at least half should be reserved for Lu Fei. Indeed, the financial situation appears quite promising. Lu Li, you may take a moment to rest. Your salary of 10,000 per month will continue uninterrupted. Once we commence operations, you will assume the role of the financial officer at Kitty and Few, responsible for managing our finances. As a founding employee, I shall grant you an additional 1% in shares. Lu Li, taken aback by the honor, replied, How can this be, Feige? I am merely an employee. This enterprise has been built by you and your brothers. I do not merit such a stake. Lu Fei chuckled and turned to his brothers, asking, Do you believe Lu Li is deserving? Indeed. The crowd responded in unison. Lu Fei raised his hands, addressing Lu Li. See? Everyone is in agreement. Accept it with confidence. Just ensure that you manage the finances well and prevent any exploitation. But the brothers say you should take half. If I take 1%, you will only have 49, Lu Li stammered. Feige, I can relinquish half of my shares to Lu Jia. I do not require such a substantial amount. Interjected a voice from the crowd. Lu Fei, intrigued, turned to the speaker and teased. Ameo, you have ulterior motives, don't you? Ameo, caught off guard by Lu Fei's jest, lowered his head, and the others exchanged knowing glances. With only 2% to his name, yet willing to part with 1, the implication was clear to all. All right, while I do not oppose your intentions, the shares cannot be yours to distribute. I shall bear the greater share. And that is settled, Lu Fei declared, finalizing the matter. His thoughts on Lu Li were minimal. He simply wished to assist a former classmate. Should Ameo feel a mutual affection, he would extend his blessings. After all, it is wise to focus on one's endeavors, especially after successfully managing 2 elder sisters. Lu Li, please step outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with my brothers, and it may not be appropriate for you to remain, Lu Fei instructed. Lu Li nodded obediently and exited, gently closing the door behind her. Once Lu Li had departed, Lu Fei retrieved a black bag from behind him and unzipped it before the group, spilling its contents onto the floor. The sight left everyone astounded, their excitement palpable as they fidgeted in anticipation. The bag contained an array of firearms, one belonging to the Qinglong Society, 141191 pistols from the Baihu Society, a Type 54 pistol from Ma Dadong, and 2 homemade shotguns, totaling 16 guns. However, the ammunition was scarce. Only the Type 54 came with spare magazines. Lu Fei placed the Type 54 back into his pocket and gestured to the 15 handguns on the floor, smiling as he inquired, Would you like one? Absolutely. We desire them immensely. The passion men have for firearms rivals that of women. Lu Fei, however, faced a dilemma. Yet there are 25 of you, and only 15 weapons available, half of which lack ammunition. How can we distribute them fairly? Silence fell over the crowd as the issue of scarcity reared its head once more. Even more challenging than dividing a meager meal. After a moment, Lu Fei proposed, Let Chen Gao, Lu Hu, Gao Ming, Ameo Yiqian, Zhang Hao, and Huang Tai, those who have proven themselves, choose first. The remainder may draw lots. Any objections? Chen Gao and Lu Hu were Lu Fei's most trusted allies, while Gao Ming and Ameo possessed remarkable talents of their own. Even toothpicks have contributed their share, and one must not overlook Zhang Hao and Huang Tai, who suffered the gravest injuries in Guangnan. The earth guns are no trifling matter. They can indeed take a life, and thus it is imperative not to dishearten the two. There are no objections. Lu Fei's words hold significant weight within the team. He is a man of his word. All right, Lu Hu, you may choose first. Select any weapon you desire, but be warned, you cannot exchange it. If you happen to pick one without bullets, consider it your misfortune. Lu Fei remained impartial, allowing fate to dictate their choices. Lu Hu was the first to step forward and selected a gun belonging to the Qinglong Society. Unfortunately, it was already devoid of ammunition, having been expended by Lu Fei. Chen Gao and Gao Ming, however, each secured a fully loaded 1191, their spirits buoyed. Amao's luck was reasonable as well, acquiring a weapon with 3 remaining bullets. Much like Lu Hu, Yiqian ended up with an empty firearm. The most amusing sight was Zhang Hao and Huang Tai, who synchronously chose the very earth guns that nearly claimed their lives. Once those who had contributed their share had selected their weapons, it fell to the remaining younger members to draw lots, distributing the last 8 guns among them. Initially, Lu Fei harbored some skepticism towards these younger members. Yet this excursion inadvertently bolstered their morale, as no untoward incidents occurred while eliminating dissent. Observing his brothers reveling in their newly acquired arms, while those who did not receive any appeared somewhat disheartened, Lu Fei clapped his hands to draw their attention and proclaimed, Those without weapons need not fret. There will be opportunities for all. For those who have obtained arms, remember this. They are not to be displayed unnecessarily, nor should they be used to intimidate the weak. Should I discover otherwise, our brotherhood will cease to exist. Do you understand? Understood, Brother Fei. Lu Fei, satisfied with the renewed morale, nodded approvingly. By the way, boss, who do you intend to sell this batch of gold to? Lu Fei made a shushing gesture and replied, quiet down. I will call Lu Jie to inquire about the price. After locating Lu Wen's number in his contacts, Lu Fei dialed. Upon connection, Lu Jie greeted him. Xiao Fei, what brings you to call me? Lu Fei organized his thoughts and explained, Lu Jie, I have a batch of gold bars that I wish to sell. Do you have any channels for this, and what is the price? There was a brief silence on the other end before Lu Jie responded, I have a channel. It's 300 per gram. Xiao Fei, how much do you intend to sell? Chapter 76. The casino is certainly hers 300 per gram. The atmosphere in the cramped room shifted dramatically, and the faces of Lu Fei and his brothers turned pale. Hello, Xiao Fei, are you still there? How much do you have? Calculate it, and I will arrange for the payment. Leave an address, and I will send someone to collect it. Lu Fei regained his composure and quickly replied, Lu Jie, I have 50 kilograms. That much? Very well, I will instruct the finance department to transfer the funds to you. After hanging up, Lu Fei's account swelled by 15 million in no time. Brother Fei, this doesn't just amount to 50 kilograms, does it? Lu Hu pointed to the bags of gold on the floor. Lu Fei retrieved an electronic scale he had prepared earlier and instructed, weigh out 50 kilograms and package it. Once the packing was complete, Lu Fei lit a cigarette, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the remaining stash of gold bars. I find Lu's quotation to be rather low. In Guangnan, Fan Lei mentioned that the market price is 500 per gram, while the black market price stands at 450. Even accounting for intermediaries who may take a cut, it shouldn't amount to a difference of 150. Indeed, Fei Ge, I also sense that the price offered by the president is quite off. It diverges significantly from what Fan Lei proposed, Chen Gao chimed in. With such a disparity, Fei Ge, why don't you refuse and seek other options? Lu Hu asked, perplexed, believing that if he could conceive of this, the boss should certainly be aware of it as well. Lu Fei exhaled a puff of smoke and replied slowly, I cannot decline. Even if Lu were to propose 100 per gram, we would still be obliged to comply. If we had not inquired, we could forego the payment. But once we have asked, we must fulfill our obligation, lest we embarrass the boss. Of course, I want to be foolish enough to pay in full. I will extend the requisite courtesy, and for the price that doesn't align, I shall devise another solution. Before long, an unfamiliar number rang through to Lu Fei's phone. Hello, is this Fei Ge? We are here to collect as instructed by the president. Yes, indeed, we are already downstairs. After hanging up, Lu Fei instructed Lu Hu and Chen Gao, take 2 individuals and bring the gold down. Maintain pleasant expressions, smiles. After observing the man in the Bentley accept the gold bars and depart, Lu Fei returned to the living room, hesitating for a moment before dialing another number. The phone rang for an extended period before being answered. A cool voice tinged with surprise replied, Lu Fei? No, I suppose I should now refer to you as Fei Ge. How are the benefits at the Zhuke Society? What position have you attained now? Lu Fei had just called the current president of the Qinglong Society, He Zhiqiu. He paid little mind to He Zhiqiu's jest and shifted to serious matters. He allowed, I have a business proposition I wish to discuss with you, if you are amenable. Intrigued, He Zhiqiu responded, Oh? Why approach me for collaboration instead of your sister Lu Wen? Let me guess, Lu Wen failed to provide you with satisfactory terms? Lu Fei marveled at how perceptive she was. With just a couple of sentences, she had deduced the reason. Dealing with such a woman, one could hardly conceal infidelity. Speak then. Given our prior acquaintance, collaboration is certainly not out of the question, He Zhiqiu stated nonchalantly. Lu Fei wasted no time and declared, very well. I have a batch of gold bars. What price can you offer per gram? 500. I will take as much as you have, He Zhiqiu quickly replied, seemingly without contemplation. The room fell into a profound silence once more, this time due to the stark price disparity. Lu Fei felt a fleeting impulse, but swiftly dismissed it. President He, a fair price will suffice. If it suits you, how about 400 per gram? I have 100 kilograms available. He did not wish to owe this woman a favor, lest she leverage it against him in the future. Account number? He Zhiqiu, accustomed to her icy demeanor, provided her with a series of digits. The money has been transferred. Deliver the gold bars to Huangpu community. I will send someone to collect shortly. With that, He Zhiqiu abruptly ended the call. Such coldness, Lu Fei remarked, opening his mobile banking app to check his balance. As Lu Fei gazed at the numbers in his account, a sense of confusion washed over him. 9,650,000 seemed rather off. Let's head to Huangpu community to deliver the goods first. We can tally up the finances on the way, he suggested. Upon opening the door, he noticed Luli waiting outside. In the sweltering summer heat, with the hallway poorly ventilated, a few moments had caused sweat to dampen her hair, causing it to cling together. Mao, ever considerate, stepped forward and handed her a pack of napkins. Luli accepted the napkins and shyly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Mao." Lu Fei playfully patted Mao on the shoulder, jesting, while others may carry knives and guns when they step out. "You bring napkins. How unique." Mao glanced at the bashful Luli beside him and leaned in close to Lu Fei's ear, whispering, "Brother Fei, you don't understand. Sometimes, it's the details that determine success or failure." Lu Fei, somewhat perplexed, preferred a passive approach. When a woman actively climbed into his bed, he would then transform his passivity into assertiveness. The group split into 3 vehicles, and Lu Fei directly posed a challenging question to Luli. Without even using a calculator, she replied, "Brother Fei, President, he is paying you 500 per gram." Lu Fei felt a twinge of annoyance and dialed Hijichio, only to find her unresponsive. Frustrated, he wanted to return the excess money, but Luli informed him that the funds had come from a private account, making repayment impossible. What was her motive? Was she trying to entice him? Yet, now that he had joined the Juke society, no matter how generous her offer, he could never betray Sister Lu. Upon arriving at Huangpu community, Lu Fei spotted the familiar Rolls-Royce waiting at the entrance, though Hijichio was absent. Stepping out of the car was Yi Wen. Lu Fei instructed his subordinates to load bags of gold bars into the Rolls-Royce, instantly amplifying its value. "Master Yi, please convey to Miss He that any excess funds can be directed to an account. I intend to return it. There is no need for her to give me more. I shall remember this transaction today, and I, Lu, am not one to be ungrateful. She can rest assured," Lu Fei said earnestly as he offered Yi Wen a cigarette. Yi Wen accepted the cigarette, smiling as he remarked, "Little brother, you've hit it big yet still smoked by Shaw?" Lu Fei lit the cigarette and replied nonchalantly, "I'm accustomed to it. Too lazy to acquire a new taste." Yi Wen chuckled. "Indeed, the young lady also asked me to pass on a message. She mentioned that her payment of 500 is not above the market price, and she believes she can still make significant profits in the future. Just help her secure the casino, and you need not worry." Lu Fei nodded, watching as Yi Wen returned to the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce, assuring him, "Rest assured, the casino will undoubtedly be hers." Chapter 77. Meeting the sister-in-law as Lu Fei watched the Rolls-Royce vanish from sight. He did not enter his car, but instead called to his brothers. "We're not heading back today. Let me introduce you to my sister-in-law." "Brother Fei, you're married," exclaimed Lu Li, covering her mouth in shock. The rest, poised to enter their vehicles, were unable to suppress their curiosity at this explosive revelation. Who says men aren't gossips? It's merely the subject of their gossip that differs. For the time being, there is nothing, but in the future, there certainly will be. For now, let them address it as such. Once we flourish and grow strong, I shall host the most magnificent wedding for them. Them? Shen Gao was the first to detect the peculiarity in Lu Fei's words, genuinely admiring. "Brother Fei, you are indeed fortunate in love. It's not a big deal. Once we're up there, let us keep it normal and not frighten them," Lu Fei remarked as he walked along, casually sharing some gossip with his brothers. "Brother Fei, you're incredible. So, you eliminated the Black Panther purely for the sake of avenging your sister-in-law?" The tale Lu Fei spun was of how he single-handedly stormed into the Black Panther's lair, armed and unfazed, emerging from the fray with a triumphant narrative. With a touch of embellishment, his story captivated his brothers, akin to listening to an American blockbuster like The Avengers. Concerned that confronting the two sisters directly might be intimidating, Lu Fei informed them via his phone before leading his brothers upstairs. Upon opening the door, Lu Fei found the living room empty, calling out twice without a response. Puzzled as to where the individuals had vanished after confirming their awareness. "You all come in and make yourselves comfortable. I will give them a call." Just as Lu Fei was about to dial, the doors to the bedrooms swung open simultaneously, revealing 2 delicate hands. Lu Hu and his companions were greeted by a scene that left their eyes wide and jaws agape, nearly hitting the floor. "I must say, it's just the brothers visiting casually. Are you preparing for a runway show?" Lu Fei sighed, gazing at the 2 stunningly adorned women, Li Ruoxue and Lu Qingling. Today, Li Ruoxue donned a black, deeply plunging back dress that even Lu Fei had never seen before, her back revealing smooth, fair skin, with an alluring silhouette accentuating her curves. Her skirt flowed down to reveal 2 long, snow-white legs, clad in seductive black stockings, and despite being indoors, She wore high heels that elongated her legs even further. In contrast, Lu Qingling's attire appeared comparatively modest. She wore a pristine white dress that highlighted her well-proportioned figure, with her ample bosom and curvaceous form creating a classic pear shape. The dress barely reached mid-thigh, showcasing her flawless, unadorned legs, which were the epitome of natural beauty. Lu Qingling went barefoot, her delicate feet resting on the floor, the fair tops and rosy soles inciting a sense of allure. As the two women stood together, Lu Qingling's height was striking. Even barefoot, she was only slightly shorter than Li Ruoxue, her figure more voluptuous. However, her casual dress concealed much of her enviable form, while Li Ruoxue's fitted outfit accentuated her physique, drawing the majority of the brothers' gazes towards her. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence until the first to regain composure realized that staring at their sister-in-law was rather impolite. Hai Ming, the first to react, broke the silence by exclaiming, "Sister-in-law." Entranced by the allure of the elder sisters, the younger brothers suddenly became aware of their indiscretion and collectively exclaimed, "Good afternoon, elder sisters." Lu Fei intended to suggest that they need not be so formal, but Li Ruoxu interjected, saying, "Please take a seat. I am Li Ruoxue, and this is Lu Qingling. You may call us Sister Shui and Sister Ling." Lu Qingling, standing beside her, playfully remarked, "From now on, call her elder sister and me second sister." "Yes, second sister," a quick-tongued younger brother echoed. Li Ruoxue hastily waved her hand, saying, "Do not heed Ling's nonsense. She is merely a sweet fool, easily deceived by your elder brother. You may either all call us elder sisters or address us as sisters." Even Li Ruoxue herself was perplexed by Lu Qingling's willingness to concede so much. Typically, one would expect her to whisper sweet nothings and then be cast aside. Lu Fei also playfully tapped the head of the quick-tongued younger brother, asserting, "What second sister? They are all elder sisters." Lu Qingling said nothing, her smile deepening as she gazed at Lu Fei, who was defending her. With her hands crossed behind her, she fixed her autumn-like eyes on the man who had stirred her heart for the first time. Both Li Ruoxue and Lu Qingling were not difficult individuals to get along with, and soon Lu Fei's brothers became quite familiar with them. Witnessing the scene, Lu Fei felt a surge of satisfaction. His women did not look down upon his brothers, and his brothers held his women in high regard. Today, Lu Fei had long planned to introduce his brothers to his women, but the recent turn of events had accelerated this meeting. First and foremost, he intended to ensure that only trustworthy individuals met Sister Shui and Sister Ling, so that in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, they would have reliable brothers to rely on. He feared that if he brought in just anyone, he might find himself burdened by an unforeseen betrayal. Li Ruoxue and Lu Qingling were also quite hospitable, eagerly heading out to buy ingredients to prepare meals for the brothers, though the presentation left much to be desired. "This chicken soup is quite good. You all should drink up," Li Ruoxue said, serving a bowl to Lu Fei. He gazed into the soup, where unknown objects floated, unsure of where to begin. "Drink. Why aren't you drinking?" Li Ruoxue observed the brothers' furrowed brows, and her mood began to dip, her head lowering in silence. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Lu Fei gently grasped her hand and said, "Cooking is a skill that takes time to improve. I will accompany you in learning." With determination, he looked at the chicken soup, took a deep breath, and gulped down the concoction, along with the floating bits. "How is it? How is it?" Li Ruoxue inquired eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Not bad," Lu Fei exclaimed. Upon hearing his praise, Li Ruoxue's gloom dissipated. It mattered not if others found her cooking unpalatable, as long as Lu Fei enjoyed it. Just as Lu Fei thought the moment had concluded, Lu Qingling added a dark, unrecognizable piece to his bowl. "What is this?" Even with his vast experience, Lu Fei could not identify the peculiar item. "This is the egg for the scrambled tomatoes, right?" "Xiao Fei, you wouldn't refuse to eat it, would you?" "If you don't want it, I'll just toss it away," Lu Qingling said with a hint of grievance, rising to help Lu Fei dispose of it. Lu Fei's gaze fell upon the adhesive bandage on Lu Qingling's middle finger joint. "Having already consumed the toxic chicken soup, what harm could the black egg do to me?" With determination, Lu Fei swallowed the egg in one bite. "Delicious. I need to rush to the restroom." Chapter 78. 100 million emerging from the restroom. Lu Fei's complexion had paled considerably. To spare his friends from suffering, Lu Fei proposed to prepare 2 more dishes for them. He entered the kitchen and surveyed the ingredients left in disarray by Li Ruoxue and Lu Qingling, selecting a few suitable items to create a large pot of stew. Given the number of people, He used 2 basins, placing one on each table. Observing the remaining shrimp, eggplant, potatoes, green beans, and meat, he decided it would be simpler to stew everything together. Before serving, Lu Fei tasted it himself. The flavor was not bad, marking it as a successful experiment, which he named Sea, Land, and Air Night Fresh. Li Ruoxue and Lu Qingling were initially indifferent to the night fresh, as women often prefer more refined presentations, and the basin resembled pig feed. However, after tasting their own creation, they unhesitatingly joined the ranks of the basin brigade. After finishing 2 basins of Sea, Land, and Air Night Fresh, Li Ruoxue and Lu Qingling swiftly and discreetly cleared away their dishes, with Lu Fei and the others cooperating as if nothing had happened. Post-dinner, Lu Fei lounged on the sofa, picking his teeth while watching television with everyone. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to the 2 women and said, "Sister Shui, Sister Ling, I have something significant to share." Both women turned back, curious about what he had to say. "You 2 are about to become the proprietors," Lu Fei replied with a grin. Lu Qingling was the first to understand, her eyes widening with surprise. "Xiao Fei, are you planning to start a business?" Lu Fei nodded affirmatively. "Yes. My brothers and I have pooled some funds to establish a comprehensive entertainment venue, combining dining and leisure, named Kitty and Few." At this moment, Li Ruoxue grasped Lu Fei's intention and expressed her concern. "I've heard that starting a business carries significant risks, with a high probability of loss. Xiao Fei, perhaps you should reconsider, so your brother's investment doesn't go to waste." Lu Fei shook his head resolutely. "Sister Shui, I cannot remain in the underworld forever. I need to establish my own enterprise and have a solid foundation. Living as a scoundrel will inevitably lead to a premature demise." Lu Qingling nodded in agreement, retrieving a bank card from her pocket and placing it in Lu Fei's hand. "Xiao Fei, I lack experience in entrepreneurship and cannot offer guidance, but this card contains my savings of 200,000. Feel free to use it. The nightclub manager has promoted both me and Sister Shui, and our salaries have multiplied. If it fails, I'll support you." Li Ruoxue had initially intended to persuade Lu Qingling to join her, but to her surprise, Lu Qingling unconditionally trusted Lu Fei. Although she had received a promotion, 200,000 was still a substantial amount. With a smile, Lu Qingling turned to Li Ruoxue and asked, "Do you not believe in Xiao Fei?" Li Ruoxue found herself momentarily speechless, hesitating for a while before letting out a sigh and pulling out a bank card from behind her, handing it over. "All my savings are in here. You manage it as you see fit. If this endeavor fails, you must focus on your job and abandon any fanciful notions." Ultimately, Li Ruoxue acquiesced. Lu Fei gazed at the 2 bank cards in his hand. Though they contained little money, indeed, less than the spare change in his own card, the emotional weight they carried was immense. "Very well, I shall accept the cards. When the time comes, I will allocate 10% of my shares to both Sister Shui and Sister Ling." Lu Fei did not refuse the goodwill of the 2 women. He was confident in his success. "Once I finish selecting the land, I will leave the remaining renovation oversight to you," Lu Fei said with a cheerful smile. "That sounds wonderful. I absolutely adore nurturing projects. Witnessing them transform into what I envision is simply marvelous." Lu Qingling exclaimed, her excitement evident as she danced about joyfully. "You, enjoying working for free so much," Li Ruoxue teased, playfully tapping Lu Qingling on the head. "Forget about working for free. I would gladly do anything for Xiao Fei." Lu Qingling flirtatiously gazed at Lu Fei, openly expressing her affection. Lu Fei, observing the group of brothers around him who were busy with their own affairs, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just as he was feeling full and ready to engage in some activity, he decided to usher them out. "All right, the meal has been eaten, and my sister-in-law has been acknowledged. It's time for everyone to return to their own homes and beds." The brothers, perceptive to their leader's urgency, promptly took their leave, bidding farewell with eagerness. Once the crowd of younger brothers had departed, Lu Fei swiftly made his way to Lu Qingling's side, his right hand slipping around her thigh while his left embraced her smooth, fair back. In a swift motion, he lifted her into a princess carry. Startled by Lu Fei's suddenness, Lu Qingling's beautiful legs flailed adorably, captivating in their grace. "Time's almost up. I'm going to take my rest now," he declared playfully. Lu Qingling responded with a soft giggle, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling seductively as she whispered in his ear, "All right. Have you 2 forgotten someone?" The next day, feeling refreshed, Lu Fei once again found himself ensconced between the 2 women, waking up around noon. After preparing lunch for them, he began to focus on his actual business. Standing by the balcony, he lit a cigarette and stared at a note in front of him, retrieving his phone to dial a number. After 3 rings, the call was answered, but there was a moment of silence on the other end. Lu Fei broke the ice. "Hello, Director Chow. I am Lu Fei, introduced by Elder Yi." A calm and authoritative voice responded, "You need not be so formal. Just call me Director Chow. I am aware of your situation, and within my capacity, I can assist you 3 times. After that, our paths shall diverge." Lu Fei chuckled inwardly, realizing it was merely a matter of his current lack of influence. "Wait, once I unify your district, you will be begging to collaborate with me." On the surface, Lu Fei maintained a respectful demeanor while articulating his ambition. "Director Chow, I desire a plot of land in the heart of Baolong District. I intend to construct the most extravagant entertainment hub in all of Magic City." Chow Meng fell silent for a moment, seemingly taken aback by Lu Fei's audacity. At 123 Xiangfeng Road in Baolong District, there exists a defunct restaurant. It may not be tall, but it occupies a considerable area. Can you manage it? Lu Fei pondered briefly before inquiring. 100 million. That is the minimum price. To establish a respectable enterprise, 5,000 square meters is essential. Lu Fei involuntarily trembled. He had underestimated the formidable nature of the 4 major gang industries. This was already the least developed area, Baolong District. If it were at the Peace Hotel, the price would surely double. I still need a little more. Could I possibly reserve the land for now and settle the payment later? Lu Fei hesitated for a long while, feeling embarrassed as he spoke over the phone. He had initially believed that his capital of over 90 million was sufficient, yet he found that he could not even afford a piece of land. Despite the exorbitant cost, nothing could deter Lu Fei's determination to build a skyscraper from the ground up. Kitty and Few would become his stronghold. Chapter 79, A Threat to My Life. I can hold this land for you for a month. As long as you gather the funds within this time frame, it will be yours. However, I must remind you that if you fail to secure the money after a month, you will only have 2 opportunities to seek my assistance. Chow Meng concluded before hanging up without waiting for Lu Fei's response. A month, huh? Lu Fei calculated. With the contributions from Xue Jie and Ling Jie, he had a total of 97 million, and he was completely out of gold bars. This meant he needed to cover a shortfall of 3 million within a month. What to do? Perhaps he should continue collecting debts. Lu Fei frowned, smoking a cigarette on the balcony, not out of concern for gathering the 3 million, but for the subsequent budget, which had already been fully invested in this land. What's wrong, Xiao Fei? You seem troubled. Is it that your startup funds are insufficient? Lu Qingling entered the balcony, carrying a change of clothes, observing Lu Fei's melancholic demeanor. Upon seeing Lu Qingling, Lu Fei extinguished his cigarette and quickly donned a warm smile. "It's nothing. I just struck a deal for a piece of land with a partner. In a few days, I will take you all to see it." As Lu Qingling hung her dress and lingerie, she replied with a cheerful tone, "Great. Once Xiao Fei's establishment opens, I will resign from a nightclub and work for you for free." Lu Fei shook his head vigorously. "That won't do. If Ling Jie joins, she should at least be the general manager, and her salary must start at 6 figures. Hearing his words, Lu Qingling's lovely face broke into a charming smile, radiating warmth like the spring sun. "All right, I believe in you, Xiao Fei. You must work hard," she whispered encouragingly in his ear, and without forgetting, she planted a gentle kiss on his cheek as a token of praise. As Lu Fei gazed upon the retreating figure of the beautiful woman, his heart swelled with determination to strengthen and expand his endeavors, providing a sense of assurance to his brothers and beloved. Stepping out onto the balcony, he received a call from Lu Hu. "Who's what's the matter?" Lu Fei inquired. "Feige, my brothers have a small favor to ask of you. It's not ideal to discuss over the phone. We are currently at the entrance of the residential complex. Would you mind coming down?" Lu Hu replied with a hint of hesitation. "All right, give me 5 minutes," Lu Fei responded, and in the call, he swiftly tidied himself and exited the door. Outside the Huangpu residential complex, 3 familiar vehicles awaited him. Upon seeing Lu Fei emerge, the occupants sprang from their cars, standing beside him and respectfully exclaiming, "Feige." Lu Fei turned to Lu Hu, who stood at the forefront, and asked, "Who's what is it you wish to discuss?" After a moment of awkwardness, Lu Hu, urged by the others, mustered the courage to speak. "Feige, we were discussing on our way back yesterday. Now that we have some financial means, we feel that Mu Cheng and her family are in a dire situation. We thought about pooling our resources to help them settle the 500,000 debt. What do you think?" Lu Fei raised an eyebrow, countering, "You wish to do a charitable deed?" "Yes, we wish to do something within our capabilities," Lu Hu answered timidly. The others watched Lu Fei's expression intently, aware of his strained relationship with the girl Mu Cheng, fearing he might hold a grudge against her. "Very well. If you wish to assist, then do so. However, I must emphasize that our current capabilities are still insufficient. Enhancing our strength is paramount. Otherwise, there will come a day when we are unable to help anyone," Lu Fei stated before taking a seat in the passenger side of the Buick 8, leaving the others outside exchanging glances. "Feej, does this mean you agree?" The realization dawned on them, and their spirits soared. They all held a fondness for Mu Cheng. After all, who could resist a charming and filial child? Their first stop was the Peace Hotel, where Lu Fei and Ye Fei completed the necessary paperwork, using 500,000 from his card to settle the debts of Li Mei's family, receiving a receipt in return. "All right, now Li Mei and Zhu Chue's debts are cleared." "Feiga, I never imagined you to be such a benevolent soul," Ye Fei teased lightly. Lu Fei shrugged off her playful jibe. Whether he was seen as benevolent or not didn't matter much to him. He hadn't originally intended to help. It was merely out of consideration for his brothers. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. When one chooses to borrow, they must ponder whether they can endure the burden of that debt. In hospitals, countless patients abandon their treatments daily due to exorbitant medical costs, and Lu Fei's contributions were insufficient to aid each one. Departing from the Peace Hotel, Lu Fei and his companions drove to a small clinic. He handed the bill to Lu Hu, smiling. "Brother Hu, go and share this joyous news with your sister Mu Cheng." Lu Hu scratched his head in embarrassment, and the others chimed in teasingly. "Feej, it's your money. You should go." Lu Fei understood their sentiments well, recognizing that Li Mei's family held a negative impression of him. By stepping forward as a benefactor, he aimed to ease tensions and ensure they would continue to visit the delightful little sister in the future. "Your antics are unbearable," he remarked with a chuckle. Lu Fei abruptly flung open the car door, clutching a bill as he strode into the clinic, instructing the other brothers to wait outside while he hastily dropped off the document. However, upon reaching the clinic's entrance, he sensed something amiss. The door was locked, and darkness enveloped the interior. Suddenly, a twitch in his eyelid sparked an instinct akin to a spider's sense, warning him of impending danger from behind. Indeed, as he turned around, a kitchen knife hurtled towards him with lethal intent. Lu Fei swiftly dodged, the knife crashing into the clinic's glass door instead. Almost instantaneously, a ghostly figure clad in white lunged at him, emitting a wailing curse reminiscent of a spirit from the underworld. "Return my daughter." The bewildered Lu Fei sidestepped, only to recognize the figure as Li Mei in her white coat, behaving as if she were a vengeful specter, despite him having done her no wrong. After her desperate lunge missed, she regained her stance, gripping a gleaming scalpel with her slender arm, veins protruding as she thrust it towards Lu Fei's abdomen with all her might. "Good heavens, is she trying to take my life? I warned you, benevolence comes with risks." Lu Fei internally lamented, yet his movements were deft. Just as the blade was about to pierce his belly, his strong hand firmly grasped Li Mei's delicate wrist, halting the scalpel an inch from his body. With a cold gaze, Lu Fei regarded Li Mei, who had aimed the knife at him. "What are you planning? Are you here to collect a debt and resort to violence? Don't assume that just because you're a woman with a tragic background, I won't retaliate." Li Mei winced in pain from his grip, yet she suppressed her cries, glaring at Lu Fei with palpable hatred. If looks could kill, he would have perished 100 times over. "You are inconsistent. You promised me a month, and before that month is even up, you come demanding payment. Not only are you treacherous, but your moral decay is appalling. I borrowed the money, and you can confront me, but what gives you the right to threaten my daughter? I will end you." Suddenly, Li Mei seemed to lose her composure, her voice hoarse and frantic as she shouted, disregarding the pain in her wrist, and raised her other hand to slap Lu Fei across the face. This time, Lu Fei did not evade. He was still pondering when he had ever claimed to be there to collect debts or why he would harm her daughter. Had he not been in Guangnan just yesterday? With a sharp crack, the sound of her slap echoed through the courtyard. Yet Lu Fei remained unmoved, astonished at this deranged woman daring to strike him. Equally shocked were Lu Hu and his companions, who had just rushed into the courtyard. Li Mei too was taken aback, surprised that her forceful slap had failed to affect the man before her. Realizing he had inexplicably been struck, a surge of fury ignited within Lu Fei. He swiftly drew a pistol from his waist, thrusting the barrel into Li Mei's mouth. "You are courting death." Li Mei's face was ashen. Her eyes filled with terror as she gazed at the man before her. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, the cold barrel of the gun pressed against her throat, making her acutely aware of the fear of death for the first time. Who on earth was this man, carrying a handgun? Was he merely a debt collector? Fei Ge, please don't. The onlookers rushed forward to restrain Lu Fei, fearing that in a moment of impulse, he might leave Mu Cheng an orphan. Lu Hu and Cheng Gao exerted tremendous effort to wrest the gun from Lu Fei's grasp. Lu Fei remained silent, standing before Li Mei as he lit a cigarette, exhaling the smoke directly into her face. He then retrieved several contract bills from his pocket, tossing them toward Li Mei with indifference. I don't know what madness has taken hold of you today. I'm merely here to inform you that my brother has pooled money to pay off your debts. From now on, you and Zhuke will have no further entanglements. With that, Lu Fei took the gun back from Lu Hu, grimacing at the saliva on the barrel before wiping it casually on his sleeve and returning it to the small of his back, walking silently toward the exit. Lu Hu and the others exchanged glances between their leader and Li Mei, ultimately offering a few words in Lu Fei's defense. Sisterly, you must have misunderstood our Fei Ge. He just returned from Guangnan yesterday and has been absent from Modu these past few days. Perhaps your daughter left in a fit of anger? Once Lu Fei departed, Li Mei's legs gave way and she sank to the ground, her gaze fixed on the bills and contracts that had fallen before her. From this day forth, Mr. Lu Fei would settle Li Mei's 500,000 debt, thereby clearing her obligations with Zhuke Debt Company. As she beheld the blood-red official seal, Li Mei's body trembled even more, her memories aligning with the stark contrast of the man before her, and realization dawned upon her. Observing Li Mei's despondent state, Lu Hu and his companions could only sigh as they exited. With their leader remaining silent, they felt powerless to assist her further. Upon stepping outside, they found Lu Fei leaning against the car, lost in thought. Everyone's here? Let's get in. Seeing his brothers emerge, he opened the passenger door and took a seat. Let us go. We've done what we could. The child's disappearance is a matter beyond our reach without our leader's intervention. Cheng Gao patted the somewhat disheartened Lu Hu on the shoulder, sighed, and instructed everyone to board the vehicle. As the car was about to pull onto the road, a figure in a white lab coat suddenly threw herself in front of the vehicle. Had it not been for Mao's quick reflexes, who slammed on the brakes, she would have been run over. Lu Fei unbuckled, hit his head against the dashboard. His icy gaze fell upon Li Mei, who knelt on the ground before him. Damn it. Why won't you just let it go? Are you truly seeking death? Having spared this woman once, did she now wish to throw herself into danger again? Perhaps it was time to play the role of the savior once more. This time, Lu Fei's murderous intent was palpable. Ever since Li Mei had spoken of wanting him dead, his desire to eliminate her had only intensified, even when he had just pressed the gun against her lips. Lu Fei had never contemplated killing her. The safety had always been engaged. However, after repeated provocations, he found his patience waning. Lu Fei forcefully kicked open the car door and stepped out, intending to draw his weapon and eliminate Li Mei from behind, only to discover that he was unarmed. He turned back, glaring furiously at Mao, who hastily averted his gaze, nervously shoving the gun into Cheng Gao's hands. Lu Fei's icy stare fell upon Li Mei, who was kneeling before him. With a voice devoid of emotion, he declared, "I grant you 3 seconds to leave this place and make your way to my vehicle, or I will have someone run you over." At that moment, the venomous resolve in Li Mei's eyes dissipated. Raising her tear-streaked face toward Lu Fei, she crawled a few steps closer, gripping his calf tightly as she trembled. "Brother Lu, I realize I misjudged you. Please, I beg you, show mercy and save my daughter. She has been taken by true villains. I know you are a good person. I implore you to help her." At this juncture, Lu Hu and Cheng Gao joined Lu Fei's side, their hearts stirred with sympathy upon witnessing the weeping beauty before them. They crouched down and gently inquired, "Sisterly, do you recall any distinguishing features of those who abducted your daughter?" Li Mei's sobs momentarily ceased, yet she clung to Lu Fei's leg, as if her grasp would compel him to remain and assist her. "Last night, around 7 or 8 o'clock, I was attending to patients when a group of menacing thugs stormed in, demanding repayment and forcibly ejecting my patients. Unlike you, I misjudged your intentions. Mu Cheng informed me of your kindness and the grace you afforded me with extended time. These men, however, were different. Upon learning that I could not repay my debts, they resorted to violence. My daughter, hearing the commotion, rushed downstairs and was seized before my eyes. They threatened that if I did not repay within 3 days, they would sell her into a brothel. Brothers, can you save my daughter? Lu, whose brow furrowed in anger as he exclaimed, what a wretched bunch. Mu Chung hasn't even completed elementary school, and those scoundrels wish to sell her into a brothel. If I come across them, I shall rip their heads off and feed them to the dogs. Chapter 81. I am the son of the 4 great kings. Li Mei quickly shook her head. Eager to clarify, no, it's not Mu Chung. It's my eldest daughter, Xia Chung. She has just turned 18, and those bastards want to force her into a brothel while also planning to sell Mu Chung to traffickers. I beg you, brothers, I am truly at my wit's end. Lu Hu glanced back at Lu Fei, who remained impassive, his expression betraying no sign of change. Lu Hu turned back to Li Mei, continuing to question her. Did those men possess any distinctive traits? I saw the leader. He had a tattoo on his neck, quite unique. It's red, depicting a large crimson bird. Upon hearing this, Lu Hu and the others felt a jolt of recognition. A crimson bird. Was that not the emblem of the Zhuke society? Who else would bear such a tattoo? As Lu Fei sensed the collective gaze of those around him fixated upon himself, he glanced down at Li Mei, who was still clinging to his calf. With a hint of indifference, he remarked, how much longer do you intend to hold on? If you are genuinely interested, perhaps you should open the clinic. I have yet to experience the role of a doctor. At his words, Li Mei hurriedly released her grip, a deep flush of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Lu Fei distinctly felt the soft warmth depart from his leg as he turned and entered the vehicle. What are you still dawdling for? Do not forget where you all belong. Lu Fei's voice was icy with admonition. They were under the jurisdiction of the Zhuke society. And even if it were the society's doing, they could only report it upwards. Internal conflict was strictly prohibited within the gang. Should a member err, the higher-ups would mete out punishment. Lu Fei and Yufei had no higher authority than the society's president, Lu Wen. Coming to terms with their predicament, the group reluctantly boarded the cars, departing the clinic amidst Li Mei's despairing gaze. After you drop me off at home, you may all return to your respective places. Do not contemplate stirring up trouble, Lu Fei stated within the vehicle. A heavy silence enveloped the interior, the atmosphere stifling to an extreme. The car swiftly returned to Huangpu community, and Lu Fei remained watching the 3 vehicles depart before dialing Yufei. Brother Fei, is there something you need? Yufei's gentle voice came through the receiver. Could you assist me? Please retrieve all surveillance footage from the ping and clinic on Xin Street between 7 and 8 yesterday evening. Not a problem. I will send it to you shortly. Yufei replied with ease. Before long, Lu Fei received the video clips from Yufei. At 32 times speed, he quickly identified the individuals Li Mei had mentioned as having abducted Xia Chung and Mu Chung. Upon magnifying the faces on his phone screen, he was barely able to discern their features. He sent a screenshot to Yufei, inquiring, are these individuals affiliated with the Zhuke society? Instead of responding through text, Yufei called him directly. Once connected, her voice was tinged with urgency. Brother Fei, why are Zhao Tai and his group here? And what do you intend to do about them? Lu Fei replied coldly, of course, I have a reason for seeking them out. Hasn't Sister Lu entrusted the debt collection business to me? Their interference tarnishes my reputation. Please investigate this license plate number and trace its movements from last night to today. Yufei hesitated, her voice strained. My father has instructed me not to engage in conflict with Zhao Tai. If anything goes awry, the blame will fall entirely on me. I cannot assist you. Hurry. After a long pause, she finally relented. Very well, I will look into it. We do not have time for distractions. Focus on the task at hand. Confused, Yufei responded, I am focused on the task. The vehicle went to a derelict building in the western part of the city, lingered briefly, and then returned. This morning, it went back to the same site and has not emerged since. The location is... Lu Fei noted the location and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. When my shop opens, I shall treat you to a meal. You're opening a shop? What kind? Yufei inquired with curiosity, but the line had already disconnected with a busy tone. I'm so infuriated. Yufei pouted in frustration. On the other end, Lu Fei had no time for idle conversation. He had already entered a taxi, instructing the driver to head to the address provided by Yufei. The boss has arrived. Beyond this point, no further passage is possible. Lu Fei gazed at the black car parked by the roadside, its license plate identical to the one he had seen on the surveillance footage. Thanks, how much is it? 50 will suffice. Within the dilapidated building, a group of men sat around a table, their bare arms exposed as they engaged in a game of cards. 4. No way. You're telling me you wouldn't play your last card. A 4? I can't afford to, Brother Zhao. I've only got a 3 left. Damn you. Zhao Tai exclaimed, hurling his cards in frustration, his eyes shifting to the two women who were making a commotion nearby. Crying, are we? What are you sobbing about? You still have more than a day. If your mother can't gather enough money, you can expect to end up in a brothel. And you, well, you might as well prepare to be sold off as someone's child bride. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the man's words, Mu Cheng wept even harder, her delicate face a picture of sorrow. If Lu were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly ensure that these men faced dire consequences. Xia Cheng's fleeting fear was quickly replaced by defiance as she exclaimed, "What you are doing is a crime. The sheriff will have you all arrested. Even if my mother owes you money, you should collect it through lawful means." "Damn your lawful means. I'm part of the Underworld. I do as I please." Zhao Tai arrogantly gestured to the phoenix tattoo on his neck. "Do you know what this signifies? It is the Phoenix Society, a realm you country bumpkins could never hope to attain. Dare to borrow from the Phoenix Society and not repay? Humph." At this point, Zhao Tai's gaze turned lecherous as he fixated on Xia Cheng, swallowing hard. With lustful intentions, Zhao Tai staggered towards Xia Cheng like a drunken man. Seeing this, Mu Cheng instinctively shrank into her sister Xia Cheng's embrace. Though Xia Cheng felt fear, she also had to protect her sister. Her right hand groped until it grasped a sharp stone, which she clenched tightly in her palm. Observing the leader's disregard for the rules and his intent to escalate the situation, a subordinate hurriedly cautioned, "Brother Zhao, we've taken over something Lu Fei is managing. If he finds out, will he come after us? Perhaps we should keep a low profile, take the money, and leave." However, Zhao Tai, in a state of overwhelming desire, dismissed Lu Fei entirely. What is he? Just a Na'vi rookie who recently joined the gang. He is merely a thug who took over that useless Lin Dong's position. At the end of the day, he is nothing but muscle. And me? I am the son of one of the four pillars of the Phoenix Society. Who dares to provoke me? Who can touch me? Chapter 82. The Withering White Lotus. Seeing Zhao Tai unyielding, the subordinates resigned themselves to ignoring the scene, reverting their game from 4 players to 3. Zhao Tai approached Xia Cheng and forcefully yanked the petite Mu Cheng from her grasp. "What are you doing? Let go of my sister." Xia Cheng struggled to reclaim Mu Cheng from Zhao Tai's hold, but as an undeveloped young girl, she was no match for him. Disinterested in the child who he merely regarded as an inconvenience, cast her aside and redirected his lustful gaze towards Xia Cheng. The most precious first experience of a pure maiden should not be surrendered to the destitute scoundrels of the brothel. It was I who should savor this first drop of blood, he chuckled, as Xia Cheng listened to the lewd words spilling from Zhao Tai's lips. Accompanied by the hand that had brazenly found its way onto her outer garment, she could no longer endure it. With her eyes closed, she raised her arm and struck Zhao Tai's head with all her might. "Ah, my head!" Zhao Tai exclaimed, revealing a sharp edge of stone during Xia Cheng's desperate blow, which struck him and caused a significant wound, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The nearby lackeys were taken aback by the scene. Such a fierce woman. This was the son of one of the 4 great kings, and a blow like that might lead to more than just a night in the brothel. It could spell disaster. Indeed, Zhao Tai, clutching his bleeding head, howled in agony while cursing vehemently, "You filthy whore! Damn it! I will make you pay for this. Everyone, drop your pants. I will end her today." In his fury, Zhao Tai delivered a brutal kick to Xia Cheng's abdomen. The impact caused her face to pale, her body curling up on the ground like a shrimp, emitting low groans of pain. Yet, the torment did not cease. Zhao Tai seized her hair and yanked her upwards. Xia Cheng felt as though her scalp might be torn away, yet her eyes remained defiant, instilling a chill in Zhao Tai's heart. She understood that there was no escaping today. The stone was merely an attempt to prevent the beast before her from easily claiming her. With eyes ablaze in rage, Zhao Tai gazed upon the wilting white lotus that was Xia Cheng. The more she struggled, the more exhilarated he became. Impatiently, he reached out, violently tearing at her clothing, and with a ripping sound, her blouse was shredded, exposing a large expanse of her fair skin. Xia Cheng fought desperately, her voice filled with despair as she screamed, "If you have the guts, kill me. Even as a ghost, I will not let you go." Zhao Tai continued his relentless assault, a lewd grin spreading across his face as he replied, "Oh, I look forward to you haunting me once you're dead. I have yet to encounter a female ghost." With that, he leaned down, ready to devour the pristine flesh before him. "Let go of my sister." Mu Cheng cried out from the side, her small frame appearing utterly powerless. Never encountered a female ghost? That's simple. I'll send you down to play with her. A cold voice suddenly echoed through the abandoned building. Zhao Tai and his lackeys whipped around, alert, as they turned toward the source of the voice. This derelict structure was a failed investment of his father, and rarely did anyone dare to enter. Initially, vagrants had snuck into rest. But after Zhao Tai had broken the legs of one such intruder and thrown him out, no one dared to trespass on Zhao's territory again. Who dares disturb me? Do they not know this is Zhao's domain? Zhao Tai, accustomed to his arrogance, relied on his father's position as the leader of the Zhuke Association to dominate the streets of the Magic City, engaging in all manner of wrongdoing, while only needing to remain discreet in the presence of the law. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged from the stairs of an unfinished building, approaching alone, his expression cold and indifferent as he regarded Zhao Tai and his companions. Zhao Tai felt an unsettling familiarity in the man's appearance, his imposing aura suggesting he was no ordinary individual. Cautiously, he inquired, "Who are you?" Seizing the moment, Mu Qing hurriedly fled to her sister's embrace, tears streaming down her face as she pointed at Lu Fei by the stairway, exclaiming, "Sister, we're doomed. Another bad man has come. The very one who tried to take me away last time." At these words, a jolt of alarm shot through Xia Cheng, mirrored by Zhao Tai's own trepidation. The implication was clear. This man had come to collect a debt from them. The only individual who could demand such information, aside from the new killer boss Lu Fei, was none other than him. "You're Lu Fei?" Zhao Tai ventured, his suspicion growing as he studied the man's face, which seemed increasingly familiar. Lu Fei offered no reply, his gaze shifting to the sobbing sisters. His attention lingered on Xia Cheng's bosom, nodding slightly, quite fair little white rabbit. Yet, compared to the tender innocence of a rabbit, Lu Fei preferred the more voluptuous figures of Ling Jie and Xue Jie, as they were far more satisfying. Xia Cheng, keenly aware of Lu Fei's gaze and recalling her sister Mu Qing's words, directed her attention to the stone wall nearby, determination flashing in her eyes. Damn it, this audacious attitude can only belong to Lu Fei. That bastard thinks he is invincible, disregarding even Brother Zhao. As Lu Fei approached, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over Zhao Tai and his companions. Was this the aura of a man who carried numerous lives on his shoulders? As Lu Fei stood before him, Zhao Tai instinctively took a step back, sensing his own presence being overshadowed. Yet, steeling himself, he advanced 2 steps, casting a hostile glance at the towering figure of Lu Fei. "Lu Fei, you leave now. For the sake of our association, I can pretend this never happened." Lu Fei let out a cold laugh, responding, "Zhao Tai, you may choose to ignore this, but that does not mean I can. You may harm others, but you cannot infringe upon my business or my clients." Zhao Tai's brow furrowed as he retorted, "Damn it, are you relentless? I've shown you mercy, but if you refuse to accept it, don't blame me for being rude. Brothers, take him down." The few henchmen surrounding Zhao Tai exchanged glances, hesitantly pointing at themselves. "Me? Can I?" They faltered, their usual bravado evaporating. "Where's your courage gone? He merely killed a white leopard. Why are you all trembling? Get in there and handle him." Zhao Tai kicked at a subordinate who was retreating behind him. The hapless thug stumbled forward, crashing into Lu Fei's arms, raising his head only to meet Lu Fei's authoritative gaze, which bore down upon him with an unsettling intensity. Chapter 83. Confrontation with the Zhao Tai brothers. Upon meeting Lu Fei's imposing gaze, Zhao Tai's subordinate trembled with fear, instinctively wishing to retreat and create distance. However, Lu Fei moved swiftly, denying him the chance to escape, and struck directly at the top of his head with a powerful punch. The first of Zhao Tai's advancing subordinates collapsed to the ground, convulsing from the force of Lu Fei's blow, a gruesome wound on his head spilling blood profusely onto the ground. Seeing that his subordinate had convulsed a few times before falling still, Zhao Tai grimly acknowledged the grim fate that awaited him. "You, Lu, strike with such brutality, showing no regard for our fraternity. Today, I shall execute you on behalf of the president. Kill him." Zhao Tai seethed at Lu Fei, indifferent to the loss of a mere subordinate. Yet these few had grown up under his wing, calling him elder brother. He favored their company, for although they lacked strength, their loyalty and deep bonds were irreplaceable. Now, with one punch, Lu Fei had taken away someone dear to him. In Zhao Tai's eyes, Lu Fei was as good as dead. The remaining 2 subordinates, witnessing their comrade's demise at Lu Fei's feet, felt their fear morph into fury. They brandished their machetes and screamed as they charged at Lu Fei, intent on avenging their fallen brother. As Lu Fei faced the incoming blades, he did not flinch or evade, but met them head-on with a punch. The sharp clang of metal echoed throughout the dilapidated building, the tremendous force causing Zhao Tai's subordinates to stumble back in disbelief, their gazes fixed on Lu Fei's hand. No wonder he could slay Long Mao with a single blow. He wields a brass knuckle. One subordinate, realizing the weapon Lu Fei bore, warned his companions. Understood. Let's avenge Long Mao. After a moment of shock, the two subordinates renewed their assault on Lu Fei. This time, he chose not to confront them head-on. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the descending machete with ghost-like agility, then unleashed a fierce punch that landed squarely on one subordinate's chest. With a resounding impact, the struck subordinate dropped his machete, flying back like a broken kite, blood seeping through his fingers as he clutched his chest. Lu Fei continued his relentless assault, pivoting to deliver another devastating blow aimed at the abdomen of the remaining foe. Lightning, be careful! The fallen subordinate called out urgently, fully aware of Lu Fei's might. He understood that to withstand this punch would mean either death or serious injury. The youth known as Lightning, unable to evade in time, could only bring down his machete in a desperate attempt to defend himself. At that moment, Lu Fei's fist halted abruptly, then lunged toward Lightning's wrist, securing it in an unyielding grip, rendering the machete ineffective just an inch from Lu Fei's shoulder. Meanwhile, with his other hand clenched into a fist, Lu Fei relentlessly struck Lei Dian's face, each blow landing with unforgiving force. After several punches, Lei Dian's visage was reduced to a grotesque mess, rendering his original features unrecognizable. Just as Lu Fei contemplated discarding the incapacitated Lei Dian aside, a palpable sense of danger surged through every nerve in his body. Instinctively, Lu Fei trusted this foreboding feeling, as it had recently been validated by the flying kitchen knife hurled by Li Mei. The source of this imminent threat lay ahead, Zhao Tai. Lu Fei turned to Zhao Tai, only to find a handgun aimed directly at him, the madness etched across Zhao Tai's face. His finger rested ominously on the trigger as he bellowed. You dare to kill my brother, Lu Fei? You think you're invincible? Times have changed. I have a gun. With that, Zhao Tai pulled the trigger, and a fiery serpent erupted from the dark muzzle, the bullet racing towards Lu Fei. In an instant, Lu Fei made a split-second decision, shielding the unconscious Lei Dian with his own body as he dashed toward Zhao Tai. Bang! 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 Every bullet fired from Zhao Tai's pistol struck his own brother. Yet the bullets had already left the chamber. Regret was futile. Despite Zhao Tai's notorious deeds, he could not bring himself to continue firing at his brother. In a frenzied attempt to reposition, he darted to the side, seeking a new angle to shoot at Lu Fei, who was concealed behind Lei Dian. However, Lu Fei's speed far surpassed Zhao Tai's, and within mere breaths, he had closed the distance between them. Sensing the imminent threat drawing near, Zhao Tai abandoned thoughts of Lei Dian's life, unleashing several more bullets aimed at the same spot, hoping to penetrate Lei Dian's body and strike Lu Fei. This tactic bore fruit, as amidst the relentless barrage, one bullet pierced through Lei Dian, hitting Lu Fei. With a muffled grunt, Lu Fei relinquished Lei Dian's lifeless form and lunged forward, his right hand swiftly grasping the barrel of Zhao Tai's gun. Gazing at Lu Fei standing before him, Zhao Tai was elated. The agony of his brother's demise would be avenged with the next bullet fired. Amidst this jubilant lonter, Lu Fei faced the gun's muzzle with an air of calm. You truly believe you can evade my bullet? Zhao Tai sneered. I wager your gun is devoid of ammunition. Unfazed, Lu Fei nonchalantly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, tossing it into the air and catching it effortlessly with his mouth, a fluid motion that left Xia Cheng speechless. Pointing a gun at your head, yet still trying to show off? How much does he love to flaunt? Xia Cheng whispered to Mu Cheng. While they continue their little charade, let us quietly slip away. Mu Cheng shook her small head, worry etched across her features as she gazed at Lu Fei. Her innocent voice chiming, Sister, I don't think this big brother is a bad guy. He knocked down all the villains. He must be here to save us. Didn't you just say he was going to sell you to traffickers? Even if he is here to rescue us, he is about to be shot dead. To honor his goodwill, we should indeed flee, should we not? As Xia Cheng spoke, she reached to grasp Mu Cheng's hand to leave together. Yet, Mu Cheng stubbornly remained rooted in place, resolutely asserting that one cannot abandon a savior and depart alone, for such an act would invite divine retribution. Xia Cheng was left speechless. Must her foolish sister truly be sold off to find happiness? Well, let her try. Zhao Tai's eyes burned with madness as he glared at Lu Fei, gritting his teeth and pulling the trigger once more. Bang! Chapter 84. The explosion upon hearing the gunshot. Jiang Cheng and Mu Cheng instinctively shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the horror before them. Following the shot, anguished wails echoed throughout the dilapidated building. Ah, my face, my face. The one kneeling and crying out was not Lu Fei, but Zhao Tai, the shooter. Both had sustained significant injuries, yet judging by their faces, Zhao Tai's wounds were evidently more severe. Zhao Tai clutched his mangled face, writhing in agony on the ground, while blood continued to drip from Lu Fei's shoulder and palm. Lu Fei calmly produced a lighter, igniting the cigarette he had just placed in his mouth, glancing at his own hand. Although it appeared he had lost quite a bit of blood, his bones remained intact, indicating that his physique had indeed strengthened since before. As Lu Fei recalled the preceding scene, Zhao Tai's actions seemed to unfold in slow motion before his eyes. The moment Zhao Tai pulled the trigger, Lu Fei exerted a forceful push backward with his palm, causing the gun barrel to contort under his almost superhuman grip, resulting in a handgun exploding beside Zhao Tai. Lu Fei's hand and Zhao Tai's face were closest to the gun's explosion, thus they bore the brunt of the damage. Lacking Lu Fei's extraordinary physical attributes, Zhao Tai's delicate features were left marred, revealing bone beneath the destruction. Lu Fei remained in place, finishing his post-incident cigarette, his demeanor significantly calmed. The crimson hue in his eyes, tainted by the act of killing, gradually returned to normal. He surveyed the surroundings. Aside from the first victim he had dispatched, the remaining individuals, including Zhao Tai, still clung to a thread of life. Lu Fei picked up a machete from the ground and approached Zhao Tai's remaining subordinates. In their expressions of sheer terror, he expertly sliced their necks, extinguishing their lives. The moment you treat the vulnerable as mere playthings, you must also be prepared to be toyed with by those stronger than yourself. After dispatching Zhao Tai's subordinates, Lu Fei turned his attention back to Zhao Tai. The latter's grotesque features displayed two bulging eyes filled with fear as they fixated on Lu Fei. He was desperate to survive, despite his disfigurement. He believed that as long as he had wealth, there would be no insurmountable problem in this world. W, what are you planning to do? If you wish to remain in the Zhuke society, I advise you not to harm me. Otherwise, my father will surely seek to impeach your position from the chairman. Zhao Tai's threats sounded feeble, more akin to impotent rage. You see, had you not sought to encroach upon my business and exploit my territory, you could have continued as the prince of the Zhuke society. The cold blade of the knife pressed against Zhao Tai's bloodied face, and in that moment, he finally comprehended that the man before him, who had slain the white leopard and crippled Lin Dong, was no mere fortunate adversary. Master Lu, please spare me. I vow I will never again interfere with your enterprises. I, Zhao Tai, swear to follow you as a subordinate from now on. You are my esteemed figure. Seeing that Lu Fei was impervious to his pleas, Zhao Tai resorted to imploring him with humility. Lu Fei remained silent as he extracted Zhao Tai's phone from his pocket. After unlocking it, he opened the contact list and immediately spotted the entry labeled Dad. The call was placed, and before long, a middle-aged voice resonated from Zhao Tai's phone. What is the matter, Tai? Is there something urgent? I have a meeting to attend shortly. Dad, save me. Dad, I'm here. Zhao Tai bellowed, desperate to convey his dire situation and urging his father to come to his aid. Shut up. Lu Fei interrupted, driving the knife into Zhao Tai's thigh, causing his words to abruptly cease. Son, what is happening? The anxious voice from the phone continued to call out. Zhao Tai, your son is now at my mercy. You must choose wisely. Shall I kill him, or shall I kill him, or shall I kill him? You have 3 options to consider. Who are you? What do you intend to do with my son? I warn you, I am Zhao Liqiu, the esteemed leader of the Zhuke society. If you dare harm a hair on him, I will annihilate your entire family. Despite Zhao Liqiu's threats, Lu Fei's demeanor remained unchanged as he calmly replied. So you are Zhao Liqiu. Remember this. I care not for your title as leader. Your son has meddled in my affairs, and he shall learn a lesson. If you wish to confront me, I welcome it. With that, Lu Fei cast the phone aside and strode towards the sisters, Xia Cheng and Mu Cheng. The initial tension and fear in Mu Cheng's eyes had dissipated, replaced by curiosity as she regarded him. In her world, this brother was remarkable, having single-handedly subdued so many villains, akin to the superheroes she admired on television. Meanwhile, Xia Cheng remained vigilant, her guard still firmly in place against the man before them. "Why are you still standing there? Are you intending to serve as Zhao Tai's bed warmer?" Lu Fei remarked coldly before continuing his departure. Seeing that he had not taken any extreme actions against her or her sister, Xia Cheng let out a sigh of relief and grasped Mu Cheng's hand, hastening to catch up with Lu Fei. "Hey, wait. Your knife has severed that man's major artery. If he isn't bandaged in time, he will surely die," Xia Cheng called out as they maintained a distance of 2 meters behind him. "You seem knowledgeable," he retorted. "Of course. My mother is a doctor," Xia Cheng replied, a hint of pride in her voice. "How impressive. Why not summon your mother? Or perhaps you could bandage him yourself." "I won't stop you. I won't do that. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me. I merely wanted to remind you that if he dies, it's on your conscience," Xia Cheng replied indignantly, resolute in her refusal to assist a man who had just attempted to assault her. To kill one is to embrace death. To kill 10 is no different. "Perhaps I should take both of you with me to accompany them on the road to the Underworld?" Lu Fei suddenly turned his head, revealing a chilling smile. "Ah!" Summer Chung gasped in fright, while Mu Chung burst into giggles beside her. "A couple of lunatics," Lu Fei privately scoffed, continuing his way out of the half-finished building, with Summer Chung, trembling with fear, clutching her sister's hand closely behind him. "Oh, what a coincidence, they're still outside." Lu Fei's sharp eyes caught sight of the taxi that had been idling at the door, still parked in the same spot. Approaching, he noticed the driver fast asleep in the front seat. He knocked on the window, startling the driver awake. Blinking in confusion, the driver recognized Lu Fei and began to roll down the window with a friendly greeting, only to be met with the sight of Lu Fei drenched in blood. Instinctively, he wanted to hit the gas and flee, only to find the engine had stalled. In a flurry, the driver turned the ignition, but as he shifted into gear to escape, Lu Fei had already settled into the passenger seat, with the 2 sisters climbing into the back. "Back to the old place," Lu Fei said flatly. The driver, overwhelmed by the pungent smell of blood, had no choice but to drive back, regretting his decision to take a nap. The atmosphere in the car was eerily silent, with the breathing of the 4 individuals echoing in the stillness. Lu Fei paid little mind to his injuries. Although he had lost a considerable amount of blood, it was merely superficial. The bullet lodged in his shoulder was merely embedded in flesh, having not struck bone, and could be easily dealt with by removing it, disinfecting, and bandaging. "Brother, you're hurt." Mu Cheng's sweet voice broke the silence within the vehicle. Lu Fei remained silent. Gazing out the window, he could handle younger brothers, but not children. The psychological shadow from his earlier experience of offering lollipops lingered in his mind. Noticing Lu Fei's indifference, Mu Cheng took the initiative to place her small hand on his arm. Lu Fei shifted slightly, withdrawing his arm, and continued to stare vacantly out the window. After a brief moment of silence, Mu Cheng's little head popped up from behind the seat, leaning against Lu Fei's shoulder as she apologized in her sweet voice. "Brother, the first time I met you, I thought you were a bad person, but now I know you're a good one. Will you please talk to me? I truly understand my mistake." Following this, Mu Cheng unleashed her secret weapon, her big, sparkling eyes blinking innocently as she stretched her arms in a cute gesture, saying, "Brother, I'm still a bit scared. Can I have a hug?" Lu Fei said nothing, but his actions were honest. One arm extended toward the back seat, and Mu Cheng immediately leaned into it, prompting him to pull her into the passenger seat. It must be said, the little girl, resembling a doll, was difficult to resist when she pleaded with such charm. Just as Lu Fei wished to maintain his aloof demeanor, he saw Mu Cheng pull a bundle of gauze from her pocket, beginning to wrap his injured hand. "You can bandage wounds?" Lu Fei asked, observing the white gauze she was wrapping around his hand. "I love to stay by my mother's side, and by watching her I learned how to do it," Mu Cheng replied cheerfully. "There, now the blood won't flow out." With a touch of girlish flair, she tied a bow around his hand. Xia Cheng sat silently in the back seat, neither speaking nor intervening, as she observed Lu Fei's actions with quiet scrutiny, finding no fault in him. Initially, she harbored doubts about Lu Fei's character, suspecting he might possess an inappropriate inclination towards children. However, Lu Fei's demeanor towards Mu Cheng was rather benign. He merely allowed her to lean against him, while it was Mu Cheng who, like a little imp, playfully explored the contours of his chest and abdomen with her small hands. Could it be that he was truly a good person? Xia Cheng pondered, just as the car arrived at the clinic. "Home at last. I miss Mama so much. Brother Lu, could you carry me inside?" Mu Cheng exclaimed joyfully, playfully coaxing Lu Fei. At that moment, Lu Fei's state was akin to Lu Hu's. He complied with Mu Cheng's every whim. despite his original intention to drop her off at the door and leave immediately after rescuing her. However, this plan was conceived when Mu Chang still bore her previous unappealing demeanor. Now, she was utterly charming, adorable, obedient, and affectionate. Lu Fei found himself willing to devote time to her, which also afforded him the opportunity to have Li Mei tend to his wounds. "Let us go," Lu Fei said, cradling Mu Chang against his chest with his uninjured hand as they made their way into the clinic. Upon noticing the knife ominously positioned at the entrance, a chill ran down his spine. Had he not possessed a sense of danger, he might have faced dire consequences today. The clinic door was already unlocked, and the interior was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. An unsettling premonition gripped Lu Fei, fearing that another knife might suddenly materialize from the shadows. Xia Cheng followed him inside, her brow furrowing at the pitch-black environment. Relying on her instincts, she located the switch and turned it on. With a click, the room burst into brightness, startling all three as they beheld the scene before them. Li Mei, clad in a red dress, was suspended in midair, her neck ensnared by a thick hemp rope, a chair upturned beneath her. Her pallid face, upon seeing Xia Cheng and Mu Cheng, momentarily mistook them for apparitions of her life as final moments. Yet the dwindling air and the figure beside the sisters revealed the grim reality. In that instant, the thought of ending her life flickered away, but having already progressed so far, she found herself with no footing, her legs flailing helplessly in the air, evoking the impression that she was nearing her end. "Mom, why have you lost hope?" Xia Cheng cried out in frantic urgency. "Brother, please save my mother." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Cheng stood frozen, unable to adjust the chair beneath her mother. Li Mei felt the air slipping away, her face turning a sickly shade, her tongue protruding as her eyes rolled back in distress. Faced with the dire urgency, the composed Lu Fei swiftly assessed the situation. He reached for his waist, producing a sleek black .54 caliber handgun. With a single swift motion, he disengaged the safety with his thigh and fired a shot directly at the rope above Li Mei's head. The gunshot echoed, severing the hemp rope tied to the ceiling, causing Li Mei to plummet toward the ground. In a flash, Lu Fei lunged forward, catching Li Mei with his left hand while supporting Mu Cheng with his right. As Li Mei gasped for the fresh air of life, the color began to return to her face, her previously pallid hue gradually shifting back to a healthier tone, and her tongue retreated from view. "Mother, what on earth are you doing? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Xia Cheng felt her heartbeat surge to an alarming rate, primarily due to the shocking revelation of her mother's suicide attempt, and secondarily because a man beside her suddenly drew a firearm. This was the Dragon Kingdom, after all. In her 18 years of life, she had only encountered such a weapon in the hands of law enforcement. Yet today, she witnessed a second individual brandishing a gun without provocation. After catching her breath, Li Mei looked at Mu Cheng and Xia Cheng with surprise. "Is it really you two?" "Yes, it's me, but please, mother, don't cling to me like Mu Cheng does. It feels rather awkward," Xia Cheng remarked, observing Lu Fei's rather intimate demeanor as he embraced both women. "Oh dear, I completely forgot," Li Mei exclaimed, quickly apologizing. "I'm so sorry, Brother Lu. I'll step back right away." With that, she hurriedly disentangled herself from Lu Fei's embrace, lowering her head in embarrassment, unable to meet his gaze. "All right, from now on, please refrain from such drastic actions as attempting suicide. Isn't living better? Now that we're reunited, you two can have a heartfelt conversation, and I shall take my leave," Lu Fei said, gently placing Mu Cheng down and preparing to depart. Li Mei quickly interjected, "Brother Lu, I cannot thank you enough for paying off our debts and rescuing my daughter. I was so short-sighted, and I sincerely apologize." Her emotions swelled, and in a moment of overwhelming gratitude, she knelt before Lu Fei. Caught in a dilemma, Lu Fei found himself unsure whether to stay or go, pondering whether kneeling before him would bring misfortune to someone older than himself. With a sigh, Lu Fei turned around and assisted the kneeling Li Mei to her feet. "Enough of the gratitude. The funds I used to settle your debts came from my brothers, and rescuing your daughter was also to establish my authority within the gang. Let me know that those who dare to rob from me will face dire consequences." He wished to keep his distance from this mother-daughter duo, as he was embroiled in a perilous lifestyle, and it was prudent to maintain a degree of separation from ordinary citizens until he had solidified his own standing. Nonetheless, Li Mei's gratitude only grew in her heart, perceiving Lu Fei as a selfless hero. "Brother Lu, your wounds remain untreated. Would you allow me to tend to them?" Only then did she notice the blood seeping from Lu Fei's injury, concern etched on her face. Lu Fei contemplated for a moment before agreeing. A gunshot wound treated in a hospital would inevitably attract the attention of the authorities, leading to complications. Very well, he said, approaching the operating table and lying down. Li Mei turned to Xia Cheng, who was standing by, and reassured her, "It's no trouble at all. Xia Cheng, please don't just stand there. Go prepare a couple of dishes. After I tend to brother Lu's wounds, we can share a meal together." Lu Fei's lips twitched slightly as he observed the beautiful woman sterilizing the instruments. "Sister Li, you need to address me as brother. I'm still quite young. Just call me Lu Fei." Li Mei smiled, her lips forming a delicate line. "All right, I shall call you Lu Fei from now on. Do you require anesthesia?" Lu Fei shook his head. "No need, just proceed. It might hurt a bit. Please bear with it," Li Mei said with genuine concern. During the minor surgical procedure, Lu Fei remained silent. In contrast to Li Ruoxue's crude and brutal techniques, Li Mei's meticulous approach was well within Lu Fei's threshold for pain. If one were to quantify the pain of Li Mei's surgery at a level of 100, then the discomfort from Sister Shue's methods would likely reach an overwhelming 10,000. It was fortunate that the bullet wound was not too deep, making it somewhat easier to manage. Once Li Mei had finished bandaging Lu Fei, Xia Cheng emerged from the kitchen carrying several bowls of food. Seeing Lu Fei sit up, Li Mei hurried back to the room, retrieving a short-sleeved shirt and a jacket, which she handed to him. "Your shirt is stained with blood. You should change into something clean," she advised. Lu Fei glanced at the clothes in her hands and asked, "Is this your husband's shirt? Will he be upset if I wear it?" At this, Li Mei shuddered slightly, sorrow welling in her eyes as she replied in a low tone, "No, he has already passed. Even if he were here, he would only be grateful that you saved our daughter." Lu Fei swallowed hard, silently changing into the shirt, regretting his earlier words. With late-stage cancer, one could never truly predict the day of departure. Li Mei gazed at Lu Fei donning the familiar jacket, her eyes filled with tenderness, as if, in that moment, her deceased husband had returned to her side. Li Mei gently proposed, "Stay and have a meal with us before you leave. Xia Cheng has improved her cooking skills. I believe you haven't had the chance to taste it yet." Lu Fei felt a bit apprehensive, as though Li Mei were conversing with someone behind him. "Yes, brother. My sister's cooking is indeed excellent. Please stay and enjoy a meal with us," Mu Cheng chimed in, playfully tugging at Lu Fei's hand. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Fei nodded in agreement, and the four of them gathered around the dining table. Throughout the meal, Li Mei frequently served Lu Fei food, and though he had not consumed any alcohol, there was a slight flush upon her cheeks. As Lu Fei savored Xia Cheng's dishes, he found Li Mei's praise to be well-deserved. The food was indeed delightful, a harmonious blend of taste and presentation, particularly in comparison to the culinary efforts of his two elder sisters. After a brief bout of playful banter, Lu Fei's appetite had notably increased, and he stood up only after finishing every morsel on the table, feeling somewhat reluctant to leave. "Well then, Li Jia, I shall take my leave. Please accept my condolences regarding your husband." Lu Fei bid farewell to Li Mei. "Take care, and do visit often," Li Mei replied, washing dishes in the kitchen, and upon hearing his voice, she wiped her hands and rushed out. Lu Fei playfully tousled Mu Cheng's hair once more and glanced at Xia Cheng, who remained silent, before nonchalantly smoking a cigarette as he left the clinic. "A cigarette after a meal is truly divine," Lu Fei mused, lighting up and taking a deep drag. Just as he was about to hail a taxi, several familiar vehicles approached and abruptly halted in front of him. The window rolled down to reveal Gao Ming's figure. Lu Fei was somewhat surprised, as he had not seen him for a while. Gao Ming was currently managing affairs for Ye Fei, and their encounters had become infrequent. "Fei Yi, there's trouble." Zhao Liqiu, the leader of the Zhuke Society, visited the Peace Hotel seeking your whereabouts. "I'm worried they may pose a threat to Ye Fei, so I rushed to find you." Gao Ming anxiously elucidated the situation, and without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fei leapt into the car. "Let's head to the Peace Hotel. We can discuss the details en route." The vehicle promptly sped towards the destination, and Lu Fei, puzzled, inquired of Gao Ming, "How did you know I was here?" "Lu Hu and the others mentioned your visit to the clinic this morning. I went to the Huangpu community to find you, and your sister-in-law informed me that you hadn't returned. I surmised you were seeking trouble with Zhao Tai. As for that little rascal Zhao Tai, Brother Fei could easily handle him. I figured you must have returned to the clinic by now." Lu Fei nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of Gao Ming's role within his team. He classified him as a strategist, capable of leading a crew to effective combat, even in Lu Fei's absence. Individuals like Lu Hu, Mao, Zhang Hao, and Huang Tai were valiant warriors, unafraid to charge into battle. However, without the presence of individuals like Chen Gao and Gao Ming, who possessed a measure of wisdom, they could easily overreach, resulting in dire consequences. The cars swiftly arrived at the parking lot of the Peace Hotel, where Lu Fei observed several luxurious vehicles already parked, including the golden car he had seen in the community days prior. Noticing the cars and their license plates, Gao Ming's brow furrowed even further, muttering, "What is going on? The president and the four great warriors are all here. Brother Fei, what have you done to Zhao Tai? Surely a mere lesson wouldn't warrant such an extensive display." Lu Fei regarded the luxury cars surrounding him, aside from the first one with a leopard plate. The rest bore sequential numbers. While he was oblivious to their significance, Gao Ming, having mingled in this establishment for some time, was well aware. The owner of such a license plate would infer that one must understand the gravity of murder being a crime. Lu Fei did not conceal the truth, stating bluntly, "That Zhao Tai fellow is most likely dead at my hands. I shot him in the face and slashed his thigh to let him bleed out. The old man is probably here to report to Sister Lu." Chapter 87, Blood for Blood. Gao Ming, taken aback for a moment, quickly regained his composure. Indeed, this was Brother Fei's style. While others might merely teach a lesson or incapacitate an adversary, Brother Fei took it a step further, wagering lives. "Brother Fei, this might complicate matters. Should we summon the brothers and arm ourselves?" Gao Ming suggested, a hint of anxiety in his voice. The underlings of the four great warriors were all armed. Should a conflict arise, even Lu Fei's prowess would find it challenging to secure an advantage. "There's no need for that. When soldiers arrive, the general will meet them. The only one I have enmity with is Zhao Liqiu. The other three hold no grievance against me. What is a mere coward of a father compared to that white leopard? They're hardly to be feared. Let us confront them directly." As he spoke, Lu Fei retrieved his Type 54 pistol from his waist, inspected it to ensure it was in working order, and then secured it back in place before exiting the vehicle. "Where are they holding the meeting?" Lu Fei inquired, as he was unfamiliar with the internal layout of the Peace Hotel. Gao Ming pressed the button for the top floor of the elevator and replied, "The top floor of the Peace Hotel houses a hall, designated for high-level meetings of the Juke Society and for punishing those little brothers who have strayed from the rules." "Interesting," Lu Fei remarked, a playful smirk forming on his lips as the elevator ascended. "Should I send the old man and his son down for a reunion?" At the top of the Peace Hotel, within the resplendent Juke Hall, for distinguished men occupied four imposing armchairs, one of whom wore a particularly grim expression. Above these chairs, a spacious mahogany sofa, large enough to comfortably accommodate 10 people, beckoned. In the center of this sofa reclined Lu Wan, adorned in a striking crimson gown, her legs elegantly crossed, revealing a delicate segment of her fair, porcelain-like calves. Yet, none dared to gaze upon her beauty in the tense atmosphere that enveloped the room. Lu Wan surveyed the assembly, her gaze ultimately resting upon the brooding, middle-aged man. With a subtle parting of her crimson lips, she inquired, "Master Zhao, are you implying that your son, Zhao Tai, was conspired against by Ye Fei and Lu Fei?" Zhao Liqiu nodded, his tone frigid as he responded, "Indeed, President Lu. I implore you to seek justice for my son. Blood must be repaid with blood." The middle-aged man, seated opposite Zhao Liqiu, immediately bristled at this assertion, retorting with palpable hostility, "Zhao Liqiu, do not presume that your troubles entitle you to my daughter. Do not think that my financial haul is an easy mark just because your martial hall boasts a multitude of fighters." "Xinjianghai," Zhao Liqiu shot back. "Do you believe I would convene an emergency meeting without evidence? Observe closely, this is the proof." He proceeded to project a screenshot of a conversation onto the large screen at the front of the conference room. Upon seeing the message, Ye Fei's complexion drained of color, and Chen Jianghai turned to his daughter, his voice low with astonishment. "What is this about? Why did you suddenly investigate Zhao Tai's license plate?" Pointing to the chat log, Zhao Liqiu asserted, "President, this is irrefutable evidence of Ye Fei aiding Lu Fei in acquiring information about my son. It is as solid as a rock." Lu Wen's gaze shifted to Ye Fei, her voice devoid of discernible emotion as she asked, "Did you do this, Ye Fei?" Startled, Ye Fei rose nervously, struggling to articulate a response. Lu Wen's tone intensified. "Ye Fei, have you forgotten that utilizing connections necessitates reporting to me?" Ye Fei's face turned pale with fear. The weight of Lu Wen's presence nearly caused her to collapse. Chun Jianghai wished to defend his daughter, but found himself at a loss for words. The underworld was governed by strict codes, and breaching these codes could lead to dire consequences. Zhao Liqiu, his gaze menacing, addressed Yu Fei and then turned to Lu Wan, stating, "President, I seek no other recompense. I demand that both she and Lu Fei pay with blood for the wrongs done to my son." Lu Wan nodded in acknowledgement. Since the rules have been violated, punishment is indeed warranted. Master Zhang and Kang, what are your thoughts? Lu Wan, displaying keen insight, delegated the matter to the remaining two masters, showcasing both her democratic inclination and gauging the allegiances of the four great kings. Zhang Di, the master of the criminal hall, aligned himself with Chun Jianghai, while Kang Wei, the master of the wine hall, chose to side with Zhao Liqiu, forsaking former ties with the financial hall. Observing this turn of events, Lu Wan maintained her composure, her tone neutral as she asked, since all masters agree on the principle of blood repayment, Master Zhao, what injuries did your son sustain, and how shall we proceed with this recompense? Zhao Liqiu gazed at Yu Fei with a venomous and ruthless glare, his voice frigid as he enunciated each word. My son's face has been disfigured, and his thigh was slashed, bleeding for 15 minutes. His life hangs in the balance. My demand is simple. I want Lu Fei and her to suffer the same fate as my son, mutilation of the face and a knife wound to the thigh, bleeding for 15 minutes. Upon hearing this punishment, Chun Jianghai was instantly enraged. He slammed his hand down on the armrest of the grand chair, shouting furiously, "You despicable Zhao Liqiu! My daughter merely gathered some information, and you want her disfigured and her life taken. Is that it? Let me make this abundantly clear. If you dare lay a finger on my daughter today, I will be the first to end you." As he spoke, Chun Jianghai drew his gun and slammed it onto the coffee table in front of him, positioning himself protectively behind Yu Fei. Touched, Yu Fei looked at her father, her body trembling with fear, yet feeling a sense of security under his not-so-broad shoulders. The thought of being disfigured was unbearable. Even if she survived, she would leap from a building. Having been beautiful for over 20 years, she could not fathom such a fate. Faced with Chun Jianghai's threat, Zhao Liqiu remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on Lu Wan, awaiting her response. Before Lu could speak, the door to the conference room was forcefully pushed open, revealing Lu Fei and Gao Ming. Lu Fei was carrying two burly men, whom he tossed aside like discarded chicks, muttering to himself about foolish henchmen he did not even recognize. Zhao Liqiu glared at Lu Fei, his fury boiling over. "You, Lu Fei, are audacious beyond measure. Not only do you plot against my son, but you also injure my trusted aides." Lu Fei glanced at the two unconscious men on the ground, unimpressed. What a farce. Trusted aides? They are merely two worthless fellows by the roadside. And you, pathetic old man, this ISNTA school. Stop playing the teacher's pet and reporting to authority. Truly pathetic. Chapter 88. Confrontation in the hall of the room fell into a profound silence, an eerie stillness enveloping the atmosphere. It had been many years since anyone dared speak to the four stalwarts of the Zhuge Association in such a manner. The other hall masters were now calculating Lu Fei's character in their minds. He was extraordinary. There was no doubt about it. Lu Fei had quietly dealt with Zhao Liqiu's two top fighters without any sound of struggle. His strength was undoubtedly unfathomable. If today events could pass without incident, allowing their daughters to interact, the financial hall could soon become the leading hall of the Zhuge Association. Chun Jianghai contemplated this. His financial hall was the wealthiest among the four, but it lacked combat prowess. What they needed was someone like Lu Fei. Rumor had it that Lu Fei's achievements had recently been updated, having eliminated a notorious figure in Guangnan. Ignoring Zhao Liqiu's murderous glare, Lu Fei strode forward to Yu Fei's side, inquiring with genuine concern, "Are you all right? Did they trouble you? Tell me who it was, and I shall teach them a lesson." Yu Fei shook her head, responding, "I am fine, but you must be cautious. Zhao Liqiu and his men are armed. They are here for you." Lu Fei chuckled and said, "What is there to fear? We're in the same boat. Did he not just threaten to disfigure you? Are you afraid?" "I'm not afraid. My father will protect me," Yu Fei replied with pride. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Chun Jianghai felt an overwhelming surge of strength, as if he could fell a bull with a single punch. "Come on, everyone. Anyone who dares to harm my daughter shall face the judgment of a father's fist." Lu Fei glanced at Chun Jianghai, whose expression was peculiar, and quietly asked, "Is your father unwell? Perhaps he is just having a moment of youthful exuberance. It's nothing serious." "Oh, have you eaten?" A cough from Lu Wan, seated at the head of the table, interrupted the light-hearted banter between Lu Fei and Ye Fei. She turned to Lu Fei and remarked, "Be mindful of the occasion, Lu Fei." Though Lu Fei held little respect for the leaders of the four halls, he did regard Lu Jie with admiration. After all, she was his boss. Without the resources she provided, he would not have amassed such wealth, even if much of it was earned through his own efforts. Lu Fei believed in repaying kindness and settling scores. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. This is especially true in our line of work. Lu Ye, you may handle this matter as you see fit. I shall abide by your decision, Lu Fei said, spreading his hands. While he spoke, his gaze remained keenly fixed on Zhao Liqiu, ready to actually make any sudden moves. Lu Fei, I have grasped the general circumstances, yet I wish to hear from you directly. Why did you take such actions? I shall then make my judgment, Luwen said. Very well. Since you wish to hear it, I shall recount the events. My actions have reasons behind them. I approached Zhao Tai today because he encroached upon my business and disrupted my rules. Luwen raised an eyebrow, glancing at Zhao Liqiu. Is this true? Zhao Liqiu, feeling guilty, averted his gaze and replied, This is a matter for our younger generation. I have not paid much attention. Lu Fei scoffed. If you are not paying attention, then how dare you intervene now? You hypocritical double standard. You dare to insult me. Zhao Liqiu's face turned a deep shade of red as he pointed at Lu Fei. And what are you? Without the Zhuke society, you would be nothing. Even a chance encounter with a yellow-haired man could spell your doom. Faced with Lu Fei's disdainful remarks, Zhao Liqiu could no longer contain himself. Yet his elevated status demanded caution. He could not speak as freely as Lu Fei. Luwen interjected, All right, since you, Zhao Hall Master, are unaware of the situation, let Lu Fei explain further. With that, Luwen directed her attention towards Lu Fei, indicating that he could continue. Lu Fei, unperturbed by Luwen's unwavering gaze, paused for a moment beneath her red dress before continuing. Lu Jie, did you not assign Ye Fei to entrust the debt collection to me? Yet Zhao Tai took advantage of my absence to abduct my associate, thus breaking the rules. Furthermore, upon my arrival at the scene, I witnessed Zhao Tai attempting to prey upon a girl who appeared to be underage. Such acts are intolerable. While we may dwell in the shadows, we must not stoop to the abduction of innocent young women. After a brief pause, Lu Fei removed his shirt, revealing a thick layer of white gauze covering his body. He tore it away, exposing a freshly scabbed bullet wound. Thirdly, he declared, Zhao Tai shot at me, and this is the injury I just bandaged. Therefore, it was inevitable that I would retaliate. Let it be known, not only him, but even his father would meet the same fate. Upon finishing, Lu Fei cast a fierce gaze over the crowd, rendering them speechless. The recently defected Master Kong had begun to regret his hasty decision. As the situation had taken a sudden turn, Zhao Liqiu's son was utterly unrestrained. Despite his reckless behavior, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had been discovered. Regardless of any acts of violence or arson, if no evidence was left behind, it could be managed. However, once the opponent had solid proof and reported it, the situation would become precarious. Zhao Liqiu, still unwilling to concede, retorted, President, this is merely Lu Fei's word against my son S. He possesses no evidence. The gun might well be a ruse. With a derisive smile, Lu Fei produced a small object from his pocket and flicked it towards Zhao Liqiu. The speed was such that by the time everyone present comprehended what had occurred, the golden bullet casing had already embedded itself into the armchair beside Zhao Liqiu's head, penetrating deeply. As Zhao Liqiu realized the gravity of the situation, a gust of wind rushed past his ear, and he stiffly turned his head to see the bullet hole in the chair, cold sweat soaking his back. Lu Fei remarked coolly, I have heard that the four major gangs utilize different models of handguns. The firearms of my brother S and my possession are stolen from others. The Zhuke gang has never issued us weapons. You may inspect this bullet casing and see if it belongs solely to the Zhuke gang. The remaining 3 gang leaders sent their subordinates to verify, receiving a unanimous response. It was indeed the standard-issue Glock 17 9mm pistol of the Zhuke gang. At the sight of the bullet hole, Zhao Liqiu's heart sank. To contravene the rules was already enough to warrant his son's execution. The Zhuke gang's edict stated that anyone who drew a weapon against a fellow member without the leader's command would face death. Cold sweat streamed down Zhao Liqiu's forehead as, after a moment's hesitation, he rushed to Lu Wen, kneeling in supplication. President, please spare my son. He must have been confused. He is still young. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, now dressed, remarked with confusion, That useless child is still alive? Truly a cockroach. I should have simply slit his throat. Chapter 89. The days of the wolves observing Zhao Liqiu suddenly kneeling in desperation. Lu Fei's disdain only deepened. A man should not kneel unless before heaven, the earth, or his parents. His cowardly father appears to be as feeble as his son. Many powerful gangs harbor parasites. They may seem spirited from the outside, but ultimately, they are merely soft shell crabs, propped up by the strength of their backers. Perhaps they were once valiant in their early struggles, but after years of indulgence, their initial ferocity has long since faded, leaving them only to cling to their fortunes and enjoy their twilight years. In contrast, Lu Fei was in the prime of his youth, and he could only regard such incompetent and morally bankrupt old-timers with utter contempt. Lu Wen spoke, her tone icy. Are you implying that I should allow your son to breach the rules? If I set this precedent, who among us will adhere to the regulations in the future? Turning suddenly to the shadows, she addressed an unseen presence. You understand what must be done regarding the wolf. Zhao Tai's disregard for the rules, do you not? Understood, President. Came a voice from the dim corner, and a figure swiftly vanished into the depths of the assembly hall. The four major leaders trembled at the sound of Lu Wen's name, especially Zhao Liqiu, who was kneeling and begging for mercy. Upon hearing the name, he cried out, President, you cannot kill my son. He is my only child. Taking his life would mean the end of the Zhao lineage. Lu Fei, unfamiliar with the wolf, recognized that the elders of the gang were well aware of this name. It referred to a clandestine organization of assassins under Lu Wen's command, known as the Cleansing Organization, or the Reapers. The wolf was the leader of this group, tasked with handling unsavory matters for Lu Wen, whether that involved assassinations or dealing with subordinates who had transgressed the rules. Anyone marked by them, no matter how far they fled, would ultimately find their head displayed in the public hall of the Zhuge society. Even Zhao Liqiu, one of the four major leaders, could only plead for mercy from Lu Wen in the face of the Reaper's wrath. Witnessing Lu Wen's silence, desperation overtook Zhao Liqiu as he fixed his bloodshot gaze on Lu Fei, exclaiming frantically, then Lu Fei, should also meet his end. He killed a member of the gang, and that is a capital offense. Let him join my son in death. Lu Fei merely scoffed, remaining silent while subtly placing his right hand near his waist. Gao Ming stood protectively in front of Lu Fei, shielding most of his body. Lu Fei awaited Lu Wen's decision. Should she choose to execute him, he would not simply surrender. At only 18, his life was still ahead of him. With two beautiful wives at home and a loyal band of brothers, he could always carve out his own path if necessary. He would not indulge in the foolish narrative of dying for a brother. The circumstances are different, Lu Wen replied coolly. Your son provoked the situation and drew his weapon. Although Lu Fei did kill someone, it was in self-defense. Is there anyone here who can attest that he was the one who committed the act? Her words effectively diminished Zhao Liqiu's bravado, as she astutely delineated the responsibilities of Lu Fei and Zhao Tai in this matter. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Liqiu was assisted by two subordinates and slumped helplessly into the grand chair. Lu Wen then shifted her gaze to Lu Fei, stating, Lu Fei, you two have erred. The appropriate course of action would have been to report the incident immediately. Instead, you took matters into your own hands and coerced Ye Fei into collusion, which is also a violation of the gang's rules. How do you suggest I address your actions and those of Ye Fei? Lu Fei, dissatisfied with this regulation, shrugged nonchalantly, it matters not. Ye Fei was coerced. She feared for her life, thus revealing the information to me. She did nothing wrong, and you cannot punish her. With a chuckle, Lu Wen unexpectedly broke the serious atmosphere, and suppressing her laughter, she remarked, Xiao Fei, hello, do you think that by doing this, Ye Fei might fall for you? Ye Fei, who had been gazing intently at Lu Fei's profile, hastily averted her gaze upon Lu Wen's teasing words. Her eyes darted around, feigning busyness, as a blush crept up from her neck to her cheeks. Lu Fei, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought to himself that while he was contemplating taking a few hostages to escape, Sister Lu still had the leisure to joke with him. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's get down to business. Xiao Fei, I have a task for you. If you can accomplish this well, I can offer you a bonus and fulfill one of your conditions, provided your merits and demerits balance out, Lu Wen stated, suddenly adopting a serious tone. Both Lu Fei and Gao Ming furrowed their brows. The ability to turn a disadvantage into an advantage indicated that this task was likely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. However, with no alternative options available, They decided to listen to what Lu Wen had to say. Sister Lu, what is the bonus amount and what conditions can you fulfill? Lu Fei inquired. Mindful of his comrades, he needed to ensure that they could secure the best possible terms. Lu Wen straightened her posture, her authoritative presence becoming evident as she declared, I intend to venture into a new industry. I have been eyeing this project for quite some time, contemplating whether to proceed and who to send. Now, I have made my decision. I am dispatching you, Xiao Fei. The location is near Yanlan. Through a friend, I learned of an organization engaged in counterfeiting currency. Known as the Artist, I am particularly intrigued by the team that produces the counterfeit money. If I can persuade them to work for me, my Zhuge will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the four major factions. Upon hearing Lu Wen's words, Lu Fei felt a wave of internal dissent. The counterfeiting organization seemed inescapable. Even after leaving Guangnan, it still entangled him. Lu Fei's expression turned troubled. He had no desire to see counterfeit currency circulate within Long Country. Once that occurred, the implications for the already impoverished populace could be dire, resulting in a situation where a day's hard labor might yield nothing but counterfeit bills. Sister Lu, I can consider other more challenging tasks, but I refuse to engage in actions that would harm the interests of the people of Long Country. I cannot partake in counterfeiting, Lu Fei stated resolutely after a moment of hesitation. Lu Wen was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lu Fei's reason for refusal would be this. After a brief silence, she smiled and said, Xiao Fei, you're being foolish. If they can produce counterfeit Long Country currency that is indistinguishable from the real thing, they can surely replicate the currency of other nations. We could have them produce rice notes at a rate of 1 to 7, yielding even greater profits. Lu Fei's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Sister Lu, what a brilliant idea. How did I not think of that? If we can exploit foreign currencies, we should simply bring them back and have them do the work. Equip each of my brothers with a firearm, and we'll ensure the task is completed. Chapter 90. Not far from Maybach, Lu Wen shook her head, remarking, This matter is not as simple as you imagine. To my knowledge, this team of the Artist is tightly controlled by a major local gang. Attempting to forcibly seize them would be exceedingly difficult. As for the matter of firearms, rest assured that Yulon has an abundance of arms dealers. Not only handguns, but also machine guns are readily available. This time, I will allocate 10 million for the mission expenses to cover equipment and other necessities. Both Lu Fei and Gao Ming were taken aback by Lu Wen's generosity. It is worth noting that when they previously went to Guangnan to collect debts, the reimbursement was merely in the tens of thousands. This time, the amount had increased nearly 100-fold. Lu Wen continued, stating that transportation would be arranged via private jets from a gang. Once you locate the place where the Artist is held, I will send elite members of our organization to support you. However, the preliminary tasks will rely on you and your brothers to complete. Is that understood? Lu Fei pondered for a moment before responding, I can accept that. Now, let us discuss the reward upon successful completion. Lu Wen replied, very well. The bonus will be 50 million. As for the conditions, I can agree to make you the 5th leader of the Zhuge Society, affording you the same privileges as the other 4 leaders. What do you think? Lu Fei shook his head and said, the bonus is agreeable. But the condition I desire is to establish my own enterprise in the Baolong district, a comprehensive venue for dining, leisure, and entertainment. I will require Sister Lu's assistance in managing this, ensuring that no other gangs cause me trouble. Agreed. I will assist you, Lu Wen responded with enthusiasm. The 4 principal leaders displayed expressions of astonishment, among them Zhao Liqiu, who stood up in discontent, saying, President Lu, we 4 elders are still working for the society. How can we allow a newcomer to establish his own faction? Isn't that unfair? Lu Wen fixed Zhao Liqiu with a cold gaze, silencing him with a single sentence. You can also establish your own faction if you bring back the Artist team. The Peace Hotel will be yours to manage. Had Zhao Liqiu been 18, he might have hesitated, but now he chose to remain in the city, biding his time. He adhered to the belief that wealth is limitless, but life is singular. Thus, he sought to amass as much wealth as possible while preserving his life. Lu Fei, however, was different. He was more daring, believing that life and death are fated, and that wealth is determined by destiny. Lu Wen suddenly turned to Yafei and said, Yafei, you will accompany Lu Fei on this mission. Is that acceptable? There were mixed responses. There is a problem. No problem. Lu Fei and Chun Jianghai both expressed their objections simultaneously, while Yafei eagerly agreed. Lu Fei interjected, Sister Lu, you have mentioned that this operation is perilous. Bringing a woman along would significantly heighten the difficulty of the task and place her in danger. It would be best if Yufei did not accompany us. My brothers and I can handle a mission. Chen Jianghai, albeit a moment late, nodded in agreement, saying, President Liu, I share this sentiment. My Yufei lacks the capability. She would only be a burden to brother Liu Fei. Yufei, observing their concerns, shot them an indignant glance. She understood they were acting out of care for her, yet they underestimated her strength. Dad, brother Fei, I can take care of myself. I want to be a burden to you. Sister Liu, I want to go. There will surely be situations that require a woman's presence. Liu stated sternly, Elder Chun, Liu Fei, Yufei has also violated the gang's rules. If you wish to prevent her from facing punishment within the organization, allow her to go and earn her redemption through merit. Chen Jianghai found himself at a loss for words. Within the Zhuge society, those who transgress the rules would face severe consequences. And even the most esteemed individuals would lose a finger. He could not bear the thought of his precious daughter suffering such a fate. Liu Fei contemplated the situation with indifference, thinking that he could simply take Yufei to Yunlan for what could be perceived as a leisurely excursion. He would enroll her in a local tour group for a week while he attended to his own affairs, and they would return together once his business was concluded. Seeing that no one raised further objections, Liu stood up, her striking eyes surveying the room with authority. Since there are no issues at hand, we shall conclude this meeting. Remember, none of you should ever think of violating the guild's rules, not even if you're the son of the hallmaster. After delivering this warning, Liu departed the conference room with her entourage, leaving the remaining 4 hallmasters to follow suit. At that moment, Yufei, brimming with excitement, turned to Liu Fei and exclaimed, That's wonderful, Brother Fei. I've longed to visit Yunlan, and having you accompany me feels like the best of fate. Suddenly, the clear sky was interrupted by a torrential downpour, washing away years of grievances. They say that everything is indeed for the best. Nearby, Gao Ming hummed a tune, prompting Liu Fei to glance at him in curiosity. Gao Ming chuckled and replied, Brother Fei, I'm merely singing from the heart. I feel that once we secure this deal, we'll be closer to acquiring a Maybach. The Maybach, is that the car with the little golden emblem? Liu Fei inquired. No, that is a Rolls-Royce. Both Yufei and Gao Ming chorused. The Maybach features a circle with a human figure inside. As Liu Fei absorbed Gao Ming's explanation, he vaguely recalled that it was indeed a fine vehicle, albeit lacking the grandeur of a Rolls-Royce. Suddenly, Liu Fei turned to Gao Ming and said, Gao Ming, for this operation, you should remain in the Magic City. Why is that, Brother Fei? I want to join you. Gao Ming protested, visibly distressed. Because you're the only one who has already begun leading your own subordinates. Not everyone can go on this mission. Someone must stay behind in the Magic City to maintain communication. I trust you more than anyone else in the Zhuge society. Rest assured, I won't forget you. Once we secure the funds, I shall provide you with your very own Maybach. At this moment, Gao Ming's enthusiasm waned, as if the allure of the Maybach had suddenly diminished. He nodded earnestly and said, Brother Fei, your trust means everything to me. I will heed your words. Should anything arise, be sure to contact me immediately, regardless of where you are. I will rally my men to support you. Very well. Let us gather our brothers and hold a mobilization meeting. Liu Fei clapped Gao Ming on the shoulder, ready to exit the conference room when Chen Jianghai timidly called out, Brother Liu Fei, may I have a word? Liu Fei turned to see Yufei's father and his subordinate still lingering. He glanced at Yufei, then pointed ahead. And Chen Jianghai quickly grasped the unspoken cue, following in Liu Fei's footsteps. Speak freely. No one can overhear us, Liu Fei said, looking at Chen Jianghai, who wore an eager expression. Brother Liu Fei, I wish to discuss my daughter. During our trip to Yunlan, I would greatly appreciate it if you could keep a watchful eye on her. I understand you may not fully trust me, so I want to burden you with my men. This card contains 10 million. Consider it payment to ensure my daughter has safety. Liu Fei was momentarily taken aback, but soon composed himself, accepting the card with a nonchalant smile, assuring, Rest assured, I will ensure your daughter returns safely. Chapter 91. Beneath generous rewards, brave men arise. Implicitly acknowledging the allure of additional income, Liu Fei believed in the principle of not refusing a gift when offered. The financial prowess of others was substantial, and as he was at the nascent stage of his entrepreneurial journey, this was indeed a timely boon. To shy away at this juncture would be rather foolish. Seeing Liu Fei accept the money, Chen Jianghai felt a considerable weight lift from his shoulders. In this society, while money does not guarantee results, Refusing it certainly assures no action will be taken. As Lu Fei prepared to depart, Chen Jianghai hurriedly interjected, "Brother Lu Fei, there's one more matter. Should your daughter return safely, we could consider collaborating with my financial group. We are in dire need of valiant talents like yours. Of course, as long as mutual interests are aligned, this is not an issue," Lu Fei responded, gesturing with his fingers as if counting money. Chen Jianghai nodded enthusiastically. "All right, Brother Lu. I shall take my leave now. Take care. Ye Fei, be obedient and heed Brother Lu Fei's words. Follow his arrangements and don't act recklessly," he added with a jovial laugh. "Understood. Stop being so verbose," Ye Fei retorted, her cheeks blooming with a hint of crimson, yet her heart brimmed with happiness. "What did you tell my father? He looks as if he's won the lottery," Ye Fei inquired curiously as she watched her father leave with a smile. Lu Fei, noticing Ye Fei's inquisitive expression, decided to tease her, jesting. "Your father mentioned that you are an unmarried woman of a certain age and pleaded with me to consider taking you as my partner, which made him exceedingly happy." "Brother Fei, you're insufferable, and so is my father," Ye Fei exclaimed, her face flushing, yet joy bubbled within her. "To consider means there might be a chance for me to become Brother Fei's woman, right?" Lu Fei, along with the grinning Gao Ming and Ye Fei, exited the conference room and made their way to the parking lot. "Let us take my car. I happen to have a Maybach." "Gao Ming, you can experience it firsthand," Ye Fei suggested, brandishing a set of keys to a Maybach 680 with the license plate reading Magic 26666. Gao Ming looked at Lu Fei with eager anticipation, to which Lu Fei replied with a smile, "It doesn't matter to me which car I sit in." "Then let us get going. Don't dawdle. I haven't yet held a meeting with your brothers, and I think it will be quite entertaining," Ye Fei urged, ushering Gao Ming and Lu Fei into the vehicle. Gao Ming, being a novice driver of such a luxury automobile, drove at a painfully slow speed, even being overtaken by a patrolling security guard on foot in the parking lot. "At this pace, we'll arrive home by tomorrow morning," Lu Fei quipped, prompting Gao Ming to slightly press the accelerator. The Maybach 680, with its 6012 engine, responded with a deep roar, eliciting a symphony of exhilaration from Gao Ming, much to the amusement of Lu Fei and Ye Fei, who erupted in laughter. "What a magnificent vehicle! Truly a splendid machine, albeit rather pricey," Lu Fei mused. Gao Ming activated the car's audio system, playing his favorite song, The Best Arrangement, as he slowly navigated the vehicle out of the underground parking lot. Just as the car was about to ascend a ramp to the surface, he encountered a Rolls-Royce leading two Bentleys, completely obstructing the path. Ye Fei, observing the license plates of the three vehicles, furrowed her brows and remarked, "Zhao Liqiu is truly relentless. What does he intend by blocking the road? I shall call my father." Lu Fei restrained Ye Fei's hand with a dismissive gesture, his expression reflecting disdain. "There is no need to make a fuss. He wouldn't dare to act violently here. Just 3 cars. They are perfect for a warm-up." He remained calm in the back seat of the Maybach, watching as a dozen burly men disembarked from the 3 vehicles, with Zhao Liqiu at the forefront. Through the soundproof glass, Lu Fei could hear Zhao Liqiu's blustering voice clearly. "Lu Fei, do you think that after harming my son, you can escape unscathed? It won't be that simple." Observing Zhao Liqiu's furious demeanor, Lu Fei felt at ease within the confines of the car. He passed his handgun to Ye Fei, instructing, "Stay inside and do not wander off. Gao Ming and I will step out. It's a good opportunity to see if you have been slacking in your training." "Absolutely, Brother Fei. My fists have been itching for action. No one here dares to cause a ruckus at the Peace Hotel. My days consist solely of eating, sleeping, and training." Gao Ming echoed his enthusiasm. Since the last encounter where he was bested by Lin Dong, his unwillingness to accept defeat had led him to double his training regimen, consuming a high-protein diet of beef and eggs, and his physique was now notably more robust. "Are you truly all right? Don't overexert yourselves," Ye Fei said, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Fei, revealing a profound concern. Lu Fei met her gaze, momentarily taken aback as he recalled their first meeting, where they had been at odds. Now, this woman was beginning to express care for him. A warmth spread through Lu Fei's heart, and he affectionately ruffled her silky hair, saying, "Your brother Fei is invincible. Just watch closely." With that, Lu Fei and Gao Ming opened the car doors and stepped out. Gao Ming wielded a baton specifically designed for the Peace Hotel security, forged entirely from steel. A blow from it could easily shatter bones. "Zhao Liqiu, your leadership seems rather lacking. With just a handful of subordinates, they hardly suffice as a snack." Zhao Liqiu glared menacingly at Lu Fei, who wore a mocking expression. Don't assume that your lackeys are anything like mine. Kneel and apologize now, and I might consider sparing your life. Ha ha ha, coward. I knew you wouldn't dare to commit murder here. I have many matters to attend to. Now, quickly drive your broken car away, and I shall pretend none of this occurred. To hell with you. Attack him. Sever his hands and feet. I'll reward 1,000,000 for each arm. Zhao Liqiu bellowed furiously, his face dark with rage. Initially, Zhao Liqiu's subordinates had regarded Lu Fei with trepidation. But upon hearing the promise of a substantial reward from their leader, they all drew their machetes, approaching Lu Fei with menacing intent. Under the weight of a generous reward, brave souls will inevitably emerge. This is a timeless truth. Even beneath the formidable reputation of Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Shu, there would still be those daring enough to step forward, let alone a mere rogue like Lu Fei. Zhao Liqiu and his entourage gradually encircled Lu Fei. Yet none dared to take the lead until one of them shouted, "Eliminate Lu Fei. Seize the cash with flair." The remaining lackeys echoed this rallying cry to bolster their morale. Eliminate Lu Fei. Seize the cash with flair. Observing the rising fervor among the ruffians, Lu Fei let out a cold laugh and bellowed, "Gao Ming, do not hesitate. Take them down." "Understood, Brother Fei." The two exchanged knowing smiles. Akin to two fierce tigers pouncing upon a pack of encroaching wolves, their eyes ablaze with unyielding battle fervor. Chapter 92. Call for reinforcements. Zhao Liqiu and his associates were taken aback by the fact that Lu Fei had only 2 companions. Instead of seeking an opportunity to flee, they boldly chose to attack, leaving them momentarily stunned and disorganized. Lu Fei and Chen Gao wasted no time. Their fists and clubs descended forcefully upon their adversaries. Lu Fei grounded himself and landed a heavy punch to the abdomen of one lackey, the sheer force propelling him violently against the parking lot wall. Gao Ming was equally undeterred, delivering a powerful strike to another lackey's head, instantly rendering him unconscious. The swift and decisive blows from the two left Zhao Liqiu's side down 2 capable fighters in an instant. The remaining lackeys, armed with several machetes, wore expressions of trepidation. Indeed, the prospect of that 1,000,000 was not as easily attainable as they had imagined. The once ferocious group now resembled a deflated balloon, their gazes towards Lu Fei growing increasingly uncertain. Zhao Liqiu, standing at the rear, glared at his demoralized companions and angrily declared, "What are you afraid of? No matter how strong they are, it's of no consequence. Get your guns and break their limbs." The lackeys were momentarily stunned. After all, this was the Peace Hotel, and drawing blades had already breached the rules. If firearms were involved, the consequences could draw the attention of the cleanup crew. Lu Fei and Gao Ming, however, paid no heed to such considerations. After dispatching their first 2 foes, they set their sights on the next targets. Lu Fei focused on the rogue positioned farthest to the left, as his location was the most isolated, making reinforcements slower to arrive. Gao Ming shared this sentiment, targeting the rogue on the far right. Their intentions aligned, and the 2 rogues they had set their sights on revealed expressions of terror, hastily brandishing their knives in defense. As the gleaming machete descended, Lu Fei effortlessly evaded it, his eyes icy as he delivered a powerful punch to the assailant's face. The sharp tip of his knuckle weapon pierced the lower half of the rogue's face, eliciting a muffled groan as he fell to the ground, his mouth a crimson mess, blood spewing forth intermingled with several shattered teeth. Meanwhile, Gao Ming's baton had met the incoming machete, the clash producing a sharp sound that resonated through the air, vibrating at the points where their weapons met. The rogue's hand, numbed by the impact, lost its strength, and Gao Ming's subsequent strike came crashing down with unrelenting force. With a swift crack of the baton, he effortlessly disarmed the ruffian of his machete, and with unrelenting force, he swung towards the ruffian's head. With a resounding thud, the baton struck the right side of the ruffian's skull, splitting it open, dark hair drenched with a torrent of crimson blood. The ruffian's body crumpled, collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. "Well done, Gao Ming. You've shown remarkable progress during this time." Lu Fei praised generously. Praise where it is due, and reprimand when necessary. One must acknowledge their mistakes and stand firm when facing consequences. With a grin, Gao Ming replied, "Of course, Brother Fei. Now, I can split 3 bricks in one go with just one hand." Zhao Liqiu's remaining subordinates hastily discarded their machetes, drawing pistols from their waists, aiming them at the 2 men. At this moment, the rules were irrelevant. If they did not arm themselves, their lives would be at stake. Lu Fei and Gao Ming stood side by side against the dozens of gun barrels, their gazes as cold as ice, resembling two demons risen from the depths of hell. Blood continuously dripped from their weapons onto the ground, while several unconscious ruffians lay sprawled beside them, akin to lifeless dogs. Their bodies bore stains of blood, yet none belonged to them. For the first time, Gao Ming felt a twinge of fear being confronted by so many guns, but thankfully, Lu Fei stepped in front of him just in time, shielding his trepidation from their adversaries. "Zhao, old dog, your men are as weak as you and your son, not to mention cowardly and fond of breaking the rules. I truly wonder how Sister Lu allowed you to attain this position," Lu Fei taunted. Zhao Liqiu took a couple of steps forward, approaching his subordinates, but quickly retreated a step behind them, sensing insecurity, before addressing Lu Fei. "Do you think surviving in this world is merely about being brave and strong? I once shared your naive belief in my youth, but I later realized that having connections and power is paramount. Unfortunately for you, you possess neither." In that moment, Lu Fei perceived Zhao Liqiu as a mere jester, yet he chose not to argue or bring up Chao Meng, his trump card reserved for the most critical moments. "If you have the guts, pull the trigger. I doubt Sister Lu would spare you for killing me," Lu Fei replied with an air of indifference, as if facing mere toy guns. Zhao Liqiu's eyes suddenly reddened, his voice hoarse as he bellowed, "Lu Fei, you're correct. I fear death and hesitate to kill you. However, I can cripple you. If I face repercussions from the president, so be it. I will avenge my son. Anyone who dares to shoot will receive 1,000,000 for each bullet that strikes. I'm only for legs and hands." Lu Fei furrowed his brow, realizing that this coward could indeed summon some courage, likely emboldened by something before stepping out. A glint of greed flickered in the eyes of the subordinates, keen to follow their leader's orders, knowing that the ultimate punishment would be lenient. For the sake of 1,000,000, it seemed worth the risk. With this in mind, several subordinates had already disengaged their safeties, fingers poised on the triggers, hesitating on whether to fire. Lu Fei whispered to Gao Ming, "Step back, look for an opportunity to take cover behind the car, and buy some time. Call Lu Hu and request backup." Lu Fei now found himself wishing to slap himself across the face. Had he only heeded Yu Fei's advice and called for reinforcements sooner, he would not be in such a dire predicament. Zhao Liqiu, with his keen insight, discerned Lu Fei's thoughts and bellowed, "Open fire. Do not give them a chance to delay. Brothers, let's make Lu Fei rich." Another rallying cry echoed, invigorating their spirits. Lu Fei, facing a dozen gun barrels, felt an overwhelming sense of crisis flood his mind, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to evade the looming danger. The car was still several meters away, and it seemed that any direction he chose would lead to him being riddled with bullets. "Damn your riches." Just then, familiar voices from outside the Rolls-Royce pierced the darkness, illuminating Lu Fei and Gao Ming like the dawn's first light. "Holy hell, speak of the devil. Huzi and the others are indeed swift as dragons," Gao Ming exclaimed, unable to suppress an expletive upon recognizing the familiar figures, despite not having even placed a call yet. Zhao Liqiu and his unruly gang turned to see a cadre of over 20 fierce young men, some armed with guns and others with knives, standing atop the Rolls-Royce and Bentley, gazing down at them with a commanding presence. Chapter 93. Truly, someone has slowed down. Get the hell down. This car is the original paint. You can't afford to damage it. Zhao Liqiu shouted in anguish at Lu Hu and his entourage, who were perched atop his car. "Where do these country bumpkins come from? Don't they know what a top-tier luxury vehicle is? I'll have your head for this." Lu Hu, incensed, stomped down hard on the hood of the Rolls-Royce, leaving an unmistakable imprint of his size 46 shoe forever etched into the metal. "Damn it, this is the Peace Hotel. Don't think about causing trouble. You and T dare confront me, bang?" Before Zhao Liqiu could finish his sentence, Chen Gao, standing on the Rolls-Royce's trunk, had already pulled the trigger, the dark muzzle belching forth a fiery serpent toward Zhao Liqiu. Zhao Liqiu was taken aback, unable to dodge in time, feeling a chill as a bullet whizzed past his ear. "Oh no, I missed," Chen Gao lamented, slightly disheartened. This was his first live-fire shot after obtaining the gun, and being mere inches away from Zhao Liqiu's head was quite an achievement. Yet Zhao Liqiu felt a warmth in his trousers, a foul odor wafting from below. He truly hadn't expected that Lu Fei's gang was not merely a solitary madman, but a collective of lunatics. Lu Fei, too, was taken aback by Chen Gao's fierce demeanor, realizing that his shooting was as ruthless as his fighting. had he not missed? He would have been at a loss on how to explain it to Sister Lu. Very well. Lu Fei, you have guts. We'll see how this unfolds. Zhao Liqiu, witnessing the collapse of his morale and fearing that his prolonged delay might lead to his subordinates discovering his distress, had no choice but to sound the retreat. Damn it. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you take me for clay? Brothers, no need for firearms. Let us settle this with our fists. Show me the fruits of your training. Lu Fei spat and commanded his brothers. Understood, Brother Fei. We guarantee your satisfaction. A chorus of figures leapt from the car rooftops, akin to lions pouncing on their prey, swiftly honing in on their targets. The scene descended into chaos, with the anguished cries of Zhao Liqiu and his companions echoing incessantly. By the time Lu Fei and his group had expended their energy, Zhao Liqiu's entourage bore the brunt of their fury, leaving them battered and bruised. Let's depart. Lu Fei gestured, not out of mercy, but compelled by the edicts of the Zhuke society. The most lamentable aspect was that he could not eliminate them. Had they belonged to the White Tiger Society, they would have already met a grim fate. Brother Fei, should we seize their firearms? A Mao inquired, eyeing the scattered handguns. Take them if you wish, but be cautious and ensure safety to avoid self-inflicted harm. Distribute them reasonably, so that each person possesses a pistol with ammunition, Lu Fei replied. Although killing was off the table, robbing was not forbidden. Lu Fei and his companions roughly confiscated Zhao Liqiu's weapons, and those who were particularly attached to their guns surrendered after receiving a thorough thrashing. Brother Fei, it seems these vehicles are obstructing your path, Chen Gao remarked, observing the cars blocking the toll gate. Lu Fei glanced ahead, confirming the obstruction, particularly noticing Ye Fei's Maybach. It falls to us now, Brother Fei, Chen Gao. Without awaiting Lu Fei's response, summoned several burly companions who, with combined strength, flipped the luxury vehicles aside. Brother Fei, you may proceed. Lu Fei chuckled, appreciating their brutish method of resolution. Gao Ming and Lu Fei resumed their seats in the vehicle. Lu Fei turned his piercing gaze towards Ye Fei, inquiring whether she had betrayed him. Ye Fei, averting her eyes, whispered, "You only instructed me not to inform my father, not my brothers. Please do not scold me. I find your cleverness rather impressive. Without you, today would have proven quite troublesome," Lu Fei remarked, growing increasingly fond of Ye Fei, who is undeniably resourceful in critical moments. At that juncture, Gao Ming interjected, "Brother Fei, there are several individuals sprawled across the road. What should we do?" "Oh, they are merely speed bumps. Drive past them," Lu Fei replied. "Understood, Brother Fei." The Maybach glided smoothly over the speed bumps and onto the main road. Lu Fei decided to convene the meeting at his residence, as Gao Ming's rented space was too cramped and undesirable for the occasion. Having conducted business worth millions, it was time for an upgrade. The convoy returned to Huangpu community, and Lu Fei led his brothers home, opening the door to reveal his sisters. Since it was their second meeting, Li Ruoxue and Lu Qingling greeted the group in their pajamas, foregoing the formalities of their last encounter. Upon seeing the two women, Ye Fei felt a heaviness in her heart, a sentiment mirrored by Li Ruoxue and Lu Qingling. Lu Fei, oblivious to the undercurrents, introduced, "Ye Fei, these are my two sisters who are also my girlfriends. This is Sister Shui, and this is Sister Ling." Luffy once again introduced his two sisters to Ye Fei and Ling, his colleagues from work. "This is Ye Fei. We have to embark on a business trip soon and just need to hold a brief meeting here." Upon hearing they were colleagues, Li Ruoxue sighed in relief, adopting a hostess demeanor as she extended her hand and said, "Thank you for your efforts, Ye Fei. My little Fei has a penchant for causing trouble, so please bear with him." Ye Fei felt a pang of disappointment when Luffy referred to their relationship as merely colleagues. She looked at Li Ruoxue's outstretched hand, forcing a smile as she replied, "Not at all, Sister Shui. Fei is quite easy to get along with. All right, let's not linger by the door." "Come, Li Ruoxue said cheerfully, pulling Ye Fei inside. Meanwhile, Lu Qingling remained silent, her nose twitching as she leaned closer to Luffy and whispered, "Little Fei, did you get into a fight today? Are you hurt?" "Wow, Ling Jie, your nose is incredibly sharp." "I'm fine, really. No need to worry," Luffy reassured her. "All right then, you sit on the sofa for a bit while I prepare dinner for you all." "No, women should rest well. Household chores are men's responsibility." Luffy quickly urged Lu Qingling back onto the sofa, finding her a 5,000 episode Korean drama to watch. Returning to the kitchen, Luffy sighed in relief, tied on an apron, and began to prepare the meal. Although cooking was somewhat tiring, It was far preferable to consuming food that bore no resemblance to its original form. Once the dishes were ready, everyone joined forces to set the table, creating a warm and joyful atmosphere as they began to eat. Yafei soon shed her earlier disappointment, engaging in delightful conversation with Li Ruoxue and Lu Qingling. After the meal, Luffy didn't allow the three women to lift a finger, inviting his brothers to help tidy up the dining area and kitchen. Meanwhile, Yafei strolled to the balcony, opening the window to let in the evening breeze. What a beautiful night view, she mused, gazing across the river at the splendid Golden Street and the towering Pearl Tower. Indeed, it is beautiful, but does not belong to ordinary people. A gentle voice brought Yafei back to reality. She turned to see Lu Qingling entering, clad in a flowing white dress. "Sister Ling, you're here," Yafei greeted her with a smile. Lu Qingling approached Yafei's side and pointed towards the Pearl Tower, speaking softly. "Do you see that tower? When your sister Shui and I lived here, it was over 10 kilometers away. We could hardly see it. Now, we are just a few hundred meters from its base." Yafei exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Ling, did you live in the suburbs then?" "Yes, in a dilapidated old place. It was there that I first met Luffy. I still remember when he first arrived. Such an innocent, foolish boy. With just a little kindness for me, he affectionately called me sister. From that moment, I knew he was a person of deep loyalty and affection." Yafei nodded in agreement. Indeed, Luffy is a person of great loyalty. Otherwise, his brothers wouldn't follow him so devotedly. Not just his brothers, but Ruoxue and I as well. Without little Fei, we wouldn't have our present lives. Without Xiao Fei, I would have been subjected to violence while working as a waitress, and Ruoxue would have been treated as mere plaything by the president of the White Tiger Society. Yet every time, Xiao Fei descends upon us like a legendary hero, shielding us with his presence. Lu Qingling spoke with a wistful expression, and Yafei, having just experienced his protection today, felt a sense of security that rivaled that of her father. Suddenly, Lu Qingling turned and looked at Yafei with a serious demeanor. Startled by this abrupt change, Yafei stammered, "Ling Jia, what is wrong? Do you also have feelings for Xiao Fei?" In an instant, Yafei's face flushed crimson, her words failing to form a coherent statement. Observing Yafei's reaction, Lu Qingling felt a sense of certainty and continued without waiting for Yafei to respond. "It's perfectly normal for you to like Xiao Fei. No woman could resist a tall, handsome man brimming with ambition and a sense of security. If there comes a day when Xiao Fei truly develops feelings for you, I will not interfere. However, you must remember, should I sense any ill intentions towards him, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." Lu Qingling's typically gentle expression transformed into something chilling with her final words, her eyes momentarily revealing a glimpse of a lurking devil, sending a shiver down Yafei's spine. It is worth noting that Yafei, a daughter of the Underworld, is usually unfazed by most people's presence. Yet, the oppressive aura emanating from Lu Qingling was no less formidable than that of the formidable Lu Wan, the eldest sister. "Ling Jia, rest assured, I have never contemplated harming Fei Gu," Yafei said, drenched in cold sweat. Lu Qingling's terrifying visage lasted but a fleeting moment before she reverted to her gentle, refined self, producing a tissue from seemingly nowhere to wipe the sweat from Yafei's brow. "I know this well. I have an excellent judgment of character." With the oppressive atmosphere dissipating, Yafei felt her breath becoming easier. Just then, a voice called from outside the balcony, "Yafei, come join the meeting." Yafei glanced at Lu Qingling but remained still. "Why are you so afraid of me?" "Go on now," Lu Qingling chuckled. "As for work matters, both Sister Shui and I cannot be of much help. It is you who must assist Xiao Fei." Nodding like a startled fawn, Yafei hurriedly fled the balcony. "Take care, don't trip. I've prepared some fruit for you. Eat and chat as you go," Lu Qingling called out, watching Yafei scurry away with concern for her safety. Initially, Yafei found Lu Qingling's quiet demeanor to be gentle and approachable, but after this encounter, she felt much safer remaining by Sister Shui's side. In the living room, Lu Fei sat in the center of the sofa, a map of the Dragon Kingdom spread across the coffee table, with a circle drawn around a border area, Yunlan, their intended destination. Once everyone had gathered, Lu Fei reiterated their mission, while Li Ruoxue and Lu Qingling obediently returned to their rooms, opting not to listen in. After recounting the events, Lu Fei felt parched and, after opening a bottle of Sichuan Fanta to soothe his throat, continued. "It's the same old story with a fresh twist. The danger of this mission is considerable, yet so are the potential rewards. I won't force anyone to stay or go. The decision is yours to make now. Not a single one of the 24 individuals present chose to leave. The bond forged through life and death experiences among brothers had become nearly unbreakable. Well, since everyone is on board, we shall share both the hardships and the fortunes together. Await Sister Lu's notification. A private jet will come to take us to Yunnan. Keep your firearms hidden at home. We will procure them uniformly once we arrive in Yunnan. Understood? Understood. The crowd responded in unison. After sending his brothers off, Lu Fei returned upstairs and playfully pushed open the door, remarking, "What has gotten into you today? I have a business trip and fear you might stray. So I'm here to collect early." The two women chimed in. With a resigned sigh, Lu Fei removed his clothing, jesting, "You really think of me as a jackhammer, don't you?" The night passed in silence. The following day, Lu Fei received notification of his flight. As he stepped out of his home, the intensity of the previous night's events left him feeling somewhat lightheaded. Will my muscles and kidneys become indestructible? Only then can I truly live as I desire, Lu Fei pondered, concerned about his body. While youth allowed for indulgence now, he feared that if he continued down this path, by the age of 25, he would merely be a spectator in his own stories. Upon exiting the Huangpu community, Lu Fei spotted the Maybach parked at the entrance. He opened the passenger door to find the elegantly dressed Yufei inside and couldn't help but tease. "Do you really think you're going on vacation?" "Indeed, a rare business trip to such a distant locale, and it's worth $1 million. Naturally, I must look my best to fully embrace the local culture," Yufei replied, showcasing her freshly done nails, though Lu Fei noticed that her index and middle fingers were unpolished. Yufei drove Lu Fei to the international airport in the bustling metropolis, parking in the lot. As Lu Fei stepped out of the car, he was greeted by a throng of familiar faces, each adorned in uniquely vibrant attire. Lu Hu and Chun Gao's group sported an array of colorful floral shirts, beach shorts, and flip-flops. "Hey guys, are you off on vacation or something?" Lu Fei exclaimed. Yufei's stunning outfit seamlessly blended into the crowd, while Lu Fei's all-black ensemble felt starkly out of place. "Brother Fei," Yufei said that this mission has no set timeline from the boss. "So since we have such freedom, we might as well relax first," Chun Gao remarked, sporting a pair of sunglasses that seemed to have been procured from an obscure location. Lu Fei shook his head in resignation. With the playful Yufei around, his disciplined team was bound to be led astray. "All right, enough with the serious faces. Let's head to Yunnan." Yufei cheered, playfully nudging Lu Fei as they made their way into the airport, her excitement palpable. The few who had never flown before looked utterly bewildered in the spacious terminal, unable to locate the boarding gate. Thankfully, with Yufei leading the way, they wouldn't be stranded in the airport until next year. Unlike the ordinary travelers awaiting their flights in the terminal, Yufei directly presented her credentials to the flight attendants and was promptly escorted by several charming attendants down the corridor. With unimpeded passage, Lu Fei soon spotted a private jet adorned with a vermilion bird motif parked at the airport. Yufei pointed ahead and introduced that as the aircraft. As they prepared for departure, once aboard, the group marveled at the interior of the aircraft, for this was their inaugural experience flying in such a marvel of engineering. They settled into the plush confines of first class, where four statuesque flight attendants, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, clad in professional attire that hugged their figures, complemented by enticing black stockings and heels, stood by their seats. "Wow, we have foreign attendants serving us. I must capture this moment to show to that guy. Gao Ming, he'll be envious," Lu Fei thought. The flight attendants, noticing the gazes directed at them, moved gracefully to their designated areas, kneeling slightly, lips parted in respectful acknowledgement. The queried Lu Fei, Lu Hu, Zhang Hao, and Mao were momentarily taken aback by the sudden switch to English. "Charge it," they uttered clumsily. "We'll charge it too," Yufei remarked, stifling laughter at her friend's awkward attempts at the language, which had left even the attendants blushing, though they remained composed, trained to handle such situations. Soon, the aircraft ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, swiftly heading toward Yunnan. The flight attendants began serving cups of freshly brewed coffee and tea to the passengers. Lu Fei chose the coffee, eyeing the dark concoction that resembled traditional Chinese medicine, doubting its palatability. He glanced at the small white boxes presented by the attendant. Upon opening one, he found a creamy white liquid that appeared more inviting than the dark brew. He downed it in one gulp, only to grimace at the overly sweet flavor. However, parched, he proceeded to consume several more boxes, feeling overwhelmed by the sweetness, and reached for the coffee to cleanse his palate. As the bitter taste of the black coffee hit his tongue, Lu Fei felt an intense bitterness comparable to that of herbal medicine, erasing the previous sweetness, leaving a lingering acridity. What on earth is this? It's unbearably bitter. At that moment, Yafei could no longer contain herself and burst into a melodious laughter. Ha ha! Feiga, you are too amusing. Who drinks coffee like that? Pouring in creamer first, and then using coffee to rinse their mouth? Ha ha! Observing Yafei's reaction and the flight attendants' efforts to suppress their laughter, Lu Fei realized he must have made quite the spectacle. This beverage is clearly unsuited for the people of Long Nation. I shall have tea instead. Frustrated, he discarded the coffee and reached for the tea that a Mao had prepared, savoring the familiar taste. Now, this is the essence of our culture, Lu Fei proclaimed, not merely in frustration, but in genuine appreciation. For the moment the tea touched his palate, it offered a refreshing sweetness, a harmonious and elegant flavor that he cherished. Yafei glanced at Lu Fei, who was somewhat petulant, and playfully demonstrated how to stir sugar cubes in a coffee. The originally dark brew gradually transformed into a rich brown hue. With a smile, Yafei took a delicate sip and said, "This makes it delightful. Would you care to try?" "I shan't drink," he replied. "Just a taste, please." "I refuse. It must taste dreadful." Lu Fei shook his head in denial. Unperturbed, Yafei waved the coffee in front of him, and with a hint of annoyance, Lu Fei acquiesced and took a token sip. He raised an eyebrow, realizing that, indeed, it was palatable, though it still could not compare to the elegance of brewed tea. Seeing Lu Fei sample her coffee, Yafei beamed and retracted her hand, savoring the remnants of the coffee he had tasted, contemplating the words of Lu Qingling from that day. If I treat Lu Fei well, will Xuejia and Lingjia accept me? Yet, the thought of 3 women sharing a household with a single man felt anachronistic, as if they had stepped back in time. The flight was rather dull, lacking experience. Lu Fei and his companions found themselves at a loss, without preloaded videos on their phones and no signal, leaving them with nothing to occupy their time. Fortunately, a Mao had brought along a deck of cards, and they gathered to play bullfight to pass the hours. After 4 or 5 hours, the flight attendant awakened the slumbering group, her voice clear and professional as she announced, "Gentlemen, our aircraft is about to begin its descent. Please fasten your seatbelts and switch your electronic devices to flight mode or turn them off. The lavatories will soon be unavailable. Thank you for your cooperation." With bleary eyes, Lu Fei and the others looked at the flight attendant in confusion. The lengthy announcement in English left them bewildered, caught in a state of indecision, fearing that any movement might jeopardize the flight. Yafei, closing the tomato novel on her phone, explained with a smile, "It means you should wake up, sit up straight, fasten your seatbelts, and turn off your phones. Do take a moment to attend to your bladders as well." Realizing her intent, Lu Fei gestured to the flight attendant and sat up to secure his seatbelt. The plane began its gentle and steady descent, and as Lu Fei looked out the window at the approaching ground, he understood they had arrived in Yunnan. In this unfamiliar city, every action he would undertake held an air of uncertainty. The only certainty lay in his mission, to find the artist and bring them back. He was determined to secure the 50 million for his enterprise, Kitty and Few, thus providing for himself, his brothers, and the woman he cherished. Chapter 96. Do not stare at others' backsides. The aircraft landed smoothly at Yunnan International Airport, where several attentive flight attendants assisted Lu Fei and his companions in unbuckling their seatbelts. The gentle caress of scattered golden hair brushed against their cheeks, leaving an exotic fragrance lingering in the air. "Come on, let us disembark. Stop staring at their backsides," Yafei urged as the captivated group descended from the plane. Once they stepped outside, they were instantly awestruck by the bustling throngs of people. What had appeared somewhat peculiar in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai now felt perfectly at home amidst the vibrant atmosphere of Yunnan. They were surprised to discover the flourishing tourism industry in Yunnan, which was capable of attracting such a multitude of visitors. Yafei took over the conversation and said, "Of course. In fact, Yunnan is not as perilous as you might imagine, Fij. Aside from borders, it is a splendid tourist destination." As Lu Fei exited the airport, he gazed upon the cultural landscape of Yunnan, which was starkly different from that of the bustling metropolis. His intuition suggested that he would not encounter the person he sought here. However, Yafei had already entwined her arm with his, pointing towards a gathering crowd around a cluster of ancient architecture. "Fij, let's head over there for some fun." "No, let's see if there are any clues over there." Lu Fei distinctly caught Yafei's slip of the tongue, yet he chose not to confront her about it. After all, locating an organization was no simple task. Since they were already here, he felt it imperative that his companions did not come in vain, and they should thoroughly experience the local customs and culture. That afternoon, Lu Fei and his companions followed Yafei's meticulously crafted itinerary, meandering through the surrounding cities of Yunlan. Yafei euphemistically referred to it as scouting the most likely haunts of artists. Yet every place they visited was either a tourist spot or a street filled with local delicacies. As night descended, a historic alley remained bustling with onlookers. Lu Fei, feeling somewhat fatigued, remarked, "Annie, isn't it about time we found a place to rest? Tomorrow we must attend to serious matters." Yafei glanced back at the group and was astonished to see that her casual purchases had resulted in Lu Fei and the others being laden with shopping bags. "Oh dear, I didn't mean to buy so much. Come on, let us head to our accommodation. I found a highly rated, charming bamboo house that boasts breathtaking scenery." Seeing that Yafei had finally had her fill of amusement, Lu Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. He still had no clear direction and was troubled about where to begin his search. With a sheepish grin, Yafei linked her arm with Lu Fei's and moved forward. But suddenly, Lu Fei tensed, withdrawing his arm and dashing toward a side alley. "Yafei, what's gotten into him?" The group stood in a stupor, taken aback by this sudden turn of events. "I don't know. Hurry and catch up. We can't let Fij be in danger. Don't worry about me." Yafei quickly regained her composure. "Yes." The group responded in unison, chasing after Lu Fei's disappearing figure, while Yafei promptly kicked off her high-heeled shoes and followed closely behind. Barefoot, leading the charge, Lu Fei spotted a shadow ahead, which occasionally glanced back at him. As the distance between them dwindled, the figure quickened its pace. Seemingly intimidated by Lu Fei, realizing he could not catch up quickly, Lu Fei picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it towards the shadow's leg with all his might. With a resounding thud, accompanied by a man's anguished cry, the stone struck the shadow's ankle, causing him to stumble and fall into the darkness. "You think you can outsmart me? You're still too green," Lu Fei scoffed, striding forward. Noticing the shadow struggling to escape, Lu Fei seized the man by the neck, lifting him effortlessly and slamming him against the stone wall of the alley. The man, who had been fighting fiercely just moments ago, immediately succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Fei searched through the man's belongings with the aid of his flashlight, confirming that he had indeed found what he was looking for. At that moment, dozens of figures arrived, and upon spotting Lu Fei, they promptly switched on their flashlights, revealing Lu Fei holding a young man with blood streaming down his forehead. "Brother Fei, who is this?" asked a Mao. "A Mao. It seems your skills have dulled over time, or is he simply more adept?" Lu Fei jestingly tossed a wallet to a Mao, who caught it and paused, only to realize it was his own wallet that had been pilfered. This left a Mao flushed with embarrassment. After all, he too came from a thieving background, only to be outsmarted by a fellow thief, and it was his superior who had to retrieve it for him. Truly mortifying. "Brother Fei, I came here to relax, but I got too excited about work and didn't pay attention," a Mao said, lowering his head. Lu Fei waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine, as long as you got it back. Replacing identification is indeed a hassle." Chen Gao pointed at the thief Lu Fei was holding and asked, "Brother Fei, what should we do with this thief? Should we head to the police station?" Lu Fei shook his head. "Let's leave for now. Once he regains consciousness, I'll inquire about the painter. He is a local and should know more than us. Perhaps he will provide some valuable leads." A Mao was equally reluctant to bring the petty thief to the police station. He wanted to wait until the thief woke up to compare their thieving skills. After all, it had merely been an oversight. This young rascal was certainly no match for him. Just as Lu Fei and his companions were about to turn back, a fragrant breeze swept past them. Upon looking back, they saw Yafei, panting and barefoot, rushing to catch up. "Yafei, how did you manage to lose your shoes while running?" Lu Fei asked, astonished at her delicate feet. Yafei, leaning against the wall and catching her breath, replied, "I was worried you might get into trouble. Running in high heels is too cumbersome, so I simply discarded them." Hearing this warmed Lu Fei's heart, although her presence might not be of much assistance, and could even complicate matters, the sentiment was invaluable. He handed the unconscious thief over to Lu Hu to carry and said to Yafei, "The situation is resolved. Let us head to the bamboo house you mentioned to rest." Yafei nodded and was about to lead Lu Fei and the others back when Lu Fei crouched down in front of her and said, "Come on up. You don't want to risk hurting your feet and getting an infection." Yafei bit her red lip, her cheeks blushing deeply, resembling a ripe apple, her eyes filled with shyness. She had never allowed a man to carry her before. The charming demeanor she often displayed was merely a facade for her own protection. "Hurry up. We still have important matters to attend to," Lu Fei urged. The thought of important matters made Yufei's eyes widen with shyness, filled with both trepidation and anticipation, as she awkwardly climbed onto Lu Fei's broad shoulders. "Did you bring that?" Lu Fei inquired,